Chapter 1. The Escaping Scion Princess. If you were to embark on a one-way journey through time and inadvertently transform into a girl, would you entertain a bold notion? Perhaps to let it all go. However, a certain white-haired lowly traversing through time and space only wishes to exclaim, "Forget this damn time travel and this absurd transformation." She longs to return home. Time travel may be acceptable, and transformation could also be manageable. But can she truly navigate the world of Dragon Ball as a mere wage slave? Her home planet obliterated, reduced to fireworks, is not the end of her woes, as enemies relentlessly pursue her. This is utterly absurd. Princess Bellies, you cannot escape. Kikikik. A sinister laugh echoes from behind, as if swallowing several elders of the Soul Palace. Here they come, once again. Behold, the quintessential villainous cackle. Would such laughter belong to a hero? The white-haired lowly merely twitched her lips. At present, she is akin to a little white rabbit being chased by a big bad wolf. Weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. I am not a princess, nor am I named Bellies. You have mistaken me for someone else. The white-haired lowly retorted loudly. Ha ha ha, mistaken? How could the mighty Jinyu ever mistake someone? The laughter returned, belonging to a purple humanoid creature who identified himself as Jinyu, sporting two long black horns atop his head. He wore a grimace, raising his right hand to fling a purple energy blast. The only white-haired scion from planet Vegeta, specifically requested for attention by Lord Frieza. I would never mistake you. The white-haired lowly swiftly dodged, the energy blast whizzing past her ear. Upon hearing Jinyu's sarcastic tone, had it not been for her years of experience as a wage slave after graduating university, she might have erupted in fury. So what if she has white hair? Does it feed you? It's not like she chose to have white hair. It is innate. What can she do about it? Just because she has white hair, does that mean she is a super scion? Please, are super scions so cheap? Frieza, what did your ancestors tell you? Beware the golden-haired warrior. The emphasis lies on golden hair, not white. As a frail and helpless white-haired lowly, she is certainly not a muscular Barbie. Where is the resemblance to a super scion? If you think there is, I can change it at any moment. Boom! A resounding explosion sent clouds of smoke billowing. The purple energy blast hurled by Jinyu struck a mountain thousands of meters away, obliterating it entirely in a cataclysmic explosion. The energy continuously released formed a massive mushroom cloud rising from the ground. The shockwaves spread outwards in all directions. Oh no! The white-haired lowly crossed her arms, forming a barrier of energy to shield against the oncoming storm of explosions. Even so, the force of the shockwave still hindered her flight speed. Hee, now you cannot escape. Jinyu seized the opportunity, accelerating to soar over the white-haired lowly, then descending slowly before her. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Jinyu loomed over the girl. Meeting Jinyu's gaze, the white-haired lowless muscles tensed, and she spat fiercely. What do you want? I've told you, I don't know you, nor do I know anything about scions. Jinyu retrieved a photograph from the folds of his battle suit, waving it in front of the white-haired lowly, sneering. At this point, do you still wish to argue? A combat power nearing 60,000. Had it not been for the king's orders, I would have genuinely considered recruiting you into my Jinyu force. The scouter displayed a reading close to 60,000, startling Jinyu. He had never seen Bellies before. The Scion Princess had always maintained a low profile, with a combat power barely reaching 2,000 or 3,000. However, as the only white-haired scion among her kind, she stood out like a beacon on a black canvas, thus attracting the attention of Lord Frieza. The photograph Jinyu held depicted Bellies in her most recent form. Before the scions were annihilated, Frieza had demanded that this rare scion princess be brought back. Is there a recording device on the spaceship? Looking at the photograph, Bellies furrowed her brow. Perhaps she was captured before leaving the planet, yet she distinctly remembered dismantling the tracking device. How would you find me? At this juncture, arguing was futile. This question amounted to an acknowledgement of her identity. As for the princess of the scion race, if you must know, I will enlighten you. There have always been 2 tracking devices aboard your spaceship, a gift from the king. The one you dismantled was merely the visible tracking system. However, since you removed the obvious tracker, I was the one dispatched to capture you. Had it been anyone else, I'm certain you would have easily dispatched them. Reflecting upon it now, the king truly is brilliant. He is indeed the sovereign of the universe, Jinyu mused. The outcome remains uncertain. Do not assume victory is yours, Bellies declared, taking a combat stance. 60,000 combat power certainly provides a modicum of struggle. Jinyu, unfazed by the Scion Princess' desperate resistance, adjusted the scouter on his eye. Do you know what my combat power is? Jinyu widened his stance, slightly balling his fists, and confidently pointed to himself with his thumb. exuding self-assurance. I, the captain of the Jinyu force, the foremost warrior under the cosmic emperor Frisia, possess a combat power exceeding 100,000. What do you think? Is despair beginning to set in? Bellies remained unmoved, while Jinyu stroked his chin, chuckling. How about this? He'll stand still and allow you a minute to attack me. What do you say? Bellies was taken aback, incredulously asking, are you certain? Is there truly someone so foolish as to allow her a free shot? Am I incapable of wielding my weapon? I speak only the truth. If you cannot land a hit, then you are the little dog. Jinyu crossed his arms and, upon finishing, enveloped himself in a layer of energy. With a combat power around 60,000, she wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Do not regret this, Captain Jinyu. Bliss' energy gradually surged. Indeed, this is only the extent of your power, but it is certainly far superior to those self-proclaimed elite warriors among the wild monkeys. Observing the final reading on the scouter, Jinyu sighed in relief, patting his chest. Come now, let me see the skills of the Scion princess that Lord Frisia has taken such a keen interest in. Belly slowly raised her hands, resting them against her forehead. What is this technique? A look of confusion appeared on Jinyu's face, yet he remained unconcerned. In the face of absolute power, any method would be rendered moot. You are far too overconfident. You will suffer for it, Jinyu. Belly shouted fiercely. The hands before her forehead emitted a blinding light, and she radiated a fierce white glow, like a burning sun unleashing terrifying energy. Solar flare. The blinding light shot towards Jinyu's widened eyes. In an instant, Jinyu was blinded, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Jinyu's face contorted, his hands desperately covering his eyes, which had been penetrated by the intense light. His head felt heavy, the pain in his eyes linking to his nerves, making him feel as though his skull might split open. Damn it, cursed monkey, damn Scion. Jinyu removed one hand from his eyes, aiming forward and unleashing energy blasts. He had completely disregarded the task of capturing Bellies. All he wanted now was to eliminate the despicable Scion monkey. This time, he would hold nothing back. Suddenly, a sense of lethal danger surged within him. In a split second, Jinyu twisted his body, evading the original position. Section 2. Shoo! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. My leg, my right thigh. A searing pain shot through the root of his thigh, transmitted through the nerve straight to his brain. Combining with the agony in his eyes, beads of cold sweat began to form on Jinyu's wrinkled purple forehead. Oh! Jinyu roared, his furious voice resonating through the sky, his energy exploding outward in layers, a terrifying energy cyclone forming around him, tearing apart everything in the vicinity. Several kilometers away, leaning against a massive rock, Bellies gasped heavily for breath. The solar flare had disrupted Jinyu's vision, allowing her to strike with an energy slash. This was one of the strategies she devised to combat Jinyu. Yet, ultimately, it fell short. The energy slash failed to sever Jinyu's head, who managed to evade, merely losing a right leg. However, this was anticipated. With Jinyu's combat power exceeding 100,000, he was not from an era where power levels could balloon beyond measure. Even a difference of 1 or 2,000 in combat power represented a chasm. Bellies took a deep breath, mentally simulating her strength compared to Jinyu's. The advantage is mine. I merely need to be wary of Jinyu's body-switching technique. I can win. Bellies possesses an ultimate trump card, a formidable ability that is a key factor in the recognition of Scions as a warrior race, boasting a power level of around 10,000. Transform. Upon transformation, a Scion's base combat power multiplies tenfold. Utilizing an artificial moon significantly diminishes the effectiveness of the transformation, however. Even in this state, she wields a combat power of 3 to 400,000, more than sufficient to eliminate Jinyu. Her reluctance to transform previously stemmed from a lack of opportunity. And furthermore, the increase in size post-transformation posed a safety risk when confronting Jinyu. With Jinyu possessing the ability to swap bodies, Bellies had to remain cautious. At present, Jinyu is in a compromised state, having lost a leg, and is nearly blind, unable to sense ki, making his defeat an uncomplicated task. Jinyu, I am not like those foolish Scions who perish in vain. I am composed, and will not grant you any chance to turn the tide. A smirk graced Bliss' lips as she slowly raised her right hand, cradling an incompletely formed artificial moon in her palm. Bellies furrowed her brow, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the sky. In an instant, a breathtaking sight unfolded before her eyes. A colossal wave of energy pierced through the clouds, descending at a steep angle. It drew closer to the ground with alarming speed, landing far from Bliss' position, leaving her no time to pursue or or intercepted. Bellies fell into a contemplative silence. With a decisive squeeze of her right hand, the artificial moon disintegrated into powder. Curse you, Jinyu. You lack honor. As the energy wave struck the horizon, a thick cloud of smoke rose, obscuring the sky. The destructive force unleashed by the explosion, imbued with terrifying energy, swiftly radiated outward. The ground buckled at a visible pace, the area of collapse expanding rapidly. The planet entered a countdown to destruction. Bellies found herself unable to take any remedial action. The energy released from the planet's annihilation engulfed her body and consciousness entirely. In the final moments before her awareness faded, she vaguely perceived a sound. Ding! Energy replenishment acquired loading chat group. Chapter 2. The God of Destruction and the Death Notice issued by the chat group. In the vast expanse of the universe, a planet on the brink of demise. The unending warfare defines this planet's existence, with flames of conflict rising ceaselessly. A deity descends quietly. Her arrival marks the final punctuation for this irreparable planet. The God of Destruction, a divine being tasked with obliterating planets to maintain cosmic balance. This is the mission bestowed upon her by the universe. Destruction, her emotionless tone, accompanied by a slightly juvenile voice, resonated throughout every corner of the planet. The living beings inhabiting this world paused in their endeavors. Even those embroiled in the fiercest of battles momentarily withdrew from the clamor of war. In unison, they raised their gazes to the heavens. The shattered atmosphere glowed with a purple hue, creating a stunning aurora in the sky. Before long, the earth itself transformed into a shade of violet. A layer of purple mist enveloped all living beings, instilling an inescapable sense of dread. Have we angered the divine? One quivering individual uttered this poignant question. Perhaps it was the last testament of life on this planet. The ground began to crumble, and the sky dimmed rapidly. All that could be seen was the purple energy consuming everything in its vicinity, wearing down, disintegrating, until it finally dissolved into nothingness. In mere seconds, no trace of the planet remained. This line of work is truly unappealing. In the cosmos, the girl gazed upon the planet's demise. Her snow-white hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and her attire, reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, imparted an air of solemnity. Slowly, she lowered her hand, the purple destructive energy in her palm rapidly fading. It is time to depart. With a soft sigh, the girl's figure vanished into the cosmos, the realm of destruction. At the edge of a universe, a unique space. The girl lay languidly on the grass, her body sprawled in a star shape. She was no longer clad in pharaoh-esque garments, but instead wore a light-colored, strapless pleated dress. Her appearance was relaxed, exuding a neighborly charm. 20 years, the girl counted on her fingers. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, she bore the name Bellies for 2 decades as a princess of the Scion race. 5 years prior, she transitioned from a candidate for the God of Destruction to an official God of Destruction, and since then, her appearance had remained unchanged. The shift in gender before and after her journey was of little concern to her. Or rather, it had never been a significant issue. When you traverse to a world where you know your planet will explode in a few years, putting your life at risk, would gender still matter? In a perilous world where one could effortlessly obliterate a planet with a mere wave of the hand, gender pales in comparison to power. I wonder if Jinyu is still alive. Even after all this time, Bellies vividly recalled Jinyu's tendency to throw a tantrum when faced with defeat. However, if Jinyu had not destroyed the planet, the chat group likely would not have awakened. She would not have arrived in this universe, nor become a candidate for the God of Destruction, ultimately evolving into the new God of Destruction by chance. The chat group's system had saved Bellies' life in the final moments of the planet's explosion, transporting her to the current universe, yet it had remained in a perpetual loading state since. Who knows when this will come to an end? Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Chat group, loading successful. Bellies. Bellies sprang upright, her heart racing. What did she just hear? Section 3. The chat group, previously idle, is set to commence work today. Once again, the mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Ding! Inviting members. Ding! Elder Spot has joined the chat group. Ding! The unfortunate priestess has joined the chat group. Ding! I am not a spider has joined the chat group. After 3 consecutive notifications, Bellies took note of the chat group's activity, briefly exploring its functions before her gaze shifted to the newly added members. Well, those are peculiar names. Within the chat group, apart from herself, 3 avatars were illuminated. Bellies sent a message into the chat group. World's first princess. Hey, is anyone there? If so, please respond. I am the group leader, Bellies. My nickname seems rather odd too. Then, a sudden rush of wind swept through, followed by a piercing scream. Chapter 3. A heart-wrenching scene with Zhu Zhuqing as the light faded. The scene before her re-emerged. Zhu Zhuqing found herself facing Su Qing, who stood before her wielding a bloodied lightsaber, its tip angled toward the ground, droplets of blood cascading down. In that moment, as she gazed at Su Qing's silhouette, an inexplicable sense of safety enveloped her. To her astonishment, she noticed two cloaked figures lying on the ground before Su Qing. Their bodies marked by deep gashes, blood oozing from their wounds as they convulsed on the floor. In an instant, he had dispatched two level 27 Soul Masters. Zhu Zhuqing was utterly taken aback. Su Qing's earlier display of power was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, the remaining two Soul Masters were equally bewildered. Their party of 4 seasoned assassins with extensive combat experience had been effortlessly bested by this young man. Teamwork. I refuse to believe he possesses limitless soul power. One of the level 29 Soul Masters bellowed, feeling deeply humiliated. Third soul skill, Eagle's Claw. He leaped into the air, a golden eagle spirit manifesting behind him. Its formidable strength evident as it swooped down with razor-sharp talons aimed at Su Qing and Zhu Zhuqing. Third soul skill, Vine Forest. The other level 28 Soul Master placed his palm on the ground, summoning endless vines that surged towards Su Qing. Be careful, Zhu Zhuqing urgently warned. Transforming into several afterimages as she unleashed her soul skill, rushing toward the control-type Soul Master. I've been waiting for you. The level 29 Soul Master, with a sneer, prepared to unleash his most potent attack on Zhu Zhuqing. I have also been anticipating you. At that moment, Su Qing made his move, hurling the sword of light as if it were an arrow, striking with unparalleled ferocity and a formidable piercing effect. You insignificant Soul Master, the assassin derided Su Qing, dismissing him due to his mere 2 soul rings, which indicated he was at the Soul Master level. His earlier success against the 2 assassins had merely been a stroke of luck, catching them off guard with his soul skill. However, the next instant, his laughter was silenced. The sword of light forcefully pierced through his soul skill, driving straight through his chest. Ah! A scream erupted as he plummeted from the air. Rage consumed him. Was this truly a Soul Master? Had he lost his mind? Such a razor-sharp sword, possessing armor-piercing capabilities, was a rarity even among the most powerful assault-type Soul Masters. Light shining brightly. With a thunderous roar, Su Qing erupted in a blinding white light. The 29th level Soul Master felt a chilling dread pierce his heart, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. Yet, before he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he felt a sudden warmth at his neck. And then darkness enveloped him. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing was preparing to confront the 28th level control system Soul Master when a blinding white light obscured her vision. Though she could see nothing, a piercing scream echoed through the air. In an instant, Su Qing appeared before her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and urgently whispering, "We must leave at once." Before she could fully grasp the situation, Su Qing held her tightly, racing away into the distance. After a few minutes, she watched Su Qing, drenched in sweat, feeling a mix of concern and slight embarrassment. With a cool demeanor, she said, "You please put me down at once." Moments later, Su Qing came to a halt, gently placing Zhu Zhuqing down, and remarked, "I have already run 10 miles. They should not be able to catch up so swiftly." Observing the somewhat displeasing expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, he forced a smile and continued, "Sister, who exactly are you? It is astonishing that you have attracted such a multitude of assassins. Moreover, I suspect that what we encountered earlier was merely the first wave. There may be others lying in wait for us to lower our guard, poised to strike with lethal intent." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, a trace of guilt surfaced on Zhu Zhuqing's countenance. "I am truly sorry for putting you in such peril. I am immensely grateful for your assistance." She too understood that behind the earlier assassin, there could very well be additional foes lurking in the shadows. Su Qing led her away, avoiding entanglements with other assassins. A prudent choice indeed. My identity is rather intricate. Zhu Zhuqing, reluctant to divulge her own secrets, swiftly changed the subject, exclaiming, "Su Qing, you are remarkably strong. Although you possess merely 2 soul rings, I can sense that your soul power exceeds at least 20. The ranks of Soul Masters are categorized from level 1 to 9 as Soul Practitioners, and from 10 to 29 as Soul Masters and Great Soul Masters. Su Qing, at such a tender age, has ascended to the level of a Great Soul Master. While not the most exceptional prodigy, she undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent. It is quite astonishing that such a gifted individual has not been enrolled in the academy." Reflecting on how Su Qing did not even unleash her martial soul earlier, yet demonstrated her soul skills with radiant brilliance and formidable strength, clearly leaning towards the offensive spectrum, I find myself increasingly curious about her martial soul. After all, I am 2 or 3 years her senior, yet your soul power surpasses mine. You must be around the 26th or 27th level, am I correct? Zhu Zhuqing praised Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing replied, my background is rather intricate. I have trained quite well since childhood, benefiting from a simulated cultivation environment. Yet, you have achieved such strength without those resources, which is truly remarkable. By the way, I sense your soul abilities are formidable. At the very least possessing 2 exceptionally high-quality century-old soul rings. You are also backed by a powerful force. Though you choose to conceal your identity and remain reticent about it, Zhu Zhuqing neither confirmed nor denied. Let us speak no more of this and hasten our journey. Aiming to reach Soto City by the day after tomorrow. Witnessing Zhu Qing's demeanor, she increasingly suspected that he was backed by a formidable force. And perhaps even that Zhu Qing was not his true name. He possessed the ability to unleash a radiant martial spirit. Her mind began to race with possibilities. The two traveled cautiously along the way, yet they encountered no further attacks. Eventually, they arrived at Soto City, where Shrek Academy was located. Here, they should be able to meet Ah-san and Xiaowu, right? Zhu Qing contemplated that the day was growing late. Shall we find a hotel to rest for a while? Zhu Qing inquired. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhu Qing did not possess much wealth, relying primarily on her support. However, she and Zhu Qing had become quite good friends, and she understood Zhu Qing's financial constraints, which made her willing to assist him in return. Allow me to inform you that couple's suite has been reserved by this young master. As they approached a hotel, a chilling voice resonated from within. Zhu Qing gazed upon the scene, and lo and behold, it was indeed Dai Mubai and Tang San whom he had encountered. Dai Mubai, with an air of arrogance and dominance, was embracing a pair of enchanting sisters, exuding the charm of a dashing libertine. Yet, standing before him was Tang San. However, this detail held little significance. Zhu Qing gazed at a girl beside Tang San, who possessed exceptionally long legs and an endearing, innocent demeanor. That was Xiaowu. In contrast to Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu embodied a pure and refreshing charm, radiating an undeniable cuteness in her present state. Zhu Qing regained his senses and beheld beside him Zhu Zhuqing. Her complexion as pale as death, her eyes rimmed with red, tears cascading down her cheeks, and her entire body trembling. Her hands were clenched tightly, with faint traces of blood seeping through. In this moment, Zhu Zhuqing must be engulfed in profound sorrow, feeling as though all her sacrifices had been in vain. How could her fiancé be here, vying for the affection of 2 beautiful sisters in such a manner? Zhu Qing fell into a brief silence, quietly producing a piece of paper and handing it to Zhu Zhuqing without uttering a word. In that moment, the comparison between Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's heart shattered her defenses, causing her to break down and weep. Chapter 4. Meeting Xiaowu. This is no time for tears. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's tears, Zhu Qing felt a pang of heartache. How could such a beautiful girl be brought to tears? Dai Mubai truly was a tormentor. He instinctively wanted to approach and confront him, but was seized by Zhu Zhuqing, who hid behind a pillar. She felt utterly embarrassed and resolutely refused to allow herself to be humiliated further. Observing Zhu Zhuqing in this state, Zhu Qing understood that her pride would not permit her to rush out and compete with those 2 blooming flowers. As someone familiar with the original narrative, Zhu Qing recognized that this was just before the protagonist Tang San officially enrolled in Shrek Academy. This meant he still had the opportunity to join the academy. Even with the assistance of a system, cultivating outside was merely a rudimentary path. Thus, entering Shrek Academy would undoubtedly elevate his abilities. Indeed, Xiaosan and Xiaowu soon confronted Dai Mubai. None of the 3 would yield, and according to the original plot, Xiaosan was supposed to engage in a battle with Dai Mubai here. However, now, it seemed that he intended to disrupt the flow. Really? Are you not being a bit too domineering? Zhu Qing exclaimed as he stepped forward, crossing his arms, much to the surprise of Zhu Zhuqing, who had no chance to intervene. The previously tense standoff took a turn as the parties involved were taken aback by Zhu Qing's sudden appearance, their expressions less than amiable. Zhu Qing, however, stood beside Xiaowu, flashing her a grin. His current objective was to become acquainted with her. Although Xiaowu possessed an innocent appearance, she was, at her core, a fierce combatant with a fiery temperament. With a disdainful huff directed at Zhu Qing, she resumed her confrontation with Dai Mubai. We will absolutely not relinquish our room to you. If you desire it, come and claim it by your own merit. Such audacity. Did he believe that attaining the rank of a great soul master rendered him extraordinary? Dai Mubai scoffed, shaking off the pair of sisters he had been holding, preparing to engage in battle. Indeed, Xiao San stepped forward, confronting Dai Mubai, and the two quickly became entangled in combat. Initially, they refrained from utilizing their soul power, opting instead for a contest of fists and feet. Xiao San, relying on his Xianyu hand, gained the upper hand. Dai Mubai was forced back several steps, his expression shifting as he coldly remarked, "To compel me to wield my soul power, it seems you are indeed no ordinary opponent." Unfazed, Xiao San gazed at him with a steely glare. "Then, let us proceed." Dai Mubai spread his arms, declaring with a chilling voice, "Dai Mubai, martial soul white tiger. 37th level soul sovereign, I welcome your guidance." Xiao San, equally unyielding, began to summon his martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing stood by, observing the battle. Dai Mubai held a significant advantage over Tang San at this moment, swiftly gaining the upper hand. However, he was not a cunning individual and did not take pleasure in overpowering the weak. He aimed merely to deliver a measured response. According to the original course of events, Tang San was destined to lose today, but circumstances had changed with Zhu Qing's involvement. As Dai Mubai unleashed his third spirit skill, Zhu Qing, who had been motionless until that moment, sprang into action. Grasping the sword of light, he struck forcefully at his opponent. Sensing the impending danger, Dai Mubai quickly retreated from Tang San's side to defend against Zhu Qing's luminous blade. At the instant of their clash, a brilliant white aura erupted, prompting everyone nearby to instinctively shield their eyes. Soon, they separated, both landing on the ground. Dai Mubai's expression darkened. "Do you understand the rules? That was an ambush. Do you realize?" Emerging from behind a pillar, Zhu Zhuqing joined Zhu Qing's side, frowning at Dai Mubai. They had only met as children and had long since forgotten each other, their connection now merely a remnant of a betrothal. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the two pale-faced sisters at the counter, her anger flaring. Right before Dai Mubai, she entwined her arm with Zhu Qing's, declaring, "Stop fighting." With such a beautiful woman beside him and their intimate gesture, Zhu Qing had no inclination to continue the battle. Ignoring Dai Mubai, he smiled at Tang San and Xiao Wu, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Zhu Qing, and my spirit is light." "Light?" Dai Mubai paused, recalling the spirit skill he had just used, his brow furrowing slightly. "You are not a weapon spirit?" "Not at all," Zhu Qing huffed, his gaze clearly expressing his displeasure. Dai Mubai, puzzled by Zhu Qing's animosity towards him, chose to dismiss it. He waved his hand and smiled, saying, "In that case, you must perform well at Shrek Academy. If anything arises, feel free to seek me out. The room is yours." With that, he turned and departed, not sparing a glance at the sisters. Watching his retreating figure, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of discomfort, uncertain of his true intentions. Could it be that he did not recognize her at all? Zhu Qing smiled at Xiao Wu, conveying his goodwill. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu was no naive fool. Despite his handsome appearance, she still recalled the reckless act he had just committed. "Your name is Zhu Qing, isn't it? Where do you come from? How can you be so ignorant of the rules? When soul masters spar, how can you suddenly strike?" Xiao Wu looked at him with disdain. Zhu Qing was also aware that in the Douluo Continent, it was against the rules for soul masters to engage in surprise attacks during sparring. His actions were merely an attempt to familiarize himself with those present. Upon meeting Xiao Wu's questioning gaze, Zhu Qing immediately altered his demeanor, lowering his head and murmuring, "I was unaware of the regulations governing soul master duels. I just emerged from my village and saw him bullying others, so I instinctively wanted to lend a hand. It was not my intention." Xiao San quickly stepped forward to shield Xiao Wu, asserting, "You claim it was unintentional? I merely wished to assist." Zhu Qing wore an expression of utmost innocence. Observing this, Tang San chuckled softly. "Since it was merely a misunderstanding, let us dismiss it. Thank you for your assistance." With that, he took the key to the door and, grasping Xiao Wu's hand, turned to leave. Xiao Wu, however, glanced back and made a playful face. Zhu Qing smiled and tilted his head to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing. "So, will you still seek out your fiancé?" "No, I won't. I am determined to attend Shrek Academy." Zhu Zhuqing swiftly adjusted her mindset and looked at him. "What about you? Since all of you are at Shrek Academy, naturally, I shall go as well." Zhu Qing did not voice his innermost thoughts, but merely gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, "May I go?" As long as one's soul power reached the 20th level, along with 100 gold soul coins, it would suffice. Zhu Zhuqing regarded him, stating, "Your strength is formidable. You must surely meet the 20th level. I shall cover the registration fee." Her willingness to spend money on him suggested that she was already harboring some other sentiments within her heart. Zhu Qing felt a surge of delight and immediately nodded. "Then I am truly grateful. No need for formalities," Zhu Zhuqing replied as she produced some money, securing 2 rooms. She handed him one of the keys and added, "However, you must agree to one condition." Chapter 5. Journey to Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing took the key and said, "I shall not disclose the nature of your relationship." "Thank you." In Zhu Zhuqing's heart, a comparison began to form once more. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a handsome visage and a heart brimming with consideration. However, his fiancé, the man he yearned for, sighed deeply as he made his way to his room with a key in hand. Upon entering, the system promptly issued a directive. Target individual detected. Would you like to check in? Check in, Zhu Zhuqing responded, nearly bursting with anticipation. It was only natural. He had invested considerable effort to forge a connection with Tang San and Xiao Wu, so how could he possibly forego this opportunity? Although his initial impression was not particularly favorable, he remained confident that their relationship could be transformed through continued interaction. Moreover, Tang San was the genuine protagonist, perpetually enveloped in the aura of a leading character. Aligning himself with Tang San would undoubtedly yield benefits. Currently, he was merely a novice soul master and needed to maintain a low profile. Following the protagonist was certainly a prudent choice. With a successful check-in, the system issued a reward, a storage wristband. As the system concluded its announcement, Zhu Zhuqing glanced down to find a wristband adorning his arm. This item was also possessed by Tang San, who had 24 storage compartments, each capable of holding 1 cubic meter of items. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's wristband boasted 16 compartments, each equally capable of accommodating 1 cubic meter, which, while inferior to Tang San's, was still sufficiently ample for his needs. Presently, his hands were empty, lacking an abundance of items to store. In the Douluo Continent, soul power, soul skills, and martial souls were undeniably significant. However, equally vital was the presence of wealth. "Oh, system, pray tell, you wouldn't truly deprive me of any monetary resources, would you?" Zhu Zhuqing lay on the bed, overwhelmed with despair. As he was about to enter Shrek Academy, he couldn't help but wonder if he would merely follow Zhu Zhuqing around, living off her generosity. This thought deepened his gloom. He had no desire to be a mere pretty face. Even if he were handsome, considerate, and understanding, how could he truly win a woman's heart by relying on her wealth? Upon befriending the protagonist, there would be rewards to reap, as the system offered a thoughtful reminder. Zhu Zhuqing immediately sat up and began to meditate. At present, he possessed 2 martial souls, one bright and one dark. Such dual martial souls are exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent. Besides the protagonist himself, Tang San, who concealed his own second martial soul, would naturally not unveil his secret either. After all, possessing extraordinary talent could sometimes be more of a burden than a blessing. Outside, various sects and the 2 great empires were watching closely. In another part of the room, Xiao Wu lay joyfully on the bed, gazing at Tang San. "Brother, what do you think of Zhu Zhuqing? Why is he so reckless?" Although his impulsiveness stemmed from ignorance, he could be considered a person of passion and warmth. Furthermore, he had assisted us, and you ought to express gratitude towards him. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a hint of helplessness. As for Daimubai, we should refrain from meddling in his personal preferences. Yet, he is not a bad person. He has not used his strength to intimidate the weak. Otherwise, we would not have escaped unscathed today. Brother, are they all going to Shrek Academy? This is going to be lively. Xiao Wu giggled. However, Tang San held a different view. He sighed. The admissions process for Shrek Academy is rather peculiar, so we must exercise caution. I truly wonder what Master is thinking, inviting us there. Is there something amiss with the Intermediate Academy? Xiao Wu rested her chin on her hands. Brother, stop pondering and just sleep, okay? Tang San's face flushed slightly. You take the bed, and I shall sleep on the sofa. After a night of adjustment, the 4 individuals reconvened in the hall. Reflecting on the bond formed yesterday, Tang San's demeanor towards Zhu Zhuqing had softened, and even Xiao Wu was considerably more amiable. Hello again. Xiao Wu waved at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded immediately, indeed. We meet again. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were swollen and red, likely a result of weeping late into the night, and the swelling had yet to subside by morning. Are you also headed to Shrek Academy? Perhaps we could go together. Xiao Wu, with her vivacious spirit, had enough time overnight to forget many things. Zhu Zhuqing eagerly wished to engage with them further, nodding in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling rather disheartened, chose to remain silent, accompanying them as they made their way toward Shrek Academy. After a few steps, Xiao Wu leaped onto Tang San's back, requesting him to carry her. Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Are you fatigued? Would you like me to carry you? No need. Zhu Zhuqing replied with an air of aloofness. She was not one to indulge in such displays of affection. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, where indeed, A lengthy queue had formed. The group stood at the back, peering ahead. In a short while, they witnessed several parents embroiled in a heated argument with the registration staff, demanding a refund. The academy maintained a steadfast stance, refusing to return the registration fees. Learning from the experiences of others, many parents with non-compliant children departed. Soon, it was their turn. The target individual reappeared, inquiring, "Will you be checking in?" A notification from the system suddenly emerged. Zhu Zhuqing fixed his gaze and soon beheld a woman clad in a flowing green dress, exuding an ethereal aura. With a slightly haughty expression and a sweet, charming visage, she bore an air of pride that was unmistakable. Ning Rongrong? Given her appearance and demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing quickly made the connection. One could only say that this little princess, the object of countless adulations, was even more exquisite than he had imagined. Indeed. She swiftly passed the test and gained admission to Shrek Academy. In a fleeting glance amidst the crowd, Ning Rongrong noticed Zhu Zhuqing, who stood out like a crane among chickens, and offered him a subtle smile. Just that brief smile sent Zhu Zhuqing's heart into a flutter. Ning Rongrong was truly deserving of her reputation. Is a check-in required? The system prompted once more. The cold notification yanked him back from his reverie, clearing his throat awkwardly. He replied, "Check-in. Check-in successful. Please make haste to connect with the individuals you signed in with." The system informed him again. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing felt something new within his wristband. Upon inspection, it revealed gold soul coins. The system was indeed reliable, fulfilling its promise. He had received a total of 20,000 gold soul coins, ample enough to establish himself as a wealthy individual here. Before long, it was their turn. Their ages and soul power met the requirements, allowing them quick entry into Shrek Academy. Once inside, they lined up for the second round of examinations. Douluo V, as a senior, awaited the newcomers. Approaching them, he said, "If you can follow me directly to the fourth round of the exam." Chapter 6. Unbeknownst to whom, the group trailed behind Douluo V, heading to another area. At that moment, some in the crowd voiced their dissatisfaction. Why do they get to skip the exams and move straight to the fourth round while we must endure each round? Indeed, what gives? A few children clamored, discontented. Douluo V remained unfazed, crossing his arms and regarding the youngsters with a faint smile. He replied nonchalantly, "If you can possess innate full soul power, or if your soul power reaches level 20 or above, you may also bypass the tests and join me in the fourth round." The children exchanged glances, their discontent only growing. That's impossible. There can't be anyone with innate full soul power. Besides, we are all of similar age, how could they possibly have reached level 20 soul power? One child protested. Douluo V, undeterred, retrieved the soul-testing orb, and said, "Let us see for yourselves." Tang San was the first to test, boasting innate full soul power. Currently at level 29. Next was Xiao Wu, followed by Zhu Zhuqing. Though his martial soul had manifested late, he too possessed innate full soul power, precisely at level 20. Surprised, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. "Didn't he expect you to also have innate full soul power?" "Haha, what a coincidence," Zhu Zhuqing replied. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward for her test, revealing a level 27 soul power. At this point, the previously discontented children fell silent, recognizing that they indeed could not compare to these individuals. "Do you know why we are Shrek Academy? Do you know what Shrek is? Shrek is a monster. And we only accept monsters. We do not accept waste," Douluo V declared, his tone brimming with pride as he surveyed the children. The children received a crushing blow to their morale, lowering their heads like frostbitten eggplants. "Hot sausages, get your hot sausages here." At that moment, a small cart rolled over, manned by a young man sporting a mustache, who shouted loudly about his sausages. Zhu Zhuqing recognized him at a glance. This was Oscar, the sausage soul master. His sausages were indeed exceptional, yet his soul incantation was another matter. "Hey, would you care for some sausages?" Oscar beamed at everyone, introducing himself as Little Ao. "For just 5 copper soul coins, you can savor my delectable sausages." "Little Ao, you should really keep those sausages for yourself," Douluo V scoffed. "How many times must I tell you not to sell sausages within the academy? Isn't that disgusting?" Oscar remained cheerful, but these are the new students. They wouldn't know any better. "Very well, then you shall prepare one right here," Douluo V replied, crossing his arms and tilting his head. Oscar's smile faded, and he appeared somewhat embarrassed as he muttered, "Senior, must I really do it?" "You must," Douluo V insisted firmly. With no other choice, Oscar began crafting a sausage, and soon a steaming sausage materialized in his hands. He bellowed, "Behold, I possess a grand sausage." Tang San couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Although Zhu Zhuqing had read the original work and anticipated this moment, hearing it firsthand was undeniably shocking. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu quickly realized the situation and turned crimson. Oscar looked helplessly at them. What can I say? We are food-type soul masters, and to create food, we must loudly proclaim our soul incantations. It's a necessity. Though the taste is quite delightful. Care for a taste? Before uttering such an absurd incantation, one might have considered sampling it, but after hearing such a ridiculous soul incantation, who could still muster the appetite? Humph, you can keep it for yourself. Xiao Wu pouted, stamping her foot, her rabbit ears quivering in tandem. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who, though typically indifferent and unsmiling, secretly blushed. All right, follow me, Dai Mubai declared, clapping his hands. Let us proceed directly to the fourth round of examinations. The group snapped back to reality and followed Dai Mubai to another location. At that moment, a clear female voice chimed in from the crowd. If reaching level 20 in soul power exempts one from the second and third rounds of examination, I believe I qualify. Wow, this young lady is stunning. Would you like a sausage? Oscar approached Ning Rongrong eagerly, his sincerity evident. He had shouted his soul incantation loudly enough for several miles to hear, so naturally, Ning Rongrong had caught wind of it. She shook her head. No, thank you. You can keep it for yourself. All right, let us proceed to the fourth round of examinations, Dai Mubai said, crossing his arms and walking ahead. He always carried an air of subtle arrogance. At Shrek Academy, we have only 3 students so far, and our graduation requirements are quite stringent. One must reach level 40 in soul power before the age of 20 to graduate. Otherwise, one cannot. As Dai Mubai walked, he began to explain the academy's circumstances. Level 40 before 20? That seems excessively harsh. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. Dai Mubai, however, took great pride in this. You must understand. Every student graduating from Shrek Academy is exceptional. They possess both status and prestige. Not to mention, I've already mentioned that we only recruit prodigies, not useless individuals. So, is that why you are so impoverished? Zhu Zhuqing pointedly inquired. Dai Mubai shot him a glance and cleared his throat. Our dean has stated, better to have fewer. But better. However, the academy's financial situation is indeed dire. If not for my family's support, we probably wouldn't have made it through last year. Dai Mubai shrugged his shoulders. Before long, they arrived at the venue for the fourth round of examinations. Zhu Zhuqing instantly recognized the muscular man sitting there as the formidable Zhao Wujin, the unmoved king. A truly mighty presence. According to the original plot, this was an opportune moment for Tang San to show off. However, this time, it was he who would take center stage. Teacher Zhao, these are the students exempted from the examination this year, Dai Mubai said to the man. The man opened his eyes, exclaiming, Oh, so 5 little monsters have come to report this year? He rose, exuding an aura of intimidation. His gaze swept over each of them, emanating a powerful pressure. When his eyes landed on Ning Rongrong, surprise flickered across his face. When did members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School come out? I came out quietly. My family doesn't know, Ning Rongrong replied softly. The mention of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School shocked everyone present except for Zhu Zhuqing. They never anticipated that the princess of the healing sect, the young lady from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, would also attend Shrek Academy. Was this a blessing or a curse? Chapter 7. 5 against 1. Since you are here, you are all students. Regardless of your backgrounds, you must all pass my examination. Zhao Wujin declared as he stood up and stretched his muscles, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he regarded the group of little monsters. Dai Mubai stepped forward, ready for the challenge. However, Zhao Wujin barely glanced at him. Instead, he produced an incense stick from seemingly nowhere and lit it. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to devise a battle plan. If you can withstand my might for that duration, you will succeed. Teacher Zhao, that may not be appropriate. They are merely great soul masters. Should you personally engage? Dai Mubai's expression shifted with concern. Zhao Wujin snorted dismissively. The dean is absent, so I am the highest authority here. What I say goes. Very well, it seems you are the unfortunate ones, Dai Mubai shrugged. Originally, your opponent was me, but now it's Teacher Zhao. You'll have to fend for yourselves. Shall we step forward, saying, we're all nearing level 30. 5 against 1 should not be too difficult, right? Perhaps it will be quite challenging, Zhu Zhuqing sighed. He glanced at Zhao Wujin and murmured. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the powerful Golden Bear, a top-tier beast martial soul. He is currently at the Soul Sage level with soul power of 78. The most crucial aspect is that his martial soul is so formidable that it possesses virtually no weaknesses, not to mention us novices. Even soul masters of the same level would find it difficult to defeat Teacher Zhao. What? Then what shall we do? Xiao Wu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Daimu Bai's intended words were stolen by Zhu Zhuqing, who clearly irked him. I didn't expect you to know so much, he remarked. Come on, time is limited. Let us finalize our offensive strategy. Zhu Zhuqing immediately crouched down, gathering 5 stones to arrange their formation. Daimu Bai, feeling overlooked, wore a grim expression, eager to see what this reckless individual could conjure. Xiao Wu, you excel in close combat, so we will try to get you close to Teacher Zhao. At that point, let Ning Rongrong empower your soul power. This will elevate your attack attributes by at least 30%. Tang San, you are skilled in control techniques. Your blue silvergrass can assist us in restraining Teacher Zhao. With the treasures from your spatial storage, we may secure a slim chance of survival. He then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Your martial soul is the spectral cat, known for its agility and sharpness. Therefore, you two will lead the offense while Tang San focuses on control and Ning Rongrong provides support. Everyone stared at Zhu Zhuqing in surprise. How do you know so much about each of us? Xiao Wu asked curiously. You've arranged everything. What about yourself? What will you do? On the battlefield? Eliminate the support first, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile. I will protect Ning Rongrong. As long as she remains safe, you can sustain your output. Tang San exchanged glances with Xiao Wu, both acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Very well, it is settled then. With their plan complete, they were all in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Wujin impatiently stomped his foot. Have you all finished your discussion? The 5 of them took their stances. We're ready, Teacher Zhao. Let us begin. Zhao Wujin dismissed the 5 little monsters with a wave and lit another incense stick. Come forth. Let me see just how formidable you are. He too assumed a battle stance. Given the necessity to endure for the duration of the incense stick's burn, it was evidently unwise to confront Zhao Wujin head-on. The strategy was to prolong the encounter. Xiao Wu took the initiative, engaging Zhao Wujin in combat. Her martial soul, a rabbit, endowed her with immense power in her waist and legs, and with the assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, her attack power doubled. Unfortunately, in Zhao Wujin's eyes, this was merely a trivial display. He charged directly at Ning Rongrong, aware of the battlefield principle of targeting the support first. Zhu Zhuqing remained closely beside Ning Rongrong. In the instant Zhao Wujin approached, he activated his soul skill, Sword of Light. The luminous sword struck fiercely towards Zhao Wujin's palm. Its dazzling brilliance compelled even the mightiest to squint against the blinding light. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick, while Zhu Zhuqing coordinated from behind, launching an assault on Zhao Wujin. Zhu Zhuqing gently wrapped one arm around Ning Rongrong's waist, guiding her to a place of safety. Are you all right? He inquired with genuine concern. The proximity between them caused Ning Rongrong to blush as she gazed at the strikingly handsome Zhu Zhuqing, and she softly replied, I'm fine. However, she had just suffered a subtle setback in their initial clash. Zhao Wujin's expression shifted dramatically, violent diamond bear. He promptly summoned his martial spirit, enveloping himself in its power, and in an instant, he grew twice his size, appearing as fierce and robust as a bear. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San swiftly activated his soul skill, effectively restraining Zhao Wujin. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of Zhao Wujin's formidable soul power, which rendered Tang San utterly incapable of subduing him. Casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, he urged, unleash your soul skill. The 7 treasure glazed tower manifested, augmenting the strength of her comrades. Tang San's entanglement intensified, while Xiao Wu's power surged exponentially. She nimbly circled around Zhao Wujia, her feet never ceasing their relentless assault. Xiao San, now is the moment. Use your hidden weapon. Zhu Zhuqing bellowed protectively in front of Ning Rongrong. Yet, Tang San hesitated, opting instead to persist with his soul skills in a desperate struggle. At that crucial juncture, Xiao Wu suddenly positioned herself before Zhao Wujia, commencing her seductive technique. Xiao San, intercept her. The backlash could be devastating. Zhu Zhuqing shouted once more. However, he was swifter than his own words. Just as the backlash threatened to ensnare Xiao Wu, he grasped her rabbit ears and retreated, leaving Zhao Wujia to strike at nothing but air. Enraged, Zhao Wujia truly began to take the battle seriously, letting out a furious roar as he effortlessly broke free from Tang San's blue-silver grass entanglement. Zhu Zhuqing tugged at Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, relentlessly pursued by Zhao Wuji. Tang San, for heaven's sake, unleash your hidden weapons. Otherwise, we are doomed. Zhu Zhuqing dashed around in a frenzy, not forgetting to hold on to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, exclaiming, let me go. Release me. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Wuji's arm. While he was momentarily distracted, she swiftly grabbed him. Hiss! Zhao Wuji grunted in response. What sharp claws! The nether cat. Splendid. Indeed. Hearing Su Qing's plea, Tang Sen disregarded everything else and immediately unleashed his second spirit ability, Ghost Vine, Parasitic. Zhao Wuji found himself ensnared by countless vines that rose from the ground. Feeling the ghostly vines piercing his skin, he scoffed, though your ghost vines are toxic. Your level is too low. Such poison cannot harm me. Chapter 8. Building rapport. The earlier scene left Tang San with lingering unease. Had it not been for Su Qing's quick discovery and agile movements, Xiao Wu might have fallen victim to her own charm technique. Indeed, one must not play the fool, for it is all too easy to become the fool. Tang San, no longer holding back, frantically summoned his hidden weapons, hurling them all towards Zhao Wuji. Caught off guard, Zhao Wuji struggled to respond, and Su Qing saw his chance. With a roar, he called out, Ningrongrong, activating his second spirit ability, Agility Amplification. Ningrongrong once again summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, enhancing Su Qing's speed. Su Qing, wielding the radiant sword, dashed with remarkable speed to stand before Zhao Wuji. As Zhao found himself flustered by Tang San's hidden weapons, Su Qing struck fiercely, bringing his blade down towards Zhao's face. The blinding light compelled Zhao to instinctively shut his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, Tang San's concealed weapon pierced through his body. Not to be outdone, Tang San leaped high and delivered a powerful blow to Zhao's face. Consequently, Zhao Wuji's imposing figure collapsed like a mountain. As the incense burned down to precisely a stick's duration, each of the 5 individuals bore varying degrees of injury, yet they had successfully passed this trial. Zhao Wuji arose from the ground, his face ashen, fixing a piercing gaze upon Su Qing. Such despicable tactics at such a young age. Su Qing shrugged nonchalantly. What wrong have I done? I merely discern their strengths and weaknesses. Zhao snorted, retorting, on the battlefield, one cannot find a comrade to confidently entrust their back to. Apologies. Teacher Zhao, but just moments ago, all 4 of them entrusted their backs to me, Su Qing replied with unwavering confidence. This battle had solidified his standing among them. Given his association with the protagonist, it was essential to cultivate good relationships. Tang San stepped forward, addressing Zhao. Teacher Zhao, I used hidden weapons solely to pass the examination. Allow me to assist you in removing them now. Very well, Zhao Wuji responded, his gaze towards Tang San now tinged with admiration, though his regard for Su Qing was laced with a touch of resentment. Though the 5 children had showcased their unique abilities, the one with the lowest spirit power was, in fact, the most formidable. He approached combat with intellect. From the initial strategic deployment to the utilization of his teammates, his actions were astute and precise, maximizing each member's skills. This synergy led to a spectacular and seamless battle. The entire Shrek Academy had been thoroughly ravaged by their efforts. Despite enduring for the duration of an incense stick and passing the examination, the disparity between a soul master below level 30 and one at level 78 remained fundamentally significant. They had overexerted themselves, each sustaining some degree of injury. Xiao Wu, in particular, fainted from exhaustion, collapsing into Su Qing's arms. Soft and fragrant, Xiao Wu lay in his embrace, making it difficult for him to remain composed. However, in the next moment, Tang San snatched her away. I'll take you all to the dormitory, Dai Mubai interjected, his gaze towards Su Qing laden with complexity. He sensed a subtle hostility from Su Qing, despite his certainty of not knowing him. As they had matured, co-ed dormitories were no longer permissible. It was best to entrust Xiao Wu to the girls. Dai Mubai shot a glance at Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to take Xiao Wu, assuring, rest easy. Su Qing and Tang Sen followed Dai Mubai as they made their way toward the dormitory building. Originally, it was supposed to be Oscar sharing a room with Tang San. But now, it had transformed into Su Qing rooming with Tang San instead. This is your dormitory, Dai Mubai declared, crossing his arms as he stood at the entrance. His gaze, fraught with complexity, was fixed on Su Qing. Who exactly are you? How do you possess such intricate knowledge of everyone's soul skills and ranks? Is that really so difficult to comprehend? Aren't you aware? Su Qing shrugged nonchalantly. Don't get any ideas about me. I'm not interested in you. Perhaps you should seek out your female companions for amusement instead of causing trouble for innocent girls. At this point, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. He had initially thought that as classmates, there was no need for such contention, yet he did not anticipate Su Qing's aggressive demeanor. Are you looking for a fight? Su Qing interjected before Dai Mubai could continue. Apologies, but I just finished a bout and am quite fatigued. If you wish for a confrontation, You might as well find your female companions. Tang San, noticing the escalating tension between the two, hurriedly intervened. Enough, enough. Let us not quarrel. That's the senior's personal life. Why must we discuss it? While it is indeed a bit excessive to indulge in both, ultimately it is their own affair. If one is unencumbered by any marital ties, then having a bit of fun is their prerogative. However, to frolic around while bound by an engagement is truly lacking in integrity. With a scoff, Dai Mubai retorted, I want to argue with you. And with a huff of irritation, he turned to leave. Zhu Zhuqing, however, transformed from his previously aggressive demeanor to a cheerful smile as he gazed at Tang San. You were truly impressive just now. How do you possess so many hidden weapons? Not wanting to dwell on the topic of concealed arms, Tang San nearly overlooked it. He regarded Zhu Zhuqing with caution and inquired, who exactly are you? Zhu Zhuqing was aware that Tang San was not a genuine teenager. Within him resided a mature soul, reborn with the memories of the Tang sect. Thus, the frivolous words meant to deceive a child could not possibly mislead him. To forge a bond of true friendship, the first step must be honesty. What I see, Zhu Zhuqing indicated towards his spatial realm, I recognize, which is why I can perceive what lies within. What did you say? Tang San asked, astonished. Is that true? Then tell me, what do you see? Zhu Zhuqing. How could he possibly know the specifics of what lay within? Yet, he spoke with the familiarity of one recounting treasured memories, the hidden weapons crafted by you, as well as Xiao Wu's garments and shoes. All right, enough of that. I believe what you say, Tang San interjected, taken aback. I never anticipated you possessed such remarkable skills. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. I possess only level 20 soul power, a far cry from your prowess. Tang San sincerely remarked, you are quite impressive yourself, aside from me. You are the first innate full soul power soul master I have encountered. This innate full soul power is not a common trait, apart from Tang San. Only Oscar shares this distinction, albeit Tang San remains unaware of Oscar's abilities at this moment, while Zhu Zhuqing is cognizant of it. He smiled and added, in truth, it is not of great significance. Innate full soul power does not signify everything, little Oscar as well. Did you mention the big sausage? Tang San inquired in astonishment. How did you discern that? Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to the question. He merely sat on the bed, remarking, we have yet to meet the dean. I wonder what he will be like when we do tomorrow. Chapter 9. The examination. Since he did not wish to pursue the topic any further, Tang San naturally refrained from pressing him. Their relationship was still quite tenuous, and Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar nature prompted Tang San to gradually become more cautious. Zhu Zhuqing understood that he must be quite perplexed at the moment, yet he had no intention of providing an explanation. Soon, Oscar knocked and entered the room. Hey, you little monsters sure know how to stir things up, Oscar exclaimed with a boisterous laugh. This is the first time I've seen such new students since joining Shrek Academy. It's truly fascinating. It's a pity I wasn't there to witness it myself. Oscar blinked curiously at Tang San, subtly hinting for him to recount the specifics of that moment. Unfortunately, Tang San merely curled his lips in response. Who could disagree? By the way, I heard you all got injured. Would you like some sausages? My sausages work wonders, Oscar enthusiastically offered. Such was his nature, fervent and exuberant. However, recalling his spell, it was impossible to consume those sausages. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. No need for that. It's not a serious injury anyway. Your sausage is remarkably effective, and we want to require it. To express this with such elegance and grace. You truly possess a unique talent. Oscar, draping his arm over Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, laughed heartily. Our Shrek Academy hasn't hosted such a large gathering in many years. This year is truly a boon, especially with the presence of so many beautiful women. At this moment, Oscar's mind was filled with the image of Ning Rongrong's face. He swallowed hard and, with a smile, remarked, Tang San and Xiao Wu, you and Zhu Zhuqing, one must respect a friend's partner, cough cough, I mean. One should never overstep such boundaries. Therefore, I can only pursue Ning Rongrong, and fortunately, she is indeed stunning. Zhu Zhuqing looked at his unserious demeanor and burst into laughter. You are quite imaginative, aren't you? Ning Rongrong is also his. Oscar stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe it is time for me to tidy myself up a bit. Only then can I attract the attention of beautiful women. He then inquired, by the way, this sausage, are you truly not interested? Oscar produced the sausage once more. Tang San shook his head. I appreciate your kind gesture, but I must decline this time. Oscar shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, I came to inform you that tomorrow morning at 8. We shall gather on the playground. The dean has returned. With that, he waved goodbye with a cheerful smile and turned to leave. Oscar's enthusiasm seemed like an invisible flame, dispelling the cold indifference that lingered in the room. Zhu Zhuqing lay on his bed, activated the system, and began the process of signing in. After all, he had become acquainted with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. As long as one was familiar with the protagonists, rewards could be claimed. System. Sign in for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Apologies, but these two individuals are currently in a state of vigilance towards you and cannot be signed in. What? In a state of vigilance, and yet I am unable to sign in? Zhu Qing's expression shifted. I must earn their trust? The ultimate mission of the host is to assist Tang San in becoming the strongest on the Douluo Continent as soon as possible. What? Zhu Qing's expression grew increasingly grim. Initially, he believed that with the system at his disposal, he would ascend to the position of king in the Douluo Continent. Yet he was dismayed to discover that he was relegated to a supporting role. Was this not a cruel joke? It seemed he was destined to serve Tang San, to live and die for him, to charge headlong into obstacles on his behalf. Zhu Qing, in his fury, could only laugh bitterly. To put it succinctly, while the protagonist engaged in battle, he was merely the one to hand over the weapon. When the protagonist dined, he was left to prepare the meal. All his efforts were devoted to enhancing the protagonist's prowess. The situation had become abundantly clear. His soul power, soul skills, and martial soul were all geared towards serving others. Sitting on the bed, Zhu Qing's expression shifted continuously. Yet he ultimately failed to find an appropriate demeanor to confront this wretched reality. However, there lingered the possibility that if the host's soul power surpassed that of the protagonist, he could take their place. After uttering this phrase, the system fell utterly silent. Regardless of how Zhu Qing attempted to summon it with his thoughts, there was no response. Zhu Qing abruptly sat up like a carp leaping from the water, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Tang San on the opposite bed. What are you staring at? Tang San frowned, his expression tinged with displeasure as he returned Zhu Qing's gaze. Zhu Qing felt increasingly disgruntled. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and said, I just remembered that your hidden weapons have yet to be retrieved. Most of them are poisoned. What if someone inadvertently touches them? Could it lead to trouble? Indeed. Tang San immediately realized, having focused all his attention on Xiao Wu earlier and completely forgetting about it. Thank you. He hurriedly made his way outside. Watching Tang San's retreating figure, Zhu Qing clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the protagonist truly embodies the essence of a protagonist. His halo is blinding. Was it merely to play the sycophant to the heroes? For the sake of soul power, he was willing to endure. Zhu Qing tightened his fists. There would still be chances to surpass them later. There was no need to rush. Moreover, Tang San was inherently a person of deep loyalty and sentiment. In the Douluo Continent, individual strength held little significance. Teamwork was essential. He too required comrades he could trust with his back. With this thought, Zhu Qing's discomfort lessened. Furthermore, his most pressing objective was to win over Zhu Zhuqing. In the depths of the night, while Tang San was asleep, Zhu Qing quietly slipped out. He was aware that deep within the forest of Shrek Academy, a classic battle was unfolding. The title Douluo was fiercely battling the Soul Sage, a rare spectacle worth witnessing. It would be a grave disappointment not to go and see it. He stealthily infiltrated the surrounding forest and found a thick patch of grass to conceal himself. Soon, he sensed a powerful surge of soul energy. They were indeed arriving. Was this the might of a title Douluo? Even the mere act of walking exuded an aura. Although this was a title Douluo who had been defeated, he was still a remarkable figure in the Douluo Continent. Zhao Wujin's face turned ashen as he stood in the center of the forest, snorting, Who dares to play tricks in our Shrek Academy? It is I. Tang Hao retorted sharply, brandishing a hefty hammer and removing his cloak. You are a title Douluo? Zhao Wujin's expression shifted. The disparity in their soul powers was immense, and he recognized that he was no match for Tang Hao. I am here to challenge you, Tang Hao said, tapping the hammer with his fingers. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujin promptly knelt. I truly do not know where I have offended you. Please enlighten me. Even if I must die, let me die swiftly. Should you strike my son, the father shall naturally seek retribution, Tang Hao declared with conviction. In that moment, a small elderly figure flew down from the sky, landing gracefully beside Zhao Wujin. The old man looked somewhat disheveled and bowed respectfully to Tang Hao, my lord. Chapter 10. The confrontation. Tang Hao waved his hand dismissively. I am here to cause trouble. Upon hearing his words, the old man immediately grasped the situation. Could you possibly grant me a favor? Tang Hao flatly refused. No. The rejection was direct, merciless, and devoid of any courtesy. Zhu Qing concealed himself within the underbrush, barely containing his laughter. This was the allure of true power. When one possesses sufficient strength, one commands authority and is not beholden to anyone, free to act as one pleases. Have mercy, the old man murmured, retreating quietly. He had indeed made an effort. But alas, effort alone bore no fruit. Soon, a brilliant light erupted within the forest, accompanied by Zhao Wujie's anguished cries. From his hiding place, Zhu Zhuqing confronted for the first time the stark disparity of soul power levels, witnessing firsthand what it truly meant to be a formidable force. Zhao Wujie was formidable. Yet in the presence of Tang Hao, he could only scurry away in terror. Thus, the paramount objective was to grow stronger. Being a sycophant to the protagonist was certainly preferable to being a mere dog in the Douluo Continent. At last, Tang Hao had his fill of the altercation and ceased his assault. That lad is now in your care. Treat him well. Rest assured. We shall take good care of the young master, the dean assured him, stepping forward. Having a good father is indeed a blessing, even if he was unaware. A father would never allow his child to suffer indignities. Tang Hao arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly, having delivered a sound thrashing to Zhao Wujie before leaving. Zhao Wujie grimaced at the dean. You lack loyalty. Lack loyalty? Had I not interceded on your behalf, do you think you'd still be breathing? Who told you to bully a child? The dean retorted with a huff. When you strike the young, the old will inevitably come seeking retribution. Suddenly, sensing another presence in the forest, the dean soared into the air, casting a sweeping glance around until he uncovered Zhu Zhuqing, who was attempting to leave. Who are you to spy here? The dean inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhao Wujie, still fuming from his recent defeat, glared at Zhu Zhuqing with renewed fury. This is the new little monster who just enrolled today. Yes, you. It's you. Zhao Wujie approached, scrutinizing Zhu Zhuqing more closely, his anger intensifying, mingled with a tinge of grievance. What do you mean by striking the young? I was hardly taking advantage of these little brats during the day. And now the elders come seeking trouble at night. It's all your fault, you cunning little monster, plotting against me. Zhao Wujie ground his teeth in frustration. His martial spirit was the violent diamond bear, and thus his temperament mirrored that of his spirit. Generally, he was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Upon hearing this, the dean's interest piqued. Oh, you were outmaneuvered by him? Indeed, swiftly grasping the abilities of one's teammates and utilizing them to their fullest potential can maximize everyone's contributions. Although the unfortunate soul caught in the trap was me, I must admit, it was executed splendidly, Zhao Wujie remarked, patting Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder with a chuckle. Zhu Zhuqing could only feel that he was poised for revenge, for at this moment, he felt as though his shoulders might shatter under the weight. What are you doing here in the dead of night? The director furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded him, still fixated on the main issue. He was not like Zhao Wujie, that foolish giant, whose casual remarks could easily divert his attention. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but exclaim, this dean is indeed formidable. Dealing with the dean is quite a challenge. If I were to claim that I was lost, surely you would believe me, wouldn't you? Zhu Zhuqing chuckled foolishly. The dean leaned in closer. Do I appear foolish to you? Zhu Zhuqing began to laugh even more. Since the dean was not foolish, he might as well take on that role himself. It was a strategy born of necessity. Ah, so you wish to play the fool with me, do you? The dean scoffed. Run 20 laps around the academy first, lest you find yourself wandering aimlessly in the dead of night. With that, he turned to leave. However, he soon returned, fixing Zhu Zhuqing with a piercing gaze. About tonight's events. The dean could rest easy. I merely took a stroll because I could not sleep. I saw nothing at all, Zhu Zhuqing promptly assured him. Only then did the dean nod in satisfaction. It seemed this young man was indeed quite astute. Dean, since I am so understanding, might I run a few less laps? Not a chance. As expected, he was utterly merciless. Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to turn and flee. Initially, he believed that running 20 laps was a trivial matter. However, as he began to run, he soon realized that his soul power had been sealed, rendering him as powerless as an ordinary person, relying solely on his physical stamina. If the protagonist were to be caught eavesdropping, would he not directly seek to apprentice himself? As Zhu Zhuqing ran, he simmered with indignation. Upon completing the 20 laps, dawn had broken. Exhausted and feeling like a dog, he lacked the energy to return to his dormitory and could only find a random spot to sit down before succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Xin awoke with the intent to find Xiao Wu. Concern gnawed at him, for yesterday she had nearly been harmed by his own soul skill. Fortunately, Xiao Wu appeared unharmed, still lively and spirited. The two meandered through the academy until they soon stumbled upon a chubby boy and a young girl embroiled in a quarrel. The girl was weeping, seemingly seeking to end their relationship, yet the boy clung to her hand, crossing the line into harassment. Fueled by a sense of justice, Xiao Wu rushed forward, exclaiming, "Let her go." Her furious shout not only halted the boy but also startled the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing awake. Blinking in confusion, he emerged from behind a stone, only to encounter the fiery-haired Ma Hongjun. "Ah, Isn't this the evil fire phoenix? This is our matter. What concern is it of yours? Ma Hongjun scowled at Xiao Wu. However, upon locking eyes with her, his expression shifted, and he subtly flushed. Such was the nature of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. The sight of a beautiful girl would send him into a frenzy. Bullying a girl in broad daylight, how shameless. Xiao Wu huffed, launching an attack against him. Ma Hongjun, already on the brink of heartbreak and in a foul mood, became even more enraged upon hearing her words. He met Xiao Wu's assault with his own martial spirit. Is that a phoenix? Tang San exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Wu, stop. Let me handle this. No, I want to teach him a lesson myself. Xiao Wu retorted, quickening her onslaught. Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang San, crossing her arms as she spoke. Rest assured, he will not harm Xiao Wu. How can you be so certain? Tang San furrowed his brows. Where were you last night when you were not at the dormitory? Zhu Zhuqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could he possibly admit that he had gone out to revel the previous night and ended up being penalized with 20 laps? This chubby fellow was not a bad person. He was a student at Shrek Academy with a mutated martial spirit. Due to this mutation, it remained uncertain whether he was a mere earthbound chicken or a majestic phoenix. His martial spirit was unstable, and whenever he became emotionally agitated, it would unleash an overwhelming surge of dark fire, an experience all men could understand. Zhu Zhuqing regarded the chubby boy with a hint of sympathy. It was precisely this instability that caused his girlfriend to run away, one faster than the other. Chapter 11. Already accustomed, Tang San expressed his surprise. Is there truly such a martial spirit? Indeed, in their village, everyone possessed martial spirits that were entirely devoid of offensive capabilities, save for him, the aberrant spirit, the dark fire chicken. Zhu Zhuqing merely shrugged. The two combatants in the arena were engaged in a fierce exchange, with Xiao Wu nimbly evading her opponent's fiery assaults. Upon hearing the term dark fire chicken, Ma Hongjun's target shifted directly to Zhu Zhuqing. I'm a phoenix. Ma Hongjun bellowed, his flames intensifying. Just then, Douluo V arrived. Ma Hongjun, enough. Cease the fighting. Why should I stop? Ma Hongjun protested, reluctantly retracting his spirit abilities. Douluo V sighed in exasperation. These are our junior classmates, freshly enrolled this year. Classmates? Humph. Ma Hongjun scoffed. Douluo V shrugged. Apologies. He just experienced a breakup, so please try to understand. Is it because you cannot control yourself that you must face a breakup? Tang San observed him with a sympathetic gaze. Ma Hongjun shrugged again. I have long since grown accustomed to it. In fact, I can suppress my outbursts simply by eating. Rest assured, the dean has assured me he will find a solution for you. Douluo V comfortingly patted his shoulder. Ma Hongjun scoffed. I have no desire for you. Flaunting the pretty face while juggling 3 appointments a day. What nonsense are you spouting? Douluo V lowered his voice in warning. Stop pretending. I've seen you on dates with different girls. It's not easy for me to find a partner. Ma Hongjun lamented, frustration seeping through. Coincidentally, this conversation was overheard by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were approaching from behind. Ning Rongrong exhibited no reaction, but Zhu Zhuqing, with a cold gaze, cast a disappointed glance at Douluo V. If you continue to sully my reputation in public, I will give you a beating. Douluo V threatened, brandishing his fist. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile. He is just spouting nonsense. Trouble was brewing. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly approached. As the martial souls of these two individuals were inherently complementary, almost magnetically drawn to one another, he had to remain ever vigilant to prevent them from becoming entwined. For after all, Zhu Zhuqing was meant to bear his children. How could he allow such a disgrace? If memory serves, during their first encounter, Senior Mu Bai had been cradling a pair of enchanting sisters. Zhu Zhuqing stood beside Zhu Zhuqing, grinning mischievously. It was him again. The mere sight of Zhu Zhuqing now irked Douluo V. Why are you here again? Douluo V gritted his teeth and said, ever since our first meeting, you have been targeting me at every turn. What exactly do you intend? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. It's meaningless. That scoundrel deserves to be condemned by all. Zhu Zhuqing observed Zhu Qing's indignation, aware that he was expressing his displeasure on her behalf. She tugged at his sleeve and shook her head. Let us go. Humph. I'll spare you for now. Zhu Qing retorted, firmly clasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they strolled towards the playground. Zhu Zhuqing glanced down at their intertwined fingers, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Had it been anyone else, such a bold gesture would have warranted a swift reprimand. Yet, this individual was unlike anyone else. There are countless blossoms in the world. Do not harm yourself over a cat. Your sorrow for him is unwarranted, Zhu Qing gently reassured her. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand dismissively, stating calmly, I am not angry, nor will I inflict harm upon myself. This was the true essence of Zhu Zhuqing, though deeply affectionate. She would never compromise her own dignity. "Hello, everyone. Who wants some sausages?" Oscar cheerfully called out as he approached from a distance. From their very first encounter, Zhu Zhuqing had perceived Oscar as a vibrant and exuberant spirit. Now, with a clean-shaven face, he appeared as a bright and cheerful young man. "Isn't this our dear sausage uncle?" Tang San chuckled. Oscar replied, "Just call me Xiao Ao." He punctuated his words with a playful gesture. "You actually shaved?" Daimu Bai remarked as he approached, chuckling at the transformed Oscar. Oscar, unabashed, fixed his gaze on Ning Rongrong, with so many new beauties around. "I naturally had to spruce myself up. The dean is here, stand straight." Daimu Bai, with keen eyes, was the first to position himself properly. The group lined up accordingly, Tang San beside Xiao Wu, Oscar next to Ning Rongrong, while Zhu Zhuqing instinctively placed himself between Zhu Zhuqing and Daimu Bai. The dean, standing on the platform, addressed them, "Welcome to Shrek Academy." This seemingly refined old man harbored an eccentricity beneath his genteel facade. Zhu Qing's calves were still swollen and aching, a consequence of that little old man's training. Now that he had joined Shrek Academy, he was one of my students. Rest assured, I shall train you diligently. The dean's gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong and Oscar. As support-type soul masters, you will become living targets on the battlefield. Thus, it is imperative that you hone your ability to flee, run 20 laps. Oscar, accustomed to such training, resigned himself and began to run. Ning Rongrong followed closely behind, joining in the effort. The others commenced their own training, having spent 3 years in Douluo Continent. Zhu Qing's understanding of this world had been limited to the words in books, as he had previously lived a mundane life. Now, immersed in the reality, he discovered that it was far more exhilarating than he had ever imagined. Although the system was formidable, granting him a martial soul and soul skills, it failed to provide systematic instruction on how to be a soul master. He felt immensely fortunate to have entered Shrek Academy alongside his peers. "Now, showcase your martial souls." The dean instructed, his eyes scanning the newcomers. "You two, proceed with your tasks." Before departing, Daimu Bai cast a glance at Zhu Qing. Despite having faced off against him, Daimu Bai had yet to discern the true nature of Zhu Qing's martial soul, which erupted with a brilliant light, making it difficult to see clearly. Tang San was the first to reveal his martial soul. Upon seeing the blue-silver grass in his palm, the dean chuckled. "To cultivate blue-silver grass to this form. It seems you are quite impressive." "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters," Tang San retorted. The dean regarded him with admiration, especially after having been threatened by his remarkable father just the day before, prompting him to pay closer attention now. However, what the dean most desired to know was Zhu Qing's martial soul. "What is your martial soul?" the dean inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing spread his palm, unveiling his luminous martial soul. The dean gazed at the soul with a peculiar expression, then turned his attention to Zhu Qing's left hand. The light and dark martial souls, inherently complementary, are traditionally dual in nature. Therefore, you must possess another martial soul, correct? Chapter 12. Fear not the monsters, but the worthless. Indeed, the dean is truly astute. Zhu Qing did not conceal the truth. He possessed no intricate family background, nor did he harbor any entangled emotions. Thus, he felt no compulsion to hide the fact that he was a twin martial soul. His prior silence stemmed from a lack of necessity. However, now that the inquiry had been made, he saw no reason to keep it a secret. He opened his left hand, revealing his dark martial soul. The crowd turned their gazes towards him, and even Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, looked at him in astonishment. "You actually possess twin martial souls?" "Indeed, it is innate," Zhu Qing replied unabashedly. Once he claimed it was a birthright, it became an undeniable truth, impervious to change. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him with envy, acknowledging not only his extraordinary beauty but also the uniqueness of his martial souls, which radiated an irresistible aura. "You have equipped soul rings to both martial souls?" the dean remarked, furrowing his brow slightly. "Have you truly utilized this twin martial soul simultaneously?" Zhu Qing shook his head. "Not at all. I am merely a level 20 soul master, not yet powerful enough to wield twin martial souls at will." The dean regarded him with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Haha, truly, you are a little marvel of Shrek Academy. How intriguing." The dean nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that he held great esteem for Zhu Qing. Shrek Academy feared neither oddities nor peculiarities, but rather incompetence. What was there to fear in strangeness? No matter how bizarre the martial soul, they possessed the ability to transmute the mundane into the extraordinary, enabling these children to unleash astonishing combat prowess in the future. Subsequently, he examined the martial souls of the others in turn. Upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing's nether cat, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled. There are those within our academy whose martial souls may complement yours. This is a rare and fortuitous connection. When did this old dean take on the role of a matchmaker? Su Qing truly wished to roll her eyes at them. Soon, the day's training came to an end. Oscar returned, breathless and fatigued. A few individuals stood in a line as the dean walked past each of them. Here it comes. The moment of reprimand for Ning Rongrong is about to unfold. Su Qing cast a subtle glance towards Ning Rongrong. Although the girl possessed a pure and sweet appearance, her inherent arrogance was palpable. Hailing from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, she naturally looked down upon those of them who were mere rural children without any sect background, relying on her prestigious lineage, exceptional talents, and formidable soul power of level 26. She walked with an air of superiority. Have you all completed the tasks I assigned? The dean strode past each individual with his arms crossed. Tailored to their unique characteristics, the training programs were specifically designed. Each person arrived here with the intention of becoming stronger, thus slacking off in such matters was simply out of the question. Nods of affirmation followed. The dean halted before Oscar. Have you completed your tasks as well? Yes, I have finished my training program, Oscar replied, fatigue evident in his demeanor. The dean furrowed his brows and scrutinized him. And what of Ning Rongrong? Her? Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong and, mustering his courage, defended. She has also completed it. The dean snorted. Oscar, fearing repercussions for her evasion of training, has shielded her. His kindness does not imply your actions were flawless. You are to run another 20 laps. Do not return until you have finished. The dean cast a stern glance at Oscar, who resignedly resumed his task. Why did you not fulfill your training duties? The dean confronted Ning Rongrong with a cold gaze. Ning Rongrong felt no sense of wrongdoing and boldly asserted, because it was too exhausting. I couldn't persist. This is Shrek Academy, not your Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. If you find the training arduous, perhaps you should return. This place is not suitable for you. The dean declared, making his stance clear. To exhibit such lethargy on the very first day of school could not be tolerated. Otherwise, managing the other children would become a daunting challenge. It must be recognized that every child in this academy is a prodigy. If these prodigies are not properly controlled, it could lead to chaos. Flander, do not overstep your bounds. You are merely a combat spirit master. What makes you so remarkable? Ning Rongrong huffed, crossing her arms. Flander regarded her coolly. If you hold Shrek Academy in such disdain, then feel free to leave. Move by, pack her belongings. Do you dare to expel me? I assure you, I shall not leave. I am not like those fools. Why must I endure the same training as them? Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction. That little girl truly lacked the art of diplomacy. Her words had managed to offend everyone present from the moment she spoke. Su Qing stepped forward, gazing at Ning Rongrong, and inquired, whom do you deem a fool? With so many individuals present, are you not aware that you are the weakest among us? Su Qing looked at her with a sympathetic expression. The little princess, accustomed to being pampered at home, remained oblivious to her true capabilities. What did you say? Ning Rongrong retorted, clearly agitated. What qualifications do you possess as a soul master of merely level 20 to mock me? A level 26 soul master? Oh, I nearly overlooked that detail. Su Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled that since his arrival, he was indeed the weakest among them. Nevertheless, despite the lack of justification, he resolved to maintain an imposing presence. With a huff, he remarked, although Dai Mubai is insufferable, he has already attained the 37th rank in soul power. Tang San is inherently endowed with full soul power, and both he and Xiao Wu have reached the 29th rank, while Zhu Zhuqing has reached the 27th. And what about you? You are merely at the 26th rank. What makes you so formidable? Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth in response. Surely I am stronger than you. I possess innate twin martial souls, both of which have achieved full soul power. I have never attended a soul master academy. I cultivated my soul power to the 20th rank entirely on my own. So tell me, who is truly more powerful? Su Qing crossed his arms, a broad smile adorning his face as he gazed at Ning Rongrong. His intention was to assert his presence before this young lady. Such a pampered princess was, in fact, quite easy to manipulate psychologically. Surrounded by those who constantly acquiesced to her whims, she had long ceased to take them seriously. Thus, she yearned for excitement and rebellion. Otherwise, she would not have abandoned her position as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School to become a mere student here. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong recognized the validity of Su Qing's words. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot, exclaiming, I am still better than him. As she pointed at Oscar, who was exhausted and panting like a dog, He was a top-tier food system martial soul endowed with innate full soul power. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Ning Rongrong with a hint of sympathy. After enduring a series of blows to her pride, Ning Rongrong could no longer bear it. She covered her face and fled in tears. This was precisely the outcome he had sought. Zhu Zhuqing was immensely satisfied. It seemed that this little girl would likely remember him for the rest of her life. First, he would deflate her pride, and later, he could soothe her, thereby surely fostering a closer relationship. If a few other stories could emerge from this, it would only serve to amplify his own spiritual power. With this thought, Zhu Qing's heart was filled with unrestrained joy. Kid, you certainly know a lot and have much to say. Flandra observed him with displeasure. Chapter 13. A scathing rebuke of the little princess. These words were originally intended for Ning Rongrong's ears, but unexpectedly, this young man had intercepted them. Zhu Qing chuckled softly. Though she is the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, now that she has arrived at Shrek Academy, she is just one of our students. There is nothing extraordinary about her. How can we not respect the dean? I simply cannot stand by and let her remain oblivious to reality. Observing Zhu Qing's demeanor, Flinder snorted, do not play your little tricks in front of me. Dismissed. Assemble tonight. With a wave of his hand, Flinder concluded the day's activities. Dai Mubai stepped forward. Dean, should we not pack Ning Rongrong's belongings? Do you wish for her to leave? Flinder shot him an irritated glance, wondering how he could be so dense compared to Zhu Qing. As soon as the gathering dispersed, Zhu Zhuqing approached Zhu Qing directly. She fixed her gaze upon him. Who exactly are you? I am but an ordinary person, Zhu Qing replied, bemused. What is the matter with you? Zhu Zhuqing frowned. You possess twin martial souls and innate full soul power. Why did you not disclose this earlier? How is it that I was unaware all this time? You never inquired. Zhu Qing retorted, feeling a bit wronged. Surely you do not think I approached you with ulterior motives? Zhu Zhuqing, observing his expression, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She spoke softly, I apologize. Due to my family's circumstances, I find it difficult to trust others easily. It is quite all right. Had I intended to deceive you, I certainly would not have spoken the truth today, Zhu Qing replied with a smile, graciously forgiving her. Winning the heart of a girl, particularly one with a cool demeanor, requires a delicate balance of warmth and aloofness, rendering one unpredictable. This is the key to capturing her attention and sparking her interest. Zhu Qing could distinctly sense that Zhu Zhuqing had begun to soften. After all, what could have prompted her to approach him so proactively? With the evening still holding other engagements, it seemed prudent to return and rest well. Zhu Qing chuckled, from now on, we shall be comrades in arms, with ample time to truly understand one another. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, resembling a dutiful wife as she followed Zhu Qing back to the dormitory. Before long, they were intercepted by Dai Mubai. Zhu Qing, I need to speak with you, he stated directly. Zhu Zhuqing immediately stepped forward to shield Zhu Qing, asking, what do you wish to discuss? Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing with confusion. Are you saying that you two are a couple? This question struck Zhu Zhuqing like a thunderbolt. She had rushed from home, driven by that accursed engagement, all for him. Yet now, he presumed that they were merely a couple? In a moment of impulsiveness, she intertwined her arm with Zhu Qing's, leaning closer to him. Indeed, I am his girlfriend. What of it? With such intimacy, Zhu Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. Though they were merely 15 or 16, Zhu Zhuqing was well developed, her form pressing against his arm, swaying gently with her movements. Zhu Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy within. Indeed, do you have any grievances? If you are a man, come over here, and we shall converse. Dai Mubai chose not to pursue the topic further, merely turning to walk in another direction. With such words spoken, it would indeed be unreasonable to not engage. Zhu Qing gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's arm and softly said, you should return first. I will join you shortly. He possessed a soul power of 37. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhu Qing with a hint of worry, feeling a twinge of guilt within her heart. She murmured, it is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have confronted Dai Mubai. She continued, because of you. I cannot afford to retreat in front of him. I will not permit him to bully you. Zhu Qing playfully pinched Zhu Zhuqing's cheek before striding toward Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing remained rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Zhu Qing as he walked away. She never anticipated that Zhu Qing would express such sentiments. What could he possibly mean? Did it imply that he harbored feelings for her? With her face flushed and shyly covering her cheeks, a sense of sweetness lingered in her eyes. The two of them soon arrived at an open area. Dai Mubai crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Qing, saying, speak, why were you so aggressive upon our first meeting? Zhu Qing, also crossing his arms, replied indifferently, I was not. Despite the vast disparity in their soul powers, he did not show any sign of weakness. Observing this, Dai Mubai's irritation flared anew. You dare to claim you were not. I cannot recall having wronged you. I have not even met you before. Is it merely because of my private life that you have chosen to target me? On what grounds? Dai Mubai was perplexed, his expression reflecting utter confusion. Zhu Zhuqing let out a snort. I, by nature, am the least inclined to meddle in others' affairs. If you were unattached, you could frolic as you please, however. Since you are betrothed, your indulgences render you a scoundrel. Scoundrels are the common enemy of humanity, and for the sake of those lovely maidens, I shall vanquish each one I encounter. What a chaotic situation this is. Dai Mubai regarded Zhu Zhuqing with suspicion. Only a select few were privy to his engagement, and this individual could not possibly be among them. Yet, inexplicably, he was aware. Who exactly are you? Dai Mubai questioned, his vigilance unwavering. From his initial enrollment until now, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor had been peculiarly enigmatic. He seemed unfamiliar with anyone yet appeared to possess intimate knowledge of each individual present, even demonstrating a profound understanding of the former students of Shrek Academy. He could articulate the martial spirits, soul skills, and even the soul power rankings of every person. This was truly alarming. Observing Dai Mubai's reaction, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly and remarked nonchalantly, There is no need for you to be overly anxious. In truth, I am merely an ordinary person here at Shrek Academy to forge friendships. With your exceptional talent, great achievements await you in the future. Why then, indulge in the distractions of romance? Such pursuits would only lead to your detriment. Who do you think you are? To dare lecture me? Dai Mubai retorted through clenched teeth, fixing him with a fierce glare. Zhu Zhuqing, however, did not perceive her actions as excessive. She shrugged her shoulders and remarked nonchalantly, If I dare to scold the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, what makes you think I would hesitate to do the same to you? Dai Mubai, I warn you to keep your distance from our Zhu Zhuqing, you scoundrel. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing waved her fist in warning before turning to leave. Dai Mubai, watching her retreating figure, felt a surge of indignation. This was utterly outrageous. He strode forward, exclaiming, Stop right there. We have unfinished business. You, a 37th level soul master, challenge me, a mere 20th level? How brazen of you. Zhu Zhuqing paused, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. Though I may not be your equal now, it does not preclude the possibility that I may be in the future. Zhu Zhuqing stood before him, displaying not an ounce of inferiority. In the matter of vying for Zhu Zhuqing's affection, he would never relent. He would confront any obstacle, be it gods or demons, until Zhu Zhuqing fell in love with him, chose to be with him, and bore his children. Chapter 14. Infuriating, what audacity. Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he glared at him, the atmosphere between them charged with tension, ready to explode. What are you two doing? Are you fighting? Zhu Zhuqing approached, arms crossed. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing immediately spoke. The senior believes I am intriguing and wishes to engage in a friendly competition. What does he mean by that? Dai Mubai was evidently taken aback by the existence of a certain type of man known as green tea. Watching Zhu Zhuqing put on an act before Zhu Zhuqing only fueled his irritation further. Are you even a man? Dai Mubai ground his teeth, glaring at him. Of course I am. However, you wear the hat of unreasonable troublemaker quite fittingly. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Mubai with an expression of innocence, uttering not a single word. Yet, the more he maintained this demeanor, the more Zhu Zhuqing felt that he had been wronged. Frowning at Dai Mubai, she stated, As a senior, with your formidable soul power, how can you bully the weak? Bully him? How could you possibly think that? Dai Mubai replied incredulously, Which eye of yours saw such a thing? Zhu Zhuqing, already displeased with his reckless behavior outside, now perceived him as someone who preyed on the vulnerable, leading to her profound disappointment. Turning her face away, she shook her head and murmured, I had thought you were better than this, but I did not expect such pettiness from you. Zhu Zhuqing, let us leave. She took Zhu Qing's hand and turned to depart, dissipating the tension that had momentarily filled the air. However, Dai Mubai was left feeling irked, a sensation more distasteful than defeat. How could this merely be a contest turn into an accusation of him bullying the weak? Forget it. It's evident you are no match for him. Ma Junhong approached, draping an arm around Dai Mubai's shoulder. You might as well abandon your infatuation with that girl. After all, you are not lacking in options. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes. You think I can't defeat him? That's preposterous. I'm not saying you can't defeat him, Ma Junhong clarified, but rather that you cannot outsmart him. Before Zhu Zhuqing arrived, he was brash and arrogant, almost ready to challenge you outright. But once she showed up, he transformed entirely. What does that signify? What? Ma Junhong frowned, disappointment flickering in his gaze. He had presumed Dai Mu Bai was adept in matters of the heart, only to discover he was a shallow man. Forget it. I want to involve myself in your affairs. I have enough of my own to figure out. With a dismissive wave, he turned to leave. At this moment, even if Dai Mu Bai were a fool, he would grasp the situation, grinding his teeth in frustration. He muttered, despicable. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing led Su Qing away, eventually releasing his hand once they reached a nearby training ground. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. She softly remarked, please refrain from seeking trouble with him in the future. Truly, I am fine. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, Su Qing was certain her fondness for him was growing. Zhu Zhuqing's fondness has risen to 30%. Reward: 1 flame elixir. The system's voice echoed in his mind. This elixir was a remarkable item. Once consumed, it would enable his light sword to unleash fiery assaults, effectively augmenting his soul skills. You needn't feel pressured. My actions are not solely in your defense against him. I merely cannot abide his behavior, Su Qing replied with a smile. The world is vast, filled with countless individuals. Why should you fixate on just one? You are exceptional and deserve even better. Better? Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze to meet his, a hint of shyness flickering within her. Yet, she had always excelled at concealing her true feelings. Our circumstances are not entirely in our control. We must heed our families. With a sigh, Zhu Zhuqing continued. A union between two nations is hardly a simple matter. Upon meeting him, I felt an inexplicable comfort, as if our soul spirits complemented one another. If we could cultivate together, I fear the results would be remarkably fruitful. Zhu Zhuqing blinked, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Su Qing, observing her, thought it was quite amusing that even now, she was contemplating cultivation. Training with Dai Mu Bai was out of the question. Their inherent attraction could lead to complications. And Dai Mu Bai, being the rogue he was, might take advantage of Zhu Zhuqing's beauty. Given their pre-existing engagement, Zhu Zhuqing would likely not refuse any advances he made. In that scenario, Su Qing would be left with nothing but an empty endeavor. Such a reckless pursuit must be avoided at all costs. If you believe it would be beneficial, then let us cultivate together. After all, we are classmates and should practice together, Su Qing suggested with a smile. He understood that to navigate matters of the heart, one must often yield to a woman's desires, employing a strategic approach to ultimately separate them when the time was right. Let us return to rest. We have matters to attend to this evening, Zhu Zhuqing said, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she turned toward her dormitory. Su Qing immediately perceived the desolation in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Indeed, this woman was testing him, seeking to gauge his stance. It was evident that his current demeanor did not align with her expectations, yet even more apparent was the transformation within her heart, of which she herself remained unaware. She returned to the dormitory in a state of disarray. Ning Rongrong sat morosely on her bed, while Xiao Wu, blissfully unaware, eagerly anticipated the evening's activities. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's heavy-hearted entrance, both of them inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you?" "Nothing," Zhu Zhuqing replied. Having few friends since childhood, she had always concealed her innermost thoughts, never sharing them with others. Especially regarding matters of this nature, she found herself at a loss for how to confide in anyone. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Wu promptly approached her. "You aren't heartbroken, are you?" "When I saw Ma Hongjun suffer a heartbreak, he behaved similarly," she said cheerfully, gazing at her. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively shook her head. "No, I am not heartbroken. I have never even been in a relationship. How could I have a heartbreak?" She seethed internally about Su Qing, pondering his origins and his insufferable nature. Ning Rongrong finally spoke. Ever since her return, Su Qing's words had lingered in her mind, each one resonating with a painful accuracy that struck her deeply. Having never endured such humiliation throughout her life, she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. "I don't know him either. Didn't he claim to have never attended a Soul Master Academy?" Xiao Wu chimed in, finding him intriguing. "He seems quite knowledgeable and perceptive." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, grew even more displeased. She scoffed disdainfully. "Who knows which village he hails from to be so uncouth?" "What do you mean by uncouth?" Zhu Zhuqing interjected, unable to tolerate the disparagement. She frowned at Ning Rongrong. "Isn't he quite polite?" "Polite? Those words he spoke to me are considered polite." Ning Rongrong retorted, hands on her hips. "He is just some country bumpkin. What right does he have to criticize me?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze darkened. "Then by that logic you, too, are no better than a country bumpkin. What right do you have to criticize him?" What I say is none of your business, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her temper flaring. Having been chastised repeatedly that day, she, as a pampered young lady, found it intolerable. I cannot abide by your words, Zhu Zhuqing shot back defiantly. The tension between them escalated, creating a palpable atmosphere of conflict. Xiao Wu took a cautious step back. If you're going to fight, do it outside. We still need to sleep in this dormitory tonight. I will not take advantage of the weak, Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. This only infuriated Ning Rongrong further, as she pouted in annoyance. What do you mean by that? Literally, Zhu Zhuqing huffed, reclining on her bed without casting a glance her way. Xiao Wu, observing the heated exchange, felt exasperated. We are all classmates. Let us not behave this way. We share this dormitory, after all. Furthermore, I believe that while Su Qing's words may have been blunt, he did not speak falsely. Rongrong, do not be angry. Unintentionally, she delivered a sharp rebuttal to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, fuming, huffed, and turned to leave. Truly a spoiled young lady's temper, Xiao Wu sighed, shrugging her shoulders. She didn't even say anything wrong. Feeling ostracized in the dormitory, Ning Rongrong was unsettled. However, just after stepping outside, she spotted the instigator. You stop right there. Ning Rongrong stormed towards the man before her. Her anger palpable. Su Qing cleared his throat and inquired, do you require my assistance? Indeed, I believe you owe me an apology, Ning Rongrong retorted, crossing her arms and exuding an air of superiority. Observing her haughty demeanor, one could sense her arrogance. Su Qing let out a chuckle and inquired, may I ask where I have offended you that warrants an apology? You have spoken to me with such rudeness. Should you not be the one to apologize? Is it truly impolite to speak the truth? Following this statement, an awkward tension enveloped the two. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and retorted, do you truly believe that I cannot defeat you? To which Su Qing replied, it is not merely a belief, it is a fact that you cannot prevail against me. As a healing-type soul master, your role in battle is limited to support. Although your soul power may surpass mine to a degree, in a direct confrontation, you would find yourself outmatched. If you wish to avoid being a target on the battlefield, I suggest you seek a combat-oriented soul beast to obtain a soul ring and enhance your soul skills. Su Qing offered his sincere advice. However, Ning Rongrong scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, what kind of soul rings do you think our 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot obtain? Yet you possess no offensive soul skills. If you were to find yourself on the battlefield, you would lack the means to protect yourself and would rely on others for your safety. Is that not a burden? Su Qing spoke candidly once more, intending to help her recognize the harsh reality before her. You dare to humiliate me? Ning Rongrong erupted in fury. Su Qing shrugged his shoulders and remarked, we are classmates, and may even become part of the same team in the future. I merely offer you this sincere advice. If you choose to disregard it, then so be it. However, I genuinely believe this is for your benefit. I have meticulously analyzed your soul abilities, and I think you should consider adding a water-based soul ring. It would be comparatively easier. Su Qing earnestly suggested once more, perhaps due to his unwavering sincerity. Ning Rongrong found it difficult to truly be angry. She stamped her foot and declared, just you wait. As she hurried away, Su Qing smiled, finding her rather endearing. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered Oscar was also present. He appreciated Oscar's cheerful disposition, always smiling and generous. So you've finally returned. How does it feel to be surrounded by beauties? Oscar immediately approached him, adding, would you care for a large sausage to replenish your energy? Su Qing found himself in a perplexing situation, exclaiming, what do you mean by being surrounded by beauties? I can see it clearly. First, there is Zhu Zhuqing, followed by Ning Rongrong. Both of these stunning ladies seem to exhibit a unique fondness for you. He noted that Zhu Zhuqing, typically as cold as ice, had spoken several more words in his presence and even blushed. As for Ning Rongrong, although she usually displayed an air of arrogance, she behaved as meekly as a kitten before him. My friend, you truly are remarkable, Su Qing remarked. Oscar continued his analysis with fervor, speaking with conviction. Tang Xin cast a glance at them, stating, we are at the Soul Master Academy, not a matchmaking agency. What do you understand? Oscar rolled his eyes in response. While we may be at the Soul Master Academy, we are not without age. It is prudent to consider our futures. You have Xiao Wu, thus you have no worries. But we are still without wives. He leaned closer to Su Qing, inquiring, so, do you prefer Zhu Zhuqing or Ning Rongrong? We are all brothers here. You wouldn't want both, would you? Suddenly, Oscar's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he scrutinized Su Qing. Straddling two boats is not advisable, he warned. You should direct that comment towards Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing shrugged nonchalantly. As Xiaosan mentioned, we are all classmates and may soon be comrades in battle. Why must we draw such clear lines? Tang San added, Xiao Wu and I are merely friends. Oscar waved his hand dismissively, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Do you know where we are headed tonight? We are to participate in a practical combat session. Zhu Zhuqing responded with casual agreement. Yet Tang San shook his head in disbelief. On our very first day of classes, we are to engage in practical combat? That seems rather excessive. We are indeed gifted individuals, and our methods of learning should not mirror those of ordinary folk. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, placing an arm around Tang San's shoulders. Do you not wish to test your skills in the fighting arena, with real weapons and genuine combat? His words struck a chord with Tang San, who felt a tinge of excitement. Previously the most formidable disciple of the Tang sect, he now found himself starting anew. Having spent all his time at the Soul Master Academy, he had yet to gauge his true capabilities in the outside world. In truth, our collective soul skills form a complete battle formation, comprising offensive, control, and support capabilities. I believe we should indeed give it a try tonight, Zhu Zhuqing proposed once more. Their previous collaboration had been quite enjoyable, and with the addition of Xiao Ao and Ma Hongjun, they were unlikely to face defeat this time. Zhu Zhuqing naturally excluded Dai Mubai from the conversation. How do you know so much about us? Tang San furrowed his brow as he looked at him. We were complete strangers before. I enjoy reading and researching, so I have gathered some knowledge, Zhu Zhuqing replied vaguely. He certainly would not disclose matters regarding the system, just as Tang San would refrain from mentioning that he too was reborn with memories. With everyone possessing their own advantages, who could afford to be dismissive? In the 16th chapter, Incompatible Elements, within the confines of Shrek Academy, it was essentially a gathering of extraordinary individuals, each harboring their own secrets and abilities. As they were merely acquaintances, it was only natural that they would not divulge their true selves. Such details were inconsequential. What mattered was their ability to collaborate seamlessly in actual combat. Tang San cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. You seem to know each of us intimately. Yet we know nothing about you. Perhaps you could introduce your abilities? This way, if we were to form a battle team tonight, we could coordinate effectively. I was not present during your battle with Teacher Zhao, but I have heard that you are quite formidable at Qing. What exactly is your martial soul? And what are your soul skills? Oscar approached with curiosity, already aware that Zhu Zhuqing possessed both light and dark martial souls. Yet he had never encountered such souls and was eager to learn what soul skills could be cultivated from them. I possess both light and dark martial souls, with innate full soul power. My dark martial soul currently lacks a soul ring, hence it has no soul skills. However, my light martial soul has acquired a soul ring, and my soul skill is the Sword of Radiance, wielding light as a sword, capable of cleaving mountains and filling seas, Zhu Zhuqing stated candidly. There was no need for concealment, as this was not something sinister, and eventually, everyone would come to know it. After hearing this, Tang San's brow furrowed slightly. Your two martial souls should inherently oppose each other, yet they exist in perfect harmony within you, indicating that your physique must be quite exceptional. We are all extraordinary beings. Thus it is only natural for us to be peculiar in various ways, Zhu Zhuqing responded with conviction. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, and they followed Flander as they ventured outside the academy. This was their first time wandering so freely in Soto City. Earlier that afternoon, the young girls had been at odds with each other, but upon seeing the myriad of goods lining the streets, they quickly forgot their earlier displeasure and began to shop joyfully. Tang San naturally stood beside Xiao Wu, tenderly offering to pay. Oscar stuck close to Ning Rongrong, chuckling incessantly. Dai Mubai attempted to approach Zhu Zhuqing, but was swiftly usurped by Zhu Zhuqing. Would you like some sugar figurines? Zhu Zhuqing asked, presenting 2 sugar figurines to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile. Having grown up in the palace, Zhu Zhuqing had never indulged in such junk food and wrinkled her brow. I do not like sweets. However, these sugar figurines are different. Do give them a try, Zhu Zhuqing urged, placing one in her hand. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong approached, disdainfully huffing at Zhu Zhuqing, who gives sugar figurines to girls. And if you're buying sugar figurines, why didn't you get one for Xiao Wu and me? You are rather stingy. I do not desire sugar figurines. There is no need to buy me one. Xiao Wu generously waved her hand. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Oscar stepped forward, holding a small sugar figurine and offering it to Ning Rongrong. Here, have this. Humph. Ning Rongrong refused to take the sugar figurine, merely huffing at Zhu Zhuqing. It was evident that she was feeling jealous. Zhu Zhuqing discerned the situation. Yet she did not immediately approach to comfort her. Such is the nature of women. At times, the more one rushes to appease, the less one is regarded. Zhu Zhuqing, with her aloof demeanor and inherent insecurity, naturally requires meticulous care. Conversely, Ning Rongrong, having been enveloped in affection since childhood, possesses a proud spirit and is not devoid of love. The more one revolves around her, the less favorable the outcome tends to be. Take Oscar, for instance. His efforts are entirely unreciprocated. Observing this, Dai Mubai let out a cold snort. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "We are about to venture to a rather unique location, which may entail some peril. If you feel frightened, I can protect you. I find nothing more perilous than you. Besides, I shall protect her myself. There is no need for your interference. You should focus on safeguarding those delicate younger sisters instead," Su Qing retorted, clearly expressing her disdain for his proximity. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Su Qing. "I do not wish to confront you. Yet if you persist in this incessant provocation, I fear I shall not spare you. Am I to be intimidated by you?" Su Qing scoffed. Flander cleared his throat. Addressing them, "What is the commotion about? There are so many onlookers. Is this not a source of embarrassment?" "Indeed, Dean, we shall cease our quarrel," Su Qing quickly conceded. His willingness to apologize only served to heighten Dai Mubai's aggressive stance. Clenching his fists, he seemed poised to say more. However, Ma Hongjun intervened, draping his arm around Dai Mubai's shoulder. "Enough of this bickering. I've told you, you are not a match for this fellow. Why do you refuse to heed my warning? Who is as despicable and shameless as he?" Dai Mubai let out a cold huff. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. This was the venue for clandestine competitions among Soul Masters, where the skill levels varied greatly, and the types of adversaries one might encounter would depend on sheer luck. Flander spoke with casual nonchalance. "This," Tang San instinctively objected, "is this truly appropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. Soul Masters must be prepared for the battlefield. You must acclimatize to the atmosphere of combat beforehand. This place is filled with desperate individuals, so you must exercise caution." Flander waved his hand dismissively. He led the children inside. Little Wu expressed her discontent, voicing, "Why must we perform like monkeys for their amusement? I do not wish to do this either, but there is no better alternative. We can either hunt soul beasts in the forest or compete here. In the future, you will face foes, not just soul beasts, so this is the most effective approach," Flander shrugged. Su Qing touched his nose. It was his first time hearing someone articulate the lack of money and resources in such a refreshingly unique manner. Although his theoretical assertions were entirely accurate in reality, other Soul Master academies employ dedicated sparring partners, albeit at a considerable cost, ensuring the safety of their students. Shrek Academy, notoriously impoverished, naturally lacked the funds to hire specialized trainers, thus resorting to such venues, where the safety factor might be somewhat diminished. Yet these places offered a more rigorous training ground for individuals. Approaching the counter, Flinder observed them. "You may select opposing teams based on your rank. Feel free to assess your options. Regardless of whom you face, victory is imperative." After delivering this statement, Flinder handed a pouch of gold soul coins to the person in charge. "Is training here also a means of generating revenue?" This establishment resembled modern underground fighting arenas, where gambling was inevitably involved, often with substantial stakes. The group exchanged glances, each contemplating the situation. Su Qing was the first to speak. "We currently have 2 offense-type Soul Masters, 1 control type, 2 agility type, 2 support type, and 1 fire-breathing Soul Master, totaling 8 individuals. The highest soul power among us is 37, while the lowest is 20. Based on our current personnel, we can assemble a Soul Master team of approximately level 10. Chapter 17. The first joint operation. Everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes towards him now tinged with admiration. To make such a swift and accurate judgment in such a short span of time may appear simple, yet it is indeed a formidable task. Flanders regarded him with appreciation. "Very well, you shall lead the team tonight. Is that not rather hasty?" The others felt that Flanders possessed an indifferent attitude towards their well-being. "In truth, we had previously banded together, 5 of us, to confront Teacher Zhao, which could be considered a prior experience in joint operations. Consequently, this forthcoming battle would be considerably simpler. We would adhere to the same strategy as before, with each person responsible for their respective domains. On the battlefield, the principle remains unchanged: eliminate the support first. Given that we have 2 support-type Soul Masters, it would be prudent for the one with the highest soul power to safeguard our support." Su Qing spoke with reluctance. Were it not for the fact that Dai Mubai was the sole option, he would truly prefer not to emphasize that he was currently the most powerful. "Understood. Daimubai nodded. As they were about to enter the battlefield, he naturally would not continue to hold a grudge against Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing snorted softly, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. When the time comes for us to engage in battle, you must exercise utmost caution. Do not rush. We must first observe the formation of our opponents. Only by knowing ourselves and understanding our adversaries can we emerge victorious in every encounter. However, in future real combat, it will be challenging to anticipate our opponent's soul skills, so we must adapt as circumstances dictate. Zhu Qing smiled as he regarded them. Despite their status as exceptional individuals, they were merely 15 or 16 years of age. Apart from Tang San, who was a peculiar reincarnation, the rest still possessed the innate tendencies of youth. Notably, their competitive spirit was quite pronounced. Zhu Qing's words were a caution against the potential recklessness of these young warriors should conflict arise. He approached Ma Hongjun, saying, I have heard that your martial soul occasionally goes berserk. Here, take this. What is this? Ma Hongjun inquired, frowning at the item Zhu Qing offered. Flander, who had been idly observing, immediately approached upon seeing the object. He examined it closely. Is this a fire pill? Indeed, Zhu Qing confirmed. It is a fire-type elixir that can temporarily suppress the malevolent flames within you. He had already researched the matter earlier that afternoon, concluding that this item was most suitable for Ma Hongjun. Since he currently lacked a fire-type soul ring, the elixir would otherwise remain unused in his storage. Director, can this truly suppress my malevolent fire? A glimmer of hope ignited in Ma Hongjun's eyes. Flander nodded affirmatively. This is precisely what I have been searching for. Your martial soul has not yet fully differentiated, and your soul power is not particularly formidable at this stage. This elixir can temporarily stifle the malevolent flames within you. But once your soul power surpasses level 40, it will no longer be effective. We shall take it one step at a time. We cannot allow Xiaoma to remain without a partner. Zhu Qing spoke with piercing clarity. Upon hearing the word partner, Ma Hongjun eagerly nodded. He promptly took the fire pill and placed it in his mouth, remarking, a temporary suppression is better than having none at all. A Qing, where did you acquire such a marvelous item? Thank you. Ma Hongjun was straightforward, expressing his gratitude with an unrefined yet earnest demeanor. Zhu Qing shrugged his shoulders, stating, it is merely a matter of coincidence. Do you possess a healing soul ring? Flander furrowed his brow as he regarded him. Such a thing does not exist. Although Zhu Qing understood that, irrespective of the setting, healers are invariably held in high esteem, he was, in truth, not one of them. Shaking his head, he spoke softly. I merely acquired it by chance. While others may remain oblivious, Flander was acutely aware that such coincidences are an illusion. He had tirelessly searched for years without a single lead. How could it possibly be something attained through mere happenstance? Noting Zhu Qing's reluctance to divulge the truth, Flander refrained from pressing further. Very well, the team that will be competing against you has been selected. You may prepare for the match. Flander cast a glance at Zhu Qing, adding, today, you shall be the captain, and it is imperative that you lead your team members back safely. With this proclamation, a profound sense of duty welled up within him. This confrontation served as an excellent opportunity to cultivate camaraderie. At this moment, the system also offered a reminder. Indeed, in this realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, nothing fortifies bonds quite like fighting side by side. With the match imminent, it was best to temporarily set aside previous grievances. Daimubai, our backs and support shall be entrusted to you. Zhu Qing extended his hand towards Daimubai, presenting an appearance of complete sincerity. Despite his earnest demeanor, Daimubai could not shake the feeling of insincerity. In the presence of so many onlookers, he refrained from expressing his true sentiments and reluctantly grasped Zhu Qing's hand, uttering, May our collaboration be a pleasant one. It must be pleasant, for this marks the inaugural cooperation among the 8 of us. Let us not be overly anxious. In fact, if any shortcomings arise, it would be beneficial, as it would allow us to make timely adjustments in the future, wouldn't it? Zhu Qing smiled, surveying the group, who nodded in agreement. Soon, the moment arrived for them to take the stage. Their opponents, also a team of 8, possessed comparable soul power. However, it was evident that the adversaries were a seasoned team adept at securing victories, exuding a distinct aura of confidence. In contrast, their own team comprised inexperienced students, their eyes reflecting a Navi innocence. I will initiate the attack with Xiao San. You two follow closely behind as we encircle them. Xiaoma, seize the opportunity to neutralize their support. Zhu Qing quickly formulated a battle strategy. He cast a glance at Daimubai. I will ensure their safety. Daimubai nodded in response. And I will safeguard you all. That was more like it. Zhu Qing nodded in satisfaction. Shall we begin? Let us commence. Tang San, brimming with determination, charged directly towards the opponent with the highest soul power. The tendrils of the blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared the adversary, trapping them within its grasp. Zhu Zhuqing soared into the air, wielding his radiant sword with unparalleled ferocity. Following closely behind him was the fiery blaze of the evil fire phoenix, enveloping his sword in a shimmering aura that doubled its might wherever it struck. The adversaries were no mere pushovers, they were exceptionally fierce. Among the 8, only one was a support type, while the rest were formidable attackers, boasting tremendous offensive power, all wielders of the mightiest beast martial souls. Be cautious, Xiaowu. His martial soul is the white tiger. Zhu Zhuqing shouted to Xiaowu, then turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong. Boost her attack speed. Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. 7 treasure glaze tile, first soul skill, increase attack speed. Instantly, Xiaowu's speed surged by 30%, narrowly evading the enemy's assault. In quick succession, Tang San's hidden weapon flew forth, piercing one of their foes, while the blue-silver grass vines ensnared him. A Qing. Here. Zhu Zhuqing pivoted, swinging his radiant sword infused with Ma Hongjuan's flames, delivering a powerful strike towards their opponent. Chapter 18. Assault type support. The duo executed their movements in perfect harmony, leaving their adversaries overwhelmed and swiftly retreating. However, the surprise attack had merely delayed them, and soon the enemy launched a second wave of aggression. Xiaowu exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing, and they charged forward. Rongrong, they exclaimed in unison. Ning Rongrong replied, understood. 7 treasure glaze tile, enhance attack and movement speed. Hiding behind Daimu Bai, Ning Rongrong focused intently on providing support. Before long, the two girls' movements became extraordinarily fierce. The enemy closed in, encircling the delicate duo. Unbelievable, how shameless. Zhu Zhuqing remarked as he approached Tang San. They're all assault types. Those two won't hold out much longer. We must provide support from the outside. Indeed. Tang San instantly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's intent and switched positions with him. They exchanged a knowing glance and commenced their assault. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were quick to follow suit, launching themselves into the fray. Yet, Oscar, being a support type, lacked offensive power and was soon sent flying back. He landed beside Ning Rongrong, noticing her distressed expression, and shouted, I have a giant sausage. A delicious sausage materialized in his palm. Eat this, or you won't be able to hold on. Get away, that's disgusting. I want to eat it. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, clearly reluctant. She was indeed on the verge of exhaustion. Yet the thought of consuming that repulsive food was unbearable. Seeing this, Daimu Bai furrowed his brow slightly. If you cannot endure, then those ahead will falter. And we shall lose. This is not the time for stubbornness. Eat it. I can hold on. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth. To eat such a thing was to admit defeat in her eyes. With no other choice, Oscar resigned himself to consuming the sausage, offering Daimu Bai one as well. You handle it. The enemy consisted entirely of assault types, and their earlier engagements had drained a significant amount of soul power. Zhu Zhuqing glanced over and lowered his voice, saying, at present, a prolonged conflict offers us no advantages. Therefore, let us initiate a decisive strike and catch them off guard. You make it sound simple. How do we execute this sudden explosion? Xiaowu retorted, having endured several kicks from the adversary and feeling utterly disheveled, while others failed to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's intent. Tang San understood perfectly. It entailed concentrating all resources on a single individual while the remaining 7 served as decoys. Although this strategy was fraught with danger, the chances of success were substantial. Then it rests upon you, Tang San remarked with a smile, gazing at him. Aside from Daimu Bai, you are our sole powerhouse. I trust you would not wish to relinquish this responsibility to Daimu Bai, would you? Zhu Zhuqing shook his head and smiled mischievously. Not at all. This momentum. I intend to cede to Daimu Bai. With that, he leaped gracefully to Daimu Bai's side and articulated his thoughts. You suggest I take the lead? Being the strongest in spirit power, it is undoubtedly your role. Zhu Zhuqing spoke with unwavering conviction. He stood beside Ning Rongrong, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, fearful of a potential ambush. Although Daimu Bai did not comprehend why Zhu Zhuqing had made such a choice, he could not deny that it presented a splendid opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. Ning Rongrong had already exhausted her strength, coming to a halt, gasping for breath. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her with a furrowed brow and inquired, why do you refuse to eat the sausages that Xiao Ao has provided you? Can you truly stomach such a repulsive delicacy? The sausages themselves are not distasteful. It is merely the peculiar incantation that renders them so. However, we find ourselves on a battlefield, and it is quite a feat to secure provisions of any kind. Must you still be so particular? Zhu Zhuqing let out a disdainful snort and picked up a sausage from the side. Eat this. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe her ears. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to impose such a demand on her. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, I said I won't eat. Very well, do not regret it. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a cold scoff, subsequently shoving the sausage into his own mouth. He activated his left-hand dark martial spirit, beginning to channel energy. Ning Rongrong stood by, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the swirling black gas infused with a continuous flow of energy. Could such a soul skill truly exist in this world? Why had she never heard of it before? Zhu Zhuqing had only just discovered this evening that his dark martial spirit possessed an additional function at critical moments. It could supply energy to teammates and another light martial spirit. In simpler terms, he was an auxiliary with remarkably high offensive capabilities. Such an individual would undoubtedly be an explosive presence in any battle team. This was precisely why he had urged Dai Mubai to take the front line. While Dai Mubai could perform certain tasks, there were others that he could not accomplish. Previously, he had relied on Ning Rongrong's support. Thus he felt the need to protect her diligently. However, due to her own stubbornness, she had rendered herself a useless piece on the board, and naturally, no one would come to her aid. The opposing team, still perplexed by the sudden surge of power from their adversary's soul skill, found themselves struck down and unable to rise. This was the soul fighting arena, not a true battlefield. There was no real intent to kill. Everyone played with restraint. Under Zhu Zhuqing's leadership, they had achieved a commendable victory in their first battle. Flinder had been observing from the sidelines, fully aware of the events unfolding on stage. Once the match concluded, they did not engage in discussion, but instead proceeded with the small monsters towards Shrek Academy. Did you use the soul skill of your other martial spirit at the last moment? Tang San murmured to Zhu Qi as they walked side by side. Zhu Qing smiled, declaring, Indeed, I shall forever wield my dark martial soul to protect my bright martial soul. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's pupils abruptly constricted. Previously, in the village, his father had advised that no matter what transpired, he must use the hammer in his left hand to safeguard the blue silver grass in his right. Now, Zhu Qing echoed this sentiment. Was there a hidden connection between the two statements? Initially, Tang San had anticipated that Flinder would take advantage of the moment to provide a combat debrief, yet he remained silent. Upon returning to the academy, everyone simply retreated to their dormitories to rest. The group rejoiced in their triumphant first battle, save for Ning Rongrong, who resembled a frostbitten eggplant. She did not return to the dormitory. Instead, she sought a secluded corner, sitting alone in contemplation of the day's events. Alone in her thoughts, she reflected on the battle. By the end, everyone had been utterly exhausted, and it was at this critical juncture that they needed support the most. Thus, each member partook of Oscar's sausages. Yet, she abstained, choosing not to partake when her comrades required sustenance, failing to provide any assistance when it was most needed. Previously, in the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had been the cherished princess, cradled in everyone's palms. She had never experienced such feelings of being needed. She was always the one in need of others. However, as a support-type soul master, she was inherently meant to be the one who was needed. Contemplating Zhu Qing's final look of disdain and disappointment, she felt as though her heart had been pierced by something sharp, causing profound pain. From a distance, Zhu Qing observed her sitting there, his expression one of frustration, and he realized she must have come to an understanding. Chapter 19. Abandoning a teammate under the cover of night, he approached. Who goes there? Ning Rongrong, on alert, stood up, and upon recognizing Zhu Qing, her anger flared anew. What is it? Did you not find your previous scolding sufficient, that you have come to berate me again? Zhu Qing leaned casually against the railing, crossing her arms, and said nonchalantly, You are not my daughter. Why should I scold you? What nonsense are you spouting? Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and replied, You are truly the most detestable person I have ever encountered. Zhu Qing shrugged and remarked, We are in the same boat. Do you realize that if we were on an actual battlefield today, your obstinacy and arrogance could lead to devastating losses? You are a support-type soul master, and once on the battlefield, you ought to be our backbone. Yet today, before the enemy even struck, our support has already faltered. He sighed, casting a helpless glance at Ning Rongrong. Just because no one spoke up today doesn't mean they didn't notice. Who would dare to fight alongside you in the future? Or do you consider yourself a princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, above the fray of battle? What then is the purpose of your soul power cultivation? Merely for amusement? Zhu Qing's words were sharp and poignant. Every soul master cultivates their abilities with the aspiration of one day stepping onto the battlefield. None do so for mere enjoyment. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow at him. I can't explain this to you. It's my own affair, none of your concern. In truth, admitting her mistakes would not be such a challenge. Zhu Zhuqing shrugged, a half-smile on his face as he retorted, even if you refuse to acknowledge it. You have indeed erred, have you not? Who do you think you are, passing judgment on me? It is not for you to decide what is right or wrong. If I declare myself correct, then I am. Ning Rongrong scoffed, crossing her arms disdainfully. You are merely a small fry from a backwater, boasting in front of me because of a modicum of talent. Do you truly believe that your minor skills place you above everyone else? If you wish to be the captain, you ought to assess your own qualifications first. At the very least, I would never abandon my teammates on the battlefield. With that, Zhu Zhuqing turned and left. He understood that Ning Rongrong's lengthy complaints stemmed from her own insecurities. He also recognized that she was indeed beginning to change, albeit stubbornly resistant to admitting it. This team was comprised of prodigies, and it was natural for them to clash. With proper adjustments, they could still evolve into a formidable squad. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong's proud shoulders slumped as she clenched her teeth, muttering, "One day, I shall make you kneel before me and confess your errors." In the girls' dormitory, the topic of discussion naturally revolved around the boys. That battle was exhilarating, Xiaowu exclaimed, seated on her bed, swinging her long legs. Normally, Zhu Zhuqing seems so dull-witted, but I never expected him to be so sharp when it counted. If he hadn't quickly identified the enemy's weaknesses and devised a strategy, we might have truly struggled against them. After all, a combination of 7 powerful attackers was quite a formidable challenge for any team. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. He indeed remained composed. Ning Rongrong entered just in time to overhear her roommates praising Zhu Zhuqing. With a disdainful huff, she plopped onto her bed. He's inherently cunning. What's so remarkable about that? Ning Rongrong, do you harbor some grievances against him? Xiaowu asked curiously. We won our first collaborative battle today, yet you seem rather displeased. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and replied sullenly, our victory stemmed from our own prowess. What does Zhu Zhuqing have to do with it? I'm going to sleep. With that, she yanked the blanket over herself, burying her head within. Zhu Zhuqing shot her a glance but remained silent, returning to her own bed. However, I believe that having a clear-headed commander is incredibly important. Xiaowu continued to express her views while lying down. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, indeed, it is significant. Significant, my foot. Ning Rongrong cursed inwardly, yet she refrained from arguing with them at that moment. Meanwhile, the boys' dormitory was equally lively. Ma Hongjun waved his arms enthusiastically. It was truly incredible. My evil fire was subdued by just a tiny pill? Who exactly is Zhu Zhuqing? He added. Did you all see that dark martial soul he unleashed at the end? He even used a support-type soul ring. Oscar bluntly pointed out the critical element. Daimobai's expression darkened. He abandoned Ning Rongrong at the last moment. Why? Oscar, who had been distributing sausages for replenishment, had missed this development. Daimobai's countenance reflected his discontent, because Ning Rongrong had exhausted her soul power and was of no use. Isn't that a bit unfair? Ma Hongjun stepped forward to confront Daimobai. Though there were some previous conflicts, they were minor skirmishes. During the battle, everyone benefited from the sausages except for Ning Rongrong. She didn't hold on until the end. Had Zhu Zhuqing not provided us with support, have you considered what our outcome would have been? Moreover, Ning Rongrong is fine. Isn't she? Ma Hongjun huffed, clearly harboring some dissatisfaction towards her. Daimobai frowned. This isn't merely about whether someone is fine or not. It's about the fact that he would casually abandon a comrade in battle. What if it were one of us who was gravely injured? Would we also be so easily discarded? Senior, we believe you are biased against Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar stood by Ma Hongjun's side. It was evident that they were beginning to favor Zhu Zhuqing. Host's favorability has increased by 5%. Congratulations, host. Soul power has increased by 10 levels. The system's cold voice suddenly echoed in Zhu Zhuqing's ear. He immediately perked up, sitting upright in astonishment. Just a 5% increase in favorability yielded a reward of 10 levels of soul power. This system was exceedingly generous. Zhu Zhuqing felt an exhilarating surge of energy as he ascended from level 20 to 30. Tang San, who had been silent since returning, furrowed his brow upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's unusual demeanor. I believe we should discuss today's events. Are you referring to Ning Rongrong? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow at him. Do you think I abandoned my teammates on the battlefield? Tang San nodded. It seems you were quite aware of your actions. I am certainly aware, Zhu Zhuqing shrugged. But do not forget, it was not I who abandoned my teammates first. It was she who forsook our team, was it not? Chapter 20, Confrontation of the Protagonist. While Ning Rongrong's reluctance to accept Oscar's sausages due to her psychological issues was indeed a fault, it was our first joint operation. Perfection could not be expected at the onset. This requires gradual adjustment. Although Rong made mistakes, we can guide her towards improvement. Tang San, his expression somber, continued to gaze intently at the unresponsive Zhu Zhuqing, and your act of abandoning a teammate is not something a team should exhibit. Even if you are a powerful individual, it does not make you a qualified teammate. Oh, gradual improvement sounds easy to say. But consider this, if Ning Rong were to repeat this behavior in every team match, what would you do? Zhu Zhuqing chuckled mockingly at Tang San's reprimand, finding it rather naive. After all, he had experienced rebirth. Why cling to such childish notions? While every team member is indeed vital, that does not justify being a liability. Zhu Zhuqing felt that he did not require the obstinate and petty personality of Ning Rong. Should she persist in such a mindset, their team would inevitably harbor a significant vulnerability, and he aimed to rectify Ning Rong's character. Naturally, the rewards from the system obtained through her were also a motivating factor, for Zhu Zhuqing was unwilling to serve as a mere pawn for Tang San. He sought opportunities to usurp Tang San's position as the protagonist, seizing every chance to grow stronger and claim the central role he believed was rightfully his as a transmigrator. Ning Rong, a sheltered young lady, was blissfully unaware of the world, thus rendering her a rather easy target for manipulation. All it required was to shatter her pride and bestow upon her sufficient care, allowing him to easily gain her trust. If Ning Rong could amend her petulant nature in the future, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. However, what if she continued on her current path? Were they to become her perpetual caretakers? Though she was a little princess, they were not her personal attendants. Tang San remained silent, fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, listening intently to his words. Moreover, it was not he who had forsaken a team member first, it was she who had abandoned their squad. After losing a potent support, it became challenging for everyone to sustain the battle, and his objective was to launch a swift offensive to conclude the conflict victoriously, was it not? Observing Tang San's silence, Zhu Zhuqing understood that Tang San also believed his actions had been the most prudent choice, though he could not condone such abandonment of a teammate. Thus, he continued, the victory in this team battle was facilitated by the opponent's lack of strength and my concealed dark attribute martial soul. But what if we encounter a more formidable team in the future? Even with my trump card, victory may elude us. Are we to allow Ning Rong to hinder us in such a manner? I comprehend these truths, yet the fact remains that you have abandoned Ning Rong. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's lack of remorse, Tang San felt a surge of anger as he openly confronted Zhu Zhuqing's actions, aiming to dismantle his lofty justifications. Zhu Zhuqing, however, felt a sense of triumph within, recognizing that Tang San had begun to acknowledge the validity of his arguments. All that remained was to alleviate Tang San's concerns. Although they had only fought once, he would soon assume the role of their team leader, and it was imperative for them to trust him completely, allowing him to effectively steer the group. This was also a means to foster closer ties with the members of the protagonist group. You claim that I have abandoned her. From where does this assertion arise? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, you claim you have not abandoned her, yet why do you forsake the duty of protecting her? Allowing her to be besieged? Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Tang San felt a sense of absurdity. After all the events that had transpired, he had gradually begun to trust Zhu Zhuqing, but he was taken aback to discover that Zhu Zhuqing was such a self-serving individual. Even if he possessed immense strength and numerous abilities, he was clearly unfit to remain within the team. For if Zhu Zhuqing could discard Ning Rong this time, he would undoubtedly abandon others in the future. What if I say I am doing this for Ning Rong's own good? Zhu Zhuqing, with a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing, expressed his innermost thoughts to Tang San. What did he mean by this? Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Tang San felt a flicker of hope, yet in the face of undeniable facts, he found it hard to accept that Zhu Zhuqing's intentions were truly for Ning Rong's benefit without hearing his full explanation. As a member of the team, my foremost responsibility is to ensure our collective victory. Thus, when Ning Rong refused to consume the sausage and completely exhausted her strength, I chose to cease my entanglement with her. I understood that persisting in such a situation would lead to our team's downfall. Therefore, I promptly filled the vacancy in our team as support role. Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, observing Tang San, who was lost in thought. Before continuing, the reason for Ning Rong's encirclement is a crucial step to help her completely shed her current fragility. Though Ning Rong possesses a proud disposition, she is not entirely arrogant. Her nature is fundamentally good, and she understands what is right and wrong. However, she is somewhat stubborn and reluctant to acknowledge her mistakes in front of others. Subjecting her to this siege will allow her to endure the humiliation of failure, shattering her proud facade and forcing her to confront the harshness of reality. This, in turn, would be more beneficial in prompting her transformation. Yet, Such an approach may be excessively cruel, potentially causing her significant pain. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's explanation, Tang San found some merit in his reasoning, yet he remained somewhat hesitant. It is important to understand that the real world is infinitely more brutal than the battles we have faced today. In reality, there are no battles that merely end with a gentle touch. If Ning Rongrong continues to approach the future with this mindset, it will become even more perilous for her. Hence, I must employ this potent remedy to catalyze her swift transformation. This is the only method capable of rapidly correcting her mentality. Zhu Qing solemnly addressed the hesitant Tang San before him, saying, I understand your concerns. However, rest assured, I shall take care of Ning Rongrong's situation. Zhu Qing discerned Tang San's thoughts, further alleviating his concerns. Well, since you have said so, I choose to trust you. Tang San nodded. Feeling immensely gratified by Zhu Qing's final response, this was indeed the demeanor expected of a true leader. He began to chastise himself for his earlier preconceived notions. All right. It is getting late. Rest early. Leave the remaining matters to me. Zhu Qing turned and walked out of the dormitory without looking back. Chapter 21. The Sorceress's Tears in the Dead of Night. A figure paused in front of Oscar's room. Having concluded discussions with others, Oscar had returned to his dormitory early. Still recovering from the recent battle. Despite the restorative properties of his large sausage, his mind yearned for a good night's sleep to replenish his spirit. Moments later, a gentle knock echoed against the door. Who is it? Oscar, dressed in his pajamas, slowly opened the door. To his delight, it was Ning Rongrong. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him after witnessing his bravery today? Ning Rongrong? What brings you here at such a late hour? Oscar feigned composure. Nothing much. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart with you. Ning Rongrong replied, her gaze downcast, betraying a hint of anxiety. A heart-to-heart? Is it about today's events? Although Oscar was elated, he sensed the underlying reason for Ning Rongrong's visit. Yes, it's a bit cold outside. May I come in to talk? Ning Rongrong's expression bore a hint of discomfort. Of course, please come in. If it's you, I'm always willing to lend an ear, Oscar said. Pleased that Ning Rongrong's desire to talk seemed to signify her trust in him, he opened the door wide and stepped aside to let her in. But Ning Rongrong, seemingly troubled, staggered slightly, almost losing her balance. Take it easy and watch your step, Oscar cautioned, observing her clumsiness. Without responding, Ning Rongrong walked to the desk and sat down, creating an awkward silence between them. The candlelight flickered in the dim room, casting a soft glow on Ning Rongrong's graceful figure, captivating Oscar. She resembled a lost fairy in a dark forest, evoking a desire to protect her. Oscar Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly broke the silence. I'm here, Oscar replied. Oscar, you like me, don't you? A what? Ning Rongrong's directness caught Oscar off guard, leaving him flustered. If you truly like me, then add this to your sausage and give it to Zhu Qing during the fight, Ning Rongrong said. Pulling a small black vial from her pocket and presenting it to Oscar. Oscar examined the bottle, feeling an unsettling familiarity with it, though he could not immediately recall where he had seen it before. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It was a poison that induced complete paralysis, tasteless and odorless. Ideal for covertly tainting food. He remembered his grandfather telling him stories about it during his childhood. In that moment, disbelief washed over him as he regarded Ning Rongrong. He could hardly fathom that this was her intention. While she often exhibited a haughty demeanor, her actions had never crossed such a grave line. Rongrong, did you mistake something? Oscar questioned, his heart heavy with disbelief, still clinging to the hope that she had merely erred. I did not make a mistake, Oscar. I want to exact revenge on Zhu Qing, so he understands the consequences of crossing me, Ning Rongrong asserted, her demeanor reminiscent of a beautiful yet ruthless sorceress. While the paralysis induced by the poison was not lethal, it could render someone defenseless in a team battle. Even a minor lapse could lead to catastrophic outcomes, as an unprepared body would struggle to withstand an assault from a soul master. Clearly, this action was tantamount to wanting Zhu Qing dead. Do you not realize that if I were to do this, Zhu Qing would be in grave danger? Oscar's anger flared. He could not comprehend how Ning Rongrong, feeling humiliated, would resort to such a cruel act against a teammate. When he abandoned me, why was no one concerned for my safety? Ning Rongrong retorted, her voice rising in defiance. When the situation turned dire, we were all too overwhelmed to notice. Only Zhu Qing could assist you. And I believe he didn't protect you because he thought it was our only chance to win, Oscar rationalized. Recalling how Zhu Qing had never previously demonstrated that powerful technique, suggesting it was a last resort. Is it acceptable to let me suffer for the sake of victory? If something were to happen to Zhu Qing because of the poison, it would be his own fault. Ning Rongrong argued vehemently. Though she understood the moral ambiguity of her stance, she felt compelled to retaliate against those who had wronged her. What has happened to you, Ning Rongrong? What is wrong? With a surge of anger, Oscar knocked the vial from Ning Rongrong's hand, shattering it on the floor. As she stared at the shards of glass, Ning Rongrong felt a fire of rage ignite within her, and she screamed, "Why are you all like this? So unreasonable. If that is the case, then let everyone perish. Who is truly being unreasonable here?" Oscar struggled to contain his fury. He could not reconcile the Ning Rongrong before him with the sweet, innocent image he had held in his heart. What has transpired? Their heated exchange had grown so loud that it drew the attention of the others resting nearby. With Tang San being the first to arrive. "Tang San, you've arrived just in time. I'll pay you to kill Zhu Zhuqing for me. Afterward, you shall be a distinguished guest of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Rongrong's demeanor shifted to madness upon realizing her actions had been discovered. In this world, not everything can be bought with money or power. If you continue to hold yourself above others, perhaps you should leave, Tang San replied coldly. His disappointment in Ning Rongrong palpable. What is happening? The others soon gathered, drawn by the commotion. They beheld the fierce argument between Ning Rongrong and Oscar, with Tang San standing before them, his expression grave. Following Tang San's gaze, they noticed the broken black bottle on the ground. "Is that the soul-devouring powder?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock. "Rongrong, what is going on?" Daimu Bai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the scene. "What else could it be? The evidence lies right before you." "It hardly requires much deduction," Zhu Zhuqing ambled over, as if he had anticipated this moment. "Rongrong, this does not belong to you, does it?" It is evident that Xiao Wu also found it hard to believe the scene before her, given her nature. It was difficult to imagine her teammates behaving in such an outrageous manner. "I never anticipated you would act this way." Ning Rongrong stood motionless, lost in thought. As everyone inquired about her, observing her silence, it was clear to everyone what she was contemplating. "Ning Rongrong, I am profoundly disappointed in you. I once believed you to be a spirited individual, but I was mistaken. In your eyes, everyone appears to be merely your servants, and I have no desire to be counted among them. If you do not change, you shall forever merely long for the existence of friends." After expressing his sentiments to Ning Rongrong, Oscar turned away without looking back. His anger was palpable, and no one dared to intervene. "Ning Rongrong, while I have always found your unreasonable antics distasteful, I never imagined you could be so malicious," Ma Junhong admonished. Having spoken, Ma Junhong followed Oscar's lead and departed. "Well, the commotion has subsided. Let us all disperse," Zhu Zhuqing yawned, as if to convey his dissatisfaction at having his sweet dreams interrupted. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, the crowd began to gradually leave. Zhu Zhuqing stood before Ning Rongrong, seemingly wanting to say something, yet she quickly turned away and departed. Tang San shook his head, glancing at the weeping Ning Rongrong, then towards Zhu Zhuqing. After their eyes met, they too chose to leave. Chapter 22. Capturing the Little Witch at that moment. The dormitory was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the earlier uproar between Ning Rongrong and Oscar. "Have I truly erred?" Ning Rongrong pondered, overwhelmed by the accusations of those around her. Zhu Zhuqing gazed with keen interest at the weeping Ning Rongrong. Excellent. Now it was just the two of them, presenting a splendid opportunity for strategy. "What are you still doing here? Do you wish to witness my humiliation? If so, kindly leave." Ning Rongrong, her eyes reddened, reprimanded Zhu Zhuqing as if she had endured a great injustice. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. "It is all because of you. Solely due to your shortcomings that I have been wounded and become the target of disdain from others. It is your fault. Would you kindly cease to exist?" Ning Rongrong, receiving no response, could not help but exclaim, resembling a little demon. "It is because of you that my relationships with everyone have soured. It is entirely your doing. All your fault." She covered her face with her hands, sobbing. This was her first encounter with peers since leaving home. Her first brush with the existence of friendship. Yet at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had obliterated everything. Gazing at Zhu Zhuqing, she wished fervently to end his life. "Ning Rongrong, I sincerely apologize for the events of today," Zhu Zhuqing said, his earlier frivolity replaced by deep remorse as he addressed Ning Rongrong. "I, too, feel guilt over my failure to rescue you at that moment. Perhaps my words are somewhat inappropriate. Yet, Rongrong, would you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired earnestly. Ning Rongrong continued to sob, seemingly unresponsive to Zhu Zhuqing's apology. "I know you are, in truth, a remarkably kind-hearted individual. This farce today was not your intention. You genuinely yearned to assist everyone, did you not?" Zhu Zhuqing's expression was one of sincerity. You do not harbor any ill feelings towards us, for earlier, in the aftermath of the battle, you discreetly pinched your own arm, revealing a visage of regret. Did you not? Ning Rongrong ceased her tears and lifted her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, resembling a remorseful little kitten. I am confident that if you are willing to embrace change, everyone will surely accept you. We can all become friends. Zhu Zhuqing extended his hand towards Ning Rongrong, who was kneeling on the ground, having ceased her tears. As Ning Rongrong gazed at the man's sincere demeanor, she found that her previous disdain for him had begun to dissipate. Instead, she became entranced by Zhu Zhuqing's visage. Upon closer inspection, he was quite handsome, with a prominent nose and distinctly defined features that lent his face a remarkable three-dimensional quality. His captivating eyes, now fixed upon her, radiated warmth and gentleness. A blush crept onto Ning Rongrong's cheeks, but recalling that he was her adversary, she resolutely swatted away Zhu Zhuqing's outstretched hand. Aren't you angry? I was intent on killing you, she inquired, her gaze lowered. If I were to say I wasn't angry, that would be untrue, Zhu Zhuqing replied. However, I believe you are fundamentally a good person. Those were merely words spoken in anger, were they not? Zhu Zhuqing gazed tenderly at Ning Rongrong before him, as if wishing to envelop her in a gentle tide of affection. Rongrong, he said, your support abilities are truly remarkable. I believe that if you are willing to embrace change, you will become the most vital element of our team. The rest of us will devote our very lives to safeguarding you, for you are an indispensable part of our collective. As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, he effortlessly drew Ning Rongrong into his embrace, lowering his gaze to the anxious little cat nestled within. I'll wait. Suddenly pulled forcefully into Zhu Zhuqing's arms. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss, hastily pushing him away. This was her first encounter with a man outside her family embracing her, and it was from someone she despised. Frantically escaping Zhu Zhuqing's grasp, Ning Rongrong hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her hands, as if to express her disdain for the recent occurrence. Yet, almost immediately, she turned her head to look at Zhu Zhuqing. So all I need to do is change? She inquired softly. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of joy, realizing that he had successfully captivated the young lady from the secluded mansion. Indeed. As long as you are willing to make changes for our team, we can all become the best of friends, Zhu Zhuqing softly declared. All right, I understand. I will strive to do my best, Ning Rongrong replied, her cheeks flushed as she sensed something amiss within herself. This was peculiar. How could she, of all people, develop fond feelings for someone as detestable as Zhu Zhuqing? Surely, something was wrong with her. No, it must be fatigue. She needed to return and rest well. Observing the bashful Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but smile, feeling triumphant in his strategic endeavor. With Ning Rongrong's affections already leaning towards him, it would be a mere formality to win her heart completely. All right, Rongrong, you must be utterly exhausted. Go rest now. I shall see you tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing continued his gentle persuasion. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong dashed away without looking back, though she softly murmured a farewell over her shoulder. At that moment, as a level 30 soul master, Zhu Zhuqing's hearing was far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and he caught her words, allowing a satisfied smile to spread across his face. Ning Rongrong, you will inevitably become mine, and my prowess shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Early the following morning, everyone gathered in the classroom. Although termed a classroom, it resembled a forest, devoid of any proper desks or chairs. What kind of classroom is this? Zhu Zhuqing silently scoffed. While he had already been aware of the academy's financial struggles, he was taken aback by its dire state. In the distance, Ning Rongrong approached slowly. Her eyes slightly red, yet her expression bore a hint of resolve, piquing the curiosity of those around her. She must have spent the night outside. Could it be that she cried all night? Xiao Wu whispered to Tang San. Observing Ning Rongrong's determined demeanor, Tang San replied, no, judging by her appearance. She likely went for a run last night. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed, astonished by the rapid transformation of the sexy young lady. Where is Oscar? Is he still sleeping in? Flander inquired. Zhu Zhuqing, go fetch him. We cannot proceed with class without him. What is wrong with that guy? Flander expressed his annoyance. Yes, Dean, Zhu Zhuqing replied, yet he knew Oscar would appear before them in an instant, so he had no intention of leaving. Good morning, everyone. A rather saccharine voice chimed in. I'm here. It was indeed Oscar, appearing vibrant and alert, showing no signs of having stayed up late. Why are you so late? Why don't you just drop dead? Daimubai punched Oscar in the face. Oh, come on. The poor guy is heartbroken. We should show some understanding. Ma Hongjun defended Oscar. ISNT at you who is heartbroken? Daimubai retorted, bewildered. Then you should also show some sympathy for me. Let me have your lunch later. Heh. Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously. Then you can drop dead too. Dai Mubai responded with another punch. Enough. Class is starting. Flanders shouted angrily, prompting everyone to return to their usual demeanor. Today's lesson is quite simple. Each of you must consume Oscar's sausages, Flanders said, patting Oscar on the shoulder. What? Everyone was instantly rendered speechless. What kind of lesson is this? Xiao commented. Even if I enjoy eating, I certainly do not wish to eat his sausages. Ma Hongjun expressed his reluctance, clearly baffled despite his usual love for food. Anyone who cannot do so might as well head home, Flanders stated calmly. I have a big sausage, Oscar announced, and at that moment, a pile of steaming sausages appeared on the table, yet everyone remained frozen. Unwilling to be the first to approach, Ning Rongrong glanced at the others, steeling herself, and declared, I will go first. She seized Oscar's sausage with fierce determination and began to bite into it. Seeing her fierce expression, Oscar felt a pang of fear. After finishing, Ning Rongrong turned to Zhu Zhuqing, her face slightly flushed, then quickly averted her gaze. Your sausage was quite delectable, she said, wiping her mouth. The others followed her gaze and, upon realizing she was looking at Zhu Zhuqing, felt a wave of curiosity about what had transpired between the two to effect such a significant change in her. Zhu Zhuqing smiled faintly in response to the gazes of the crowd, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 23. The True Genius. Time reverted to the previous night. When Zhu Zhuqing returned to the dormitory after comforting Ning Rongrong, he found Tang San seated on his bed, staring intently at him. As if attempting to see through Zhu Zhuqing, a chill ran down Zhu Qing's spine. Typically, Tang San was always inseparable from Xiao Wu, yet here he was, seemingly intrigued by a man. To dispel the awkwardness, Zhu Qing jested, I didn't expect you to have an interest in men. Tang San, however, paid no heed to Zhu Qing's quip and instead remarked, Zhu Qing, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about your soul power. Zhu Qing was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated being so quickly discerned by Tang San. Truly, as the protagonist, Tang San's insight was extraordinary, Zhu Qing mused. Although Shrek Academy was renowned for its extraordinary talents, the rapid escalation of his soul power from level 20 to level 30 was indeed monstrous. Should this anomaly be discovered, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions about his identity. Yes, after that intense battle today, I experienced a breakthrough, and my soul power has now reached level 26. Zhu Qing confessed, knowing that deceiving Tang San with a lie would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he opted for a half-truth to mask his actual soul power. Although the leap from level 20 to level 26 might seem exaggerated, it still fell within the realm of what could be achieved by a prodigy, making it less conspicuous in the extraordinary environment of Shrek Academy. So soon, Tang San was astonished by Zhu Qing's rapid advancement. It seemed rather unusual. Yet sensing the profound aura of soul power emanating from Zhu Qing, he said, Congratulations. Thank you. Zhu Qing, preoccupied with his thoughts, offered a few casual replies before lying down on his bed. He was aware that his strategy with Ning Rongrong had progressed smoothly and anticipated that the system would soon dispense rewards. He was eager to discover what the forthcoming reward would entail. Ding! Ning Rongrong's favorability increased by 20%. Congratulations, host. You have gained the innate ability of poison resistance, reducing poison damage by 50%. Indeed, the system's reward had arrived, but what was this? Poison resistance was not akin to previous rewards such as soul power or soul rings. Rather, it conferred an innate effect. While every creature in Douluo Continent possessed unique talents, this bestowed attribute appeared rather exceptional. Was this anomaly due to the system not being native to Douluo Continent? Zhu Qing found himself increasingly intrigued by the system's subsequent offerings. A 50% reduction in poison means that, in simple terms, Zhu Qing would suffer minimal effects from typical toxins. And given his current strength as a soul master at level 30, withstanding Tang San's poison would be a trivial matter. While this ability may not enhance his combat prowess directly, it would serve as a formidable weapon against opponents who relied on toxins, rendering their most potent weapons ineffective. If one were to ponder who wielded poison most adeptly, it would undoubtedly be Tang San, since the system had bestowed this ability upon him. It seemed that a confrontation with Tang San for the position of protagonist was inevitable. This ability could significantly limit the effectiveness of Tang San's blue silver grass, one of his twin spirits. Truly, fortune was favoring him. It appeared that he was one step closer to his rise. Zhu Qing secretly rejoiced. If the system granted him such power, it was indeed an opportunity to supplant Tang San. System, sign in for Tang San, sign in for Xiao Wu. Ding. Host successfully signed in for Tang San, receiving one Qing Xian pill, which can neutralize potent toxins. Ding. Host failed to sign in for Xiao Wu. What? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, unable to believe that despite all that had transpired, Xiao Wu still harbored suspicions towards him, although her demeanor was typically cheerful and generous. Her wariness towards him was perplexing. Zhu Zhuqing shook his head in disbelief. Never mind, he thought, dismissing the matter. He began to examine the Qing Xian pill in his hand, a remarkable item capable of nullifying the poison of the man-faced demon spider. This would greatly aid Tang San in acquiring his soul ring tomorrow, a favor Zhu Zhuqing was more than willing to accept. Returning to the present. The crowd observed as Ning Rongrong was the first to consume Oscar's sausage, sparking their competitive spirit, prompting them to try it as well. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the still hesitant Zhu Zhuqing beside him and remarked, "If you wish to triumph over Dai Mubai in the future, you must not waver any longer. Without even a modicum of courage, how can one hope to grow stronger?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, picking up Oscar's sausage to take a bite. Although the incantation was somewhat nauseating, the appearance of the sausage was undeniably appealing. "Why do you always steal my words?" Flander, who was preparing to approach Zhu Zhuqing with advice, found himself momentarily frozen in place. This lad undoubtedly harbored secrets, possessing both light and dark martial souls. The mere existence of such duality foretold his exceptional nature. Zhu Zhuqing is undoubtedly more than just an ordinary lad from a village. Flander holds this belief firmly, though he does not mind that his students harbor a few secrets. After all, each individual at Shrek Academy possesses their own mysteries to some extent. However, his curiosity about the unknown compels him to desire a deeper understanding of Zhu Zhuqing. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that clarity will come in due time. Shaking his head, Flander picked up an Oscar sausage and began to eat. Although the smell and taste of Oscar's sausage left much to be desired, its performance speed and recovery effects were exemplary, as Oscar himself noted. Wait. The soul power recovery effect of Oscar's sausage has increased. Oscar, have you broken through? Flander's eyes sparkled with excitement. The food-type martial spirits are notoriously difficult to cultivate, and a level breakthrough is considerably more challenging than for ordinary soul masters. Yet, Oscar, at the tender age of 14, has reached the 30th level, truly a prodigy. A promising future awaits you, Oscar. Zhu Zhuqing patted Oscar on the shoulder. Hee. I just broke through this morning and hadn't had the chance to share it with everyone yet, Oscar said, scratching his head awkwardly. Here it comes. Next. Flander would send them to the Douluo Forest to find a new soul ring for Oscar. In this very place. Tang San and Xiao Wu would also reach the 30th level, providing Zhu Zhuqing the opportunity he deemed rightfully his to ascend to that level as well. After all, if one were to break through to the 30th level in the heat of battle, who could object? Furthermore, this was a significant opportunity to forge a good relationship with Tang San and Xiao Wu. The Qing Xian Dan acquired last night could be used to garner a substantial favor from Tang San. Well, that's all for today. Everyone prepare yourselves and gather your belongings, Flander said with a mischievous smile. Teacher, are we going to the Douluo Forest? Zhu Zhuqing interjected before Flander could finish. His words snatched away once more. Flander pressed his temples, feeling his blood pressure rise due to Zhu Zhuqing's antics. Yet such insight is not something an ordinary person possesses. Flander shot Zhu Zhuqing a glare and said, yes. Everyone will head to the Douluo Forest tomorrow to find a suitable soul ring for Oscar. And you, Zhu Zhuqing, since your knowledge is so profound, why not run 20 laps around the campus? Exercise aids in contemplation. With a smile, Flander decided it was time to teach this troublesome boy a lesson, reminding him who the teacher truly was. Ah, teacher, I promise I won't interrupt you again. Zhu Zhuqing shivered at Flander's smile, realizing he was indeed a person who holds grudges. Chapter 24. The 8 Oddities of Shrek, Let Us Go, Flander concluded. And Zhu Zhuqing took the delicate hand of Zhu Zhuqing beside him. However, feeling shy in front of her classmates, Zhu Zhuqing shook off Zhu Zhuqing's hand and blushed, saying, no need, I can walk by myself. Hello, Zhu Zhuqing. I'm Dai Mubai. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing reject Zhu Zhuqing's hand, Dai Mubai approached to greet her. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him and continued walking ahead. Dai Mubai's hand hung awkwardly in the air, unsure of what to do. You might as well go find your twin sisters and enjoy yourself, Mr. Casanova, Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a smirk at the embarrassed Dai Mubai. You want to die, don't you? Ma Hongjun quickly restrained Dai Mubai, who was about to retaliate. Just wait for me, Dai Mubai said, turning away without looking back. Thinking of winning over Zhu Zhuqing, huh? She is mine. Watching Dai Mubai in a bind brought Zhu Zhuqing immense satisfaction. He felt he was doing a service to the community. The next morning, the group set off toward the hunter village in the Stardow forest. Rong Rong, accelerate for us, Zhu Zhuqing requested of Ning Rong Rong, as her affection for him had grown, making her more inclined to listen to his words. Put in some effort. We'll be there soon, Zhu Zhuqing encouraged everyone. Before them lay a bustling marketplace, a stark contrast to the desolate road they had just traveled. Hey, are we lost? Dai Mubai impatiently asked Zhu Zhuqing, harboring resentment towards him and looking to provoke him at every turn. Of course not. Do you even know who I am? Zhu Zhuqing replied proudly, setting aside the system. He was a transmigrator, well aware of such trivial matters. Not bad. We arrived 5 minutes ahead of schedule. You all did well. Zhao Wujing suddenly appeared before them. In the original story, Tang San and the others would have been 5 minutes late, but guided by Zhu Zhuqing, they were far more efficient. The group followed Zhao Wujing into a tavern for a meal. Next would come the infamous scene of the turtle seeking trouble. This turtle was a teacher from Songhui Academy, and Zhu Zhuqing intended to seize this opportunity to flaunt his prowess. Boss, bring us all the dishes from your kitchen. A group of them barged in, their demeanor suggesting hostility. Who are these people? Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists and asked Zhu Zhuqing. Just a bunch of paper tigers from Songhui Academy, Zhu Zhuqing scornfully replied. What did you say? An astute student from Songhui Academy overheard. Excuse me, what did you just ask? Zhu Zhuqing said, then punched the approaching Songhui Academy student back. Perfect. Now it was time for him to show off. Though he looked down on these Songhui Academy individuals, he still needed to be cautious of their leading teacher, who was a turtle soul king. Brothers, charge. The angered students from Songhui Academy shouted. But unfortunately, the strength of these Songhui Academy underlings paled in comparison to the monsters of Shrek Academy. With swift precision, they dispatched the Songhui Academy students. What do you punks want? Which sect do you belong to that you would dare to oppose Songhui Academy? The turtle, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward to defend his students. We are merely exchanging pointers, Uncle Turtle. Don't take it personally, Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a smirk. What? Turtle? Yi Zhiqiu roared in fury. Xuanjia Fuji. Provoked. The turtle instructor entered a battle stance. He was a defensive-type soul king. Everyone, follow my lead and take him down, Zhu Zhuqing shouted to the Shrek group, who were eager and ready to join the fray. They were keen to test their team's strength. I will teach you little rascals a lesson on behalf of your teacher, Yi Zhiqiu declared, releasing his soul power. Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San. You three engage him with speed. Zhu Zhuqing began to command based on his knowledge. Fatty S flames can suppress him. Oscar, you support him. Rong Rong. You assist the three in their swift assault. I will roam and support you all. All right. The group responded in unison. Only Dai Mubai, left out, glared at Zhu Zhuqing with disdain. So you're ignoring me, are you? Just wait. Dai Mubai, you come and provide us support, Tang San said to Dai Mubai, who was left with nothing to do. Rong Rong, you must take action to earn the recognition of everyone in Shrek. I believe in you. Zhu Zhuqing approached Ning Rong Rong alone to offer her encouragement. 7 treasure glazed tile. Ning Rong Rong's cheeks flushed slightly as she began to support the trio. Soft skill. Nether piercing strike. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu launched their attack first. Mystic turtle shield. Yi Zhiqiu activated his soul skill, and their strikes had little effect against his turtle shell. Blue silvergrass and twine. Following their assault, Tang San seized the opportunity to restrain Yi Zhiqiu, rendering him immobile. Sword of light. Zhu Zhuqing followed up with a strike aimed at Yi Zhiqiu. A crimson line appeared on Yi Zhiqiu's body. We have successfully broken through his defenses. The group rejoiced. Excellent. You are courting death. Yi Zhiqiu's expression twisted in fury as he faced the young challengers. 30% soul power, mystic water surge. Ma Junong, now? Zhu Zhuqing shouted. Flame Phoenix. Ignite the Phoenix fire line. A torrent of unrelenting flames erupted from Ma Junong's mouth, countering the chilling air released by Yi Zhiqiu. The searing flames and bone-chilling cold clashed and neutralized one another. 50% soul power, mystic water surge. An even more frigid gust surged towards Ma Junong, overwhelming his flames due to the significant disparity in their levels. Just as the icy blast was about to engulf Ma Junong, radiant light. Sword of light. Zhu Zhuqing attacked Yi Zhiqiu from the side, bolstered by the brilliance of his light, easily breaking through Yi Zhiqiu's defenses. Struck by the white light. Yi Zhiqiu coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Not bad at all, remarked Zhao Wujia, who had stepped forward from the sidelines to observe. All right. You've had your fun. It's time to go to bed. If you seek trouble again, I'll deal with you. Zhao Wujia threatened with a smile. Though he was genuinely pleased that his students had managed to defeat a Soul King, such an accomplishment was nothing short of miraculous for this group of young ones. who were merely at the 30th level. Stop. If you dare, leave your names. A student from Songhui Academy asked begrudgingly. Zhu Zhuqing, upon witnessing the scene, stood before the crowd with a charming smirk and declared, "Remember, we are the Shrek 8 monsters." Chapter 25. Fierce Battle with the Great Serpent. Don't move. Zhu Zhuqing halted Ma Junhong, who was about to play with a snail. The snail released a jet of inky black liquid. Oh no. Ma Junhong swiftly sought refuge behind Zhu Zhuqing. Is it poisonous? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a hint of concern. Not poisonous. But this ink will stain your clothes beyond the reach of mere water, Zhu Zhuqing, taking on the role of an encyclopedia, interjected in place of Tang San. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A horde of lowly rodents materialized before them, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Seeking death, Daimubai swiftly dispatched a multitude of the rodents with a single strike. Daimubai, cease. These rodents pose no threat to us. Their growth is slow. Let us spare them for the future soul masters, Zhu Zhuqing urged, preempting Tang San's intervention. Mind your own business. Daimubai, irritated by Zhu Zhuqing's interference, disregarded his words and continued to annihilate the remaining rodents. How heartless. Zhu Zhuqing remarked disdainfully at Daimubai's actions. Who asked for your opinion? Daimubai retorted, wiping the blood from his hands as he ventured deeper into the forest. It appeared that Daimubai's resentment had begun to cloud his judgment of reality, and in his current state, Zhu Zhuqing would only grow to loathe him further. Quite well. Zhu Zhuqing watched as Daimubai departed, not giving it much thought. Tang San, standing nearby, seemed to want to say something, yet he refrained. Understanding that the scent of blood from the recent slaughter in the forest could attract powerful soul beasts, posing a danger to them all. Thus, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary violence. Zhu Zhuqing solemnly addressed the members of Shrek Academy. What is the matter with the boss? Ma Junhong inquired. Perplexed by Daimubai's departure, pay him no mind. He is just a bit temperamental. Let us continue on our way, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie sensed movement in the nearby trees. Something is approaching, he exclaimed, immediately adopting a combat stance. Zhu Zhuqing, please check what the situation is, Zhu Zhuqing requested. Understood. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing leapt into the air, perching atop the treetops to survey the surroundings. It's a soul beast, she reported. It has a red head and measures 6 to 8 meters in length, flying just above the ground. Can you discern what it is? Tang San asked urgently. No. The foliage is too dense for me to see, she replied. It is a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. This is an excellent soul ring for Oscar. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Zhu Zhuqing quickly explained. While these details were typically within Tang San's realm of knowledge, as a transmigrator, Zhu Zhuqing possessed a greater understanding. And he was not about to relinquish this opportunity to Tang San. Haha, you're in luck, my friend. This creature is a rare treasure, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, playfully slapping Oscar on the head. The force of Zhao Wujie's hand nearly knocked Oscar to the ground before the battle had even begun. Everyone, listen to my command and prepare for an ambush, Zhu Zhuqing urged as he swiftly moved to conceal himself among the treetops. Birds are the natural enemies of snakes. And as a phoenix, Ma Junhong held a significant advantage over the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Fatty, go, Zhu Zhuqing directed. Blazing Phoenix. Phoenix fire line. The sudden surge of intense flames caused the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake to panic, quickly altering its course. Tang San, bind it with blue silver grass. Barbs. Seizing the opportunity as the snake adjusted its direction, Tang San ensnared it with his vines. However, the snake flicked its tail, effortlessly breaking free from Tang San's grasp. Why is it so slippery? Tang San wondered in confusion. Zhu Zhuqing was well aware that Tang San's blue silver grass was utterly ineffective against the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. However, what he desired was precisely the creature's retreat. 4. The abyssal thrust. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward with agility, transforming her hand into a sword aimed at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Clang. Her thrust left an imprint on the snake's scales, yet it failed to breach its formidable defenses. Oh no. The speed is too swift. As she beheld the approaching phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, retreat was no longer an option. She could only brace herself for the impact. Zhu Zhuqing spread her arms, preparing to withstand the blow. Whoosh. A flash of white light surged forth, and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake suddenly found itself grievously wounded. The second soul skill, Sword of Light. This technique, possessing extreme penetrating power, sliced through the impenetrable scales of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, compelling it to abandon its assault on Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the dazed Zhu Zhuqing before him, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly pulled her aside, causing her to stumble and nearly fall into his embrace. Fool, You must be mindful of your safety, Zhu Zhuqing gently admonished as he gazed at the flustered Zhu Zhuqing. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of an apple ripe for picking. Thank you, she replied, shaking her head to dispel the moment, pushing Zhu Zhuqing away. For the battle was still underway, and she could not afford to let her guard down. Zhu Zhuqing was still savoring the lingering warmth of the enchanting beauty in his embrace, as the graceful figure of Zhu Zhuqing captivated his gaze. Truly exquisite, Zhu Zhuqing marveled. Zhu Zhuqing allowed the tail-feathered chicken-crowned snake to escape, all part of a grand design. Originally, this was a scene for Dai Mubai to rescue Zhu Zhuqing, yet he had inadvertently seized the opportunity for himself. A certain scoundrel must be fuming now, Zhu Zhuqing mused with a sly smile. White Tiger Vajra transformation. Dai Mubai, witnessing the intimate exchange between the two, was consumed by an overwhelming fury. He suddenly leaped towards the tail-feathered chicken-crowned snake with lethal intent. Die. In his beastly form. Dai Mubai unleashed his full strength, striking the snake's scales, leaving a noticeable dent. Pff. The struck snake expelled a cloud of crimson mist. Dai Mubai was startled by the sudden burst of mist and instinctively recoiled. Hey, Dai Mubai, that smoke isn't toxic. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, amused by Dai Mubai's flustered demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but chuckle at Dai Mubai's comical display, leaving her with a rather unfavorable impression of him in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing noted that Zhu Zhuqing's impression of Dai Mubai had deteriorated further. Initially, he had intended to stage a classic hero saving the beauty scenario, but he did not anticipate Dai Mubai's clumsy antics. This unexpected turn of events only widened the chasm between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, much to Zhu Zhuqing's delight. Teacher Zhao, please lend a hand. This snake is far too slippery to handle, and if we don't act soon, it will escape. Tang San urgently requested assistance from Zhao Wujing. It seems that even after millennia, you still cannot subdue this soul beast. I shall reluctantly offer my aid. Zhao Wujing, brimming with joy, took it upon himself to accomplish what this group of monsters could not. Increase gravity. Compress gravity. With a resounding thud, the once vibrant serpent lay motionless on the ground. Come, Oscar. This is your trophy, Zhao Wujing called out to Oscar nearby. Oscar hesitated, grappling with the moral implications of taking a life as he held the knife. Oscar, this is a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Only by hardening your heart can you grow stronger, Zhu Zhuqing reassured him. I'm sorry, but I will remember you. Oscar steeled himself and thrust the knife toward the serpent's head. Stop. A haughty voice rang out, accompanied by a flying dagger. With a swift move, Tang San deflected the dagger with a hidden weapon. Who goes there? Zhao Wujing inquired, turning towards the source of the voice. That serpent is my prey. A striking young woman clad in purple, wielding a serpent staff and surrounded by 8 distinct soul rings, emerged. What? A soul Douluo level soul master? Zhao Wujing was taken aback, gazing at the 8 soul rings that appeared before him. The girl seemed no older than a teenager, comparable in age to Tang San and his companions, who were already considered prodigies in their rapid advancement. Yet, a girl of such youth achieving soul Doa status was beyond comprehension. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained unfazed, knowing this was merely a display of grandeur before the arrival of the legendary Gai Shi family. As anticipated, an elderly woman wearing a gray hood appeared from behind the young girl. It turned out she was merely a soul sage with 2 soul rings accompanied by a soul emperor with 6 soul rings, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the group. Greetings, esteemed soul sage. This is our quarry. May I kindly request that you return it to us? Despite her age, the old woman exuded a robust aura, betraying no signs of frailty. Oh, I wondered who it was. It is the legendary soul master snake Granny from the Gai Shi. I have long admired you, but we cannot easily part with this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhu Zhuqing feigned respect, bowing slightly to the snake Granny. And who might you be? A mere great soul master dares to seek counsel from me? The snake Granny, provoked by Zhu Zhuqing's taunt, slammed her serpent staff onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a massive crater to form in an instant. I am but an insignificant nobody, unworthy of your remembrance. However, this is our teacher, the indestructible King Zhao Wujing. If you wish to spar, you may challenge him, Zhu Zhuqing said with a grin, positioning himself behind Zhao Wujing. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's mischievous grin, the snake Granny felt an urge to tear him apart, but halted at the sight of Zhao Wujing standing before her. Damn it, why is this insufferable rogue here? The snake Granny thought to herself, cursing her misfortune for encountering such an unreasonable scoundrel just when her partner was absent. You brat. Do you think you can use me as a shield? Zhao Wujing muttered quietly, his temples throbbing with frustration as he turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Su Qing discerned Zhao Wujia's intentions and responded quietly, "Alas, with a teacher as valiant and formidable as you, I shall bear the burden of animosity while you focus on delivering your prowess. Of course, even if I were to remain silent, you would not relinquish what you have acquired, would you?" Zhao Wujia, protective by nature, would never willingly surrender such a perfectly matched soul ring to Oscar, especially considering that at present, the only adversary he faced was the snake matriarch, who could not contend with his might. "Ah, it is indeed Brother Zhao. I have heard tales of your valorous deeds, and now that I see you in person, you are every bit the heroic figure as the rumors suggest." The snake matriarch, aware of her inferiority, sought to engage in pleasantries to dissuade him from taking action. However, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is indeed our quarry. As evidenced by the scars on its abdomen, it holds great significance for my granddaughter. Might I implore you to return it to its rightful owner? She added, attempting to appeal to Zhao Wujia's sense of reason, knowing he was wary of her, although she alone could not rival Zhao Wujia. The formidable duo of the dragon and snake always stood united. With the Dragon King nearby, should he return to join forces with her, they could easily overpower Zhao Wujia. Indeed, that is true. Dai Mubai stepped forward to examine the snake's abdomen and confirmed the presence of 3 wounds, which could not have been inflicted by their techniques. "Esteemed elder, while this snake bears marks of injury from your attack, it remains subdued by us. If we are to discuss merits, it seems we have the greater claim." Su Qing, standing behind Zhao Wujia, continued to stoke the flames of animosity, fully aware that the snake matriarch would not dare to act rashly. "Why not have your lovely granddaughter spar with my elder brother here? What do you say to a contest of strength?" He nudged Tang Xin forward, who, upon catching Su Qing's trusting gaze, nodded in agreement, eager to test the extent of his abilities. Understanding the desires harbored by the snake matriarch, Su Qing orchestrated this encounter. Knowing she would readily acquiesce to the proposal, his aim was to ensure Tang Xin engaged in battle with the snake matriarch's granddaughter, as this confrontation would elevate Tang Xin to the 30th level, allowing him to forcibly absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. Su Qing had meticulously prepared his Xianqing Dan for this very purpose, knowing it was a significant favor he could not afford to overlook. Though Su Qing aspired to supplant Tang Xin, he recognized his current weakness and deemed it premature to attempt such a takeover. Uncertain of whether the narrative would persist without its protagonist or if the system would continue to dispense rewards, he resolved to bolster Tang Xin's favorability to exploit the system's benefits. Once he maximized Tang Xin's goodwill and acquired an array of divine artifacts, he could consider taking his place. "Very well, you have my word. Should you lose, do not claim my granddaughter bullied him." The snake matriarch noted that Tang Xin's soul power was only at the 29th level, despite her granddaughter also being at the 30th level without a 3rd soul ring. The disparity between them was substantial. Given that the opponent had extended such a generous opportunity, she had no reason to decline. So you wish to battle me, little brat?" Edian, feeling slighted by the loss of her opportunity, bristled at the thought of sparring with someone she deemed inferior. "I am Tang Xin. I ask for your indulgence," Tang Xin replied courteously, preparing himself for the contest. "Enough chatter, let us fight." Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Edian lunged forward, wielding her serpent staff with ferocity, aiming directly at Tang Xin's forehead. A direct hit from this strike could leave even the most resilient Tang Xin gravely injured. Such ferocity, Tang Xin thought to himself. First soul skill, blue silvergrass entanglement. The azure vines erupted from his hands, leveraging the resilience of the blue silvergrass to intercept Edian's staff, ensnaring her entirely. "Ah, this lad has some skill. This position is quite striking," Su Qing mused, delighting in the captivating scene before him. Nevertheless, Edian was not his target, so he chose to let Tang Xin take the lead for now. Poison spike. Instantly, the blue silvergrass became adorned with lethal thorns, capable of incapacitating a century-old spirit beast, let alone the petite figure of Edian before him. Second soul skill, serpent's body. Bound by the entanglement, Edian twisted her body in an extraordinary manner, swiftly freeing herself from Tang Xin's grasp. This is troubling. She can wield poison as well. With Tang Xin's signature toxin rendered ineffective, his sole advantage was swiftly extinguished, leaving the outcome of this battle uncertain. Chapter 27. A flawed script. The onlookers felt a wave of anxiety wash over them as they realized Tang Xin's poison had no effect on Edian. Tang Xin's inherent advantage in one-on-one combat lay in his toxic capabilities. Once infused into an opponent of equal rank, the battle would generally conclude swiftly. However, once his poison was neutralized, Tang Xin, lacking formidable offensive measures, appeared at a disadvantage against Edian, who was merely one level above him, a significant gap indeed. First soul skill, Tongue Blade. Edian's serpent staff transformed into a true serpent, striking with venomous precision. Seeing that Tang San had yet to retract his blue-silver grass, Edian seized the opportunity to unleash a fierce onslaught. Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the sidelines, could not suppress a chuckle. This tongue blade bears an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru's technique from Naruto. The sight was too amusing for him to contain. Humph. The snake matriarch shot Zhu Zhuqing a fierce glare. Zhu Zhuqing then retracted his smile, returning to a serious expression as he shouted, Tang San, press on. Shadow of the Ghost. Tang San activated the skill from his previous life, his body becoming remarkably agile, evading the relentless assault in an instant. Recognizing that control tactics were ineffective, he promptly decided to engage in a swift attack. Since they were both poison-wielding soul masters, it was natural that close combat would be a disadvantage compared to other soul masters, and Ran was no exception. However, with the exquisite skills from the Tang sect that he brought from his past life, Tang San was capable of battling Ran in close quarters. Utilizing the momentum of Ran's advance, he forcefully pulled her snake staff, bringing her closer to him. Fool, my blade is laced with potent venom, Ran mocked, believing she had secured victory as Tang San recklessly grasped her snake staff. Unfortunately, she had forgotten that Tang San was also a master of poison. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled from the sidelines. With the Xin Yuhan technique, Tang San was indeed unafraid of Ran's poison. What? Ran, still smiling, turned her gaze seriously towards Tang San, realizing that the young man showed no signs of being affected. Instead, he was channeling his soul power through her snake staff towards her. Competing in soul power with me? Arrogant little imp, prepare to witness my might. Ran was taken aback that Tang San, who was significantly weaker, dared to challenge her in a contest of soul power. It was an act of sheer recklessness. Thus, she decided to show no mercy. Ran began to channel her soul power continuously through the end of her snake staff, and the confrontation between the two transformed into a straightforward contest of soul power, devoid of trickery. A dazzling radiance enveloped them, illuminating the area due to the clash of their soul powers. Seeing that they were evenly matched, Ran, feeling frustrated, infused all her strength into the snake staff, as if intending to completely engulf Tang San. However, Tang San, not to be outdone, despite his lesser soul power, found that Ran's force faltered at the 7-3 juncture of the staff, unable to advance further. It was as if her soul power met an unyielding wall, unable to breach it. I refuse to believe you can hold out forever. Ran poured all her soul power into the clash, determined to resolve the contest at that moment, and Tang San mirrored her actions, unleashing his own soul power. The two forces collided violently with a thunderous impact. At last, the snake staff could withstand no more, shattering amidst a cloud of smoke that enveloped both combatants, thus concluding their duel. Victory has been determined. Everyone watched intently as the smoke dissipated, revealing Ran lying on the ground, while Tang San stood resolutely in place. What? The snake lady gasped in shock. Realizing the terrifying prowess of these youngsters, one a food-type soul master who had reached level 30 at such a young age, and the other defeating her precious granddaughter with mere level 29 strength. Enough, the snake lady declared, no longer wishing to linger. As she scooped up Ran and hurried away, leaving behind a warning. I will remember this day. She planned to regroup with the Dragon Lord, knowing that there would be opportunities to settle accounts with these youngsters later. Watching the snake lady depart, Zhu Zhuqing rushed to Tang San and embraced him tightly. The onlookers were frozen, staring at him in disbelief. Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San's victory is worth celebrating, your display of affection seems rather inappropriate, Ma Zhuhong remarked, observing the two with a bemused expression. Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San has just emerged from battle. Let him go and stop fooling around. Dai Mubai could not overlook Zhu Zhuqing's behavior and seized the opportunity to reprimand him. Silence and observe closely, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly to Dai Mubai's criticism. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, channeling a black glow from his hand towards Tang San. He recognized that Tang San had fainted from exhaustion, and he was using his dark martial soul to replenish Tang San's depleted soul power, which was particularly effective in this moment. Little San, I've certainly solidified your favor. Third brother, Xiaowu exclaimed, rushing over after noticing Tang San had passed out, hastily producing her water flask to hydrate him. I've got a large sausage. Oscar shouted his incantation. Though Zhu Zhuqing had overcome his distaste for Oscar's sausages, he still found the incantation rather off-putting. As Oscar fed the fifth sausage into Tang San's mouth, Tang San finally opened his eyes. With the combined support of Zhu Zhuqing's soul power and Oscar's sausage, Tang San recovered rapidly. Cough, cough. It was evident that he had choked on the sausage. Third brother, you're finally all right. Thanks to Zhu Qing. Xiaohui said affectionately, glancing gratefully at Zhu Qing. Wonderful. Zhu Qing was elated, realizing that Xiaohui had finally lowered her guard around him. And he felt that his efforts had not been in vain. You little rascal. Now that you're awake, stop gawking and absorb your soul ring. Zhao Wujing urged Oscar, who was still lingering near Tang San. Although Tang San's unconsciousness had not lasted long, night was swiftly approaching, and if they did not absorb the soul ring soon, the Stardow Forest would become increasingly perilous. Oh, coming. Oscar exclaimed excitedly, positioning himself before the great snake, summoning his courage to plunge his sword into its brain to begin the absorption. Seeing Oscar engaged in absorption, the others took their positions nearby to protect him. After a while, Oscar awoke, beaming as he jumped up, only to collide with a tree. Have you transformed into a turkey now? Daimubai commented, exasperated. I'm flying. Oscar retorted indignantly. My third soul skill allows me to soar for a minute using the speed of the phoenix tail hen snake. Oscar leapt again, this time gliding gracefully among the group. Good lad, this journey was not in vain. Zhao Wujing laughed heartily, pleased with the outcome. All right, since all is well, let us hasten our departure. We must be cautious of the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady regrouping for a surprise attack. Zhao Wujing, knowing he could not stand against the formidable duo alone, urged everyone to set off. Teacher, we might not be able to return just yet. Tang San has also reached level 30 and requires a soul ring, Zhu Qing stated, adhering to the narrative, and prepared to venture deeper into the forest. Huh, Zhu Qing, are you mistaken? I haven't leveled up, Tang San replied, perplexed as he looked at Zhu Qing. Everyone else regarded Zhu Qing with confusion, uncertain of his assertion. What? Zhu Qing halted, turning back to find the odd expressions on everyone's faces. The script. Something is amiss. Chapter 28. Mistakenly going off script, observing the peculiar gazes directed at him and Tang San's words, Zhu Qing's mind was in turmoil. What is happening? According to the original story, didn't Tang San level up to 30 in this battle? Next comes the quest for his soul ring and an encounter with a great gorilla. My memory cannot be faulty. Zhu Qing initially suspected a flaw in his memory. However, upon careful reflection, the vivid details of the novels he had read came rushing back, leaving no room for confusion. This sudden and unexpected event filled him with profound anxiety. As a traveler from the outside world who had crossed into the realm of the book, he relied on his knowledge of its narrative to navigate this universe. The established plotline served as his greatest advantage, yet now, an unforeseen complication had arisen. Tang San? Surely, you jest. Did you not inform me of your breakthrough? Zhu Qing questioned Tang San, still struggling to accept the reality before him. Tang San, I believe you are mistaken. I have never mentioned such matters to you, Tang San replied, perplexed. After all, no matter how much Zhu Qing knew, he could not possibly understand Tang San's own body better than he did. Following their recent battle, Tang San had significantly increased his soul power. Although he sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough, he remained at the 29th level, yet to ascend to 30. Perhaps, upon returning to the academy and allowing some time to pass, he would achieve that milestone. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhu Qing realized that his companion was not lying. Thus, the cause of this peculiar situation could only stem from two possibilities. Either the world had diverged from its original script due to his actions, or there was a flaw in his memory. But how could there be an error in his recollections? Zhu Qing found it implausible to believe that his memory could betray him. Consequently, the conclusion was clear. This world had transformed because of his presence. Previously, his intervention in preventing Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's interactions constituted a change, yet no significant alterations had occurred regarding their vital matters. Their levels remained unchanged, and their experiences were largely similar. Now, with Tang San as the protagonist not reaching the critical 30-level threshold at a pivotal moment, this would undoubtedly impact the unfolding narrative. Was this a blessing or a curse? Zhu Qing sighed, massaging his temples, attempting to comprehend this sudden upheaval. Such occurrences left him with a sense of foreboding regarding what the future might hold. He was uncertain about the magnitude of the changes his presence might invoke. If the consequences were too severe, the trajectory of the story could spiral beyond his control. Enough of this overthinking, he resolved. The only course of action is to strengthen myself to face the forthcoming changes in this world. If my power is formidable enough, I shall fear no upheaval. Zhu Qing made a firm decision. His sole focus now was on becoming stronger and cultivating favorable relations with the main cast. My apologies. I just stumbled and my head is a bit dizzy. I may have misremembered. Zhu Qing chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he addressed the group. Is it because you overexerted your soul power during the healing? Tang San inquired with concern, aware that without Su Qing's assistance, he would not have recovered so swiftly. Are you all right? Do you need to rest? Zhu Zhuqing asked with genuine care. Not at all. It's just a trifling matter. Let us proceed, Su Qing replied, feigning fatigue to dispel the group's worries regarding his earlier peculiar behavior. With the narrative now unfolding in this direction, he resolved to take it step by step. Fortunately, the pivotal gorilla had attacked due to Xiao Wu's presence, meaning they would encounter it again even if they retraced their steps. Thus, the current discrepancy would not drastically affect the overarching plot. Since there are no objections, let us depart, Zhao Wujie declared, urging the group to hasten their exit from the Star Doe forest. That night, having spent too much time during the day, the group set up camp rather than exiting the forest. Oscar, go help the girls prepare the meal, Dai Mubai commanded authoritatively. Why must I? I can contribute too. Oscar protested, feeling disgruntled by Dai Mubai's directive. Hee, Xiao Ao, do you not enjoy cooking? Then it is simply a matter of resource utilization, Ma Hongjun teased, provoking Oscar's desire to retaliate physically. The sun is setting. We must hurry, Su Qing urged, signaling for them to cease their playful bickering. Fear not. I shall start a fire, and darkness will be no concern, Ma Hongjun declared, brandishing a stick that he ignited. Fool, do you wish to attract soul beasts? The moment Ma Hongjun lit the stick, he was assailed by the others, with one of them dousing him with water. Soaked to the skin, Ma Hongjun resembled a drenched chicken, inciting laughter from Su Qing. Fortunately, the story remained largely intact. After all, Ma Hongjun's playful nature was consistent with his character in the original narrative. Observing the lively group, Su Qing felt reassured. As long as the crucial elements of the story remained unchanged until he grew sufficiently strong, he would be content. Now, it seemed the moment for the gorilla's appearance was imminent. Su Qing gazed into the depths of the forest, noting an unusual tranquility that offered no indication of the gorilla's presence. Considering their current trajectory toward the forest's edge, it was not surprising that the gorilla's emergence would be delayed. Su Qing gazed at the few individuals still reveling in merriment, succumbing to slumber himself. Indeed, today had proven to be rather exhausting. Hello, what is that sound? Hello, who is calling out? Within the confines of his dream, Su Qing found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Hello, Su Qing, awaken. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the realm of his dreams, revealing him standing upon an expansive grassland, devoid of any other souls. Where am I? Who is it that called my name? Su Qing pondered, casting forth his bewilderment. In an instant, he perceived a luminous halo behind him, a magnificent circle rising majestically upon the boundless prairie. Su Qing realized that no matter how he tilted his head, the edges of this wondrous ring remained elusive. Just as curiosity compelled him to reach out and touch this enigmatic halo, a voice pierced through the veil of his dream. Hello, hello, awaken, Su Qing. Su Qing, still in a state of drowsiness, opened his eyes to find the rotund face of Ma Hongjun looming before him, as if intent on planting a kiss. Get away. Startled by the sight, Su Qing swung a punch that landed squarely on Ma Hongjun's nose. What on earth are you doing? If I end up disfigured, you'll owe me a decade's worth of meals. Ma Hongjun held in pain, clutching his nose. Ah. My apologies. Was there something urgent that required my awakening? Su Qing rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat contrite as he addressed Ma Hongjun. It's your turn to be on duty. Ma Hongjun lamented, still wincing. Oh, right, my apologies. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a week's worth of meals. Su Qing proposed an offer that Ma Hongjun could not refuse. Just remember, you promised. Ma Hongjun replied with a grin, clearly delighted by the prospect of food. Before he happily sauntered away, after Su Qing awoke alone, he chose to remain vigilantly by the side of his companions. By this hour, the gorilla had yet to arrive. Could it be that it would not come at all? Su Qing pondered his next course of action. Suddenly, a resounding thud struck his head. Oh no, could it be that the gorilla has finally shown up? I must awaken everyone quickly. Shuh, it's me. Chapter 29, Night Assault. A striking figure emerged before him, illuminated by the moonlight that danced upon her fair skin, captivating in its allure. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Though he was still perplexed by the absence of the forest's king, the gorilla. Zhu Zhuqing, what is the matter? Su Qing was taken aback by her sudden approach. It's nothing. I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart with you. Zhu Zhuqing seated herself beside Su Qing. A heart-to-heart? Let me guess, it concerns Dai Mubai, right? Su Qing was aware that Zhu Zhuqing, through her recent experiences, had grown increasingly disdainful of Dai Mubai's unworthy and arrogant demeanor. Yes, he is the one I am betrothed to. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, despite her strong aversion to Dai Mubai. Her martial soul incessantly whispered to her that she and Dai Mubai were drawn together, a connection that left her feeling oddly conflicted. But you do not truly like him, do you? Su Qing recognized her disdain for Dai Mubai's behavior, especially his flirtations with other women, even while engaged. Zhu Zhuqing softly replied, her gaze fixed on Su Qing. She found herself in a tumultuous emotional struggle. On one hand, there was her betrothal to a man she detested, and on the other, the charming and reliable prince of the heavenly spirit system. Since you despise him, trust your feelings. It's all right, I will handle the rest. Su Qing spoke with resolute conviction. He had made up his mind not to allow Zhu Zhuqing to fall into the clutches of that scoundrel, even if it meant introducing instability into their future. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the young man before her, surprised to discover an unprecedented sense of security emanating from Su Qing, who was merely a teenager like herself. After speaking, she felt a slight warmth in her cheeks and lowered her head, falling silent. The starry forest of the night was unusually tranquil, with only the sound of Ma Juanhong's snoring echoing through the stillness. The atmosphere between the two was undeniably delicate. Zhu Zhuqing Su Qing found her bashful demeanor irresistibly endearing. It was fortunate that he had encountered her, to stand by her side and protect her innocent nature. Had the original narrative unfolded as intended, Zhu Zhuqing would have met Dai Mubai alone, only to discover that her fiancé was such a man. It would surely have left her heart feeling desolate. This seemed a fortuitous opportunity for further development. Su Qing resolved to seize this moment to enhance Zhu Zhuqing's fondness for him. Thud, thud, thud. A distant rumbling drew near, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down, as if the earth itself were trembling. Such a noise could only be produced by a titan-like creature. Damn it, why now of all times? Just as Su Qing was on the verge of deepening his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, an unforeseen commotion interrupted him, marking a stroke of bad luck. Su Qing understood that what was approaching was none other than the king of the starry forest, the great gorilla associated with Xiaowu. Since Tang Sen had not yet broken through to the 30th level in his previous battle, it seemed opportune for him to assist Tang Sen in achieving that breakthrough during the upcoming confrontation. Everyone, wake up. Prepare for battle, Su Qing shouted, recognizing that remaining silent was futile in the face of the formidable forest king. What is going on? Ma Hongjun, who had just fallen asleep, was roused and expressed his annoyance. What is that? Oscar queried, gazing at the two luminous circles that had suddenly appeared in the sky, puzzled. Ma Hongjun, still bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes and looked in the direction Oscar indicated. Why are there 3 moons in the sky? Fool, those are spirit beasts. Run. Zhao Wujie unleashed a gravitational force, propelling everyone away. Oh no, Wei encountered something formidable. Feeling the oppressive presence of the colossal creature, Zhao Wujie grew anxious. If he were alone, he might stand a chance to escape, but now he was responsible for 8 young students of the Shrek Academy, all at levels 20 to 30. He feared that this encounter could lead to casualties among the new students. As a teacher and guardian, he could not allow any harm to come to these children. Losing even one would bring shame upon his role. Zhao Wujie released a surge of spirit power, generating a strong repulsive force that swiftly distanced the young students from danger. Xiaowu. Su Qing scooped up the dazed Xiaowu and dashed away. Oh, I'm sorry. Xiaowu came to her senses, realizing she was being carried by Su Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang San, catch. Su Qing handed Xiaowu over to Tang San, intending to provoke the gorilla into pursuing them in a bid to snatch Xiaowu back from Tang San's grasp, for he knew that would ignite Tang San's fighting spirit. Xiaowu, are you all right? Tang Sen inquired, noticing the odd expression on Xiaowu's face. I'm fine. Let us hurry. Xiaowu reassured Tang San, though her demeanor remained somewhat unusual. The great gorilla, enraged by Tang San's taking of Xiaowu, uprooted a nearby tree, roots and all, and hurled it towards Tang San. Second soul skill, Sword of Light. A flash of white light severed the tree in midair as it hurtled towards Tang San. Thank you. Tang San felt comforted to have such a reliable ally at his back. Yet he knew this was not the time for celebration as he continued to sprint with Xiaowu in his arms. Su Qing continued to guard Tang San's rear, not out of camaraderie, but to ensure that the narrative unfolded according to his design. Soon, the colossal gorilla would make a direct move to seize Xiaowu. Su Qing turned his gaze towards the beast. With a roar, the gorilla, finding long-range attacks ineffective, charged towards Tang San, its massive form crushing everything in its path, leaving no trace of vegetation behind. Unmoved King Body, activate. As the gorilla's mountain-like fist descended upon Tang San, Zhao Wujie rushed forward to absorb the blow. Cough. Zhao Wujie's hands trembled from the impact, revealing his struggle. Damn, this is a 10,000-year Titan ape. Even a 100-year Titan ape could rival a 10,000-year ordinary soul beast. Let alone this one. There was no escape. Realizing the creature's might, Zhao Wujie understood that with the speed of these youngsters, they could not outrun it. Thus, to fulfill his role as a teacher and ensure none of his students were left behind, he resolved to buy them time. Zhu Zhuqing, take them and flee. I will hold it off. After declaring this, Zhao Wujie summoned his martial spirit and charged at the Titan ape. He knew he was like a manish trying to stop a chariot, but even if he were to be crushed, he would provide an opportunity for their retreat. This was his mission. Come on, let us see how long I can endure today. Zhao Wujie halted, turning to face the enormous Titan ape. His sense of duty left no room for retreat, for he was aware that behind him stood his students. Chapter 30, Battle with the Giant Ape. As he witnessed the giant ape's descending fist, a sudden force propelled Zhao Wujie out of the attack range of the Titan's strike. Is that it? Not as formidable as I imagined. Zhao Wujie felt a surge of relief. It seemed that even a creature as powerful as the Titan ape had to adhere to the laws of nature. Its immense size limited its agility. Boom. After a deafening crash, Zhao Wujie's body was sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string. Cough. Blood erupted from his mouth, clearly indicating he had been struck by the Titan ape's other fist. How could it be so swift? Just as Zhao Wujie had mocked the Titan ape's agility, he was caught off guard by another blow. The true speed of the Titan ape exceeded his expectations. Is this the 10,000-year Titan ape? Zhao Wujie chuckled bitterly, realizing his strength was still insufficient. Yet, great strength diamond bear, manifest. Unmoved king body. Gravity compression. Gravity amplification. Zhao Wujie rapidly imbued himself with multiple enhancements and charged at the Titan ape. Even a frail mantis must attempt to turn the tide. Boom. 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 The clash of fists between Zhao Wujie and the Titan ape unleashed a cataclysmic noise. Roar. The Titan ape, astonished that its fist could not crush a mere insect, grew furious, its body reddening as steam erupted from its back. It was now serious. Radiant light. Sort of light. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appeared beside Zhao Wujie, intercepting an even more brutal blow than before. Zhu Zhuqing, have you lost your mind? Quickly take them away. Zhao Wujie was not pleased to see his student block the attack. Instead, he felt a surge of anger at Zhu Zhuqing's disobedience. However, upon sensing the soul power emanating from Zhu Zhuqing, he was taken aback. This kid has broken through to level 30. How could I possibly engage in such despicable acts? I had others do it. Zhu Zhuqing retorted angrily, knowing the gorilla was here solely to take Xiao Wu, and all he needed was an opportunity to allow it to do so, as Xiao Wu was acquainted with it and would not be in peril. Yet, if Zhao Wujie continued to provoke the Titan ape, he might sacrifice himself in vain. Zhu Zhuqing would not permit such a scenario. By blocking this blow for Zhao Wujie, he also aimed to make his own breakthrough to level 30 seem more justifiable, as it was common for one to advance after battling formidable foes. Teacher, hold on. Tang San and Xiao Wu joined Zhao Wujie's side. Daimu Bai, Ning Rongrong, and the others soon followed. Having consumed Oscar's third soul ring to gain the soul skill, Flying Mushroom, briefly granting them the ability to fly. Clearly, they were all spirited individuals. After witnessing Zhao Wujie and Zhu Zhuqing's actions, fleeing would not align with their character. Let us fight. Blue silver grass bind. Tang San swiftly ensnared the Titan ape's left arm with his blue silver grass. Although his poison was ineffective against such a beast, the inherent resilience of the blue silver grass prevented the Titan ape from tearing it apart immediately. White tiger diamond transformation. Daimu Bai. Having consumed Oscar's newly acquired third soul skill, charged and struck the gorilla's head, but it seemed ineffective. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Zhuhong unleashed a torrent of blazing flames, scorching the Titan ape wherever the fire touched. 7 treasures famous, strength, speed, radiant light, sword of light, Hell's Claw. Ning Rongrong utilized the power of the 7 treasures glazed tower to significantly enhance the attack power of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. The two combined their strength, with Zhu Qing's sword cleaving into the Titan ape's shoulder. Boom. A brilliant white light flashed, seemingly intent on consuming the darkness of the world. Roar. A slight wound appeared on the Titan ape's shoulder, though not grievous. Being injured by such a diminutive creature only fueled its rage. You little rascals, fighting so valiantly. As your teacher, I must get serious. Zhao Wujie felt immense pride seeing his students display such bravery as their strongest combatant. It was time for him to demonstrate his true prowess. Soul martial true form. Zhao Wujie transformed into a giant bear, towering in the heavens and exuding a fearsome presence. Beast, come and take this. Zhao Wujie swung a mighty fist at the Titan ape's right cheek. This was a special soul skill, soul martial true form. Attainable only by soul masters beyond level 70, it greatly enhanced a soul master's abilities, but should it be broken, he would suffer a backlash and enter a state of weakness. In such a case, the group would likely be left defenseless. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing understood that, regrettably. Even if Zhao Wujie utilized this form, it would not be enough to contend with the Titan ape. It was not due to Zhao Wujie's weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of their opponent. Soon, they would witness Xiao Wu being taken away, prompting Tang San to undoubtedly spring into action to rescue her, thereby achieving his own breakthrough to level 30. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing signaled to her. 7 treasures famous, strength. Responding to the cue, Ning Rongrong bestowed the power of the 7 treasures glazed tower upon Zhao Wujie, augmenting his strength even further, now comparable to that of a soul Douluo. However, the immense consumption from empowering a soul sage left Ning Rongrong exhausted, causing her to stumble backward. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly caught the collapsing Ning Rongrong, employing his dark martial soul to restore her strength. The Titan giant ape sensed a flicker of threat from the seemingly insignificant creature before it and began to inhale fiercely, its back glowing red and releasing plumes of white smoke. Beast, die. Zhao Wujie swiftly swung his enormous fist, intent on eliminating the imminent threat. The clash between the giant ape's fist and Zhao Wujie's own produced a shockwave that reached Zhu Zhuqing and the others, stirring up dust from the ground and momentarily blinding them. After the thunderous noise subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Did Teacher Zhao win? Although visibility was obscured, the absence of sound ahead led Oscar to hope that their teacher had triumphed over the giant ape. Otherwise, despair would be their only companion. No, teacher, lost. Daimu Bai, possessing the highest soul power among them, was the first to pierce through the veil of dust, revealing the scene before him. Zhao Wujie had reverted to his original size, lying unconscious on the ground. Run. Suddenly, a massive hand appeared before Xiao Wu, prompting Tang San to shout in anger. He swiftly used blue silver grass to pull Xiao Wu back into his embrace. The giant ape, undeterred by its initial failure, continued its pursuit with its enormous palm. Witnessing his beloved sister being hunted, Tang San leaped into action. Xiantian Baolu. 6 mystical arts of hidden weapons, light release. While moving at high speed, he unleashed all the hidden weapons he had refined. They struck the giant ape's tough body, producing a ringing sound but causing no harm. Brother San, be careful. Xiao Wu, sheltered behind Tang San, pushed him aside, wanting to confront the incoming giant fist. Get out of my way. Tang San, enraged at seeing Xiao Wu willing to take the brunt of the threat, swung the Haotian hammer, ready to meet the Titan's colossal blow. This was his most formidable weapon. If this failed, the consequences could be dire. You must use your left hand's hammer to protect the grass in your right hand. Forever. His father's words echoed in his mind, and he believed his hammer was meant for moments like this, to safeguard those he loved. Yet reality did not unfold as Tang San had hoped. His swing missed, and the giant ape's hand suddenly grasped Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Tang San's anguished scream pierced the air. The giant ape, holding on to Xiao Wu, showed no intention of releasing her, turning to leave with her in its grasp. Now, Xiao Wu had been abducted by the Titan giant ape. Chapter 31. The man-faced venomous spider Xiao Wu. Watching his sister being taken away by the Titan giant ape, Tang San cried out in despair. The monster had snatched away his childhood companion, his sister. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained untroubled. Knowing that the Titan giant ape shared a profound connection with Xiao Wu, its action was merely a part of her destiny and posed no real danger. Oscar, quickly. Give me your mushrooms. Hurry. Tang San shook Oscar fiercely, urging him to produce a flying mushroom so he could pursue and reclaim his sister. Tang San, don't act rashly. Zhu Zhuqing grasped the frenzied Tang San. Due to the shifting world around them, their location had transformed into the outskirts of the Stardow forest. If Tang San were to chase after the giant ape alone, he would likely collapse from exhaustion before encountering the man-faced venomous spider. Let me go. I must rescue Xiao Wu. Tang San struggled against Zhu Zhuqing's hold, the fire of determination within him refusing to allow him to pause. Listen to me, Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing firmly turned Tang San's gaze toward his own, speaking earnestly. I will help you save Xiao Wu. She will be fine. But you must take me with you. You cannot do this alone. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Tang San finally calmed down. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he had noticed that most of what the man said came to pass, and his wisdom and insight surpassed his own. Thus, he chose to trust Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar, Give us both mushrooms, Zhu Zhuqing instructed, standing before Oscar. Captain, I can only produce 2 more mushrooms. Can you both manage? Perhaps we should return to find help first? Oscar hesitated. With only 2 flying mushrooms remaining, Zhu Zhuqing was aware of the situation. Recalling that Oscar could only generate 10 mushrooms daily due to limitations in his talent. Prior to their battle with the giant ape, Zhu Zhuqing had already distributed 1 mushroom to each member of their team. With his presence, the original Shrek 7 had transformed into the current Shrek 8, leaving only 2 mushrooms. Zhu Qing's plan was to personally escort Tang San to confront the man-faced venomous spider. Trust me, Zhu Zhuqing offered no further explanation. Aware that excessive reasoning could breed doubt, as Xiao Wu's kin, Tang San's resolve was unwavering, and Zhu Qing's dark martial soul could replenish Tang San's soul power. With the strongest Zhao Wujia incapacitated from backlash, Zhu Qing and Tang San were the most suitable pair for the pursuit. Very well, let us fly together. Big mushroom. Oscar conjured 2 peculiar winged mushrooms. Are you truly going? Zhu Zhuqing expressed concern for Zhu Qing's safety. Yes, it is imperative that I go, Zhu Qing responded, as if answering a call of destiny. Be safe. Return to us. Realizing she could not dissuade Zhu Qing, Zhu Zhuqing voiced her final plea. All right, Tang San. Let us depart. You all follow closely behind, Zhu Qing commanded. He swallowed a flying mushroom and took to the skies alongside Tang San. As they soared through the air, Zhu Qing continuously channeled dark soul power into Tang San, rejuvenating him after the grueling battle of the day. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would not know what to do. Tang San expressed his gratitude for Zhu Qing's willingness to accompany him. He recognized that had he pursued alone in his previous state, he would have likely fainted mid-journey due to insufficient soul power. It's no trouble, Tang San. You have broken through to the 30th level, haven't you? Zhu Qing noted the intensified soul power radiating from Tang San, now comparable to his own. Yes, I just broke through, Tang San admitted, revealing his progress during the critical moment. It seemed the crisis with Xiao Wu had propelled Tang San to a breakthrough, positioning him to absorb the man-faced venomous spider's essence successfully. Here, take this. It is the Qing Xian pill, capable of neutralizing various toxins. I have a feeling you will find it useful. Zhu Qing retrieved the Qing Xian pill awarded to him by the system from his space. Zhu Qing had also conducted research on the artifact, realizing that it held little significance for him. After all, he had already acquired the unreasonable gift of toxin resistance, rendering ordinary poisons ineffective against him. Rather than keeping it for future self-preservation, he deemed it more beneficial to sell it to Tang San, thereby establishing a profound bond of gratitude. This would ultimately serve to enhance his own strength. Tang San was somewhat perplexed as to why Zhu Qing possessed such an item. Indeed, there were many secrets surrounding him. However, given their history of life and death together as close brothers, Tang San harbored no doubts about Zhu Qing's intentions and accepted the gift. Thus, the two soared through the forest under the cover of night. Perhaps due to the recent commotion caused by the Forest King, they surprisingly encountered no soul beast along their path. We're almost there, Zhu Qing thought, calculating the distance to the location where Tang San would obtain his 3rd soul ring, the forest where he would battle the faceless poison spider. Zhu Qing had prepared himself to intervene if necessary, but intended for Tang San to confront the spider alone. Suddenly, the leaves ahead rustled inexplicably. Zhu Qing, did you hear that noise? Tang San, ever vigilant, began to grow cautious. No, Tang San, perhaps you are overreacting. Those soul beasts must have fled long ago, frightened off by that gorilla. Let's move quickly, Zhu Qing reassured him, urging him onward. Tang San, anxious to rescue his sister, did not dwell on the matter further. Zhu Qing was aware that the human-faced venomous spider was poised to launch a surprise attack on the 2 individuals from the treetops. However, this was precisely what he desired. Thus, 2 sharp spider legs pierced Zhu Qing's body, mercilessly dragging him away. Zhu Qing's figure transformed into a streak of crimson suspended in the air, leaving Tang San momentarily stunned. Before him loomed an enormous spider, its abdomen adorned with a human face. Indeed, it was the creature that had ensnared Zhu Qing. A hissing sound followed, as its fangs injected venom into Zhu Qing's body. Zhu Qing, Tang San cried, using his blue-silver grasp to snatch Zhu Qing from the clutches of the faced poison spider. Yet, Zhu Qing's body went limp, collapsing into Tang San's arms. Her forehead darkened, evidently afflicted by a potent toxin. The thought that Zhu Qing had been tirelessly channeling soul power for him, cheering him on, and now lay poisoned in his embrace, ignited a fierce anger within Tang San. What was happening today? First, it was Xiao Wu, and now Zhu Qing, one after another. They faced peril because of him. Beast, I will make you pay with your life. Tang San propped Zhu Zhuqing against a tree and charged forth. Chapter 32. The embryo of bondage. Tang San's form flickered like a blue lightning bolt, entangling himself with the faced poison spider. Witnessing Tang San's valiant charge on his behalf, an inexplicable sensation welled up in Zhu Qing's heart. It felt as if something was lodged within, constricting her breath and enveloping her in discomfort. Zhu Qing was indeed injured by the venomous spider of human face, and it is true that he was injected with its potent toxin. However, he possesses an extraordinary innate ability that reduces the toxicity he endures by 50%, ensuring that his life remains unthreatened. After all, poison is a uniquely peculiar substance. When administered to the same organism, even a slight diminishment in its potency can yield vastly different outcomes. Zhu Qing possesses such a talent that the venom of the human-faced venomous spider does not pose a threat to his life. It merely induces a temporary state of weakness. After a while, his body will naturally metabolize this toxin. However, what has happened to him? Zhu Qing became aware of the absurd thought swirling within his mind, thoughts so preposterous that he found it difficult to accept the notion that he genuinely cared for Tang San's well-being. This realization struck him with an unsettling clarity. Surely, it must be the poison that had eroded his sanity. For Zhu Qing was firmly convinced that he could not truly harbor any concern for Tang San's safety. The reason for this disbelief lay in his identity as a traveler. Having transitioned from the realm of reality into the narrative of this novel, Zhu Qing, having perused the entirety of the book, possesses an intimate understanding of the evolution of this world. For him, his experiences within it unfold like a cinematic spectacle. He is both a witness to and a director of this realm. His existence is the very foundation of this world, rather than a mere byproduct of it. In a certain sense, he perceives himself as the deity responsible for its creation. Thus, from the outset, Zhu Qing has not regarded the inhabitants of this world as genuine human beings. His subconscious categorizes them as akin to NPCs in a game, mere constructs devoid of significance to him, be it their joys, sorrows, or the cycles of life and death. Even his parents, who nurtured him, and the small village of his upbringing elicit only a sense of gratitude, devoid of any profound familial affection or longing for his true homeland. After all, who would genuinely harbor feelings for an NPC in a game? Zhu Qing is steadfast in this belief. At the story's inception, his encounter with Tang San and the subsequent joining of Shrek Academy were not mere happenstances propelled by the system, but rather the fruition of his premeditated plans. Even without a martial soul, reduced to a mere waste, Zhu Qing could leverage his understanding of the narrative to assist Tang San, exchanging his knowledge for the opportunity to align himself with Tang San and ensure a smooth journey through life. Is not Tang San's mentor precisely such a figure? Thus, Zhu Qing firmly believes he too can achieve this. The emergence of the system, therefore, is a serendipitous boon, bestowing upon the 15-year-old martial arts underachiever an advantageous enhancement, allowing Zhu Qing to realize he need not rely on others for survival. With the system's presence, he can emerge as the protagonist of his own tale, carving out a distinctive path through sheer self-reliance. Yet, in Zhu Qing's heart, all of this remains merely a story, nothing more. This is why he unabashedly pursues Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, untroubled by moral constraints. He confronts Dai Mubai with aggression, unafraid of future retribution. He even employs himself as bait to orchestrate schemes to fulfill his desires, fearing not for his life, for he has already faced death once. To perish here would simply be to conclude one final dream. For Zhu Qing, the means are inconsequential. He harbors no attachments. He will not weep for the people of this world, nor will he laugh for them. Perhaps he will display emotions, but those feelings are devoid of sincerity. Everything he does here is for his own gratification, to elicit joy within himself. The sight of Tang, since striving for his own sake, appears glaringly out of place to him. In truth, since his arrival in this world, an enduring sense of loneliness has enveloped his heart, an ever-present shadow that has never dissipated. Zhu Qing gazed at Tang San, who was engaged in a fierce battle, his expression etched with anguish. Do not. Although Tang San had regained a significant portion of his strength thanks to Zhu Qing's replenishing soul power, the disparity in their abilities remained substantial. He attempted to bind the faceless poison spider with his blue silver grass, yet its armor was remarkably smooth, rendering his plan to ensnare it rather challenging. Nevertheless, Tang San's combat prowess shone through as he swiftly devised an alternative strategy if binding was unfeasible. He would guide its movements instead. With deft hands, he wove the blue silver grass into a net-like structure, securing it to the surrounding tree trunks, progressively enclosing the faceless poison spider's area of movement. Regrettably, the spider soon tore through the obstructing blue-silver grass with its razor-sharp limbs. No. Zhu Qing's heart cried out in despair. Seeing the ineffectiveness of the blue-silver grass, Tang San pivoted and summoned his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. He had long wished to wield it during his rescue of Xiao Wu. However, the Titan giant ape had evaded that strike, snatching Xiao Wu away instead. The memory of that moment, when the giant ape had abducted Xiao Wu, filled Tang San with fury. Now that the faceless poison spider sought to impede him, it would bear the brunt of his pent-up wrath. Gripping the Haotian hammer tightly, he felt its weight resonate through his fingertips. At that moment, the hammer, having been infused with soul power, weighed an impressive 480 pounds. Coupled with Tang San's unique Tang Sek technique, the hidden weapons technique, its attack power could be doubled. Should he strike, even the towering faceless poison spider would find it challenging to withstand the blow. With the elusive steps of Ghost Shadow, Tang San circled the faceless poison spider at high speed, wielding the Haotian hammer to strike at its armor. The sound of the hammer colliding with the spider's tough exterior reverberated through the air, leaving numerous dents of varying sizes upon its once impenetrable shell. The faceless poison spider struggled to endure Tang San's relentless assault, victory seemed within his grasp. However, with a sudden hiss, the spider unleashed a web with a diameter of several meters. As Tang San swung the heavy hammer, he could not evade this unexpected attack and became ensnared to the ground. The faceless poison spider brandished its razor-sharp forelimbs. The very same blades that had pierced Zhu Qing's body, now aimed directly at Tang San's forehead. No. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as a blade of light severed the spider's deadly claw. Zhu Qing, though weakened, had intervened to save Tang San. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire crossbow bolts, piercing the faceless poison spider and extinguishing its life force. Chapter 33. The third soul ring. As the faceless poison spider finally collapsed, Tang San lay exhausted on the grass, the crossbow slipping from his grasp. This crossbow was Tang San's secret weapon, crafted from the intricate mechanisms of the Tang sect, capable of launching a series of highly penetrating steel arrows in rapid succession, piercing through all barriers before him. In general, such crossbow bolts could penetrate any martial soul below the 30th rank and ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts. However, against soul masters of the soul sovereign rank or higher, its efficacy diminished. Yet, as a hidden weapon, when utilized unexpectedly, it could yield remarkable results. For instance, unless employing a third soul ring for defense, even a soul sovereign could be pierced. But who would begin a battle with their ultimate move? The faceless poison spider was no exception. After a fierce battle with Tang San, it bore severe injuries, and its soul power defenses had waned. When it successfully ensnared Tang San, it made its final desperate strike, completely unguarded, leading to its imminent demise. Zhu Qing, thank you. I owe you my life. Tang San expressed profound gratitude, astonished that Zhu Qing, despite being ravaged by such potent toxins, could muster the strength to save him. Tang San, being well-versed in knowledge and having wielded poison himself, understood that under the influence of the spider's venom, an ordinary soul master would find it difficult to even gather their soul power. Zhu Qing's decision to unleash such a powerful attack to rescue him, in defiance of the venom's effects, filled Tang San with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It's nothing, Zhu Qing replied, surprised by his own impulsive actions. Although the faceless poison spider's poison posed no lethal threat to him, forcibly utilizing soul power while the toxin remained active had inflicted considerable harm. Logically, Zhu Qing would never have acted so recklessly, knowing that Tang San was the protagonist of this tale and would emerge unscathed. He could have single-handedly vanquished the faceless poison spider and absorbed its soul ring. Zhu Qing's decision to channel his soul power to shield Tang San from a blow was ultimately an exercise in futility. He would not waste effort on a fruitless endeavor. Yet, in that moment, he acted contrary to his principles, perhaps driven by fear of potential dangers to Tang San or some other unseen threat. Nonetheless, the reality remained that Zhu Qing had done something he would have previously deemed impossible. Zhu Qing, are you all right? Here, take this. Noticing Zhu Qing's pale complexion, Tang San disregarded the fallen faceless poison spider and rushed to his side, producing the Xianqing pill that Zhu Qing had earlier given him, eager to administer it to him. Zhu Qing gazed at Tang San, who held her close with one arm while preparing to feed her the Xianqing Dan with the other. A faint smile of irony graced her lips. This was the antidote intended for Tang San to use when absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced poison spider, ensuring a more stable and successful absorption. It was meant for him, not for her. Yet, the sensation of being cared for was surprisingly pleasant. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the anxious Tang San before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. My constitution is rather unusual. This toxin has no effect on me. I shall recover after a brief respite. No, you must consume it. Tang San, filled with skepticism, was well aware of the potency of the human-faced poison spider's venom, having accumulated a wealth of knowledge. He recalled his mentor's stern warning to flee at the first sight of such a creature. The venom that instilled such trepidation in the foremost authority on soul realm theory could not be trifled with. I assure you, I am perfectly fine, Tang San. You have just surpassed the 30th level and are in dire need of a third soul ring. This human-faced poison spider seems quite suitable. Although its age is somewhat excessive at over 2,000 years. You can absorb it easily with the Qing pill, so go ahead. Seeing Tang San's obstinacy, Zhu Zhuqing laid out all his reasoning without reservation. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's words, Tang San realized he could not decline. To rescue Xiaowu, he indeed required formidable strength. And the most optimal choice before him was to absorb the soul ring from this remarkably fitting human-faced poison spider. However, given its considerable size and age, forcibly absorbing it could pose a grave risk to his life. Are you truly unscathed? Tang San still held reservations about Zhu Qing's assurance. Not due to a lack of trust, but rather the concern for a comrade who had faced peril alongside him, making it difficult to fully ease his worries. Indeed. Without a doubt. As the captain, would I deceive you? Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, attempting to allay Tang San's apprehensions. Do you not wish to save Xiaowu? Seize every opportunity to grow stronger and do not let it slip away. Very well, I believe you. Thank you. Realizing he could not sway Zhu Zhuqing further, Tang San ceased his protest and found a patch of grass, commencing the absorption of the human-faced poison spider's soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Tang San, knowing that with the enhancement of the Qing pill, he would effortlessly absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. In doing so, his purpose of trading favors would be fulfilled. However, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disheveled from the ordeal. As Zhu Zhuqing sensed the frailty of his own body, a bitter smile crept across his face. Yet, through this experience, an extraordinary bond seemed to have formed between him and Tang San, a sentiment that was rather pleasing. Ding. Tang San's affinity towards the host has increased by 10%. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a Millennium Limit Soul Ring. A deep purple, almost black soul ring materialized before Zhu Qing's eyes. His reward had arrived. It appeared that his previous efforts were not in vain. The myriad experiences shared between Zhu Qing and Tang San had woven an intangible connection between them. Consequently, Tang San's fondness for Zhu Qing would undoubtedly increase significantly. Zhu Qing gazed intently at the soul ring before him, engaging in deep contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to integrate it with his radiant martial soul, consequently breaking through to the 30th level. The radiant martial soul was in dire need of a third soul ring to amplify its power. As he witnessed the fusion of the previous extreme soul ring with his radiant martial soul, anticipation began to swell within Zhu Qing. What might the third soul skill be? The first soul skill pierced through all that lay before him like light, while the second cleaved through obstacles with the same brilliance. Surely, the third soul power must also embody the strength akin to light. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhu Qing disregarded his physical frailty and prepared himself for action. The third soul skill. Thud. Zhu Qing collided with a tree trunk several meters away, reminiscent of Oscar's experience upon acquiring his third spirit ring. However, the distinction lay in the nature of their impacts. Oscar struck an overhead branch, while Zhu Qing met the trunk directly ahead. Chapter 34, Radiance. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the third spirit skill of the Radiant Martial Spirit, Radiance. This skill, aptly named, allows one to flicker to any location within a 10-meter radius. The essence of this third spirit ring's ability is to manifest like a flash of light, enabling instantaneous movement to any nearby position. Zhu Qing was filled with joy. Since his first and second soul abilities bestowed upon him an unprecedented level of attacking power akin to that of light, it was only natural that, as a manifestation of light, he should also possess an equally extraordinary speed. At this moment, the third soul ring's ability would undoubtedly compensate for his shortcomings in velocity. However, it seemed somewhat challenging to control its precision. Zhu Qing touched his forehead, which was bruised from a collision, and before his eyes stood a colossal tree, toppled by the force of his luminous dash. It appeared that this flash was not merely a displacement skill. It also carried an impact effect capable of inflicting collision damage upon adversaries. It was as if it were a blink with damage, something that many had yearned for in the realm of gaming in his previous life. With this thought, Zhu Qing couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Yet, The concept of this flicker felt somewhat too abstract in his mind, leading to an inability to control the distance of his flash with finesse upon first acquiring it, resulting in an overextension that caused him to crash into the tree. But why had he collided with the tree instead of merely overshooting and getting stuck within it? Zhu Zhuqing pondered deeply, recognizing a conflict with the common knowledge he had brought from his past life. Logically, if he could fell a tree, it must be due to his excessive speed. Thus, the tremendous inertia would have toppled the tree upon impact. However, if his flash operated like a blink, it would not provide him with speed, leaving him to wonder, from where did this velocity originate? System, are you there? Please elucidate this for me. After much contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing failed to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion and decided to pose the question to the system. Host, based on the knowledge at my disposal, the flash cannot be equated with the blink from your previous world. Upon discovering that the system had indeed responded, Zhu Zhuqing hastily inquired, "Oh? Are you aware of its underlying principles?" The phenomenon known as flash generates a portal of exceedingly brief duration in the vacant space before the host and near the target location, allowing the host to traverse through the portal at an astonishing speed to reach their destination. The portal cannot manifest within solid objects, thus alleviating any concerns of becoming ensnared within them. Such an effect, Zhu Zhuqing pondered, since the flash could exponentially enhance his speed in an instant. It was evident that this ability transcended mere evasion. Coupled with his radiant sword, this newfound attack velocity would undoubtedly amplify his offensive prowess significantly. Zhu Zhuqing began to ponder how to adjust the precision of his skill control. However, after a period of deep contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the thought. With a somewhat feeble body, he rose from the ground and gazed earnestly ahead. Flash, flash, flash. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing materialized several dozen meters away, though the journey was marred by a few trees that had been knocked askew. Indeed, experience brings true understanding. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the blood from his nose, feeling that after these several instances of traversing, his mastery over the flash had become noticeably more refined. Seizing the opportunity while the surroundings were deserted and Tang San was preoccupied with absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing boldly embarked on a delightful experiment. His figure darted swiftly through the thickets, akin to a nimble sprite, appearing in the distance with a mere flicker. Although Zhu Zhuqing had yet to master the precise control of his teleportation, causing the trees around him to sway chaotically, he remained undeterred, reveling in the thrill of his newfound ability. This teleportation skill diverged significantly from other speed-enhancing soul techniques, while the latter merely facilitated rapid movement. Zhu Zhuqing's teleportation allowed him to vanish from one spot and reappear instantaneously at a target location. Such an unpredictable skill would undoubtedly grant Zhu Zhuqing the advantage in future encounters, leaving even the mightiest adversaries vexed by his speed. He chuckled heartily, envisioning himself as potentially the fastest being in the world. However, as he knocked over another tree with his iron head, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him. It appeared that the energy consumption of his teleportation was considerable. In his exuberance over acquiring such a remarkable technique, Zhu Zhuqing had overlooked the depletion of his soul power. Having just expended considerable energy to assist Tang San, and after being poisoned, he had carelessly utilized his skills for several minutes, leaving his internal reserves utterly drained. Oh no, this was Zhu Zhuqing's last fleeting thought before he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. "Lazy pig, wake up!" A voice suddenly rang in Zhu Zhuqing's ears, sounding like a playful young woman. In an instant, a blinding white light appeared before him. It was so bright. After battling throughout the night, Zhu Zhuqing found himself momentarily blinded by the overwhelming luminosity, unable to open his eyes. "Who dares to address me in such a manner? I shall have words with you once I regain my sight." Zhu Zhuqing did not recognize the owner of the voice, but anyone would feel indignant at being called a lazy pig by a stranger. "Lazy pig, if you don't wake up soon, I shall take my leave." The voice suddenly took on a hint of melancholy. "Hey, I'm awake," Zhu Zhuqing shouted in his mind. He was puzzled as to why he could think clearly, yet his body was incapable of any movement beyond blinking. The brightness remained blinding, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Alas, lazy pig. "I really must be going now." Zhu Zhuqing sensed a hint of reluctance in the stranger's words. Don't go. I haven't even had the chance to ask you anything." Zhu Zhuqing remained unable to move, silently shouting in his mind. "Lazy pig, I'm back. Humph. Farewell." The owner of that voice seemed somewhat irritated, yet Zhu Zhuqing could only feel anxious and remain unresponsive. After a while, silence enveloped him. It was evident that the person had truly departed. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing regained the ability to move, but having felt no sensation in his body prior. He mistakenly believed he was lying down. To his surprise, he was standing, and thus he stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing rubbed the back of his head, the pain serving as a stark reminder of the severity of his fall. Had he fallen any harder, he might have become the first person to faint in his own dream. Where am I? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the scene before him. A pillar of white light stood majestically ahead, indicating he had returned to the unfinished dream from before, the last time he had touched the light column. He was abruptly awakened by Ma Junhong. He wondered if there was any connection between the two events, yet he refrained from approaching it again. Instead, he meticulously observed the luminous pillar, but despite his prolonged scrutiny, he could discern no particular significance. It remained merely a cylindrical beacon radiating white light, towering like a celestial spire that reached endlessly into the heavens. Its diameter must have spanned several dozen meters, resembling an enormous city wall. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of ennui as he meandered aimlessly, surrounded by the vast expanse of the grassland. Suddenly, he spotted a jade pendant lying on the ground beside a beam of light. Who could be so careless? No, how could such an object exist in my dream? Zhu Zhuqing found it peculiar. This dream had become increasingly bizarre. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, preparing to bend down and pick up the jade pendant. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and Zhu Zhuqing found himself back in the starry forest, lying obediently on the ground. Their brother, Zhu Zhuqing, has awakened. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing regain consciousness, Xiaowu dashed out to report this joyful news to Tang San. Chapter 35, The Arrival of Reinforcements. Zhu Zhuqing opened his eyes to behold a cerulean sky. It was astonishing that it was already daytime, evidently. He had succumbed to unconsciousness for an extended period due to poisoning and the complete depletion of his soul power. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly processed the information before him, discerning what had transpired. Yet, what was the nature of that dream? This was the second consecutive time he had dreamed of that peculiar grassland, and it unfolded like a series, with him appearing in the very location he had departed from previously. Moreover, what did the phrase "I have returned" signify? Who was that person? Did he know her? Why did she incessantly refer to him as lazy pig? As Zhu Zhuqing awakened, he hurriedly sifted through the overwhelming array of conflicting thoughts in his mind, which began to induce a throbbing headache. Zhu Zhuqing, are you all right? Why would you contemplate such a reckless act as colliding with a tree? Ma Junhong inquired, her face a mask of bewilderment. Zhu Zhuqing, lost in contemplation, was caught off guard by this peculiar question, plunging into a state of confusion. After Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San set forth, the remaining members of Shrek Academy, having taken some time to recuperate, hastily pursued them. However, due to teacher Zhao experiencing backlash and feeling rather feeble, the group progressed at a deliberate pace to accommodate him. Upon reaching the scene, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. The area was in utter disarray, with fallen trees strewn about, their leaves carpeting the ground. Most shocking of all was the sight of a colossal spider, several meters high, lying lifeless on the ground. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, and upon closer inspection, the arachnid was no ordinary creature. It was a man-faced venomous spider. The armor of a mere century-old man-faced venomous spider was as solid as rock, nearly impenetrable, and its venom was notoriously sinister, capable of corroding the heart and bones. Even an average soul saint would struggle to withstand it. The spider before them appeared to be over 2,000 years old, a perilous creature that had succumbed to the might of the two young men. At this moment, it was clear that Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's prowess had far surpassed what others had previously perceived. Tang San was discovered seated cross-legged in a nearby thicket, seemingly engaged in absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced venomous spider. Zhao Wujia, upon noticing this, was filled with alarm, although the spider's attributes aligned perfectly with Tang San's. Its age exceeded the acceptable threshold for a third soul ring, and forcibly absorbing such a soul ring could pose a life-threatening risk. However, Zhao Wujia's concern for Tang San's safety stemmed less from genuine care and more from fear of Tang San's father, Hao Tian. Yet, as the others observed closely, they noted that Tang San exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably tranquil, even more so than Oscar had when absorbing a soul ring, leading them to question whether Tang San was indeed absorbing the man-faced venomous spider's soul ring. Nevertheless, this indicated that he was likely free from immediate peril. Subsequently, Oscar and the others stood guard over Tang San, who soon awakened. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Junhong discovered him sprawled atop a nearby fallen tree trunk, blissfully asleep, a large, swollen bump on his head telling tales of his ordeal. Although they were near the lifeless body of the man-faced venomous spider, The signs on the ground suggested that this was not the aftermath of a battle. Incredibly, it appeared that Zhu Zhuqing had intentionally collided with the tree. Zhao Wujie conveyed this to the group. Upon hearing Zhao's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and hurriedly examined Zhu Qing's body, aside from the bump on his head. He bore no injuries. However, the two large tears in the chest of Zhu Qing's shirt were noteworthy, yet Zhu Zhuqing found no wounds upon closer inspection. Did you get knocked back by the man-faced venomous spider and crash into the tree? Ning Rongrong asked incredulously, pulling Ma Zhuhong aside before turning to Zhu Qing with concern. Oh, it seems I did collide with it myself. Heh. Zhu Qing replied awkwardly, scratching his head and forcing a sheepish grin to mask his embarrassment. Did your head sustain any damage? Here, have a couple of sausages to fortify yourself, Oscar said, shoving two large sausages into Zhu Qing's mouth. Zhu Qing, thank you. Tang Sen approached Zhu Qing, clasping his fists in gratitude. MMM. No need for thanks. We are friends, after all. Zhu Qing struggled to swallow Oscar's sausages before finally addressing Tang San. In truth, Zhu Qing felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Tang San. Having existed in this world for numerous years, he had become emotionally numb. While perceiving those around him as mere NPCs, he had forfeited the opportunity to have family, friends, and connections. In the absence of these, Zhu Qing was left with nothing but the exhilarating sensation of being the protagonist and an overwhelming sense of solitude. He had no one to share his feelings with, no one to recount his experiences to, and no one to confide his sorrows in. In this world, Zhu Qing bears all the joys and sorrows alone, with no one to share his story. This sensation is akin to having played a solitary video game for years. Despite executing remarkable maneuvers and shattering world records, there is no one to partake in the elation of such triumphs. Zhu Qing has traversed many seasons in solitude. His heart long since numbed, with friendship becoming a luxury he could scarcely afford. However, last night, Tang San's reckless act on Zhu Qing's behalf allowed him to experience the presence of a friend for the very first time, albeit Tang San was merely an NPC. Yes, we are friends, Tang San responded to Zhu Qing, dispelling his prior doubts and placing complete trust in him, confident in relinquishing his back to Zhu Qing. How did Xiao Wu return? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Qing cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Wu, who was hiding behind Tang San. Although he was aware that the gorilla had not harmed Xiao Wu, he had awakened after Tang San, thus had not witnessed her return firsthand. Well, after I absorbed the soul ring, I instructed everyone to stay here and watch over you while I pursued the situation. Then I found Xiao Wu lying beside the corpses of several soul beasts, Tang San explained, though he too was filled with many questions. The gorilla is a herbivore, so it did not harm me. After it battled a few troublesome soul beasts, it simply left me behind, Xiao Wu explained while playfully clinging to Tang San's arm. Well, as long as you're unharmed, Zhu Qing replied, though he recognized that the relationship between Xiao Wu and the gorilla was far from simple. Yet, this was not the time to delve into such matters, and he chose not to pursue it further. Who killed my man-faced poison spider? Who is it? Come out now. Where's my soul ring? Return it to me. A voice, aged yet powerful, resonated from the direction of the man-faced poison spider's corpse. Everyone sensed that trouble was once again at their doorstep. Chapter 36. Enemies cross paths. Why is it you again? The same individual who had previously contested Oscar for the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake suddenly reappeared before the group, angrily pointing at Tang San as if intent on devouring him. Upon seeing his adversary, Tang San was taken aback and helplessly shook his head. My apologies, but I've already absorbed the soul ring of the man-faced poison spider. Heh. Tang San scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had just seized the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake from this individual, only to immediately claim the man-faced poison spider as well. It truly seemed that enemies were destined to meet. Zhu Qing was acutely aware that trouble was on the horizon. Previously, she had only the company of the snake matriarch, whose strength was insufficient to rival Zhao Wujing. Consequently, when she lost her soul ring, she dared not voice her grievances in their presence. Now, however, with the Dragon Lord and the snake matriarch united, they were confronted by the formidable combination known as the Supreme Dragon and Serpent. Individually, neither possessed extraordinary strength, but together they could pose a credible threat even to a titled Douluo. Zhao Wujing, still reeling from the backlash of his own power, was no match for them. It remained uncertain whether Ning Rongrong would summon assistance from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect as she did in the original tale. In that narrative, the Supreme Dragon and Serpent were driven away due to their fear of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Should Ning Rongrong fail to call for help, trouble would surely ensue. Excuse me, miss, Could you kindly demonstrate your connection to this demon spider? Dai Mubai stepped forward, clearly unwilling to accept Yan's one-sided account without evidence. What did you say? This is my prey. Do I really need to prove anything? Yan retorted, angered that her claim was being questioned despite her prey having already been slain. I shall vouch for her. A booming voice echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. An elderly figure emerged behind Yan, wielding a dragon bone staff. The impact of the staff striking the ground was evident from the shockwaves around his feet. Clearly, this was a person of considerable power. 2 of the demon spider's eyes have been injured by me. Does that not speak volumes? The Dragon Lord, perturbed by the loss of his granddaughter's opportunity, expressed his ire. Ah, Brother Zhao, we meet again, the snake matriarch said with a smile directed at Zhao Wujing. Though her expression lacked any semblance of goodwill, Zhao Wujing understood that they were clearly seeking conflict. Ah, esteemed snake matriarch, what a coincidence. Su Qing interjected before Zhao Wujing could speak, aware that Zhao Wujing was currently at a disadvantage due to his injuries. Thus, the outcome now rested upon Su Qing's performance. Hiki, forgive my insolence. It is an honor to meet the 2 esteemed elders. Zhao Wujing abruptly smacked Su Qing on the head, forcefully bowing him to the 2 elders. Coincidence? Humph. You took my phoenix tail coxcomb snake, and now my family has personally sought out this demon spider to weaken its combat capability. Yet, you've snatched it away again. What do you propose we do? The snake matriarch, infuriated over the repeated thefts of her granddaughter's fortunes, lashed out. Haha. This girl really has the worst luck. At the back, Ma Zhuhong could not contain his laughter. The Dragon Lord cast a fierce glare at Ma Zhuhong, his displeasure palpable. Ah, esteemed master, you truly possess a charming and dashing appearance. Ma Zhuhong stammered, sensing the impending threat. How dare you? You have stolen my phoenix tail coxcomb snake, and now you seek to take my demon spider as well. Yan shouted in anger. Your audacity is astounding. Do you presume that the entire forest soul beast belonged to you? Xiao retorted, equally incensed by Yan's unreasonable demands. After all, soul beasts are bound by fate. If there was no connection, could she truly resurrect the soul beast for Yan to slay again? You are courting death. Yan furiously hurled a flying dagger with blinding speed towards Xiaowu's forehead. Clang. Tang San positioned himself in front of Xiaowu, effortlessly catching the dagger between 2 fingers, rendering Yan's attack trivial and ineffective. So, you are the one who stole Yan's soul ring? Then let her sever your hands, and I'll release you afterward. The Dragon Lord was not inclined to negotiate. In the world of soul masters, strength dictated reason. And in this scenario, the Dragon Lord's might was unparalleled. Elder Dragon Lord, is this truly wise? What if your granddaughter discovers she cannot harm my brother? Su Qing smiled as he defended his companion. Although he feigned concern, his words dripped with subtle mockery towards Yan. Do you imply that my granddaughter could not harm this boy? Him? The Dragon Lord, formerly a paragon of strength, looked down upon the group before him. If you wish. My brother excels in hidden weaponry. Perhaps your precious granddaughter would like to challenge him. Of course, if you fear he might bully her, we can forget this notion. Su Qing continued to provoke the Dragon Lord. Zhao Wujing, his patience wearing thin, anxiously observed Su Qing's reckless provocations, fearing that one wrong word might bring disaster upon them all. Yet, with the presence of Hao Tian, Zhao Wujing was not entirely apprehensive about the Dragon Lord's potential aggression. The Dragon Lord recognized Su Qing's intentions, understanding the provocation but dismissing it. To him, this nameless youth was merely a blue-silver grass spirit master. Though he shared the same level of spirit power as his granddaughter and possessed an additional soul ring, she was a prodigy. And he could not fathom her losing to this boy. Very well, I accept. Should this boy surpass my granddaughter, I shall release you without harm. The Dragon Lord was confident, convinced that this was merely a desperate struggle on their part. Seeing the Dragon Lord accept the challenge filled Su Qing with delight. The spectacle was about to commence. He exchanged glances with Tang San, who nodded in agreement and stepped forward to engage. Excellent. Should you prevail in hidden weaponry, I shall abide by your wishes and cease my pursuit. Yan felt the challenge as well, eager to see just how formidable this boy, who seemed to be her sworn enemy, truly was. Having lost previously in spirit power, she was determined not to falter in this bout of hidden weapons. She intended to demonstrate her prowess. With that, Yan launched her soul-breaking daggers into the fray, and the battle was set to ignite. Chapter 37. The contest of hidden weapons. Yan casually flicked her wrist, sending forth 2 soul-breaking daggers, a probing strike against Tang San. These daggers were no ordinary hidden weapons. They could pierce through the spirit attachments of soul masters, inflicting profound damage, hence their name, though it appeared effortless. Ian poured all her strength into this initial strike, offering Tang San the utmost respect. If he were too weak to withstand it, that would be no fault of hers. Clang. Once again, the same sound echoed as Tang San effortlessly caught the flying daggers from Iran, a relaxed expression gracing his face. Iran, witnessing Tang San's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of anger, sensing that she was being underestimated. Among the 36 soul-breaking daggers, only 32 remained, prompting Iran to abandon any restraint. In an instant, with a unique technique, she hurled 10 daggers simultaneously. Tang San, observing the oncoming barrage of daggers, remained composed, conjuring dazzling phantoms before him. Following a series of clattering sounds, 10 sharp daggers lay quietly in his palm. He genuinely admired Iran's technique and strength, after all. He had mastered the art of concealed weapons in his previous life, and had been training since the age of 3 in this life, a feat beyond compare. Looking at Iran's youthful hands, it was evident that she had practiced for less than a year. Yet, her skill and precision in such a short time frame marked her as a promising talent in the art of hidden weapons. Less talk. Iran, incensed by her failed assault, unleashed a flurry of daggers. This time, the daggers did not fly in the orderly fashion of the previous 10, but rather in a chaotic array. Tang San chose not to evade the dazzling onslaught of daggers, remaining calm as he adeptly intercepted each one amidst the chaos. 3, 2, 5, 4, 2, 5. He silently counted the number of daggers in each wave. This time, a total of 21 daggers were thrown, adding to the earlier 10, totaling 35. Yet one was still missing. Gazing upward, Tang San realized that this chaotic barrage was merely a distraction. The true lethal strike loomed above him. Iran had, in her final offensive, launched a second dagger into the air, tracing a parabolic arc aimed directly at his forehead. Aware of Tang San's formidable prowess, she knew that a conventional throw would pose no threat, hence her choice of this tactic. The other daggers served merely as a diversion for the final strike. With a resounding clink, Tang San caught the last dagger, and Iran suddenly collapsed to her knees, as if all strength had drained from her. She had lost, yet again. Iran struggled to accept this outcome. Previously, she had been defeated at level 30 against his 29, and now she had fallen in her area of expertise. The art of concealed weapons. Why was this happening? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the outcome before him, unperturbed. Initially, he had contemplated 2 strategies. The first was to substitute for Tang San and engage in combat with Iran. Although he lacked proficiency in hidden weapons, he believed that with the radiance of brilliance, he could achieve comparable results. The second strategy involved allowing Tang San to continue fighting Iran, anticipating that Iran would return to kiss Tang San, thus providing him an opportunity to comfort Xiao Wu, increasing the emotional distance between her and Tang San while simultaneously enhancing his own rapport with her. However, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately abandoned both plans. He felt an inexplicable bond with Tang San and was no longer inclined to employ treacherous tactics against him and Xiao Wu. He did not wish to forsake this hard-won connection for the sake of his own selfish desire for strength. Instead, he yearned to embrace it. Another reason for his change of heart was the dream he had experienced, where his childhood companion had returned, urging him to protect her. This stirred a tumultuous wave within him, rendering him incapable of pursuing Xiao Wu with the same reckless abandon as before, and instilling a sense of guilt within him. Upon detecting the host's emotional anomaly, a prompt requested him to acknowledge his purpose. Emotional anomaly? Zhu Zhuqing felt perplexed. He was merely reminiscing about the past and grappling with a slight moral reproach. Why was this deemed an emotional anomaly? And what purpose? Was it to conquer the members of the protagonist group? Wasn't that akin to a side quest rather than an obligatory main quest? I have been training since I was 3. It is only natural for you to lose to me after 9 years of mastering hidden weapons. Tang San clumsily consoled the crestfallen Iran, offering her 36 broken soul knives. Get away. I do not want these. Iran retorted furiously, perceiving Tang San's words as an insult. Noticing Iran's lingering anger, Tang San felt helpless and presented her with a slender needle and a scroll. This is the bone-penetrating needle and its application methods. It is far more convenient than your broken soul knives. Good luck. Iran silently accepted the items from Tang San and fell into contemplation. Ah, so you wish to exploit my vulnerabilities, Long Gong fumed upon witnessing his granddaughter's defeat. This meant that, according to their agreement, he would have to release them, thereby losing face. Long Gong, esteemed elder, you just promised us. Surely, you, a magnanimous individual, would not go back on your word. Zhao Wujie respectfully addressed Long Gong, seeking to uphold the agreement. Silence. Do you believe I could make you all disappear here without a trace today? Long Gong's anger intensified in response to Zhao Wujie's words. Seeing Long Gong's unreasonable demeanor, Ning Rongrong produced a signal flare she had kept in reserve. This was a life-saving artifact bestowed upon her by her father, capable of summoning all members of the Seven Treasures Glaze Tile School within a 300-mile radius, but at the cost of her having to return home after 3 uses. It seems that this differs from the book. Ning Rongrong has not used it yet, Zhu Zhuqing mused. No need for that. Zhu Zhuqing approached Ning Rongrong, pressing down her hand that held the signal flare. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing, confused as to why he was doing this, for without calling for reinforcements, she feared their group would become mere fertilizer for the forest. Trust me, Zhu Zhuqing said without elaboration, offering Ning Rongrong a reassuring gaze before advancing towards Long Gong. Esteemed Long Gong, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. May we converse further? Zhu Zhuqing addressed Long Gong with respect, undaunted. Oh? What do you wish to discuss? You may speak here. Long Gong dismissed the requests of those he deemed doomed, particularly that of a nameless youth at level 30. Very well, then, take a look at this. Chapter 38. Confrontation. Upon witnessing the item Zhu Zhuqing produced, everyone was taken aback. Ma Hongjun even began digging a hole, preparing to bury himself in a suitable spot. Zhu Zhuqing revealed a small, iron-gray hammer, a tool commonly used by blacksmiths, bearing slight indentations that testified to its years of service. Tang San, usually composed, was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why Zhu Zhuqing would present a mere small hammer as his trump card. However, the craftsmanship of the hammer was exquisite, suggesting that its creator was a master blacksmith, akin to Tang San's father. Brother, do not provoke him further, Oscar cried out in despair, as he envisioned his imminent demise. What do you mean by this? Long Gong glared at Zhu Zhuqing, nearly unable to restrain himself from slaying him when he realized that the grand reveal was merely a hammer. Yet, as a seasoned soul Douluo, Long Gong's instincts warned him against rash actions. He needed to ascertain the significance of this seemingly inconsequential hammer. Meanwhile, upon seeing the hammer, Zhao Wujie suddenly understood. So that's why this little brat was spying on Haoyan. Please, examine it closely. Zhu Zhuqing offered the hammer to Long Gong. Long Gong accepted the small hammer, curious to discover what scheme this young man was concocting. Despite the hammer's many signs of wear from forging, it bore no other signs of use aside from minor scratches and dents on the hammerhead, indicating the high purity of the steel from which it was crafted. Clearly, its creator was a master. Long Gong was astonished to find the character Hao engraved on the handle. The conjunction of the terms master blacksmith, Hao, and hammer could only point to that madman, Hao Tian. Alas, it seems to be fate, Long Gong mused, somewhat resigned. Given that this young man possessed a hammer gifted by Hao Yan, it was likely that he had a significant connection to him. Although he was a soul Douluo, he wondered whether he and Snake Lady could together defeat the legendary title Douluo, Hao Yan. If he were still young, he would not have worried. He could have fought and fled if defeated. However, with his granddaughter by his side, he did not wish for her to endure a lifetime of living on the run. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Long Gong, whose complexion had drastically altered, and with a smirk, he realized that Long Gong must have grasped his intention. This hand hammer was a gift from Hao Yan. During the previous occasion, when Zhu Zhuqing stealthily observed the one-sided annihilation between Hao Yan and Zhao Wujie, he was not merely there to spectate. Although Zhu Zhuqing appears to be somewhat carefree and cynical on the surface, he is, in fact, meticulous and rarely engages in futile endeavors. His presence at the battle was not without purpose. He had intentions behind it. The small hammer in Long Gong's possession was Zhu Zhuqing's objective. It is worth noting that even then, as a titled Douluo, Hao Yan had already sensed Zhu Zhuqing's aura. For at that time, he was merely a level 20 Great Soul Master. Even Flender was able to detect it, let alone Hao Yan. Upon noticing Hao Yan's sharp gaze, Zhu Zhuqing gestured subtly, indicating that he wished for Hao Yan to leave something behind to assist his son. Hao Yan, observing this audacious young man, was not angered but rather intrigued, nodding in silent agreement to Zhu Zhuqing's audacious request. After witnessing Hao Yan's departure and his subsequent reprimand by Flender, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the place Hao Yan had vacated, discovering a small iron hammer. To him, this object symbolized his identity. Additionally, considering Hao Yan's age, if he had children, Zhu Zhuqing would indeed be of an appropriate age. Senior Long Gong, I trust you understand my intentions. Might I request your leniency towards us? Zhu Zhuqing inquired respectfully, a smile gracing his features. Youngster, do not be so presumptuous, Long Gong retorted, regaining his composure and forcefully striking the ground with his dragon staff. As a soul Douluo, he possessed his own sense of pride and could not allow himself to lose face before this group of youngsters, even if this lad had connections to Hao Yan. He could not simply overlook the matter of them seizing his granddaughter's opportunity. You, as a senior, surely have no need to hold us young ones accountable, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. Feeling a bit of a headache, for he had been the one to prevent Ning Rongrong from using the signal flare. It would reflect poorly on him if he could not navigate the current predicament. If you wish for me to spare you, I shall require a test. Long Gong stated thoughtfully, stroking his grizzled beard. Excellent, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, elated, for it seemed the hammer had indeed served its purpose, justifying his circuitous route around the school. You claim it to be a test, but one might wonder if you seek an excuse to eliminate us, Ma Junhong expressed, his apprehension evident. As he clearly did not trust Long Gong. If I desired your demise, would you still be standing here? Long Gong shot Ma Junhong a piercing glance. As a sole Douluo, taking the lives of these youngsters would be a trivial matter. Moreover, Zhao Wujia's current weakened state suggested he had sustained considerable injuries, rendering him incapable of intervening. Despite his efforts to suppress his pain, an erratic aura of soul power emanated from him, which did not escape Long Gong's notice. Indeed. You have a point, Ma Junhong admitted sheepishly, scratching his head in regret for his hasty words. He certainly did not wish to become a victim of Long Gong's wrath. What sort of test do you have in mind? Tang San interjected, taking over Ma Junhong's line of questioning to prevent him from making any further indiscreet remarks that might provoke Long Gong. Given that you have triumphed over my granddaughter, you must possess considerable strength. I wish to assess the potential of you and your companions, Long Gong stated plainly, revealing his intent without reservation. Long Gong's request was straightforward, to gauge the potential of these youngsters before him. Should their abilities meet his approval, he might consider sparing them, viewing it as a favor granted to his granddaughter. Once a word is spoken, it is difficult to retract, Oscar declared with enthusiasm, eager to witness the extent of his own strength after his recent advancement. Very well, stand before me, Long Gong commanded with an air of authority, feigning an enigmatic demeanor. The members of Shrek swiftly arranged themselves before Long Gong in an orderly line. Get out of my way, Long Gong said, his expression darkening as he noticed Zhao Wujia mingling among the group. He was here to assess these youngsters, not to entertain a distraction. Hey, I'm just joining my students for the experience, Zhao Wujia chuckled, scratching his head as he stepped aside, leaving the Shrek 8 in place. As a sole Douluo, Long Gong was a formidable figure, and Zhao Wujia feared a sudden change of heart from him, which could spell trouble for his students. Remaining in the group allowed him to act as a guardian, ensuring he could alert them should Long Gong decide to act rashly. However, now that Long Gong had pointed him out, Zhao Wujia realized it would be inappropriate to linger, and he silently hoped that Long Gong would honor his word. Excellent. Let us commence, Long Gong announced, seeing no dissent among the gathered individuals, and thus began his evaluation. Chapter 39, The Pressure of Soul Power. With that, an aura of formidable soul power began to emanate from Long Gong. He released his soul power, coalescing it to confront the group of youngsters before him, eager to ascertain their capabilities. Among them, he was particularly focused on Tang San, the audacious lad who had bested his granddaughter twice. Wait, Yuan interjected suddenly, addressing Long Gong. What is it? Long Gong inquired, clearly puzzled by Yuan's interruption. Having grown up beside her, he was well aware of her intelligence and keen insight. If she were to intervene now, it implied she believed he would not genuinely pose a threat to these individuals. Grandfather, I wish to give it a try as well, Yuan boldly requested. Oh, Long Gong was visibly taken aback by Yuan's decision, surprised that she too wished to endure the pressure of his soul power. He had always been indulgent towards her and had never subjected her to such trials before. However, seeing the determination in her eyes, he recognized that he could not dissuade her resolve. After all, a genius would inevitably possess a certain pride. Long Gong shook his head. Very well, proceed. Yes, grandfather, Yuan replied cheerfully, promptly joining Tang San and the others. The members of Shrek were astonished by Yuan's sudden inclusion, for they had initially believed Long Gong intended to challenge them. However, with his granddaughter now participating, it seemed that Long Gong would find it difficult to press them further. Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be quite intrigued, as Iran's actions were indeed surprising to him. He was aware that after suffering consecutive defeats at the hands of Tang San, Iran began to develop an interest in him. However, Tang San was always accompanied by Xiao Wu, making it difficult for Iran's feelings to be reciprocated. Well, since we've had our fun, let us begin, Long Gong said indifferently. If any of you cannot bear it, step out of the line. I will not make things difficult for you. Long Gong did not wish for any accidents to occur, so he felt it necessary to issue a reminder. With that, A terrifying aura emanated from Long Gong as he began to exert his soul power pressure upon the members of Shrek and his granddaughter. A sharp cry erupted from among them as Lin Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile floated out from her body, guarding her like a faithful dog. Long Gong initially applied a soul power pressure of level 20. He had already observed that this group of youngsters possessed soul power levels around 20 to 30. Generally speaking, if a soul master could withstand soul power pressure equivalent to 2/3 of their level, they would be considered exceptionally gifted. Very well. It seems this group of children possesses decent talent, Long Gong silently assessed, under the circumstances where the children generally ranged from level 20 to 30. The pressure of level 20 only managed to elicit a response from one at level 26. Long Gong continued to elevate the pressure. Level 21. Level 22. Oh. Ma Hongjun could no longer endure and transformed into his phoenix form. Long Gong raised the pressure to level 23. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit also emerged from her. Her expression showing annoyance. She had not expected to rank third from the bottom among the students of Shrek Academy. Level 24, level 25. Oscar, having reached level 30, began to struggle as well. His food-type martial spirit manifested around him, producing an abundance of sizzling sausages in response to the chaotic soul power. Long Gong felt quite satisfied with the situation. His granddaughter, as a talent, easily withstood the pressure of level 25. Among the remaining individuals, one had also reached level 37, making it effortless for him to bear the level 25 pressure. However, to Long Gong's surprise, aside from his granddaughter, there were 3 other youngsters who had recently broken through level 30 and were capable of enduring the pressure as well. Simultaneously, he elevated the soul power pressure to level 28, level 28, level 29, level 30. The 5 individuals before him remained composed and motionless, which pleasantly surprised Long Gong, truly. His granddaughter was a genius. However, these individuals were equally talented, and it was undoubtedly a good choice for his granddaughter to befriend them. Level 31, 32, 33, 34. Painful expressions began to surface on the faces of Xiaowu and Iran, as the pressure exceeding their levels by 4 was evidently challenging. Level 35. Their martial spirits erupted forth, and astonishingly, their soul power levels were nearly equal. Long Gong then turned his gaze towards Su Qing and Tang San. He had not anticipated that these 2 youngsters could withstand pressure 5 levels above their own. Their future achievements would likely not be insignificant. However, as a former prodigy who had once endured pressure of level 41 at level 34, Long Gong believed these 2 might reach his level. Level 36. Level 37. The soul power gap reached the same 7-level difference as in Long Gong's youth. Yet, this did not affect Su Qing and Tang San. Instead, Daimu Bai, possessing the highest soul power among them, began to show signs of strain. Level 38. Level 39. Daimu Bai finally could not withstand it any longer, summoning his martial spirit and transforming into a fierce white tiger. Yet, Su Qing and Tang San remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable composure. Long Gong began to hesitate. As the pressure had now reached level 39, should he increase it further, it would surpass their limits, and he grew concerned for their safety. After all, excessive soul power pressure could inflict severe harm on a soul master. Long Gong observed the 2 before him, lost in thought. Tang San and Su Qing exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding. Then, "We can continue," Su Qing boldly declared to Long Gong. "Hey, enough is enough. Come back." Zhao Wujie voiced his concern. He did not believe Long Gong would stop in time should anything happen to them. "Are you serious?" Long Gong looked at the 2 with uncertainty. "Absolutely." Su Qing and Tang San answered in unison. Tang San wished to test the limits of his current abilities. Su Qing, on the other hand, was aware that Tang San's limits extended beyond this. Although Tang San had utilized the Qing Xian pill provided by Su Qing to assist in absorbing the man-faced demon spider's soul ring, this soul ring would grant Tang San an external soul bone. He intended to leverage Long Gong's strength to fully absorb the external soul bone. Otherwise, such an opportunity would only arise once they reached the Tiando Royal Academy. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then let us proceed. Chapter 40, External Soul Bone. After finishing his laughter, Long Gong resumed, increasing the soul power pressure exerted on the 2. Zhao Wujie watched anxiously from the side, but since it was their request, he felt he could not object. To withstand pressure exceeding their own by 9 levels already qualified them as prodigies. If such talents were to perish under Long Gong's guidance, Zhao Wujie would undoubtedly be heartbroken. He silently resolved that if anything were to happen to them, he would seek vengeance from Hao Yin. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Qing's back in surprise. She had not anticipated that this unexpectedly familiar acquaintance possessed such potential, and she silently cheered for him in her heart. Xiao Wu, seemingly having foreseen the development of events, showed no concern for Tang San. Level 40. The pressure finally shifted up a significant tier, reaching the anticipated level 40 standard. Here it comes. Su Qing and Tang San, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, tightly closed their eyes, fully concentrating on the situation before them. Tang San's martial spirit mark glimmered with a blue light, and blue-silver grass emerged from his hands, enveloping him. The blue-silver grass swirled around him, forming several rings of blue light. Long Gong sensed the fluctuations in soul power. The blue-silver grass was actually drawing in his soul power, counteracting the pressure he exerted. Long Gong felt immense delight at Tang San's performance. This was not even Tang San's limit. His potential had already surpassed that of the young Long Gong, and his future accomplishments would likely exceed even Long Gong's. Su Qing understood that this was Tang San's lifelong classic technique, utilizing the principle of leveraging strength to counter strength. This method allowed one to harness the opponent's force for retaliation, embodying the means by which the weak can prevail over the strong. In contrast, Su Qing found his left and right hands each enveloped by a sphere of white light and a gaping void of darkness, respectively, exerting mutual restraint upon one another. However, Su Qing's countenance was not as composed as Tang San's. His face bore a slight flush, revealing a look of considerable exertion. It appeared that he had reached the limits of his endurance. Upon detecting the overwhelming pressure of soul force surrounding the host, measures were initiated to alleviate the burden. Su Qing felt an immense relief from the pressure weighing upon him. It seemed to be a protective mechanism inherent within the system to safeguard its host. Now, with this newfound ability by his side, he could indulge in a moment of pretense. A sly smile crept across Su Qing's face. Although Tang San had an external advantage, he possessed an even more formidable one. He intended to craft this tale as his own, rather than allowing it to belong solely to Tang San, relegating Tang San to a mere supporting role. Meanwhile, Tang San was too preoccupied with the task at hand to notice Su Qing's current state. He was diligently working to control the blue-silver grass to counteract the soul power of the Dragon King. After all, the disparity in their levels was staggering. Even someone as strong as Tang San was nearing his limits. However, in the original narrative, Tang San, at level 32, had withstood the pressure of a level 45 soul power. Therefore, his current limitation at level 30 might be around level 43. Su Qing observed Tang San's expressions closely. Indeed, as the Dragon King gradually increased the pressure to level 43, Tang San felt an unusual stirring in his back, a strange sensation that was both itchy and painful, as if something were attempting to burst forth from within. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, several spider legs emerged from Tang San's back, not the attack of a soul beast, but rather claws extending from within him, an external soul bone. The Dragon King was taken aback. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck for this young man, who had just advanced to level 30 and acquired a powerful soul ring, simultaneously gaining an external soul bone. Such an opportunity was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. However, having endured the trials posed by the Dragon King's soul power, Tang San had completely assimilated this external soul bone, integrating it into his very being. Thus, even if the Dragon King were tempted, he could not seize it from Tang San. Very well, I acknowledge your strength, the Dragon King remarked with a nod of satisfaction. Lifting the soul pressure he had imposed on Tang San, he genuinely praised the group of children before him, recognizing their formidable potential and limitless futures. Sang-gu. Upon seeing Tang San's distressed expression, Xiao Wu approached him with concern, embracing him. Get away. Tang San shouted in alarm, producing peculiar sounds since the emergence of the external soul bone. In a state of panic, he struggled to escape Xiao Wu's embrace, feeling his mind clouded by a strange consciousness attempting to take over. He feared he might inadvertently harm her. What on earth? Why has Tang San turned into a spider? Ma Junong, who usually focused solely on eating, could not comprehend the scene unfolding before him, only realizing that Tang San had transformed into a creature reminiscent of a spider. Fool, that is an external soul bone. Oscar, witnessing Ma Junong's ignorance, felt somewhat speechless. Haha, I never expected to have a peerless genius among my students. Zhao Wujia expressed his delight at Tang San's surprising development, no longer concerned about the earlier beating he had received from Hao Yin. It is indeed fate. The Dragon King understood that exceptional talents are often favored by fortune, given this young man's extraordinary luck. He mused that having him as a grandson-in-law might not be a bad idea. Suddenly, Tang San became frenzied. his eyes losing focus as the spider legs on his back flailed wildly. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing intercepted a spider leg aimed at Xiaowu, pulling her away from Tang San. It appeared that Tang San had lost consciousness, overtaken by the consciousness of the man-faced demon spider soul ring. The Dragon King waved his hand, exerting an invisible pressure to pin down the rampaging Tang San. A swift strike rendered Tang San motionless, plunging him into unconsciousness. All right. I've subdued this lad. You should take him back to avoid further complications, the Dragon King instructed, satisfied with Shrek's students. Selling a favor for his granddaughter this time could potentially lead to future camaraderie. Thank you, esteemed Dragon King. Zhao Wujie clasped his fists in gratitude, bowing slightly. For controlling the now berserk Tang San would have been a challenge for him. We shall take our leave, the Dragon King waved, indicating that they should depart quickly. For he still needed to help his precious granddaughter select suitable soul rings. The members of Shrek Academy began their journey back, preparing to bring Tang San to the academy to seek Flanders' counsel on resolving his predicament. Wait. Still calling for a halt, Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang San's side. The others looked on with confusion, wondering what this little imp was up to. Leaning down, she gently kissed Tang San's forehead, proudly declaring, "I want to thank you. But I accept the wager. You have triumphed." With that, she chased after the Dragon King's departing figure, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Chapter 41. The Return of the Master Principal. Flanders. Shrek Academy, having become particularly quiet after the departure of the 8 monsters and Zhao Wujie, was once again bustling with energy upon their return. Flanders was jolted awake from his slumber by the raucous noise outside, feeling a sense of relief at their safe return. Though annoyance simmered within him, these little rascals, returning in the dead of night and making such a racket, disrupting my peaceful dreams. I suppose I must teach them a lesson to instill a sense of authority. With such thoughts, he climbed out of bed and made his way to the door. Thud! The door was abruptly swung open, slamming against Flanders' forehead. "Ah, Principal Flanders, why are you on the floor? It's cool down there." Zhu Zhuqing remarked sheepishly at the sight of Flanders sprawled on the ground. According to the original narrative, Flanders should still have been in bed at this hour. Why was he in such a rush today? You again. Go run 40 laps around the campus. Flanders, rubbing his head, shouted furiously at Zhu Zhuqing. This boy had previously interrupted him, seeking attention, and now he was causing further chaos. If he desired attention, he could have it in spades. Old F. Stop making a fuss. Come and see what is going on with this kid, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, shoving Zhu Zhuqing aside and rushing into Flanders' bedroom. Laying the unconscious Tang San on Flanders' bed. What is this? An external soul bone. As the principal, Flanders was well versed in such matters and quickly deduced the situation. Those spider legs protruding from Tang San's back were unmistakable signs of having acquired an external soul bone. This kid truly lives up to being Hao Yin's son. His luck is astounding. Flanders could not help but be amazed by Tang San's fortuitous circumstances. The first 2 soul rings were incredibly perfectly aligned with the soul ring level limits, and now he had acquired an external soul bone. Flanders eagerly anticipated what further surprises Tang San would bring. Wait, an external soul bone? Flanders gazed incredulously at Tang San, realizing that this young lad had already become a soul master at the tender age of 12. This pace was far swifter than the prodigious Dai Mu Bai. Moreover, with the presence of an external soul bone, it was likely he had already absorbed a 3rd soul ring. Such power and luck rendered him an unparalleled talent. What has happened to him? After recovering from his shock, Flanders noticed Tang San bound tightly and lying unconscious on his bed. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhao Wujing eagerly recounted their group's various experiences in the Star Dough Forest to Flanders. Are you suggesting that his current condition is due to absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced spider, which has existed for over 2,000 years? Flanders pondered the situation before him, feeling a headache coming on. Indeed, but I previously administered the Qingxian pill to him, so he shouldn't be poisoned, Zhu Zhuqing added. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not overly concerned for Tang San's safety. After all, the Tang San from the original story had successfully absorbed the 2,000-year soul ring of the man-faced spider without the aid of the Qingxian pill and remained unscathed. Could it be that the toxicity had weakened now, rendering it even more perilous? He found that hard to believe. This is troubling, Flanders lamented, rubbing his temples. The external spirit bone was a rare treasure, and until now, he had regarded it as merely a legendary entity. There was scant documentation on the subject, let alone first-hand experience. He felt utterly at a loss regarding Tang San's predicament, unsure of where to begin. After all, Tang San was the son of the Hao Yin, and he dared not experiment on him lightly. Should anything go awry, it would spell danger for them all. Do not worry, I will address Tang San's issue. A figure suddenly appeared at the door of Flanders' chamber. Who is this beggar? Get out. This is no place for you. Zhao Wujing glared at the newcomer, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, wearing a woven cap, with disheveled hair and a scruffy beard. His clothes looked as though they had seen better days. The gray coat faded and worn, resembling a beggar. It was likely that this individual had overheard the commotion and sought to exploit the situation for food or drink. Zhao Wujing found such behavior detestable, especially with pressing matters at hand. He had no time to waste on a filthy beggar. Old Zhao, do not be rude, Flander admonished, firmly tapping Zhao Wujing on the forehead, interrupting his impolite demeanor. This must be the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, the foremost authority on spirit masters, Su Qing said politely. Bowing to Yu Xiaojiang, this marked his first encounter with Yu Xiaojiang in this world. In the original novel, Yu Xiaojiang was depicted as exceptionally intelligent, well-traveled, and knowledgeable, a nearly perfect mentor apart from his relatively weaker prowess. However, Su Qing was somewhat apprehensive about facing Yu Xiaojiang, fearing that the astute master, with his keen observational skills, might discern the anomalies surrounding him. After all, his identity was that of an anonymous individual from a small village, yet his extraordinary strength seemed incongruous with such a background. The existence of the system had accelerated Su Qing's growth to an astonishing degree, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. It was inconceivable for anyone, even a monster, to reach level 30 in such a short time, let alone acquire 3 advanced soul rings. Su Qing was apprehensive that Yu Xiaojiang might discover his peculiarities, leading him to suspect that Su Qing posed a threat to Tang San, potentially attributing some false crime to him, which would be troublesome. Oh, you recognize me. Nonetheless, he decided to first assess Tang San's condition. Yu Xiaojiang had not previously encountered the child before him and was somewhat surprised by his awareness of his own identity. Although Yu Xiaojiang was renowned in the Soul Master realm for his theoretical prowess, few were familiar with his visage. However, the immediate concern was to ascertain the status of his beloved disciple, Tang San. Thus, after scrutinizing Su Qing for a moment, he approached the bedside to examine Tang San's condition. Tang San appeared to have no significant injuries. It seemed he had recently acquired an external spirit bone and had yet to master it, resulting in his consciousness being eroded by the spirit beast within the spirit ring. I shall prepare some medicine for him. He will naturally recover in a few days. After understanding Tang San's situation, Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of relief, for he was indeed concerned for the safety of his cherished disciple. However, he noted the peculiar circumstance of the external spirit bone. It appeared to have fully integrated with Tang San's body. Logically, when forcibly absorbing a high-level spirit ring to obtain its external spirit bone, the user would struggle to fully assimilate it. Complete integration typically required a prolonged period of adaptation. Yet, despite Tang San's mental erosion, the external spirit bone seemed to have completely fused with his body, a surprising anomaly that left Yu Xiaojiang astonished. Now, please recount to me what transpired in the Douluo forest. Having confirmed that Tang San was not in mortal danger, Yu Xiaojiang became increasingly intrigued by the experiences of the Shrek group in the Douluo forest. Chapter 42. Identity revealed. What? You, Tang San, and Xiaowu have all reached the 30th level and acquired spirit rings. Flinder was utterly shocked by Su Qing's revelation, overwhelmed with concern for Tang San's well-being. Flinder had not attentively listened to Su Qing's earlier report, selectively focusing only on information pertinent to Tang San. Now, upon hearing Su Qing and Zhao Waoqi recount their experiences, Flinder realized the astonishing achievements they had accomplished during their time in the Douluo forest. Among the Shrek 7, 3 individuals had reached the 30th level in just a few days, while 4 had obtained their 3rd spirit ring through this endeavor. Such remarkable feats, under normal circumstances, would likely require at least half a year to accomplish. This further underscored the extraordinary capabilities of these remarkable youths. In my opinion, Xiaowu's explanation is rather far-fetched. Zhao Waoqi was dissatisfied with Xiaowu's account. Who could believe that a Titan great ape, powerful enough to utterly dominate, would be frightened away by a peculiar cow's bellow? That was simply absurd. Even more ludicrous was the fact that after being cast aside by the giant ape, Xiaowu fortuitously discovered a suitable spirit among the stunned spirit beasts. If this were not merely a fabrication of Xiaowu's imagination, it could only be described as sheer luck. Su Qing naturally did not believe it. He understood that the Titan giant ape had taken Xiaowu away to reminisce due to its overwhelming longing for her. I believe, Yu Xiaojiang interjected, articulating his unique perspective. It is said that in a central lake within the Douluo forest resides a spirit beast known as the Sky Blue Bull Python. which has lived for 100,000 years. Due to its extensive lifespan, it towers several hundred meters high. Once, a tidal Douluo encountered the sky-blue bull python, which, using human language, urged him to leave promptly, lest he face peril to his life. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the loquacious Yu Xiaojiang, feeling relieved to have this esteemed master of soul theory present. With his profound knowledge, any irrationalities could be effortlessly smoothed over, sparing Zhu Zhuqing from having to shield Xiaowu further. However, you are Zhu Zhuqing, are you not? Yu Xiaojiang shifted his focus, scrutinizing the intriguing young man before him. Oh, yes, master, is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing responded, somewhat perplexed by Yu Xiaojiang's sudden interest in him. Your teacher mentioned that prior to your departure, you were merely at the 20th level, yet you claim to have ascended to the 30th level within the Douluo forest. Such a rapid progression seems rather implausible. Does it not? Yu Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes, fixating intensely on the youth as if attempting to see through him. This is troublesome, just as I feared. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of anxiety. He was aware that his rate of advancement was indeed quite extraordinary, bordering on the absurd in the eyes of others. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated employing a ruse to evade scrutiny, which is why upon returning to the academy, he chose not to join the other 6 students in their rest, but rather accompanied Zhao Wuji to report to Flander. With Tang San's matter at hand, it was likely that Flander would not pay excessive attention to him. Moreover, should Flander later realize something amiss, Zhu Zhuqing would have already evaded confrontation. That was the original plan. However, the timely appearance of Yu Xiaojiang, who had arrived earlier than expected, when he was supposed to show up the following day, disrupted Zhu Zhuqing's scheme. With this master of soul theory present, it would be challenging for him to slip through unnoticed. And your Qingxian pill and fireball. You claim to be an ordinary person from a small village. I am curious, given your age and background, how you acquired such an abundance of rare resources. Yu Xiaojiang pondered before adding, truly worthy of being a master of soul theory. It seems I can no longer maintain my facade. Zhu Zhuqing feigned embarrassment, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. Since the pretense was no longer viable, he opted for a different approach. A half-truth is often more deceiving than a complete falsehood. And this art of obfuscation was his forte. I apologize, teacher. In truth, I concealed part of my true abilities upon enrollment. At that time, my soul power was at the 26th level. Due to my humble origins and lack of background, I had to be exceedingly cautious, refraining from drawing too much attention. Zhu Zhuqing lowered his head, displaying an expression of deep embarrassment. Is your usual demeanor not ostentatious enough? Zhao Wuji appeared somewhat incredulous at Zhu Zhuqing's far-fetched tale. However, Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, gesturing for Zhu Zhuqing to continue. As a person from a small village, I was merely an ordinary cultivator until the day I encountered a soul master lying in a pool of blood while chopping wood. Seeing him gravely injured, I took him home to care for him, but his wounds were too severe, and he ultimately did not survive. Before he passed, he left me a storage ring as a token of gratitude, containing treasures he had collected throughout his life. After his death, my martial soul awakened. And it was through these rare materials that I have cultivated to my current level as an ordinary person. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was one of profound sorrow, as if genuinely mourning the loss of a life. I understand, Yu Xiaojiang replied softly. Hey, you actually believe such a bizarre lie? Zhao Wuji appeared skeptical, unable to accept that this rascal could possess such luck. The narrative was riddled with inconsistencies and absurdities, and he found it hard to believe that the esteemed master of soul theory was oblivious to it. I believe him. Yu Xiaojiang smiled gently at Zhao Wuji. Faced with Yu Xiaojiang's countenance, Zhao Wuji found himself momentarily speechless and chose not to press the matter further. Since this master had spoken, it seemed inappropriate for him to object. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang would so readily believe his fabrications. He had originally prepared several details to embellish the story further when Yu Xiaojiang continued to press him, as such embellishments would lend an air of authenticity to his final words. Yet, the fact that Yu Xiaojiang accepted his claims based solely on these few sentences was rather surprising. Well, it is getting late. We should return to rest. Tang San is your roommate, correct? Zhu Zhuqing, I will accompany you. You should carry him back while I attend to his treatment, Yu Xiaojiang urged. Indeed, time was of the essence. Following their recent escapades, dawn was approaching, and it was high time to care for Tang San. The group clarified their current situation. Oh, all right. Zhu Zhuqing hoisted Tang San onto his back and began to make his way towards their dormitory, with Yu Xiaojiang closely trailing behind, ready to provide treatment upon their return. However, Zhu Zhuqing could not shake off an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. A strange, indescribable sensation began to stir within him. It was Yu Xiaojiang. After hearing Zhu Qing's explanation, his demeanor had been unnaturally calm, eerily so. This disquieted Zhu Qing, as he felt that Yu Xiaojiang had discerned something yet remained silent about it, leaving Zhu Qing utterly perplexed. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Zhu Qing gently laid Tang San on his bed. With a thud, Yu Xiaojiang entered the room behind Zhu Qing and firmly shut the door. You are from another place, aren't you? He suddenly posed a rather abrupt inquiry. As Zhu Qing adjusted Tang San's position, he halted his actions and slowly turned to face Yu Xiaojiang, smiling as he said, Master Yu, what are you implying? You know precisely what I mean, Yu Xiaojiang replied, shaking his head. I have indeed stated that I am not from this area. I come from another village. Zhu Qing deflected. Very well, since you choose to feign ignorance, let me ask you this. You are not from this world, are you? Yu Xiaojiang asserted, revealing Zhu Qing's secret with unwavering certainty. In an instant, a white beam of light pierced through the darkness of the room, poised at Yu Xiaojiang's throat. What do you intend to do? Zhu Qing inquired, his expression grave. At that moment, Zhu Qing's sword of light was pressed against Yu Xiaojiang's throat. Any further advance would cost him his life. Although Zhu Qing harbored a fear of Yu Xiaojiang, it was primarily rooted in his concern that you might suspect him of colluding with other powerful beings, which could jeopardize Tang San. The existence of the system rendered Zhu Qing's secrets numerous, making suspicion an inevitable consequence. Yet, he never anticipated that his true identity would be uncovered by a character from a fictional realm. In fact, when Zhu Qing first traversed into this world, he had tentatively confided in his parents that he did not belong here, that he hailed from elsewhere. He sought to discern whether the inhabitants of this world were genuinely sentient beings or merely NPCs that would glitch when provided with erroneous input. However, the outcome was precisely as Zhu Qing had expected. Upon hearing her young son utter such peculiar statements, his mother merely chuckled and said, I know, dear. Enough of the games, come eat. His father laughed heartily, stop fooling around and hand me the hammer. Their responses failed to directly address Zhu Qing's inquiries, deftly sidestepping his words and redirecting the conversation toward mundane matters. Consequently, Zhu Qing concluded that the people of this world were merely slightly intelligent NPCs, engaging in a cycle of input and output. Any information that exceeded their cognitive limits resulted in nonsensical responses, akin to those of his parents. This led Zhu Qing to feel an overwhelming sense of solitude, believing that the inhabitants were mere NPCs. Now, however, he faced an extraordinary predicament. An NPC had seemingly gained self-awareness and transcended the confines of this world, posing an utterly improbable question. It was as absurd as a two-dimensional being comprehending a three-dimensional realm. Thus, when Yu Xiaojiang confronted Zhu Qing with such inquiries, a rare expression of panic surfaced on Zhu Qing's face. After all, humanity has an inherent fear of the unknown, and Zhu Qing was no exception. Surely, my deductions are accurate, correct? Yu Xiaojiang remarked with a slight smile, as if oblivious to the blade poised at his throat. Do not answer a question with another question. Zhu Qing retorted, his gaze fierce as he pressed the knife deeper, crimson droplets seeping from Yu Xiaojiang's delicate neck. It was evident that Zhu Qing was dead serious. Should he detect any malicious intent from you, he would not hesitate to end his life. Despite Yu Xiaojiang being Tang San's mentor, killing him would bring severe repercussions. But as a character from outside the narrative, Zhu Qing possessed the capability to do so. He merely needed to make Yu Xiaojiang vanish without a trace. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will toward you, Yu Xiaojiang replied nonchalantly, exhibiting no signs of fear for his life. Ironically, the more composed Yu Xiaojiang appeared, the more frantic Zhu Qing became. Why should I trust you? Zhu Qing's skepticism was palpable. He was acutely aware that you held leverage over him, leaving him uncertain whether Yu Xiaojiang was friend or foe. Allow me to speculate. You originate from a planet called Earth, do you not? Yu Xiaojiang said, unhurriedly. Yes, I truly hail from Earth. But how did you know? Zhu Qing inquired, puzzled. This was knowledge alien to this world. How could you possess such information? Observing Zhu Qing's anxious demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang subtly shook his head, recognizing that Zhu Qing's resolve was still lacking. It is a legend, a tale known to no one. During my travels in pursuit of knowledge, I fortuitously stumbled upon this legend in an ancient text. What legend? Zhu Qing's curiosity was piqued. What tale could possibly connect him to Earth? It is a story of a titled Douluo. Many years ago, this Douluo endured countless tribulations before earning the admiration of many. After achieving her status, she did nothing but deposit a diary in the royal library for others to read. However, I soon discovered that this ancient text was, in fact, her diary, chronicling her experiences on Earth. From that moment, I theorized that beyond our world, there exists another realm called Earth, Yu Xiaojiang elaborated on his suspicions. How did you discern that I am not from this world? Su Qing still felt perplexed. This was their first encounter, and although he possessed knowledge of Earth, his previous statements seemed insufficient to support Yu's conjectures. Where had he gone awry? Su Qing meticulously retraced his words, trying to identify the flaw. It is a simple deduction. First, your origins are obscure. Such formidable power emerging from an unknown village is suspicious unless, like Tang San, your father deliberately concealed his identity to lead a mundane life. Or you harbor some unspeakable secret. Second, I learned from Flinder and the others that you advanced from level 20 to 30 in just a few days, a feat achievable only through the use of extraordinary treasures. Perhaps they might be gullible enough to believe your tall tales, but I cannot, for how could a child of merely 20 levels master the art of concealing spirit power? Su Qing silently listened to Yu Xiaojiang's words, feeling that it was still insufficient. These clues alone were utterly inadequate for any conjecture. Yu Xiaojiang paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, the most crucial point is that the diary of the titled Douluo contains a mention of a boy named Su Qing, detailing his story on Earth. Thus, upon hearing your name and considering the numerous ambiguities surrounding you, I ultimately arrived at this conclusion. What? Yu Xiaojiang's words detonated in Su Qing's mind like a powerful bomb. He mentioned me in his diary? Who is he? Su Qing lowered the knife in his hand, staring blankly at Yu Xiaojiang, his face a mask of disbelief. Su Qing had spent many years in this world without encountering anyone he recognized, convinced that he was the sole traveler from another realm. However, upon hearing from Yu Xiaojiang that he was not alone, and that this other traveler was someone who knew him, he found it utterly implausible. Doubts clouded his mind. Suspecting that Yu Xiaojiang might be deceiving him, yet there was no flaw in his words. The mere fact that Yu Xiaojiang had surmised Su Qing's origins indicated that others existed in this world who shared his experience. But who could this person be? Why would they know him? Su Qing reflected on his memories. None of the people he had known before arriving in this world had gone missing. So, who could this mysterious individual be? Chapter 44. The nightly conference. After a spell of bewilderment, Su Qing finally regained his composure. Who was this person? Where could they be now? Confusion etched on his face. He was eager to meet this traveler. For the realization that he was not the only one gave him a sense of companionship. He longed to share his experiences, joys, and sorrows with this person. I'm afraid I do not know, Yu Xiaojiang said with a tinge of regret. The diary does not record her name, and according to the entries, this ancient tome was compiled tens of thousands of years ago. Hearing that another native from his world was no longer present left Su Qing feeling desolate. Surely, she had long since passed. Is there any information you wish to glean from me? I will provide all that I can. Su Qing's demeanor shifted significantly towards Yu Xiaojiang. Since he, as an NPC, could discern his background, perhaps he could unravel the enigma surrounding Su Qing's arrival in this world. No need, Yu Xiaojiang replied, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness as he gazed out the window. I too wish to learn much from you. But it appears this world does not permit us to do so. He yearned to understand the future of this world through Su Qing, hoping to devise strategies for forthcoming events. Yet the very fabric of this realm hindered such attempts at deception. This world? Su Qing was taken aback. What did he mean? Was this world truly at odds with them? Indeed, while perusing that ancient tome, I discovered that not all matters concerning this world could be known to me. If the information contained therein is too extensive, I would faint and subsequently forget the details. This conclusion was drawn from numerous instances of unconsciousness. As if the rules of this world were intentionally designed to prevent excessive interference from outsiders, Yu Xiaojiang explained his bold and novel hypothesis. The existence of rules targeting them as outsiders felt as though someone had deliberately established them to thwart their meddling. The rules of the world, in a sense, were akin to a physical definition, an integral and indispensable component of this realm. Various regulations interplayed and constructed the very world they beheld. An intriguing hypothesis. Yet I still wish to experience it myself, Su Qing insisted, eager to personally feel the constraints of the world's rules, as hearing Yu Xiaojiang's explanation seemed overly abstract. Moreover, with the existence of a system at his disposal, he could inquire about the nature of his experiences afterward. Very well, then. Please return to your bed. Yu Xiaojiang acquiesced to Su Qing's request. All right. Su Qing nimbly climbed into bed and began recounting the unfolding story of Tang San and his companions. However, just after a few sentences, a peculiar force surged within him, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart. Ding! Abnormal host status detected. Then, Su Qing's consciousness faded, and he collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Yu Xiaojiang observed Su Qing's fainting spell, surprisingly remaining conscious himself. That same night, in the principal's office, Flander and Yu Xiaojiang sat together. I had thought we would never meet again, Flander remarked, pouring freshly brewed tea into an exquisite cup before Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, gazing at the weathered man before him. Although he had ostensibly moved on from the past, a lingering resentment weighed on him, an unshakable burden in his heart. It's because of that young man, I assent it? Flander smiled faintly, pushing a teacup toward Yu Xiaojiang. Flander's nose tinged with emotion. He had believed they would never cross paths again, yet here they were in such a circumstance. Yes, but not entirely, Yu Xiaojiang finally spoke, accepting the teacup and savoring a sip. Oh, do you have other motives? Flander set his cup down, surprised, as he believed that among the new students, only Tang Xin had any connection to Yu Xiaojiang. Wait, there's also that bothersome boy. Su Qing is your disciple? Flander was taken aback, considering Yu Xiaojiang's temperament. He found it hard to believe he could manage such an exuberant student. He is not my disciple. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, denying Flander's assumption. Flander looked at Yu Xiaojiang with confusion. If Su Qing was not a student, then what was his significance that warranted Yu Xiaojiang's concern? He may be a person capable of influencing the fate of our entire world, Yu Xiaojiang said, taking another sip of tea while gazing contemplatively out at the sky. That kid? He could affect the world? Flander found it difficult to accept Yu Xiaojiang's words. If it were true, then the future of the world might be in the hands of this cunning young man, leading to a bleak outcome. I cannot disclose the specifics. However, I am here to apply for a position as a mentor at your academy. Yu Xiaojiang forced a strange smile. Do you truly wish to join us? Flander was pleasantly surprised by Yu Xiaojiang's decision. Currently, Shrek Academy had only him and Zhao Wujia teaching, and it was quite a challenge to educate such gifted students with just the two of them. Yu Xiaojiang's presence would greatly benefit the academy. Yes. For the sake of the children, let us set aside our past grievances. Yu Xiaojiang finally made his decision after a moment of silence. Very well. For the sake of the children, Flander agreed readily. Their shared past was rooted in a former partnership that had fallen apart due to emotional matters, resulting in years of silence between them. Their reunion now is a compromise for the sake of Tang San and his peers. Now that I have joined your academy, where shall I stay tonight? The words of Yu Xiaojiang struck like a blow to the soul, leaving Flander in a state of silence. Awkwardly, Flander reflected on the dismal state of Shrek Academy, where the lack of students resulted in insufficient funding. The campus housed only a few essential buildings, lacking even decent classrooms, compelling lessons to be conducted in the forest. This year, 6 new students had moved in, filling the last of the available dormitories, leaving no space for Yu Xiaojiang. Very well, I understand. I shall resolve the accommodation issue myself, but for now, I will stay with you, he decided. Upon his arrival, Yu Xiaojiang had already surmised the academy's meager condition. Beginning tomorrow, he would initiate specialized training for the children of Shrek, while simultaneously addressing his lodging dilemma. Chapter 45. From Chickens to Phoenixes. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped heavily on the door of Su Qing and Tang San's dormitory. Who is it? Tang San lazily opened the door, feeling refreshed upon waking, though a lingering curiosity remained about the fragmented memories from the previous day's soul pressure. Tang San. I have something to discuss, announced Ning Rongrong, her demeanor markedly serious, a stark departure from her usual vivacity. Ning Rongrong? What do you want? Tang San was taken aback, recalling his unfavorable impression of her after the chaotic incident that had occurred during her last late-night visit to the boys' dormitory. You've come at the right time, Ning Rongrong remarked, noticing Tang San was already dressed. Without waiting for his consent, she took his hand and led him outside. Su Qing had just awakened when he chanced upon Ning Rongrong and Tang San engaged in conversation. Choosing not to intrude, he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding their discourse. It was Ning Rongrong who sought to procure Tang San's concealed weapons to fortify the members of their 7-treasure glazed tile school. Su Qing let out a sigh, as he had initially anticipated some intriguing tidings. However, this development might afford him an opportunity to draw closer to Xiao Wu and perhaps exploit the system's advantages. The clarion call for assembly abruptly interrupted Su Qing's reverie. Indolently, he stretched and then set forth. Su Qing arrived at the assembly point at a leisurely pace, where Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had long been waiting. However, Zhu Zhuqing deliberately positioned herself behind Xiao Wu, effectively separating Dai Mubai from her. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle, as it seemed someone had been neglected. In addition, Oscar had arrived quite early today, while the usually punctual Ma Hongjun was conspicuously absent. Zhu Qing, how's San Gu? Xiao inquired, her concern evident as she noticed Zhu Qing was the only one present. After all, Tang San had exhibited such erratic behavior yesterday, losing consciousness, which had left her quite worried. Since Zhu Qing was now Tang San's roommate, she assumed he would have some insight. Rest assured, he is fine. However, when I woke up, he was already gone. Perhaps he had some other matters to attend to. Zhu Qing replied, feigning ignorance. He knew Xiao Wu would soon discover the situation between Ning Rongrong and Tang San, and if he revealed it now, it might tarnish Tang San's reputation once he clarified matters. All right, Xiao Wu said, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. It had only been a day since she last saw Tang San, and she missed him dearly. Hey, I'm here, a red-haired man exclaimed, his fair, angular face exuding a striking charm. His deep, dark eyes shimmered with an enchanting hue, and he bore a tall, stately figure, resembling a character stepped out from a painting. Who are you? Oscar asked, perplexed by the appearance of this handsome stranger. How could you not recognize me? I thought you would never forget me. The red-haired man lamented, propping his forehead with his hand, a sorrowful expression gracing his features. Who knows you? Oscar retorted, finding himself thrown into confusion by this peculiar and overly dramatic individual. Suddenly, the melancholic beauty before them deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming short and stout. Ma Hongjun. Everyone stared in disbelief at the transformation before them. They could hardly fathom that the pompous beauty was indeed Ma Hongjun. After consuming the fire elixir, the internal circulation had purified his malevolent energy, allowing him to take on such a striking appearance. Yu Xiaozhang approached, aware that Zhu Qing had previously given Ma Hongjun the fire elixir, thus understanding the circumstances unfolding before him. Unfortunately, the transformation lasts only 1 minute per hour. What can be accomplished in such a brief span? Ma Hongjun lamented. Upon waking that morning, he had felt a refreshing energy within him and had believed his time had finally come, only to be dismayed that his handsome form would revert after but a minute. I knew you were late because you wanted to show off, Oscar quipped, playfully delivering a punch to Ma Hongjun, who had just made a spectacle of himself. Nonetheless, the fire elixir is ultimately a temporary remedy. It lasts approximately 6 months, Yu Xiaozhang added, not intending to shatter Ma Hongjun's dreams but acknowledging the reality he must face. Hey, it's fine. Being a handsome man for half a year is worth it, Ma Hongjun replied with a radiant smile, relishing the chance to experience life as a dashing figure after suffering under the oppressive malevolence for many years. By the way, who are you? Daimobai asked, casting a curious glance at the familiar stranger, having attended Shrek Academy for quite some time without encountering such a mentor. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yu Xiaozhang, and I am your new instructor. I will be responsible for your upcoming lessons, he replied. The principal is so stingy yet has money to hire a new teacher, Oscar exclaimed, incredulous at the unfolding events. Given Flinder's frugality, he couldn't fathom why he would spend money on a teacher when he could simply impart knowledge himself. Who are you calling stingy? Flinder suddenly appeared behind Oscar, startling him. Principal, I apologize. I was merely commenting on the state of our dormitory door. Oscar hastily concocted an excuse to deflect. Speaking of which, where have Tang San and Ning Rongrong gone? Flinder inquired, noting their absence with concern. Teacher, look over there. Ma Hongjun pointed to his right, where he saw Tang San and Ning Rongrong walking side by side, engaged in cheerful conversation. Senku? Xiao Wu observed with a hint of confusion, feeling a pang of unhappiness at their closeness. Tang San, come here. Yu Xiaozhang beckoned to Tang San. Teacher, Tang San exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter Yu Xiaozhang at Shrek Academy. Yes, it is I. It's been a long time, and you have grown, Yu Xiaozhang praised Tang San, for he held a deep affection for his beloved disciple. Now that everyone is here, let us commence our class. Your first lesson will involve cooking and constructing houses, Yu Xiaozhang announced, his gaze gleaming with anticipation as he contemplated harnessing their labor. What? Clearly, everyone was taken aback by his curriculum, left frozen in disbelief. Could such tasks truly be considered lessons? Chapter 46. Pre-class assessment. Before we begin our first lesson, let us first conduct a brief assessment, Yu Xiaozhang declared, retrieving a porcelain bowl from his pocket and placing it on the table before them. Your task is to shatter it, he instructed. That's simple enough. I'll go first. Ma Hongjun eagerly volunteered, confident that such an ordinary porcelain bowl would break upon impact with the ground. Wait, to break this bowl, you are not allowed to use any soul skills, nor can you physically touch it. Only success under those conditions counts, Yu Xiaozhang clarified. revealing the challenge was not as easy as it appeared. Ma Hongjun stood still for a moment, pondering, then declared, "No problem, watch me." He pressed his palms together, channeling his soul power into his hands and projecting it outward. All his soul power converged into a singular point, bursting forth towards the porcelain bowl, sending it soaring into the air, tracing a graceful arc. "Look at how impressive I am," Ma Hongjun boasted, brimming with pride. "Fool, the bowl didn't break," Dai Mubai remarked with exasperation, observing the intact bowl that had merely landed on the ground without shattering. Ma Hongjun demonstrated a commendable approach, concentrating his soul power into a single point to attempt breaking the bowl. However, he failed to fully condense his energy, leading to his unsuccessful attempt. Yu Xiaojiang explained the reason for Ma Hongjun's failure. Suddenly, an idea struck Yu Xiaojiang. "You encountered the Dragon King during your journey through the Stardow Forest, did you not? The soul pressure he exerted upon you is also a form of soul power projection. He serves as an excellent example. For those with weapon or food-type martial souls, they often unconsciously project their soul power while using skills. In contrast, beast martial soul users tend to have their soul power confined within, lacking the opportunity to experience the sensation of external projection. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang regarded their encounter with the Dragon King as a fortuitous occurrence, believing it would provide everyone a more tangible understanding of the flow of soul power, more beneficial for them to master soul power. "Let me give it a try." Upon witnessing Ma Juanhong's failure, Dai Mubai brimmed with confidence. After all, he was the highest-ranked individual present, and causing a disturbance with a mere bowl should be a trivial task. Bang! The porcelain bowl in Dai Mubai's hand, akin to the one Ma Junhong had just used, soared into the air, flying high but not shattering. Is this really a bowl? Why is it so resilient? Dai Mubai found it difficult to accept the reality of his defeat, even doubting whether Yu Xiaojiang had deceived them. "I'll take my turn." Zhu Zhuqing recognized that it was his moment to shine. His martial skills, infused with both light and dark attributes, were well within his grasp. With both hands raised above the bowl, palms directed towards its center, he focused his energy and forcefully channeled his inner soul power through his palms. Crack! The porcelain bowl shattered, making Zhu Zhuqing the first to accomplish this feat. "What is the significance of our actions?" Oscar asked, perplexed, as he struggled to comprehend. For those specializing in combat, such a technique seemed feeble and of little use in battle, and he, as a food-type soul master, wondered how this ability could benefit him. "This test assesses your control over soul power. A soul master's talent may determine their potential, while their control over soul power sets their limits. The stronger the control, the more precise the power of skills released, leading to greater effectiveness and efficiency in combat, enabling the weak to triumph over the strong with a single decisive strike." Yu Xiaojiang elaborated passionately, eagerly anticipating the children's subsequent performances. The remaining participants took their turns in succession, Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Being weapon-type soul masters and having undergone training under Long Gong, effortlessly shattered their bowls. As Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, Tang San had also undergone similar training in his early years. Swiftly passing the test, Zhu Zhuqing, being a beast martial spirit, merely sent her bowl flying, but that was still an improvement over the original narrative where she remained stationary. Su Qing mused. The most surprising performance came from Xiao Wu. As a beast martial spirit, she merely flicked her finger, causing the bowl to shatter into numerous pieces. Su Qing understood that this was closely tied to her mysterious background. "All right, the test concludes here." Yu Xiaojiang nodded in satisfaction. "Next, I will assign different tasks based on your respective levels. If fortune favors you, you may acquire new branch skills." "How splendid." The group was elated by Yu Xiaojiang's words. Typically, a soul master would only gain new skills upon acquiring a new soul ring. But the prospect of obtaining new skills through training was almost as enticing as gaining an additional soul ring, an irresistible temptation indeed. "Master, what is my task?" Ma Junhong, eager to gain another ability that might help him maintain his beauty, inquired impatiently. "Your task is to kindle a fire in the cafeteria." Yu Xiaojiang assigned a relatively simple task, as Ma Junhong often recklessly utilized his abilities, resulting in chaotic energy surging within him, which frequently led to ineffective attacks. Mastering the fire's temperature is crucial in cooking, so only when Ma Junhong can fully control the intensity of his flames can everyone enjoy a delicious meal. Daimubai. Your temperament is too restless, eager for quick success. You shall knead the dough, but you must envelop your hands with soul power at all times. The ratio of water to flour during kneading is essential, as is the technique and force applied. To create flavorful noodles, one must possess true skill. making this task suitable for tempering Dai Mubai's turbulent spirit. Once enveloped in soul power, his strength would significantly increase. The exact magnitude depending on the thickness of the soul power layer. Should Dai Mubai be too hasty and mishandle the force, he could shatter the kneading basin, incurring the wrath of Flinder. Zhu Zhuqing, your task is to prepare meat ingredients for everyone. Use your soul power to envelop your feet. Allowing Zhu Zhuqing to hunt will enhance her agility, as both fish in the water and deer on land exert themselves to flee when in danger. Enveloping her feet in soul power will elevate her speed to a new level. Chapter 47, Mastering Soul Bones. Teacher, what about me? Ning Rongrong was captivated by Yu Xiaojing's words. If she could truly acquire new skills, she would willingly undertake any task. In the Douluo Continent, the notion that skills derive from martial spirits is deeply ingrained for ordinary soul masters, unless they possess a unique opportunity. The number of skills they have will only equal the number of soul rings they possess. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has passed down the same martial spirit through generations. Yet they have always only had the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower as their single support skill. While this is the most powerful support-type martial spirit in the world, it limits the potential of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, restricting them to cultivating only up to the seventh soul ring, regardless of their innate talent. If Ning Rongrong could truly gain new skills through training, bringing this model back to her clan would undoubtedly strengthen the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School immensely. You and Oscar both possess support-type martial spirits. You two shall work together. Your task is to fetch water from the river near the academy and bring it back. As the demand for water has undoubtedly increased these past few days, Yu Xiaojing handed 2 wooden buckets to the pair. Teacher, can these buckets really hold water? Oscar gazed at the dilapidated wooden buckets, with their pitted walls and gaps between the boards, making him feel that as soon as he filled them, the water would leak out immediately. Flinder cleared his throat and said, "This is what has been prepared for you. Concentrate your soul power in your hands and envelop the bucket, and it will not leak." Oscar obediently followed Flinder's guidance, channeling his soul power into his hands and sealing the leaks in the bucket, which began to feel secure. Of course, Flinder would never admit that the reason the buckets were so worn was due to his stinginess in purchasing new ones. Little Sin, your control over soul power is excellent. So you need not practice the techniques of soul power release. Your task is to build a house. Here, this is the blueprint. You can gather the wood from this forest. Yu Xiaojing handed Tang San the design for his dormitory, and it was clear that the materials would undoubtedly be sourced from the nearby forest. Teacher, then we are going to build a house too, right? Xiaowu asked gleefully, eager to work alongside Tang San. For her, as long as she could be with Tang San, she was content regardless of the task. No, the task of building the house will be entrusted to Tang San alone. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, harboring his own intentions. Just me? Tang San was somewhat taken aback. Although he was now a soul master with extraordinary strength, the prospect of building a house alone seemed rather daunting. Utilize your external soul bone. This way, you can accomplish the work of several people. In Yu Xiaojing's view, Su Qing's external soul bone, being the legs of the man-faced demon spider, could be skillfully employed to function like additional limbs. Thus, it would be a cinch for Tang San to accomplish the tasks of multiple individuals. External soul bone? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Being well-versed in knowledge, he naturally recognized what this was. No wonder he had felt an odd sensation in his back since waking up that morning, stirring a sense of unease within him. It turned out to be an external spirit bone. Tang San began to earnestly sense the movements along his back. Suddenly, 8 sharp spider legs burst forth from his body, exuding a dangerous glimmer. The surface of these spider legs reflected a metallic sheen, proudly proclaiming their resilience. However, due to a lack of control, the legs flailed wildly in the air, resembling a panicked spider attempting to escape. This situation caused Tang San considerable distress, for he was completely unable to manipulate the external spirit bone at that moment. Hey, this thing can actually move. Ma Junhong, who had yet to depart, observed the scene with growing interest and curiously reached out to touch Tang San's external spirit bone. Although he had witnessed Tang San's rampage in the forest before, that time had been far too perilous for him to indulge his curiosity. Yet now that Tang San had regained his consciousness, his inquisitive nature compelled Ma Junhong to experience the sensation of the spider legs firsthand. Fool, don't touch it, Su Qing exclaimed anxiously. In the original tale, Ma Junhong had fallen victim to poison due to his excessive curiosity the first time he encountered Tang San's external spirit bone. He never anticipated that, having already seen it, Ma Junhong would still act so foolishly as to reach out. Unfortunately, before Su Qing could intervene, Ma Junhong had already made contact with one of the spider legs, and the toxin swiftly began to infiltrate his body. In mere moments, Ma Junhong staggered and collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Yu Xiaojiang wore a troubled expression. It appeared that even his astute calculations could not fathom why anyone would dare to touch a poisonous entity. What now? This is a disaster. The rotund fellow is already looking ghastly. My detoxifying garlic is of no use to him, Oscar remarked, observing how Ma Junhong's complexion shifted from healthy to a sickly gray in the blink of an eye. Evidently, the toxin was acting far too swiftly. Despite having administered numerous doses of detoxifying garlic, Ma Junhong showed no signs of recovery. If this continued, he would likely be in grave danger. Tang San, since you have acquired the external spirit bone of the man-faced demon spider, you must have also absorbed the memories contained within its spirit ring. These memories encompass all its information, including knowledge of detoxification. Follow your instincts and give it a try, Zhu Zhuqing quickly suggested, pointing out how to utilize Tang San's external spirit bone. But it requires me to stab him. Tang San's inner voice warned him that in order to detoxify, he needed to pierce Ma Junhong with the poisonous legs once more. However, fear gripped him. What if this information was erroneous? What if something terrible truly happened to Ma Junhong? Trust your instincts and attempt to embrace it quickly, urged Yu Xiaojiang, fully believing Zhu Qing's words due to his understanding of Zhu Qing's background. Encouraged by his mentor's words, Tang San hesitated no longer. He thrust one of the spider legs from his back into Ma Junhong's body. He felt the leg absorb the toxin within Ma Junhong, and it seemed his action had succeeded. Zhu Qing gazed upon Tang San's external spirit bone, marveling at its striking appearance, feeling a twinge of envy. However, with the existence of a system, he knew that it was only a matter of time before he too would possess such a remarkable artifact. Fortunately, Ma Junhong was currently unharmed. Xiao San, it would be prudent to refrain from showcasing your external spirit bone before everyone until you have fully mastered it. Yu Xiaojiang expressed some trepidation. After all, the venom of the man-faced demon spider was exceedingly treacherous, and a moment's carelessness could endanger those nearby. Indeed, Tang San replied, somewhat dejected as he retracted his external spirit bone, acutely aware of the peril he currently posed. Xiao Wu, given your prowess, you need not involve yourself at this juncture. You are free to roam as you wish. Yu Xiaojiang recognized that Xiao Wu, as a beast martial soul master, had already achieved a remarkable level, rendering the current targeted training ineffective for her. And now, Zhu Qing, come here, Yu Xiaojiang said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he turned to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing gazed in astonishment at the usually calm and cautious Yu Xiaojiang, who was now displaying such an expression. A shiver ran down his spine as he sensed that what lay ahead would undoubtedly be unfavorable. Chapter 48, An Appointment in the Woods. Zhu Qing's figure darted swiftly through the woods, a woven basket slung over his shoulder, brimming with an assortment of items, primarily envelopes, lunchboxes, and tools. Upon learning that Zhu Qing's third soul skill was Flash, Yu Xiaojiang was overjoyed. Since Zhu Qing's ability allowed for rapid movement, albeit hampered by a lack of distance control due to his inexperience, Yu Xiaojiang seized the opportunity to appoint him as a courier. This arrangement not only promised to enhance the Academy's revenue, but also provided Zhu Qing with a chance to refine his skill, truly a win-win situation. In the absence of efficient transportation on the Douluo Continent, delivering messages or parcels to distant relatives was a costly endeavor. However, Zhu Qing's service offered both speed and affordability, garnering widespread acclaim from the townsfolk. Even Flinder beamed with delight upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's plan. Yet, while others reveled in this newfound venture, Zhu Qing found himself in a predicament. He had initially intended to use this opportunity to cultivate rapport with others, but now he was destined to traverse various locales, leaving little room for building connections. Here is your letter. Please take care of it. Zhu Qing smiled as he delivered the final item, finally completing his tasks for the day. Thanks to his training over the past few days, he had begun to grasp the nuances of distance and direction with his flash ability. However, through his relentless efforts, Tang San no longer needed to fell trees himself. He could simply follow Zhu Qing's path to find a collection of fallen timber. A mournful mooing suddenly caught Zhu Qing's attention, leading him to leap to the treetops near the source of the sound. There, he beheld Zhu Zhuqing, clad in an odd bear costume, pursuing a hefty bull. The bull, robust and seemingly a century old, was woefully outmatched by Zhu Zhuqing's prowess. Upon sensing the menacing aura emanating from the bipedal bear, the bull bolted in a frantic attempt to escape. Yet Zhu Zhuqing, driven by the need to secure dinner for everyone, relentlessly chased after the beast. Over the past few days, many soul beasts had fallen prey to her hunting skills, and she could not afford to let this edible soul beast slip away. What on earth is Zhu Zhuqing wearing? Zhu Zhuqing stared, somewhat dumbfounded, at the scene unfolding before him, a bizarre bear in pursuit of a bull, engaged in a fateful contest. As the bull recognized the diminishing gap between itself and Zhu Zhuqing, it braced for confrontation, determined to fight back. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing the bull's intent, halted as well. Eager for a fair duel, the bull charged towards her, its formidable horns seemingly capable of piercing anything. Rather than evading the bull's attack, Zhu Zhuqing boldly confronted it, grasping its horns firmly to prevent any further advance. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the scene. For Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit leaned towards swift, assassination-like strikes, while her strength and defensive capabilities were not particularly remarkable. The current contest was a battle of brute force, a realm in which the mighty bull excelled. However, to his astonishment, after grappling with the mighty bull for a while, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly executed a powerful shoulder throw, rendering it unconscious on the ground. Yet, the brown bear coat she wore could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of soul power, resulting in a catastrophic rupture of her upper garment. Zhu Zhuqing gazed intently at the scene before him, but soon he discerned that beneath the brown bear coat lay another white bear coat. Zhu Zhuqing initially anticipated some sort of benefit, but found himself speechless. Was it really necessary to layer so excessively? One was insufficient, so why don two? How splendid! Zhu Zhuqing genuinely praised her earnest demeanor, noting her dedication to training. She even chose to grapple with a formidable bull, something Zhu Zhuqing would never consider doing. Who is that? Zhu Zhuqing wondered, having heard what seemed to be a presence nearby while hunting. The sound only solidified her suspicions. Following the sound, she spotted a handsome youth perched atop a tree, propping his chin on his hand as he observed her. Zhu Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuqing queried, bemused by his unexpected presence. I just finished my tasks for the day and heard a tremendous commotion on my way back, so naturally, I had to see what was happening. Zhu Zhuqing explained with a smile. Indeed, he had not come to the wrong place. Both had completed their daily quests, presenting an excellent opportunity to deepen their bond. What are you wearing? Zhu Zhuqing inquired curiously. This is an outfit specially tailored for me by Master Yu Xiaojiang. As a beast martial spirit master, I often struggle with the technique of externalizing my soul power, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. However, once I don this outfit, I merely treat this coat as my body and utilize my soul power to fill this new form, allowing me to successfully externalize my soul power. It's rather a clever shortcut. Ah, I see. Zhu Zhuqing felt a deep admiration for Yu Xiaojiang's ingenuity. I see you've completed your hunt. Have you achieved today's goals? Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. Yes, indeed. Is there something on your mind? Zhu Zhuqing queried, puzzled by Zhu Zhuqing's question. Since we've both accomplished our tasks, I notice there's still time left in the day. Would you care to join me in witnessing something intriguing? Zhu Zhuqing asked sincerely, a smile gracing his face as he extended the invitation. Something interesting? Zhu Zhuqing contemplated for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. All right, I would be willing. Excellent. Let us depart. Zhu Zhuqing laughed, swiftly leaping from the tree to Zhu Zhuqing's side, taking her delicate hand in his. Noticing her lack of resistance, he grinned and began to dart through the forest using his flicker technique. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing, what is this move? It feels as though we are flying. Zhu Zhuqing reveled in the wind that kissed her face, utterly astonished by Zhu Zhuqing's ability. Although she harbored many secrets of her own, she had never witnessed a skill that allowed for such continuous teleportation. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing soared through the treetops, the experience indeed akin to flight. This technique is called flicker, a new ability from my third soul ring. Should you wish to experience this sensation again, feel free to seek me out, Zhu Zhuqing explained cheerfully. All right, we've arrived at our first stop, Zhu Zhuqing announced as he led Zhu Zhuqing to the kitchen window. Inside, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were tirelessly preparing meals for everyone. Peering inside, they beheld Dai Mubai, his expression fierce, as he clumsily kneaded dough, seemingly torturing it. With a loud crack, the bowl he was using shattered under the pressure of his force. Glaring at the broken bowl, Dai Mubai angrily tossed the dough aside, covering his face in despair with his hands. A mountain of shattered bowls had accumulated around him, suggesting that at least dozens had met the same fate. One could only wonder how Flinder would react to this scene. What on earth is he doing? The usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity before her. She had not expected the seemingly carefree young master to struggle so much with the simplest of tasks after days of practice. Boom. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was equally undeterred. The raging fire had evaporated the water in the pot, leading to an explosion as the pot burst apart. Clouds of black smoke billowed forth, leaving Ma Hongjuan's face charred and causing Dai Mubai to cough uncontrollably. Cough. You glutton. What are you doing? Dai Mubai wheezed, his frustration evident as he reprimanded Ma Hongjun for the 5th time today for his inability to control the flames, which had left him still struggling with the dough. Don't point fingers at me. You've shattered dozens of bowls as well. We're in the same boat at this rate. I estimate you'll break 100 bowls in less than 10 days, Ma Hongjun retorted defiantly. You dare challenge me? Dai Mubai's temper flared. Typically, Ma Hongjun followed him obediently. But since discovering his transformation abilities, he had grown increasingly bold. I'm not afraid of you now. Ma Hongjun had returned from the forest with his battle experience and the complete absorption of the fire pill, propelling him from level 26 to 29. Now he possessed half-step Soul King strength. Silence. Flinder burst through the door, his voice booming with authority. He had heard the commotion from afar. Although Yu Xiaojiang had advised him not to worry, the kitchen had already exploded 5 times today, wasting a considerable amount of food and cookware, which weighed heavily on Flinder's conscience. Upon witnessing Flinder's fury, the two promptly returned to their respective tasks, resuming their work. Ha! Zhu Zhuqing, having witnessed this comical display, revealed a joy she hadn't shown in years. Who? Flinder, still brimming with anger, was further incensed by the unexpected laughter. Oh no! Flicker. In an instant, the spot where they had stood was left with only a glimmer of golden light. Chapter 49. A meeting under the moonlight. Golden lights flickered rapidly among the treetops. A mournful moo shattered the tranquility of the forest. All right, we've arrived at our second stop. Su Qing and Zhu Zhuqing observed from the treetops below. Their brother, I've come. Ning Rongrong had discreetly slipped away from Oscar to rendezvous with Tang San. At that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared flushed from her recent exertions, her breath slightly hurried, and beads of sweat glimmering on her skin. She looked particularly enchanting. Since returning from Stardo Forest, Ning Rongrong had sought out Tang San almost daily, always shrouded in an air of mystery. If a stranger were to witness their recent interactions, they might suspect the two were harboring a secret. All right, let us go inside and talk, Tang San said, wiping the sweat from his brow upon recognizing Ning Rongrong. He paused his work, stowing away his external soul bone, and together they entered the nearly completed structure behind him. Hey, Su Qing, do you see who that is? Zhu Zhuqing pointed towards the grass beneath the trees. Su Qing followed the direction indicated by Zhu Zhuqing and beheld a striking figure concealed within the grass, none other than Tang San's beloved sister, Xiao Wu. Su Qing felt a surge of delight. It appeared that Tang San had been caught in the act. However, Su Qing was aware that there was no entanglement between Tang San and Ning Rongrong. They were merely discussing the particulars of their collaboration. Yet, the situation was markedly different for Xiao Wu. In her eyes, she beheld her beloved man frolicking with her friend, and despite knowing the improbability of such a scenario, she was undoubtedly heartbroken at that moment. Should we take her with us? She seems quite distressed, Zhu Zhuqing inquired of Su Qing. Since Su Qing had brought her to witness intriguing events, it was likely that he could also find a way to brighten Xiao Wu's spirits. Very well, let us inquire. Su Qing consented to Zhu Zhuqing's request and, with a flicker, transported himself to Xiao Wu's side. Simultaneously pursuing two individuals was indeed a commendable strategy. Xiao Wu, Su Qing tentatively called out. Noticing her lack of response, he approached her from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. Huh? Su Qing? Zhu Zhuqing? Oh, I am fine, Xiao Wu stammered, startled to find the two behind her. Su Qing gazed at the flustered Xiao Wu before him and couldn't help but chuckle. She truly was an innocent girl, incapable of deceit. However, since Tang San was preoccupied with Ning Rongrong, he decided to seize the opportunity to ingratiate himself with Xiao Wu. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. I believe Tang San is not that kind of person. They must be engaged in something of great importance. Although Su Qing aimed to elevate the rapport between himself and Xiao Wu, he refrained from taking advantage of Tang San's situation. He understood that given the bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San, she would be impervious to rumors. Should Tang San and Ning Rongrong elucidate the truth later, and Xiao Wu discovered she had propagated falsehoods, it would severely hinder any efforts to foster goodwill. Yes, I trust Sengu, but for some reason, I can't shake this feeling of unease, Xiao Wu murmured, lowering her head. Deep down, she was acutely aware of her emotions. Yet the sight of Tang San and Ning Rongrong's somewhat intimate gestures stirred an insatiable jealousy within her. Well, since Tang San and Ning Rongrong are occupied with their matters, let us not intrude upon them. We shall take you out to have some fun, Su Qing suggested, tentatively probing Xiao Wu, uncertain if this direct appeal would bear fruit. Having completed their tasks for the day, and with Xiao Wu possessing no other obligations, the likelihood of her acceptance was considerably high. Xiao Wu propped her delicate chin in contemplation, casting a somewhat pouty glance toward Tang San's direction. I'm sorry, but I still wish to see what is going on between them. You two may go and enjoy yourselves. In the waning light of the sunset, Xiao Wu's graceful figure appeared particularly alluring, while her irritated expression only enhanced her charm. Faced with the rejection from the love-stricken maiden before them, her friends observed her distress over her feelings and chose not to press further. Xiao Wu, then we shall take our leave, Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of reluctance. Her concern for Xiao Wu evident. Yet, Xiao Wu's resolute demeanor signified her unwavering decision. Gone was her usual vivacity, and she quietly replied, goodbye then. Su Qing smiled, realizing that Tang San would face consequences upon his return. After all, who could blame him for being so foolish in matters of the heart? Su Qing continued to hold Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and after a brief flash, the two arrived at the third destination of their journey. There, Oscar sat alone by the riverbank, idly plucking a small flower and counting its petals. She loves me not. She loves me not. She loves me not. After receiving an unsatisfactory answer, Oscar angrily tossed the flower aside. Once more. She loves me. Haha. After tormenting a few more blossoms, he finally reached this conclusion. Recently, Ning Rongrong had been preoccupied with discussions of collaboration with Tang San, leaving Oscar alone in the queue for water. He resembled a forsaken little kitten, looking utterly forlorn. Although Su Qing was aware of Oscar's fondness for Ning Rongrong, he was taken aback by the depths and distortions of Oscar's affection. However, what had become of Zhu Zhuqing, who had fallen silent? Turning his gaze, Su Qing discovered her maintaining a solemn and serious expression as she observed the comical Oscar. Su Qing finally realized that Zhu Zhuqing must have been influenced by Oscar and Xiao Wu, prompting her to reflect on her own engagement with Dai Mubai. Upon discovering that her fiancé turned out to be a scoundrel who had forgotten about her, she must have felt an immense sorrow in her heart. Su Qing casually retrieved a skewer of candied hawthorn from the storage space and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Hold it well." Zhu Zhuqing instinctively extended her hand to accept the sweet treat from Su Qing. Only after she regained her composure did she realize what Su Qing had given her. Glancing at the candied hawthorn in her hand, she shyly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Su Qing. There's one last stop. Let's set off." Su Qing, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing's mood had returned to normal, promptly proposed their next plan. "Last stop?" Zhu Zhuqing queried, slightly puzzled. The hour was late, and if they continued, it would likely be dark soon. Moreover, she was not feeling particularly well and wished to return to her dormitory to be alone. "Yes, hold on tight." Su Qing disregarded Zhu Zhuqing's reluctant demeanor and commenced their final journey. After a while, they arrived at a nearby mountain peak, the sky now fully enveloped in darkness. "Here it is, a lovely viewpoint I discovered a few days ago," Su Qing explained to Zhu Zhuqing. "Atop this mountain, devoid of the towering trees that obstructed the view in the forest, one could indeed behold the vast sky in its entirety, where the stars twinkled incessantly." "All right, Zhu Qing. Please close your eyes and count down from 50, Su Qing said with a mischievous grin, presenting an odd request. 50 seconds? Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed, wondering what Su Qing was up to for who counts down for such a long time. Nevertheless, she obediently closed her eyes, filled with anticipation for what surprises this enigmatic man might bestow upon her. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and Zhu Zhuqing sensed the space beside her empty, likely indicating that Su Qing had stepped away. Yet, she chose not to open her eyes, opting to trust this peculiar man for the moment. As she began her lengthy countdown, she whispered to herself, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Zhu Zhuqing felt an urge to peek and confirm if Su Qing was playing tricks on her, but she ultimately refrained from opening her eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the countdown concluding, Zhu Zhuqing nervously opened her eyes. Suddenly, a small point of light slowly ascended from the distant horizon, piercing through the dark night. It soared higher and higher into the sky. With a resounding pop, the little light burst forth, resembling shards of stars falling to the earth, radiating a dazzling brilliance, while the remnants gracefully returned to the ground. Yet, this spectacle was far from over. One by one, tiny lights streaked across the sky, countless fireworks unfolding in a display of vibrant life, blooming in clusters against the tranquil night, scattering like stars across the expanse. illuminating the dark sky with their brilliance. How beautiful! Zhu Zhuqing was entranced by the exquisite scene before her. She felt immense gratitude towards Su Qing for orchestrating such delightful experiences. Although she was still deeply concerned about her impending marriage with Dai Mubai, the whimsical moments Su Qing had shared with her during dusk, along with this magnificent fireworks display, boldly soothed the unease that lingered in her heart. As the final burst of white light flashed across the sky, exploding into a kaleidoscope of colors, a white figure suddenly fell, marking the conclusion of the performance. Once more, the forest was enveloped in the tranquil embrace of the night. Su Qing returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side, noticing that the young girl seemed entranced by the magnificent fireworks, her eyes vacant as she gazed blankly at the sky, which had long since dimmed. Zhuqing, as a friend, I hope you can always remain as innocent and joyful as you are now. Su Qing suddenly broke the silence, expressing his true feelings. Thank you, Su Qing. Xiao Wu snapped back to reality, her eyes slightly reddened. She was deeply touched, having never anticipated that this man before her would make such significant sacrifices for her. This was the first time she felt the warmth of being cherished. Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be lost in thought for a moment, hesitating before shyly addressing Su Qing. From now on, just call me Xiao Qing. Initially, she had merely followed Su Qing out of boredom for a leisurely stroll to refresh her spirits. However, she was taken aback by the grand gesture Su Qing had prepared for her. As long as you're happy, Xiao Qing, Su Qing replied with a cheerful smile. Clearly having succeeded in touching Zhu Zhuqing's heart, it seemed that her affection for him would undoubtedly increase, and he wondered what rewards might come from it. As for the fireworks, Su Qing had conveniently procured them from a nearby city, taking advantage of his position. Having recently obtained 20,000 gold coins from the system, he found himself with a considerable fortune. Typically, for a soul master, such savings would be invested in rare cultivation materials or high-quality equipment for self-protection. However, Su Qing was different. With the system at his disposal, he had no worries regarding his gear and items. Thus, he intended to utilize this wealth appropriately to enhance his rapport with the characters in the protagonist's group. Over the past few days, he had scoured various city malls, acquiring numerous romantic trinkets like fireworks, as he prepared to initiate his strategy. After Su Qing finished speaking, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing gazing at him with a somewhat fervent look in her eyes. Su Qing felt a twinge of awkwardness under her intense stare, yet he did not divert his gaze. The two of them continued to lock eyes in silence, creating an atmosphere that became increasingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a peculiar sound rumbled, shattering the stillness that enveloped them. Su Qing followed the direction of the sound, and soon realized it seemed to emanate from Zhu Zhuqing's abdomen. Her cheeks instantly reddened like ripe apples. This afternoon, she had spent considerable time hunting, exhausting much of her energy, and as dusk approached, she had been whisked away by Su Qing, experiencing so much together until the sky turned dark. Moreover, aside from the candied hawthorn Su Qing had just gifted her, she had consumed nothing else and was indeed quite hungry. Let us return swiftly, Su Qing said with an awkward smile, having completely forgotten about this matter. After such an extended outing, he had neglected to take her for a meal. He would need to be more mindful in his future endeavors to win the affections of a lady. In this delicate atmosphere, especially in the presence of friends, the sudden uproar from her stomach left Zhu Zhuqing feeling exceedingly bashful. Su Qing took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and moved again, soon arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria. Zhu Zhuqing released Su Qing's right hand, feeling a touch of shyness as being in public made her uncomfortable, despite not minding when they were alone. Oh, you're back, Xiao Wu exclaimed from behind them, indicating their synchronized return to the cafeteria. As the trio entered, the onlookers noticed the subtle atmosphere between Su Qing and Zhu Zhuqing, while Xiao Wu's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Ning Rongrong paused from her meal, her gaze fixed intently on Su Qing, her fierce eyes suggesting that without a satisfactory explanation, she might be inclined to devour him whole. Ahem. Oh, you three have returned? Ma Junhong hastily swallowed his food, teasingly addressing the latecomers. Come quickly to eat, otherwise, the food will be gone. Tang San, rather oblivious in matters of the heart, failed to perceive the underlying dynamics at play. Xiao Wu, suddenly upset, marched towards the dining table and angrily bit into a carrot. Frustrated with Tang San's obliviousness, she felt anger rising. After all this time together, he still regarded her merely as a sister. What a blockhead. Have you two been on a date? Dai Mubai, experienced and astute, directly pointed out the evident tension between Zhu Zhuqing and Su Qing, seizing the opportunity to embarrass Su Qing, who had long been a thorn in his side. Xiao Wu mentioned she was feeling unwell. So Zhu Zhuqing and I took her to the nearby town to see a doctor. Su Qing casually fabricated an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Oh, Xiao Wu, you've been ill? Are you all right? Tang San, concerned, placed his hand on Xiao Wu's forehead to check her temperature, relieved to find she was not feverish. The others exchanged pained expressions at Tang San's cluelessness. Xiao Wu, let us eat first. You can have the carrot later, Ning Rongrong kindly urged, serving her some dishes, embodying the inexplicable nature of female friendship. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a silvery glimmer on Ning Rongrong's right hand. Reminiscent of the sleeve arrow Tang San had gifted her, a precious keepsake she had cherished and never dared to use. Rongrong, what is that on your hand? Xiao Wu, unable to believe her eyes, asked out of curiosity. Oh, this? It's a sleeve arrow that San made, Ning Rongrong replied, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the exquisite, compact device, perfectly designed for surprise attacks in battle, a true testament to Tang San's craftsmanship. After returning from the Stardow Forest, Ning Rongrong expressed interest in my concealed weapons, wanting me to equip her team from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. We've been discussing the details of our collaboration, and this sleeve arrow is a sample I provided her, Tang San explained to Xiao Wu with a smile. Ah, I see. Xiao Wu finally understood the reason behind their secretive meetings over the past few days, merely a business arrangement. Although she found it hard to believe Tang San would engage in anything unusual, she couldn't suppress her feelings of jealousy. Understanding the truth relieved her somewhat. Yet she couldn't shake the question of why it was a sleeve arrow. Xiao Wu stared fixedly at the sleeve arrow on Ning Rongrong's arm, noting its striking resemblance to her own gift. What the heck? Humph. San is such a fool, she fumed, throwing the carrot at Tang San's head before storming out of the cafeteria. Tang San, having taken the blow, clutched his head, momentarily ignoring the pain as he rushed after her. Xiao Wu, come back. You haven't eaten yet. Su Qing smiled at the scene before him. While he had long recognized that Tang San was rather dense, he had not anticipated that he was utterly oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. Nevertheless, let them sort out their affairs. Su Qing leisurely continued his meal, knowing that upon returning to his dormitory, his reward would likely be credited to him. Chapter 51. Practical Exercises in the Twilight. Su Qing arrived at his bedroom door, only to find it still locked. It appeared that Tang San was still busy soothing Xiao Wu. Su Qing walked directly to his bed, leisurely stretching his limbs before comfortably lying down. There exists an enchanting allure to a bed. Once one reclines upon it, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction envelopes the individual, swiftly alleviating the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. However, this enchantment bears a downside, as it can render one languid, reluctant to part from its embrace. System, what is my reward? Su Qing pondered eagerly, curious about the extent to which his affinity with Zhu Zhuqing had grown after all their shared experiences, and what rewards the system would bestow upon him. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affinity increased by 10%. Su Qing shook his head, realizing that fleeting emotions could never truly rival the bonds forged through shared adversity. Despite the romantic journey he shared with Zhu Zhuqing, his affection for her had only increased by a mere 10%. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Millennium Limit Soul Ring. Huh? Su Qing was momentarily stunned upon hearing the reward the system was about to bestow. Wasn't the previous reward for Tang San's affection also the Millennium Limit Soul Ring? What could the system possibly mean by this? Su Qing felt somewhat disheartened by the system's rewards. Although his dark martial soul had yet to be equipped with a single soul ring, he was resolute in his decision not to adorn it with soul rings at this juncture. It is imperative to understand that once a soul ring is affixed, it cannot be removed. As one who, like Tang San, possesses twin martial souls, he naturally aspired to wait until he ascended to the rank of title Douluo to bestow 9 100,000-year soul rings upon his dark martial soul. At that time, he would be invincible, emerging as the mightiest being on the Douluo Continent. Thus, even though this Millennium Limit Soul Ring was a remarkable item, it held no utility for him at present. After all, his light martial soul was already fully equipped with soul rings, while his dark martial soul was temporarily ineligible for such adornments. Hey, system, are you pulling a fast one on me? Su Qing inquired with a hint of dissatisfaction. According to the system's diagnostic results, there was no indication of hostile intent towards the host. Su Qing, with a furrowed brow, rubbed his temples in exasperation, acutely aware that the system was feigning ignorance. It detected fluctuations in the host's emotions, inquiring whether the host wished to exchange rewards. Could it truly be exchanged? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. He had thought his hard-earned favorability would go to waste. After all, failing to absorb would merely result in the loss of a 1,000-year soul ring. But to absorb, it would mean sacrificing a 1,000,000-year soul ring slot. A loss too great to bear. It seemed more prudent to let his current efforts dissipate entirely. Indeed, gifts that the host is unwilling to accept can be equivalently substituted with rewards of the same caliber. What rewards of the same caliber are available? Zhu Zhuqing appeared pleasantly surprised. He had almost resolved to abandon his efforts. But now, the potential for an exchange rendered his labor not in vain. According to the internal calculations of the system, a 1,000-year limit soul ring would be more suitably exchanged for a host's soul power level. Oh, one can even exchange for soul power levels? Then I shall choose that. Zhu Zhuqing pondered, for he deemed that his own strength was far more tangible than any superfluous items. Ding. Congratulations, host, your soul power level has increased by 5. It seems that due to Zhu Qing's recent advancement, the experience required for further upgrades had increased, compounded by the fact that Zhu Zhuqing was not the protagonist, which resulted in this modest 5-level gain, a far cry from his expectations. A warm current surged into Zhu Qing's forehead, and he felt a rich aura of soul power churning within him. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrust open with unceremonious force. Go back. Humph. Shall we shove Tang Sen into the room with vigor, then huffed in annoyance and stormed away. Zhu Qing gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Tang Sen had yet to win over Xiao Wu. Tang Sen looked at Zhu Qing with a face full of grievance and said, Zhu Qing, do you know what has happened with Xiao Wu? Why does she want me to retrieve the hidden darts I gave to Ning Rongrong? Zhu Qing silently chuckled to himself, thinking, fool, who told you to be so oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart? Xiao Wu must be feeling jealous. Zhu Qing feigned composure as he elaborated to Tang San the reasons behind Xiao Wu's ire. Jealous? Why would she feel that way? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Although Tang San was rather naive in matters of love, he had experienced reincarnation and at least understood the meaning of jealousy. Zhu Qing listened to Tang San's words, momentarily unsure whether he truly was beyond redemption. Perhaps I should enlighten you. You presented Xiao Wu with a hidden arrow, intending to regard her as your sister. Yet now, you have also gifted Ning Rongrong with a hidden arrow. Do you intend to see her as a sister as well? Zhu Qing observed Tang San's bewildered expression and explained with a hint of exasperation. However, that was the most precious gift I could offer at the time. What I present to Ning Rongrong now is merely a sample for collaboration. Tang San appeared somewhat aggrieved, realizing that matters of the heart were indeed complex, and he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Fool, that was the finest gift you could offer then. Yet now you are capable of presenting something far better, Zhu Qing retorted. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's words, Tang San suddenly understood. Indeed, if Xiao Wu is to be regarded as his sister, she deserves even more affection, and he should periodically present her with new gifts. Zhu Qing, thank you. The enlightened Tang San sprang from the bed, dashed out the door, and immediately commenced his endeavor. Observing Tang San's exuberance, Zhu Qing surmised that he would not return that night. In the following days, everyone continued their training tasks with unwavering diligence, each individual experiencing remarkable growth and strength. Well done. You have completed the first phase of your training, Yu Xiaozhang announced, holding up a shiny, golden-brown pancake, his breakfast. The pancake looked utterly enticing, devoid of the charred marks of previous days. It seemed Dai Mubai had finally mastered kneading the dough after shattering so many bowls. And Ma Junhong had learned to control the heat effectively. The duo had made significant progress. Hooray! Upon hearing Yu Xiaozhang's announcement, the group joyfully celebrated, relieved to escape their monotonous routine. With the first phase concluded, does that imply there will be a second phase? Zhu Qing discerned the implication in Yu Xiaozhang's words and stated it plainly. Hee hee, you catch on quickly, Yu Xiaozhang chuckled, not bothering to conceal his intentions. I don't want to train anymore. I wish to feast at the market. Ma Junhong deflated like a punctured balloon upon learning there would be no rest. Simpleton. All you think about is food. Oscar scoffed, feeling injustice since he learned Ma Junhong could transform into a handsome figure while he remained overlooked by fate. Hee hee. I know you're envious of my slim waist and perky rear, Ma Junhong teased, wiggling his body and playfully smacking his backside in front of Oscar. Since discovering his ability to become attractive, he had unleashed a long-repressed side of himself, transforming into his current cheeky persona. Get away from me. How revolting. Oscar exclaimed in agony, covering his eyes from the distressing sight. Ahem. Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat, and the bickering pair fell silent. Your second training task will be practical combat exercises. Yu Xiaojiang, satisfied with their training progress, deemed it time to assess their combat capabilities. Teacher, does that mean we will be fighting in the arena again? Tang San inquired eagerly, relishing the exhilarating feeling of combat. No, it will be practical training among ourselves. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, unexpectedly seizing the opportunity to answer Yu Xiaojiang's question, enjoying the air of premonition it bestowed upon him. Yu Xiaojiang finished his pancake, shot a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, and slowly wiped his mouth. You will now pair off for practical training. In the forest during daylight. The Shrek 8 monsters stood poised for battle, ready to engage. Daimubai and Xiaowu formed one pair, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San another. While Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Zhuhong faced off in one-on-one combat, Yu Xiaojiang looked upon their spirited demeanor with satisfaction. Hey, teacher, what about us? Oscar, not called upon, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, having just ignited his fighting spirit. Yes, teacher, why were we not mentioned? Ning Rongrong echoed, puzzled, as she directed the same query towards Yu Xiaojiang. You two are support-type spirit masters. You need not concern yourselves with combat, Yu Xiaojiang replied, shaking his head. While it was commendable that they possessed fighting spirit, as support-type soul masters, their focus should be on enhancing their supportive abilities rather than engaging in battle. Generally, support-type soul masters lack offensive soul skills, and to gain offensive capabilities, they must either rely on external assistance or enhance their physical strength. However, such methods are typically only effective against ordinary individuals or lower-tier soul masters. Against high-level soul masters, these strategies are woefully inadequate, failing to breach their spirit power defenses. Therefore, if they focused on combat, it would yield diminishing returns. It was far more practical to enhance their innate support abilities. Very well. Oscar and Ning Rongrong obediently complied, positioning themselves behind Yu Xiaojiang to serve as spectators. Teacher, I have an objection. Daimubai raised his hand, visibly upset. What is the matter? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, puzzled by Daimubai's irritation. Why have you paired me with Xiaowu? Have you made an error? I'm at level 37. Isn't it unfair to fight against her? Daimubai candidly expressed his thoughts. What Daimubai stated was indeed true. He was the strongest among them. Typically, pitting a level 37 soul master against one who had only recently reached level 30 would result in a one-sided slaughter. Such a contest could hardly be deemed a fair fight. I have not made a mistake. You are indeed paired with Xiaowu, Yu Xiaojiang firmly asserted. He knew that while significant level disparities generally led to one-sided outcomes, this was not the case in every instance. He recognized that Xiaowu had consistently accompanied Tang San, and her rate of advancement was remarkably swift, on par with Tang San, a true genius. What was even more perplexing was that while Tang San diligently trained each day, Xiaowu appeared carefree, yet maintained the same rapid advancement. Her rate of growth was astonishing, possibly even surpassing Tang San's. Thus, despite her level being 7 lower than Daimubai's, Yu Xiaojiang did not believe she would be at a disadvantage. Hey, Daimubai, don't underestimate me. Xiaowu retorted defiantly, shaking her fist. Feeling belittled, she was determined to show Daimubai her prowess. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Daimubai glanced at Xiaowu's spirited demeanor and chose not to argue further, thinking that if she were to be overwhelmed, he would not hold back. All right, let us begin. The first match, Zhu Zhuqing versus Ma Zhuhong. Yu Xiaojiang commanded. The remaining 6, upon hearing his words, instinctively positioned themselves behind him, clearing a space for the two combatants about to engage. After Zhu Zhuqing noticed Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fixed upon him, he clenched his right fist against his chest and encouraged her, saying, "Keep going. I believe in you." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion slightly flushed as she hurriedly turned her head away. Heh, Zhu Zhuqing, how about treating me to dinner tonight, and I shall go easy on you? Ma Junhong boasted with audacity. However, Ma Junhong's bravado was well-founded. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly absorbed the effects of the fire pill, elevating his soul power to the 29th level. Although Zhu Zhuqing had made some progress during this time, she only reached the 27th level. Ma Junhong's request for a meal was not driven by romantic intentions. Rather, he simply desired a hearty feast. Despite his temporary charm, he had only deceived a few naive girls into treating him to various delicacies, without misleading their affections, which was rather perplexing. Humph, you must first defeat me. Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly, adopting a stance of confrontation. She had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. It was time for battle. As the conflict was about to commence, Zhu Zhuqing dashed forward, aiming to seize the initiative in the skirmish. In her estimation, Ma Juanhong's corpulent physique rendered him less agile. His primary offensive maneuver was a wide-ranging fire breath attack, a means of controlling the battlefield. If left unchecked, his flames would continually suppress Zhu Zhuqing's space for survival. To counter his fiery onslaught, she needed to close the distance swiftly and engage him in close combat to achieve a swift victory. Zhu Zhuqing approached Ma Juanhong from the side with remarkable speed. After several days of intensive training, her explosive velocity had doubled. At this pace, Ma Juanhong would undoubtedly be unable to react in time. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's response, Ma Juanhong initially thought she was merely concerned about his appetite and was trying to negotiate. Just as he was about to reassure her that his appetite had diminished without the influence of the evil fire, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing's figure had vanished from sight. Huh? Before Ma Juanhong could comprehend the situation, he caught sight of a purple figure charging toward him at an astonishing speed. Phantom claws! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed as she launched her assault, noticing Ma Juanhong still frozen in place. Victory seemed imminent. The distance between her claws and Ma Juanhong was now mere meters, an instant for Zhu Zhuqing. Her claws pierced through Ma Juanhong's chest, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had not intended to take his life. In her view, even though Ma Juanhong might react slowly, he would instinctively resist when faced with a life-threatening situation, and her strike would only incapacitate him temporarily. However, something felt amiss. As she sensed the feedback through her right hand, it appeared as though she had punctured his chest. Yet the sensation was akin to striking through air, devoid of substance. "Sister, what are you looking at?" A voice called from behind Zhu Zhuqing. Oh no, it was an illusion. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly turned, attempting to evade the flames, instinctively raising her hands in a defensive posture. The now dashing Ma Juanhong unleashed his fiery breath, which had intensified after days of training, determined to engulf Zhu Zhuqing. This transformation was a result of the evil fire being suppressed by the fire pill, granting him not only an attractive visage but also remarkable speed, enabling him to evade Zhu Zhuqing's recent ambush. As the flames surged, Zhu Zhuqing found herself knocked to the ground. Although she had reacted promptly, dodging and using her clawed hands to shield herself from Ma Juanhong's fire, the enhanced ferocity of the flames inflicted considerable harm, rendering her incapable of continuing the fight. Sitting on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing sighed and addressed Ma Juanhong. "You've won." "Yay!" Ma Juanhong cheered, leaping in exhilaration to celebrate his first victory. He had successfully undergone a rebirth. The first round concluded with Ma Juanhong's triumph. "Are you all right?" Su Qing inquired with concern, gently patting Zhu Zhuqing's head. After his special training, Ma Juanhong had mastered the precision of his fiery breath, significantly amplifying its potency, which had caused Zhu Zhuqing considerable injury. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Zhu Zhuqing replied, not minding Su Qing's affectionate gesture, yet maintaining her prideful demeanor. She did not wish to appear wounded in front of him. "Enough talk, Qing, come eat this grilled sausage," Ning Rongrong interrupted, shoving a large Oscar sausage into Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. Feeling uncomfortable witnessing their closeness, she rushed to break their conversation. The sudden intrusion of the sausage startled Zhu Zhuqing. MMM, she protested, expressing her discontent to Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing the comical scene of Su Qing and Ning Rongrong's jealousy, a laugh escaped her lips uncontrollably. "Is it our turn now?" Xiaowu eagerly inquired of Yu Shaojing. "Yes, let us commence," Yu Shaojing nodded, satisfied with Zhu Zhuqing's explosive speed after training. Though he was even more astonished by Ma Juanhong's counterattack against Zhu Zhuqing. "Dai Mu Bai, if you are intimidated, you may show leniency towards me," he remarked with a gentlemanly demeanor, as he always treated women with utmost courtesy. Not this again, Zhu Zhuqing thought, bemused by her fiancé's similarity to Ma Juanhong. "No need for that. Do not hold back. I can indeed defeat you," Xiaowu asserted with unwavering confidence. "Very well, let us engage," Dai Mu Bai replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Since Xiaowu had repeatedly emphasized her ability to conquer him, he, as a senior, was curious to ascertain her true capabilities. "Let the battle begin." Xiaowu charged towards Dai Mu Bai at an astonishing speed. "You wish to compare speed?" Dai Mu Bai scoffed at the sight of her rapid approach, propelling himself forward with a powerful push against the ground, eager to match her pace, for he was as swift as lightning, a white tiger. During this training session, Dai Mu Bai had shattered over 100 basins, struggling to control the force of his attacks due to the soul power he infused into his hands. Nonetheless, this resulted in a striking increase in his offensive strength. As both were formidable, speed-oriented attackers, Dai Mubai held a definitive advantage with his higher soul power and greater attack potency. White Tiger, Vajra transformation. As the distance between them diminished, Dai Mubai calculated his timing perfectly and unleashed a fierce assault on Xiao Wu. She had insisted he not go easy on her. So if she were to sustain any injuries, he could not be held accountable. Dai Mubai's claws pierced through Xiao Wu's body, much like Zhu Zhuqing had pierced through Ma Junong moments before. Su Qing observed the scene before him, noting the striking similarity in the combat techniques of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Their martial souls truly exemplified a compatibility exceeding 90%. However, unlike Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai felt a solid impact through his hands. He had successfully wounded Xiao Wu. This overwhelming assault rendered Xiao Wu incapacitated. "Are you all right?" Dai Mubai inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as he noticed the excruciating pain etched on Xiao Wu's face, blood seeping from her abdomen. It appeared that she had indeed taken a substantial blow from him. If she was not promptly taken for treatment, she could be in grave danger. This was a consequence of Xiao Wu urging him to give his all. He could hardly be blamed for lacking tenderness. Dai Mubai justified himself internally. Yet, he was puzzled by the absence of concern from the other members of Shrek Academy. They seemed indifferent to Xiao Wu's peril. It was perplexing. Ordinarily, Tang Xin would be the first to rush to her aid upon witnessing such harm inflicted upon her. "Why does my left shoulder hurt so much?" Dai Mubai felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. As he looked back at the scene, he saw Xiao Wu lying in a pool of blood gradually fading away. Upon glancing up again, she had returned to her original position at the onset of the battle. When had she reverted? Dai Mubai gazed in bewilderment at Xiao Wu, whose previously gaping wound had vanished, appearing entirely unscathed. What was occurring? Dai Mubai glanced down at himself. His right claw had severely injured his left shoulder, but due to his substantial soul power and the protection of his martial soul, he had managed to avoid a severe puncture. It's an illusion, Dai Mubai finally comprehended. Xiao Wu had remained stationary at the beginning of the fight, not charging forward as he had assumed. She had lured him into attacking her as part of her second soul skill. Fortunately, this was merely a sparring match. Had Xiao Wu prompted him to strike at her heart, she could have faced life-threatening consequences. Dai Mubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Please concede. You are seriously injured," Xiao Wu expressed her concern upon noticing Dai Mubai's wounded shoulder. However, what she failed to realize was that her concern appeared more like mockery to Dai Mubai. He shook his head in refusal, declaring, "I can still fight. Let us continue." It would be utterly ludicrous for a soul master of level 37 to lose a match without ever having engaged with his opponent. Although he would have lost instantly had Xiao Wu fought earnestly, she had shown him mercy. Compassion towards an adversary was tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. "Very well. But do take care," Xiao Wu relented, respecting Dai Mubai's decision. This time, Xiao Wu sprang into action for the first time, darting towards Dai Mubai with the swiftness of a released arrow. Her speed surpassed his. Dai Mubai's eyes perceived two figures of Xiao Wu launching simultaneous attacks from either side. It seemed he had fallen under yet another illusion. Was she attempting to force him into a binary choice? He would not succumb. In that instant, instead of rushing forward to counter, he delivered a powerful blow to his left shoulder wound. The intense pain sharpened Dai Mubai's awareness, and the two images of Xiao Wu coalesced into a singular form. He would not fall prey to the same trick twice. Xiao Wu, witnessing Dai Mubai's desperate resolve, appeared somewhat surprised but did not relent in her assault. She rolled up her right sleeve and unleashed her hidden projectiles toward him. Su Qing noticed that Xiao Wu's current projectiles differed from those she had previously wielded. They were now more exquisite, capable of holding 5 rounds, an increase of 2, and crafted from sturdier steel. Inscribed on one was the phrase "for my beloved sister." Surely this was the compensation Tang San had prepared for her after his outing that night. White Tiger's Vajra transformation. Dai Mubai summoned all the strength he had left to confront Xiao Wu's attack head-on. In terms of power, he was the king. Those projectiles would not breach his defenses. "My apologies, but this victory is mine," a voice suddenly echoed behind Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu had vanished from his sight. Her previous attack, merely a feint. Oh no, this was Dai Mubai's last thought. A swift chop struck the nape of his neck, causing his body to stiffen before collapsing, completely losing consciousness. This was her third soul skill, the teleportation of her soft bone rabbit. Dai Mubai fainted. Xiao Wu triumphed. "Remarkable, Xiao Wu," Oscar praised, thoroughly satisfied with the thrilling duel he had just witnessed. "Third brother, am I impressive?" Xiao Wu approached Tang San, seeking affirmation. An excellent display of combat. Tang San generously offered his praise. With Tang San's commendation, Xiaowu's smile radiated brilliantly. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Xiaowu with keen interest, reminiscing about the technique she had just employed. Her teleportation was strikingly similar to his flash, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that Xiao Wu's teleportation was merely literal, instantly moving to the target location without the impactful effect characteristic of his move. Clearly, his flash proved to be more formidable, as it possessed a greater degree of aggression compared to Xiao Wu's pure teleportation. Chapter 54. The grand finale among the 6 participants, for had already completed their trials. What remained was the much-anticipated showdown between Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, 2 prodigious youths capable of withstanding the immense pressure of level 40 soul power. Oh, it seems I've arrived just in time. Zhao Wujia stepped forward, a delighted smile gracing his face. It was evident that everyone from Shrek Academy was eager to witness the clash of these 2 talented individuals. Come on, Sangu. You can definitely defeat him. Xiao Wu cheered for Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing also approached Zhu Zhuqing, offering her encouragement. Zhu Zhuqing, I believe in you. Fortunately, Dai Mubai had already lost consciousness. Otherwise, witnessing the intimate exchange between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing would surely have ignited his ire once more. Enough already. Stop your incessant chatter. I wish to see the battle. Ma Junhong expressed his irritation at the affectionate displays before him. Are you ready? Tang San inquired with genuine concern for Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, I am ready. Zhu Zhuqing replied, meeting Tang San's gaze, fully aware that their confrontation was about to commence. He felt a surge of anticipation for this duel, eager to ascertain whether he could indeed triumph over Tang San with his current strength. The 2 took their positions on opposite ends of the arena, separated by a distance exceeding 100 meters. They regarded each other, nodding in tacit understanding. Let the battle begin. To the surprise of the onlookers, the 2 did not charge at each other with the same fervor as the previous pairs. Instead, they approached one another with deliberate calmness, moving as if strolling through a tranquil garden, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. The scene was shrouded in silence. Yet those from Shrek Academy were acutely aware that beneath their calm exteriors lay a tempest of intensity. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Tang San, who strolled before him, fully aware that both of them harbored a mutual wariness, although the one who took the initiative might secure an advantage. Each was cautious of the hidden trump cards held by the other. Simultaneously, neither was inclined to reveal their own cards first, for such secrets are best employed when least expected, ensuring a greater likelihood of victory. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San had fought side by side on several occasions, and with Zhu Qing's prior understanding of Tang San from the original work, he looked forward to a fair and honorable duel. The system's remark, however, that if the host's soul power surpassed that of the protagonist, it could take precedence, lingered in Zhu Qing's mind, causing him considerable concern. Zhu Zhuqing currently stands at level 35, surpassing Tang San by 4 levels in terms of martial soul rank. However, he perceives no significant distinction, indicating that his soul power remains inferior to that of Tang San. Thus, he has yet to usurp the protagonist's position. Despite Zhu Qing's exceptional performance during the Dragon King's assessment, which even eclipsed Tang San's, this was largely facilitated by the assistance of the system in terms of individual prowess. He was still no match for Tang San at that time. Yet, even now that Zhu Qing exceeds Tang San by 4 levels, the system still deems his soul power to be lesser, which astonishes Zhu Qing, igniting his curiosity to ascertain Tang San's current capabilities. As they gradually approached each other, the distance shrank: 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Finally, when merely 30 meters separated them, both moved simultaneously. Tang San, leveraging the long-range offensive advantage of his blue-silver grass, initiated the assault. He swiftly manifested his martial soul, enveloping himself in a robust armor woven from azure-blue strands of blue-silver grass, which shimmered with a metallic luster, encasing him in the true body armor he acquired after attaining soul respect level. Is this the true body armor? How impressive! Ma Junhong gazed enviously at Tang San's striking true body armor, saliva pooling in admiration. Subsequently, Tang San unleashed a barrage of densely packed blue-silver grass, resembling a torrential rain of blue arrows as they surged towards Zhu Qing. Tang San wielded all his strength in this onslaught, holding nothing back, fully aware that without complete effort, he would be unable to inflict any harm on Zhu Qing given his formidable strength. Upon encountering the numerous strands of blue-silver grass directed towards him, Zhu Zhuqing remained composed. Sort of light. A brilliant beam of white light traced a graceful arc through the air, severing the multitude of blue-silver grass that surged towards Zhu Zhuqing, leaving only a few strands to escape unscathed. Yu Xiaojing silently nodded in approval. He had never before witnessed Zhu Qing's method of attack. It was evident that even without specialized training, Zhu Qing's offensive capabilities were remarkably formidable. Zhu Qing was somewhat taken aback to find that Tang San's strike had not completely severed his blue-silver grass. It appeared that Tang San had undergone training, enhancing the resilience of the blue-silver grass by more than double. After witnessing Zhu Qing's powerful attack, Tang San also expressed surprise, as he had not anticipated such formidable strength, which nearly severed all the blue-silver grass. However, with remnants still intact, Tang San was determined to deny Zhu Qing any respite. Blue-silver grass entanglement. Tang San commanded the remaining strands of blue-silver grass around Zhu Qing, binding him tightly. Barbs. The stems and leaves of the blue-silver grass suddenly sprouted a multitude of sharp thorns, piercing towards Zhu Qing and injecting a potent toxin into his body. Zhu Zhuqing, observing Zhu Qing in peril, involuntarily displayed a hint of panic on her face. After absorbing several poisonous soul rings, Tang San had mastered a variety of toxins. His current venom was more potent than that of the man-faced demon spider, capable of corroding flesh and bone, and lethal to low-level soul masters in mere moments. Despite being injected with the toxin, Zhu Qing let out a cold laugh, showing no signs of panic. He had intentionally allowed himself to be struck. Otherwise, with his agility, he could have effortlessly evaded the pursuit of the blue-silver grass. Zhu Qing intentionally accepted the challenge to test whether his innate resistance to toxins could withstand Tang San's venom. Previously, during his battle against the soul-devouring spider, he had succumbed to the poison due to excessive consumption of soul power. This time, however, he was in excellent condition, and he believed that the toxin would not affect him significantly, as he had anticipated. Aside from a slight tingling sensation at the points of contact with the blue-silver grass, his body remained largely unaffected. Zhu Qing secretly chuckled to himself. Well, since the poison is ineffective against him, it is now my turn. With a flash, a golden light flickered, and Zhu Qing instantly vanished from Tang San's bindings. Although Xiao Wu had long been aware during training that Zhu Qing could also teleport, akin to her third soul skill, she noticed with keen eyes that their methods of teleportation differed in subtle ways. Reluctantly, she had to admit that Zhu Qing's teleportation technique seemed to be of a higher caliber than her own. As Tang San witnessed Zhu Qing's instantaneous disappearance, a profound sense of crisis surged within his mind. From behind, without a moment's hesitation, Tang San reacted swiftly, weaving his blue-silver grass into multiple layers of nets to shield himself. A brilliant white light flashed by, severing the initial layers of the blue-silver grass nets. Fortunately, Tang San had prepared additional layers, successfully blocking Zhu Qing's attack. He was acutely aware of the lethal potency of his poison, yet at this moment, Zhu Qing's assault retained its full force, leading to his astonishment. However, amidst his surprise, Tang San did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhu Qing's attack. He retaliated with a thrust of blue-silver grass aimed directly at Zhu Qing, determined to pierce through him entirely. Flash! Zhu Qing would not grant Tang San such an opportunity, immediately employing his teleportation to evade the incoming strike. Once Tang San had woven the blue-silver grass into a net, its resilience was heightened. Although Zhu Qing's radiant sword was exceptionally sharp, and his burst of speed granted him formidable penetrating power, he still found it challenging to sever all the blue-silver grass before him in one stroke, which frustrated him. First soul skill, Radiant Glory. Zhu Qing's eyes revealed the intricate patterns of the world around him as he scrutinized everything in Tang San's vicinity. Finally, he discerned a white point above Tang San's head, identifying it as the weak point in his defense. A flaw. Zhu Qing swiftly blinked to a tree, propelling himself off its trunk with a powerful kick, launching himself approximately 2 meters into the air. The recoil from the tree trunk granted him substantial acceleration, enabling him to surge forward at incredible speed in an instant. Flash. Harnessing the explosive momentum from his kick, combined with the acceleration from his teleportation, Zhu Qing's next strike carried immense force, aimed directly at Tang San's forehead. As Zhu Qing prepared to teleport directly above Tang San, targeting the vulnerable point in his defense, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Tang San had nearly enveloped him with blue-silver grass, leaving only a small opening above his head, which upon closer inspection appeared to be intentionally created. Flash. Once again, Zhu Zhuqing vanished from his position, leaving behind a flickering golden light. In that fleeting moment of Zhu Zhuqing's disappearance, a massive crossbow bolt shot forth from Tang San's grasp, hurtling toward his head. Tang San's layered blue-silver grass concealed his right hand, masking the movement he had executed. This crossbow bolt was his trump card. In Tang San's perspective, since Zhu Zhuqing possessed such an unreasonable skill as teleportation, the only way to successfully injure him was to set a trap and wait for him to fall into it. However, Tang San was overly anxious. Fixated on Zhu Zhuqing's figure ahead, he reacted the instant Zhu Zhuqing vanished. Sometimes, reacting too swiftly can be a double-edged sword. The glimmering golden light of Zhu Zhuqing did not manifest above Tang San's head. Instead, he approached from behind, akin to a typical ambush. At times, simplicity can yield unexpected advantages. Sword of Light. The sword, propelled by a dual acceleration, swiftly cleaved towards the blue-silver grass before him. The velocity akin to light, combined with the sharpness of the blade, forged a colossal weapon capable of severing all, dismantling the formidable encirclement surrounding Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing finally fulfilled his wish by breaking through Tang San's defenses, successfully closing the distance. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing would not squander this excellent opportunity, thrusting the sword of light toward Tang San's right shoulder. Come on, third brother. Seeing Tang San in a precarious position, Xiaowu couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Sensing that the blue-silver grass defense behind him had been breached, Tang San's right hand moved instinctively, pointing swiftly behind him. A web woven from blue-silver grass shot forth from the true form of his right arm, akin to Spider-Man. Third soul skill, web binding. This skill was granted by Tang San's third soul ring, characterized by its instantaneous activation, making it nearly impossible to evade. Unfortunately, its usage was limited to 3 times a day, which is why Tang San had reserved it as his ultimate trump card. The blue-silver grass web Tang San unleashed was imbued with greater toxicity and resilience compared to ordinary blue-silver grass, possessing formidable stickiness and corrosiveness. Furthermore, Tang San's earlier decision to weave his blue-silver grass into a defensive network was inspired by this very technique. Zhu Zhuqing had long anticipated Tang San's hidden card. Thus he swiftly maneuvered to Tang San's rear, thrusting his luminous sword forward. The events transpired with such swiftness that Tang San was still in the midst of turning around, his body twisting sideways. A resounding clang echoed as Tang San's left hand grasped his Zhuge Divine crossbow, utilizing it as a shield to deflect Zhu Zhuqing's strike. Fortunately, having acquired forging skills from his father, the crossbow's superior quality prevented the luminous sword from completely penetrating it. However, due to the abrupt change in direction during his half-turn stance, Tang San fell heavily to the ground behind him. Zhu Zhuqing's strike was thwarted, yet he refused to relent in his assault, opting instead to pursue relentlessly. A crossbow bolt was unleashed from Tang San's left-hand repeating crossbow, aimed at halting Zhu Zhuqing's advance and granting him a fleeting moment to rise. However, Zhu Zhuqing deftly evaded the bolt, fully intent on denying Tang San any respite. Yet, to his astonishment, Tang San had vanished. What could possibly be happening? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Though Tang San's speed was commendable, the interval of disappearance was but a fleeting moment. At his current velocity, he scarcely had time to rise, let alone vanish. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing felt a force yanking him backward, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Tang San had cleverly employed his second web technique, binding Zhu Zhuqing's legs with a web just as he released the crossbow bolt. In this manner, Tang San had instantaneously transported himself along with Zhu Zhuqing. Seizing the momentum from the pull, Tang San swiftly regained his footing and aimed his crossbow at the fallen Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing hastily severed the webbing that bound his legs with the sword of light, successfully unleashing a brilliant flash at the critical moment. Through this sudden flash, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the left side of Tang San, seizing the crossbow with his left hand while his right hand brandished the white holy sword, aiming a strike at Tang San's left hand, which held the crossbow. Yet, it appeared that Tang San had no intention of evading. He utilized his final opportunity to deploy the web, crafting a layered blue-silver grass glove for his right hand. With the glove's protective strength, Tang San adeptly intercepted Zhu Zhuqing's blade with his right hand. Upon witnessing the formidable defensive prowess of Tang San's new technique, Zhu Zhuqing relinquished his intent to attack and instead seized the repeating crossbow with his right hand, aiming to wrest it away. Tang San, noticing this, grasped the crossbow with both hands. His reluctance to initiate an offensive was not due to a lack of desire to strike, but rather because the blue-silver grass spiderweb gloves excelled solely in defense, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Upon encountering Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing showed no intention of releasing his grasp. Suddenly, it seemed as though both of them became aware of something, and in unison, they unleashed their soul power, channeling it into the crossbow as they charged towards one another. They were poised to recreate the soul power contest that had transpired during Tang San's battle with the Dragon Princess, engaging in the most primal duel of soul energy. Upon witnessing Tang San's remarkable cooperation, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile. A contest of soul power? This was precisely what he desired. He was eager to discern the extent of the disparity between his own abilities and those of the protagonist, which had thus far prevented him from securing the system's acknowledgement. The soul power of both individuals surged violently, as they sensed one another's essence emanating from the crossbow, each vowing to engulf the other. The crossbow, however, appeared to be under considerable strain, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Having previously withstood several strikes from the Sword of Light, it now served as an instrument in their duel of soul power, truly embodying the spirit of hard work. The spectators from Shrek Academy could feel the fierce soul power radiating from the two combatants in the distance, to the extent that Ning Rongrong's martial soul was involuntarily summoned, causing her considerable embarrassment. At last, the crossbow in their hands began to twist and contort under the relentless pressure, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking noises. Boom! The crossbow finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into pieces, and the soul power contained within it erupted in unison, sending a shockwave that stirred up the dust nearby. Zhao Wujin activated his martial soul's true form, shielding the students from the formidable wave of force, taking the brunt of the savage impact. Dust swirled through the air, enveloping the battlefield in a thick fog, which was followed by an eerie silence. The clash between the two had finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 55. Post-match reflection. As the smoke that filled the arena gradually dissipated, the outlines of the two combatants began to emerge. The crowd held their breath, fixated on the battlefield before them, eager to discern which of the two prodigies would emerge victorious. Sangu, Xiao Wu murmured anxiously, her thoughts consumed by Tang San. She sensed that Zhu Qing's final surge of soul power surpassed Tang San's by several levels. Incredible, Oscar exclaimed, his mouth agape in genuine admiration. He had been rendered speechless by the breathtaking duel between the two. These youngsters are extraordinarily formidable. Their combat experience is astonishing. Are they truly just in their early teens? Zhao Wujin asked incredulously. In the brief span of their combat, Zhu Qing and Tang San engaged in countless strategic maneuvers, both exhibiting remarkably astute reactions. Their prowess was akin to seasoned hunters, who, when faced with adversity, swiftly devised counter-strategies to reclaim the upper hand. The duel was indeed thrilling. Yet it was not without its flaws. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head in quiet disapproval. While he appreciated their tactical acumen and combat awareness, it fell short of his expectations. Master, is this not sufficient for you? Ma Junong, overhearing Yu Xiaojiang's remarks, appeared taken aback. If the battle between these two could not satisfy Yu Xiaojiang, what did that imply about their previous skirmishes? After a brief period of competition, Dai Mubai awakened, but unlike his usual self, he remained quietly contemplative. His defeat to Xiao Wu, who was 6 levels beneath him, was a bitter pill to swallow. However, soon his attention was captivated by the splendid clash between Zhu Qing and Tang San. Upon witnessing the entirety of their duel, Dai Mubai realized that despite his superior level, he could not hold a candle to these 3 newly promoted soul masters. Contemplating this, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Perhaps a change was in order. Zhu Zhuqing fixed her gaze intently on the dissipating smoke, her fists clenched in anticipation for the young man's victory. At last, the smoke cleared, revealing the startling conclusion of their duel. Both combatants lay quietly on the ground, unconscious. A draw. This unexpected outcome astonished everyone, for none had anticipated that such a fierce confrontation would culminate in a tie. Xiao Wu hurriedly rushed to lift Tang San, bringing him to Oscar, who promptly produced an array of sausages, feeding them to Tang San with fervor. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily stunned, regained her senses upon seeing Xiao Wu's frantic return and followed suit, carrying Zhu Qing back for treatment. Dai Mubai observed Zhu Zhuqing's concern for Zhu Qing, yet remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the two. Old Dai, what's gotten into you today? This isn't like you, Ma Junhong remarked, surprised by Dai Mubai's unusual quietness. Approaching him, he waved his hand in front of Dai Mubai's eyes, worried that Xiao Wu might have rendered him dazed. Get lost, you fat fool. Dai Mubai finally snapped, angered by Ma Junhong's antics, before turning to leave. All right, your tasks for today conclude here. Everyone, Return and rest, Yu Xiaojing announced upon seeing the two unconscious figures. Recognizing that further lessons could not proceed and thus opting to dismiss the class. Later that night, after charming his way into a feast at the city's market, Ma Junhong returned to the school's bathhouse, feeling quite content. The hour was late, and he was yawning incessantly, ready to wash up and retire for the night. As he eased himself into the bath, a wave of comfort washed over him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Ah, this bath feels splendid. A perfect remedy for a day's fatigue. Suddenly, Ma Junhong sensed something amiss, noticing two heads floating on either side of him. What the heck? He leapt up in fright. Yet, the heads did not approach as he had feared. Upon closer inspection, they belonged to Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, who were quietly soaking in the water. Hey, you two, your battle today was absolutely spectacular. Ma Junhong praised them, attempting to mask his embarrassment. No, in my view. There remains much to improve, Yu Xiaojing interjected as he entered. Ah, teacher, did we do something wrong last night? Zhu Zhuqing queried, puzzled. For he believed their every action had been meticulously considered. Then please reflect further on this. Aside from your soul skills, what other techniques did you employ? Yu Xiaojing pointedly highlighted the crux of the issue. Aside from soul skills? None. They both pondered, recalling their every move, only to realize they had relied solely on their soul skills throughout the entire confrontation. But are we not soul masters? Battling with soul skills is hardly a flaw. Ma Junhong questioned, perplexed, as he viewed their combat as already reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Let me put it this way, Zhu Zhuqing. Why did you feel compelled to use flash to evade? Yu Xiaojing asked gravely. Eh? Isn't flash meant for evasion? Zhu Zhuqing responded, bewildered. Pondering why Yu Xiaojing would suggest avoiding Tang San's attack without utilizing flash. Are you suggesting I should take the hit instead? Did you not nearly allow Tang San to turn the tide because of your reliance on flash? Yu Xiaojing inquired sternly. Zhu Zhuqing fell into silence. For this was indeed an undeniable truth. In the final moments of combat, Zhu Zhuqing evaded Tang San's assault with a flash, which inadvertently led him to overlook the fact that his legs had been ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass web. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San followed Zhu Zhuqing's lead and executed a flicker, creating a disparity in their communication that nearly cost Zhu Zhuqing the match. Tang San, why did you not choose to attack with your right hand at the end, but instead engaged Zhu Zhuqing in a contest of soul power? Yu Xiaojing reproached. At that moment, Tang San held the advantage. It seemed foolish for him to forfeit it in favor of a battle of soul power against Zhu Zhuqing. I was concerned that relying solely on my fists would not suffice to breach his defenses, Tang San explained somewhat awkwardly. Really? Yet I recall that you possess some exceptional close combat techniques, Yu Xiaojing countered, sharply highlighting Tang San's shortcomings. Instantly, Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had the formidable skills of the Tang sect from his previous life at his disposal for close combat. How could he have forgotten? In my view, both of you relied too heavily on soul skills during today's battle, neglecting your inherent fighting techniques. Yu Xiaojing candidly pointed out the flaws in both their approaches. Upon reflection, Zhu Zhuqing realized that Tang San's attack speed with the blue-silver grass was not particularly swift. He could have evaded Tang San's strikes using his own speed, rendering his use of flash somewhat excessive. I shall heed the teacher's admonitions, Tang San replied respectfully. All right. I imagine you are all weary of my lecturing. Now that you understand, I shan't preach any further. Take this time to relax, Yu Xiaojing resumed his amiable demeanor. The group then settled into a tranquil state, savoring a moment of peace in the warm embrace of the bath. Chapter 56, the final lesson. How is everyone recovering? Yu Xiaojing inquired with genuine concern for the Shrek students. These young ones had suffered considerable injuries the previous day, one with burns, another severely wounded, and two who had fainted from the explosive surge of soul power. Such injuries would threaten the lives of any ordinary soul master. Fortunately, these students were far from ordinary. Their physiques were significantly stronger than those of typical soul masters. Moreover, Shrek Academy boasted the presence of Oscar, the most formidable food-type soul master. As long as they survived, complete recovery was merely a matter of time. This was the rationale behind Yu Xiaojing's willingness to allow them to engage in unrestrained competition. So long as they did not perish, they could push their limits. However, the day of rest they had received felt somewhat insufficient. If they had not fully recuperated, the day's lesson would likely need to be postponed. Reporting. Teacher, we have all fully recovered, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, winking playfully at Yu Xiaojing. He had already ventured with Tang San to the nearby forest the previous afternoon to gather an abundance of quality herbs. And with the 20,000 gold soul coins provided by the system, he had procured numerous medicinal pills in the surrounding towns. Zhu Zhuqing's willingness to consider the needs of others is not merely a reflection of his inherent kindness. Rather, it is an opportune moment to capitalize on the currency of human connections. He exploits the system's resources to reap its benefits, a transaction that is undeniably advantageous. The time has now transitioned to the early hours of the second day, where a gentle breeze caresses the landscape, the sun shines brightly, and the forest is suffused with the invigorating fragrance of fresh earth. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled the fresh air with a sense of satisfaction. In the city where he once resided, the atmosphere was permeated with exhaust fumes, smog, and dust. For the inhabitants of that place, experiencing the fragrant essence of nature that surrounded him now was nothing short of a luxury. This was all thanks to Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. Aha! I feel invigorated, Ma Junhong exclaimed with delight. Although it was Zhu Zhuqing who had been injured during his battle, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San generously provided him with herbal remedies, resulting in Ma Junhong's current exuberance. Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly beside them, her gaze tenderly fixed on Zhu Zhuqing. Daimubai remained silent, having adopted this demeanor since awakening from his coma the previous day. Among those who fought, Daimubai had sustained the most severe injuries. Though one could not solely blame Xiao Wu for her ruthlessness, as the damage he incurred was a consequence of the illusion he fell victim to. Nonetheless, despite the gravity of his wounds, Daimubai's body had now fully recovered, a testament to the potent elixirs that Zhu Zhuqing had procured at a great expense. While Daimubai was not lacking in wealth, he lacked the ability to swiftly acquire such potions from a nearby city within a mere half-day, as Zhu Zhuqing could. Consequently, he found himself indebted to his adversary, which left him in a rather discontented state. Zhu Zhuqing did not harbor any fondness for the scoundrel before him. However, the depth of his injury was profoundly severe. If Zhu Zhuqing were to neglect him entirely, it might take him a fortnight or more to recuperate fully. Such a delay, caused solely by Daimubai, could hinder the progress of the entire course. Prolonged setbacks may potentially yield significant repercussions for the future. In an effort to avert such circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly provided treatment for Daimubai. Well, since everyone has recovered, let us commence today's lesson. Upon perceiving Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Yu Xiaojing discerned that this was yet another of Zhu Zhuqing's mischiefs. Nonetheless, it was rather well executed, saving him a considerable amount of time. What is on today's agenda? A competition between Oscar and Ning Rongrong to determine whose soul power is superior? After witnessing the combat between Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, Ma Junhong had been preoccupied with the notion of soul power contests. The suspicion cast upon the two who did not participate yesterday was, indeed, quite reasonable. What a ridiculous idea to compare soul powers! Oscar exclaimed, utterly bemused by Ma Junhong's words, delivering a light punch to his head. Are you envious of my charm? How many times have you hit me recently? Ma Junhong retorted, somewhat disgruntled by Oscar's behavior. No matter how many times you hit me, you still resemble a pig's head. What charm could you possibly possess? Oscar shouted in frustration, having grown weary of Ma Junhong's vanity. Today's lesson is straightforward. We shall engage in a multi-person practical exercise. Yu Xiaojing expressed a fondness for the vivacious duo before him. Their presence infused the sparsely populated campus with youthful energy. Multi-person practical exercise? Are we going to compete at the arena in the city? Ning Rongrong questioned Yu Xiaojing. No. This time we shall not venture to the arena. I wish to first assess your collaborative abilities. This will also mark my final lesson to you, Yu Xiaojing replied, having been informed by Flander of the potential revenue generated by his students. Flander had repeatedly urged Yu Xiaojing to send the students to the arena for training, deeming it a more prudent choice. However, the naturally cautious Yu Xiaojing was reluctant to follow Flander's advice, as he held reservations about the group of inexperienced youths. Thus, he intended to gauge their capabilities to avert any possible dangers at the arena. You are perfectly grouped with 8 individuals, thus, you shall divide into 2 teams. Zhu Zhuqing, you will form a group with Daimubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar. Tang San, you will team up with Xiao Wu, Ma Junhong, and Ning Rongrong. Of course, no excessive force is permitted in this competition. Yu Xiaojing methodically outlined the essential points for the group, concerned about the intensity of their previous encounters. He feared that further escalations could lead to genuine casualties. All right, we understand. The aim is to conduct teamwork while ensuring safety, correct? Oscar cracked his knuckles eagerly. Ready for action. Honestly, you are merely a support and not engaging in direct combat. Why are you so worked up when Zhu Zhuqing and the others haven't even gotten excited yet? Ma Junhong remarked with amusement. You are incessantly running your mouth. Oscar retorted angrily, delivering a punch to Ma Junhong, who he found increasingly irksome lately. Enough, stop the bickering. Come here, Zhu Qing interjected, pulling the two quarrelsome individuals apart and guiding Oscar to join Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing this, Ma Junhong huffed and made his way to Tang San's side. Now, you will continue to follow my lead, and you have no objections, do you? Zhu Qing inquired of the three before him. None at all. Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar responded in unison. Zhu Qing was well aware that Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were obedient to him, thus he merely inquired symbolically, unperturbed by the possibility of any errors on their part. However, the debonair rogue before him, who harbored animosity towards Zhu Qing, seemed to be in a peculiar emotional state these past few days, which piqued Zhu Qing's interest. Indeed, there are no issues, Dai Mubai responded after a brief pause, offering his corresponding reply. Zhu Qing nearly doubted his own hearing. What had come over this dandy today, behaving so obediently? Report, we are ready. On the other side, Tang San, representing his quartet, called out to Yu Xiaojing. Observing Yu Xiaojing's expression, Zhu Qing nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing any further thoughts regarding Dai Mubai, believing that whatever concerns the fellow harbored were of no consequence to him. Thus, the group collaboration commenced. Chapter 57, Team Combat Oscar, Mushrooms. Zhu Qing was the first to shout, promptly consuming the mushrooms alongside Dai Mubai and the others, gaining temporary flight capabilities. In Zhu Qing's perspective, Oscar and Ning Rongrong possessed distinctly different supportive abilities. Oscar could swiftly restore his teammate's stamina, enhancing the team's endurance in battle, while Ning Rongrong amplified the individual strength of her comrades, augmenting their combat prowess. The auxiliary capabilities of the two were incomparable, making it difficult to ascertain which was superior. The flight ability conferred by Oscar's mushrooms would allow Zhu Qing and his team to seize the initiative at the onset of the confrontation. Unfortunately, the duration of Oscar's mushrooms was rather brief, prompting Zhu Qing to resolve for a swift victory. Ma Junhong, no need to gather strength. Prepare for combat, Tang San remarked, his spirits lifted by the aggressive approach of his opponents. The aspect he feared most in this battle was Oscar's restorative prowess, for he perceived that with Oscar present, their adversaries could afford to engage in a war of attrition. Tang San had initially intended for himself and Xiao Wu to hold back the enemy, while Ning Rongrong and Ma Junhong charged their ultimate move to ensnare Zhu Qing and his companions, denying them any chance for recovery. However, with Zhu Qing's team opting for a rapid assault, it naturally conferred a greater advantage to Tang San and his allies, who were individually stronger. Blue-silver grass, entangle. Tang San was the first to shield Ning Rongrong with his blue-silver grass, recognizing her formidable support capabilities as the primary target for enemy attacks. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, you two hold off Tang San and Xiao Wu. Oscar, you provide support for those two while I initiate a quick strike. Zhu Qing meticulously orchestrated the forthcoming ambush. Zhu Qing possessed a radiant brilliance, his speed unparalleled among the others, rendering him unconcerned about Ma Junhong's fiery onslaught. Thus, he merely needed Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai to hold off the Tang San siblings for a moment, allowing him to swiftly eliminate Ning Rongrong and Ma Junhong, subsequently encircling Tang San and his companions. Phoenix Flame. Ma Junhong unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, effectively impeding the advance of those in the sky with his extensive attack range. Zhu Qing noted with a hint of concern that Ma Junhong's flames had intensified, the scorching heat momentarily preventing the close combat fighters, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, from approaching. Although Zhu Qing harbored no fear of Ma Junhong's flames, the ongoing situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, as Ma Junhong alone could potentially stall both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Flash. Zhu Qing darted towards Ning Rongrong, intent on launching a vigorous assault. With the agility of the soft-boned rabbit and the ability to teleport, Xiao Wu immediately rushed to Ning Rongrong's side, prepared to counter Zhu Qing's attack. She donned a pair of gauntlets crafted by Tang San from spider silk, specifically designed to combat Zhu Qing's radiant sword. Xiao Wu's third spirit ability, akin to Zhu Qing's flash, allowed her to teleport, and although her intervals were not as brief as Zhu Qing's, the addition of her illusions would sufficiently hinder the most troublesome Zhu Qing. However, contrary to expectations, Zhu Qing did not charge towards Ning Rongrong, but rather directed his assault towards Ma Junhong. Clang! A beam of white light halted before Ma Junhong as Tang San reacted in an instant, successfully intercepting Zhu Qing's strike with his blue-silver grass and hidden weapons, thus safeguarding Ma Junhong. Goodness! Zhu Zhuqing, was such recklessness truly necessary? Ma Zhuhong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His heart racing as he beheld Zhu Qing's luminous sword. Net of shadows. White Tiger Vidra transformation. With Ma Zhuhong's flame suppression lifted. Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to launch their attack on Tang San. Yet, just as they were about to close the distance, Daimubai's claw unexpectedly turned towards Zhu Zhuqing, having fallen victim to Xiao Wu's illusion once more. Flash. Observing the scene, Zhu Qing abandoned his offensive, swiftly appearing beside Daimubai and delivering a punch. The impact jolted Daimubai back to reality, a flicker of apology crossing his face. Thank you. Taken aback by Daimubai's unprecedented gratitude, Zhu Qing nearly lost his footing in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Do not look into her eyes. Zhu Qing cautioned his companions, aware that the crux of Xiao Wu's illusion lay in ensnaring those who made eye contact with her. Spider web bind. Naturally, Tang San seized the opportunity amidst their banter, launching his web to ensnare one of them. Radiant sword. Zhu Qing would not allow Tang San to proceed unimpeded, severing the web with a decisive slash. Has no one noticed me? A melodious female voice resonated in Zhu Qing's ear, tinged with a sense of resentment at being overlooked. Flash. In an instant, Zhu Qing distanced himself, while Xiao Wu materialized in the very spot he had just vacated. Zhu Qing gazed at the impenetrable formation of the three before him, feeling a considerable headache. Be careful, Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted from behind. Ah! Immediately, Ma Zhuhong let out a heart-wrenching scream. The group swiftly turned to the source of the sound, where a sharp claw had pierced through Ma Zhuhong's shoulder, the intense pain rendering him immobile. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Having overlooked Zhu Zhuqing due to his excessive wariness of the higher-ranked Dai Mubai and the swift Zhu Qing. Seizing the opportunity while Tang San and the others were focused on Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai, she launched a surprise attack on Ma Zhuhong. The ambush was a resounding success. Zhu Qing was pleasantly astonished by Zhu Zhuqing's achievement. Her actions had completely taken him by surprise, turning the previously tense situation in their favor. With a flash, Zhu Qing darted to Ning Rongrong's side, wielding his lightsaber. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong exhibited no signs of fear, retreating at her utmost speed. Not bad, Zhu Qing thought to himself, pleasantly surprised that the once delicate princess now dared to confront danger without trepidation. However, it was regrettable that Zhu Qing would not spare her simply for her courage. With another flicker, he caught up to Ning Rongrong, slicing a corner of her clothing, signaling to Yu Xiaojiang that she had been eliminated. Come back quickly, time is running out. Oscar suddenly called out anxiously to Zhu Qing and the others. His mushroom could only provide a minute of flight capability, and after this duration of combat, that minute was nearly up. They needed to return to extend their time. Blue Silvergrass Bind. Teleport. Seeing this, Tang San utilized his blue silvergrass in conjunction with Xiao Wu to restrain Daimubai, while Zhu Zhuqing found herself too deep in the fray to retreat in time. After being held for a few seconds, the two were forced back to the ground, losing their aerial advantage. Enough. Everyone return to me. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly bellowed at the individuals before him. The 8 students of Shrek were startled by his shout. Exchanging glances in confusion, after a brief hesitation, they all ceased their actions. Teacher, is something wrong? Tang San looked curiously at Yu Xiaojiang, puzzled by his sudden command to halt the battle. Damn it, why am I the only one injured? Ma Zhuhong lamented, clutching his shoulder in pain and expressing his frustration. So far, he had indeed suffered the most, sustaining significant injury, while Ning Rongrong, the other eliminated participant, had merely had a corner of her clothing cut, incurring no actual harm. Can't you show a little compassion? Ma Zhuhong gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with a pained expression. What are you, a precious jade? Oscar, who had been bickering with Ma Zhuhong before the battle, felt a sense of glee upon seeing Ma Zhuhong in such distress. Everyone be quiet. Yu Xiaojiang, oblivious to the issues surrounding him, erupted in anger. The others, witnessing the unprecedented ferocity on Yu Xiaojiang's face, fell silent in an instant. Although your performances in individual battles were outstanding, your cooperation has been deeply disappointing. Yu Xiaojiang candidly pointed out his concerns. Tang San, why did you allow Zhu Zhuqing to successfully ambush? He glared at Tang San, visibly upset. Tang San was indeed at a loss for words, having committed a significant oversight. His failure to recognize Zhu Zhuqing's strength and his fixation on Zhu Qing and Daimubai had led to this unforeseen outcome. Zhu Qing, why didn't you have Oscar distribute the mushrooms from the very beginning? Yu Xiaojiang turned his ire towards Zhu Qing, fuming with indignation. Zhu Zhuqing awkwardly scratched his head, as he was indeed contemplating how to launch an attack, momentarily forgetting this matter. In the midst of battle, every decision holds immense significance for the outcome. Erroneous choices such as these could plunge the team into great peril. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. Therefore, I must impose a punishment upon you. Chapter 58. The Peculiar Dai Mubai Punishment. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, everyone instinctively recalled the recent experiences where he had tailored his teaching to their individual needs. If one were to evaluate those days, they would seem nothing short of torturous. In truth, I believe these children have performed admirably. Perhaps punishment is unnecessary. Flinder felt a pang of compassion. In his view, the children's performance was exceptionally commendable, and he wished to offer rewards rather than inflict punishment. No, their level of cooperation cannot be deemed as reflective of their genius talent. To nurture such prodigies effectively, we must adopt a stricter approach. We cannot allow them to be lost under our tutelage. Zhu Zhuqing firmly rejected Flinder's plea. Teacher, as an injured party, may I be excused from participation? Ma Junhong inquired anxiously, not wishing to endure such a tedious existence once more. Only you are special. Here, have some of my large sausages, but do not attempt to escape. Oscar, upon seeing Ma Junhong's intent to flee, forcefully stuffed several sausages into his mouth. MMM. Observing Ma Junhong's agonized expression, it seemed that if he were not to be slain by Zhu Zhuqing, he would surely choke to death at Oscar's hands. Alas, Zhu Zhuqing lamented, pressing his forehead in distress. For he knew what punishment awaited them. Zhu Zhuqing would require each of them to carry stones weighing dozens of pounds along the devil's path. Zhu Zhuqing initially aspired to showcase his capabilities in this collaborative endeavor, intending to highlight his leadership and command skills, while simultaneously evading the punitive measures of the devilish path. However, due to a momentary lapse in attention, he neglected the most crucial matter and now must confront the dire consequences. Teacher, what is the punishment? Tang San inquired of Zhu Zhuqing, feeling discontented with his recent oversight and willingly accepting the impending repercussions. You shall know tomorrow. Ma Junhong, since you are gravely injured, let us conclude for today. Do take care to recuperate swiftly, Zhu Zhuqing replied, sidestepping Tang San's question and instead expressing concern for Ma Junhong's condition. Thank you, teacher. Ma Junhong, taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected kindness, realized that this training demon possessed a surprisingly gentle side. How intriguing. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to perceive a faint voice, as if someone nearby was speaking. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, abruptly glancing towards the front right. Yet, apart from a cluster of towering trees, he perceived nothing. Was it merely an illusion? A hint of doubt crept into his mind. A few days prior, while training in the forest, he had also heard strange voices, once that of a parrot, another time a bear. Those voices were surely figments of his imagination. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that Hao Yin had departed long ago, and Ning Rongrong's father was still only in correspondence with her, yet to arrive at Shrek Academy. Moreover, the teachers were present. It seemed improbable that anyone else was nearby. Perhaps it was merely an animal or a passerby, Zhu Zhuqing reasoned, dismissing the matter from his mind. Zhu Zhuqing, do you still have yesterday's medicine? A resonant young male voice jolted him back to reality. Everyone was rather injured yesterday, and we ran out. Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing quickly lifted his head to meet the owner of the voice. Upon recognition, he froze in place, not for any other reason than the fact that the visitor was none other than Dai Mubai. What could he possibly want? Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed. Dai Mubai should harbor considerable animosity towards him. Even though he had treated Dai Mubai's injuries the previous day, he had maintained a sullen silence. Why was he seeking him now? I noticed that Ma Junhong's injuries appear quite severe. In preparation for tomorrow's punishment, I believe he should be treated first. Dai Mubai explained, a hint of awkwardness evident in his demeanor upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's expression. Listening to Dai Mubai's words and observing his discomfort, Zhu Zhuqing was utterly dumbfounded. What had come over this notorious playboy? He seemed transformed today. Had he been struck senseless? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been poised to speak with Zhu Zhuqing, also found Dai Mubai's behavior puzzling. However, she chose not to intrude and gracefully withdrew. Then I shall accompany you to procure the medicine. I would also like to have a word with you, Dai Mubai finally declared after a moment of contemplation. Are you serious? Zhu Zhuqing asked hesitantly. Indeed. Let us go, Dai Mubai replied, as if he had finally made up his mind, looking earnestly at Zhu Zhuqing. In the forest, during midday, the sun blazed overhead, casting beams of light that filtered through the leaves and illuminated the ground. At this moment, two figures darted swiftly through the woods. Must I truly follow you in this manner? Dai Mubai remarked, his face lined with exasperation, no longer exuding the same sentimentality he had in the morning, regaining his previous vigor. Why, you may ask? At this very moment, Dai Mubai was cradled in Zhu Zhuqing's arms in a princess carry. Normally, he would have likely resisted fiercely. Naturally, this position allows my center of gravity to remain forward, enhancing the efficiency of my flashes, Zhu Zhuqing retorted earnestly, spinning his own fanciful logic. Dai Mubai, older than Tang San and his companions, was of the same age as Zhu Zhuqing, tall and robust, making it no small feat for Zhu Zhuqing to lift him. Zhu Zhuqing did not necessarily need to carry Dai Mubai like a princess. He merely noticed that the playboy's temperament today was inexplicably amiable and wished to test whether he might become irate. However, the outcome revealed that this playboy remained unfazed, leading Zhu Zhuqing to momentarily question the true identity of the man before him, suspecting that Dai Mubai had been swapped with someone else. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? Dai Mubai, nestled in Zhu Zhuqing's arms, unexpectedly posed this peculiar question. Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Zhu Zhuqing replied, somewhat speechless. Was this fellow merely following him around to ask such a trivial question? It felt rather juvenile. Then, I would prefer to hear a lie, Dai Mubai responded with a faint smile. Let me think. Arrogant, flirtatious, fond of. Zhu Zhuqing's confusion deepened as Dai Mubai strayed from the expected script, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Is this a lie? Apparently. I don't seem too bad after all, Dai Mubai remarked, understanding Zhu Zhuqing's implications and beginning to mock himself. So, you followed me out for this? Zhu Zhuqing pondered a strange sensation stirring within him. Upon reflection, he feared this man might have developed feelings for him. Casting a wary glance at the man in his arms, he was met by Dai Mubai's gaze. After a brief moment of eye contact, Dai Mubai stated, I have a feeling you're thinking something rather inappropriate. The name Zhu Zhuqing felt familiar to Dai Mubai, and after contemplating for some time, he calmly inquired. If I recall correctly, she was the fiancée arranged by my family during my childhood, wasn't she? Yes, she indeed is your fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing replied candidly, curious about Dai Mubai's intentions. However, I will never entrust her to a scoundrel, Zhu Zhuqing added, which had been the root of his disdain for Dai Mubai. Is that so? Dai Mubai displayed a wry smile. I must clarify, we are both men here. Let us refrain from being overly sentimental. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to cope with Dai Mubai's recent peculiar behavior. What do you think of my abilities? Dai Mubai ignored Zhu Zhuqing's previous remark and continued with his own inquiry. Your prowess is remarkable, at a young age. You have already attained the level of a 37th rank soul master, making you a true prodigy. Zhu Zhuqing thoughtlessly echoed the original work's appraisal of Dai Mubai. A genius? I doubt I deserve such a title. Despite having the highest soul power among all, my abilities are merely average. Dai Mubai firmly shook his head. So what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Zhu Zhuqing felt a headache coming on. Why couldn't this person get to the point? Leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation? I wish to challenge you to a duel. If you win, I shall cease my inquiries regarding Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai finally revealed his purpose for being there. You should have said so earlier. Why all the hesitance? Zhu Zhuqing ceased his evasive maneuvers and set Dai Mubai down. Allowing Zhu Zhuqing to choose for herself was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Not now, though. Dai Mubai slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt and shaking his head. I've had enough. Regardless of the timing, I will deliver a sound beating to you right now. Zhu Zhuqing, unable to endure Dai Mubai's incessant procrastination, unleashed his fury upon him. The martial arts soul master had no means of countering Zhu Zhuqing's assault, resulting in Dai Mubai receiving a thorough beating. Zhu Zhuqing, boss Dai, thank you. Ma Junhong chuckled, relishing the gentle morning breeze. Thanks to Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's efforts in fetching medicine for him from afar, his injuries would heal sooner than expected. I apologize for being too rough yesterday. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her remorse, recognizing that she had been overly serious during their match, resulting in the only injury of the day. Although no one from Shrek Academy blamed her, she still felt a twinge of guilt. Not at all. I'm tough as nails. A mere scratch means nothing to me. If you truly feel sorry, why not accompany me to the snack street? Miss Zhu? Ma Junong, ever the rogue, quickly reverted to his playful self. Why do I feel a chill behind me? Ma Junhong turned to see Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai glaring at him. I merely meant to invite Miss Zhu to a meal. You two may join if you wish, he quickly added, realizing he had provoked the wrong individuals. Who might this be? Did you not claim you didn't wish to attend yesterday? Oscar approached their gathering, having overheard Ma Junhong's audacious banter from a distance. I never said such a thing. I relish accepting punishment, Ma Junhong replied, feigning nonchalance as he lied through his teeth. All right, Is everyone present? Yu Xiaojing arrived, holding a large, white bun. Teacher, what is our punishment? Tang San inquired, noticing several large stone baskets by the entrance, each labeled with their respective names. Your task today is to carry these baskets of stones and walk through the devil's path before nightfall. Yu Xiaojing maintained a serious demeanor, despite munching on his snack. The devil's path was a treacherous route near the academy's forest, once frequented by the townsfolk of Soto City before a new road was constructed, leaving it abandoned. What? Is that it? Teacher, I thought you looked so stern yesterday that it must be a harsh punishment. Just a single round? Should I begrudgingly run another lap? Ma Zhuhong scoffed at Yu Xiaojing's task. The devil's path spanned a total of 64 kilometers, equivalent to a half marathon. Yet, with their soul power, they possessed stamina far beyond the average person. Even Ma Zhuhong, being portly, could manage several laps relying on his soul power. I may not have fully conveyed my instructions. Allow me to clarify. You are not permitted to use your soul power at any point, Yu Xiaojing said with a knowing smile, focusing on the boastful Ma Zhuhong. Teacher, I may have spoken too loudly just now. Would you care for Oscar's large sausage? Ma Zhuhong awkwardly grinned back at Yu Xiaojing while hiding behind Oscar. All right. If there are no objections, let us begin, Yu Xiaojing insisted, eager to get them started. Teacher, are you coming with us? After a moment of contemplation, Tang San hesitantly asked this question, concerned about how Yu Xiaojing would monitor their adherence to the rules. No, I will leave the rest to you. I trust you will fulfill your responsibilities. If you attempt to slack off, you may not be worthy of the title genius, Yu Xiaojing replied, shaking his head. Zhu Zhuqing silently shouldered his basket, preparing to embark on this journey. A shadow flitted past the treetops before him, and Zhu Zhuqing rubbed his eyes, looking again towards the direction where the shadow had vanished, revealing only two swallows, their plumage as dark as night. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you dawdling? Let us be off, Oscar remarked, having inexplicably shouldered his own basket. It was then that Zhu Zhuqing realized everyone was merely awaiting his lead. A quiet chuckle escaped him. It seemed he had unwittingly become a central figure within Shrek Academy. Very well, let us set forth, Zhu Zhuqing declared, giving his cheeks a light pat to rouse himself. The peculiar sound from yesterday and the shadow of today were likely mere figments born of his fatigue over the past few days, and he chose not to dwell on it further. An hour later, the group from Shrek traversed the path known as the Devil's Road. Although it was spring, the sunlight cast upon the gravelly terrain rendered the atmosphere oppressively warm. Huff, huff, huff. Ma Zhuhong trailed at the rear, panting heavily. Having fallen several meters behind the main group, he was the only portly member of the team, making the burden of carrying weight without utilizing his soul power all the more arduous. Hey, wait for me, Ma Zhuhong called out weakly to those ahead. You should have heeded my advice to lose some weight. Now you see the consequences, Oscar teased, relishing in Ma Zhuhong's plight. Everyone halt. Let us take a moment to regroup and rest, Zhu Zhuqing commanded, noticing the expressions of Tang San and Xiao beside him growing increasingly strained. Zhu Zhuqing, having lacked a martial soul in his previous village, was compelled to engage in the most rudimentary forms of labor, thus endowing him with a physique superior to that of the other children around him. Has someone reached their limit? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with genuine concern, contemplating that if anyone faltered, he would employ the method of rotation as depicted in the original narrative. However, following Zhu Zhuqing's brief inquiry, not a single individual was willing to speak up. Even Ma Zhuhong, who had been lamenting moments ago, slowly lowered his hand that he had tentatively raised upon noticing the silence of the others. It appeared that this group still harbored a certain pride in their identity as prodigies, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to ponder in quiet admiration. Zhu Zhuqing initially believed that a few of these little monsters would soon succumb to fatigue. However, they had exhibited greater strength and resilience than their counterparts in the original narrative. In the first hour and a half, the members of Shrek had traversed 18 kilometers, covering a quarter of their journey. Everyone performed admirably, and Zhu Zhuqing encouraged them to persevere, reminding them to voice any discomfort rather than enduring in silence. After allowing the group a brief respite, he reiterated the points of caution for their continued trek, as it was likely that everyone's stamina was nearing depletion. He suggested they stick close to Ma Zhuhong to conserve energy. All right, came the feeble responses from the group, indicating their evident exhaustion, Zhu Zhuqing mused. Over the next 2 hours, their energy waned, and they managed to cover only 12 kilometers. As noon approached, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays turning the devil's path into a vast slab of stone, with Zhu Zhuqing and his companions feeling like meat sizzling on a grill. Hey, everyone, listen to me, Ma Junhong finally voiced his thoughts after enduring several hours. Let us use our soul power for the remaining distance. We've come this far. And the teacher wouldn't he know, would he? No, that's a matter of principle. Tang Xin immediately rejected Ma Junhong's plea. They were there to endure punishment. Cheating would negate the essence of their trial. I'll help you carry it, Zhu Zhuqing said as he approached Ma Junhong, transferring the stones from his basket to his own. Thank you, Qing. You are truly my savior. Ma Junhong expressed his profound gratitude for Zhu Zhuqing's selfless act. Those who can still go on should assist those who are out of energy. Let us maintain our efficiency in moving forward. Zhu Zhuqing instructed the group on their next steps. Daimu Bai, being older and sturdier, took over the stones from Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing initially appeared reluctant, but ultimately conceded and divided her load between Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. After another half hour, the Shrek Academy group finally reached the halfway point and began their return journey. However, it was now midday, and having not sipped water for several hours, coupled with a morning of labor without lunch, they felt the weight of fatigue, hunger, and thirst. I'm going to die, Ma Junhong cried out in anguish, having taken back his stones after a brief rest. Fatty, you sure talk a lot, Oscar remarked, struggling to maintain his endurance after carrying stones all morning and additionally helping Ning Rongrong lighten her load from Daimu Bai. I'm so thirsty. Does anyone have water? Ma Junhong's face glistened with beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Zhu Zhuqing and the others shook their heads in confusion. For some reason, Yu Xiaojiang had not prepared any water for their journey, which took Zhu Zhuqing by surprise, as he did not perceive Yu Xiaojiang to be such a careless individual. Water for sale. Water for sale. Does anyone want a drink? Suddenly, a figure clad in a pitch-black robe shouted from the roadside, their face entirely obscured, and the voice, rather androgynous, left everyone momentarily unable to discern their gender. Dear strangers, do you wish for some water? Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing and the others, the peculiar individual approached, balancing 2 buckets of water on a shoulder yoke. Chapter 60. The black-robed stranger. Dear ones, does anyone desire some water? The voice emanating from the black-robed figure was reminiscent of vocal cords scraping against one another, gravelly and hoarse. This stranger appeared diminutive and slightly hunched, their voice reminiscent of that of an elderly woman. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing regarded the odd figure with a puzzled expression, unable to recall any such scene in the original narrative. Moreover, this path had been newly constructed due to the direct connection between the 2 regions. Rendering it unused for many years, it was improbable that anyone would engage in commerce here. Furthermore, their group from Shrek Academy had just passed through this area an hour ago and had not encountered anyone. It was highly unlikely anyone would set up a stall in the blistering midday sun without having done so earlier in the morning. Haha, how much for a bucket? Dear lady? Clearly oblivious to the strangeness of the situation, Ma Junhong eagerly inquired about the price, thirstily anticipating a refreshing drink. Stop, Ma Junhong, something feels off, Tang San said, pulling Ma Junhong back gently. He too sensed an odd dissonance in the air. Huh? What could be amiss? Ma Junhong asked, his face betraying doubt. To him, the figure appeared simply as an old woman. He could not fathom why Tang San was so concerned. After a moment of contemplation, an epiphany struck Ma Junhong, and he looked at Tang San with newfound understanding. Are you worried about the teacher? There's no need to fret. The teacher only forbade us from using our spirit power, not from eating or drinking to replenish our strength. Drinking water is fine. This water, I don't need much, just 5 silver soul coins per bucket. The black-robed old woman answered slowly, responding to Ma Junhong's inquiry. Only then did Ma Junhong's heart skip a beat, turning to Tang San with realization. So, you were worried about a swindler? Tang San sighed deeply, feeling somewhat exasperated. Although 5 silver soul coins for a bucket of water was indeed exorbitant, the issue lay not solely within the price. Ma Junhong still failed to grasp what Tang San intended. This individual was exceedingly suspicious. Tang San was concerned that she might have poisoned the water, for regardless of whether it was kidnapping or robbery, illicit gains often surpassed mere commerce in terms of speed and ease. Zhu Zhuqing turned his head and exchanged a glance with Tang San, both of them nodding in silent agreement. With his innate poison resistance, he was confident that even if the adversary attempted to poison him while submerged, he would remain unharmed. Dear old lady, may I take a sip of your water? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, stepping forward with a warm smile as he leaned down to greet the elderly woman. Begone. You little rascal. You cannot taste it unless you make a purchase. Do not jeopardize my business, the old woman in the black robe retorted dismissively, waving her hand as if to shoo him away. Observing the old woman's shrewd demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of reassurance. As long as their lives were not at risk, a higher price was of little concern. Zhu Zhuqing glanced back at the sight of everyone toiling diligently and turned to say, "Very well, I shall purchase all of these. Here's the payment." No need for change. The old woman in the black robe looked at the gold soul coin in her hand, her face lighting up with joy. "Young man, you are truly kind. I shall gift you this martial arts manual." Zhu Zhuqing casually took the martial arts manual, whereupon she noticed a few hastily scrawled words. Exclusive secret method, never to be shared. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat speechless, but then thought to himself, never mind. It is likely that this technique was procured from a roadside stall somewhere. There is no need for me to quibble with this elderly man. Zhu Zhuqing bent down to scoop a ladle of water and drank it, waiting for a while but feeling no unusual sensations in his body. He then turned back and nodded to Tang San. "Everyone must be parched. Hurry and drink." As soon as Tang San's words fell, Ma Zhuhong and the others waiting beside him dashed out immediately. After walking for dozens of kilometers without a sip of water, it was unbearable for anyone. "Ah!" Ma Zhuhong exclaimed with delight after gulping down a large mouthful of water. "I feel rejuvenated." Oscar slumped onto the ground, utterly relaxed. Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls, however, displayed a certain restraint. Aside from the expressions of satisfaction on their faces, they said nothing. It seemed everyone was truly exhausted. Zhu Zhuqing observed with a tinge of regret as he looked at the students from Shrek Academy. In his view, the challenges of this arduous journey were entirely due to his inadequate leadership. He had foreseen the events, yet failed to avert them. "Hey, young man!" A hoarse voice called from behind. Zhu Zhuqing turned to look back and saw the old woman. He had assumed she had long departed and thus paid her no further heed. To his surprise, she remained there after quite some time. "Is there something you need?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired politely. "My legs are weak. Could you escort me home?" "It is not far, just in the nearby town." The old woman candidly stated her request. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but silently ridicule the illogicality of her words, wondering how she had managed to carry 2 buckets of water with such feeble legs. Nonetheless, he responded, "Certainly, please guide me, and I shall take you there." Then, Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang San and conveyed the old woman's request. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tang San acquiesced to Zhu Zhuqing's intention to depart. After all, Zhu Zhuqing possessed the remarkable ability of teleportation, enabling him to swiftly deliver the old woman. And since this act did not fall within the realm of punishment, Tang San merely needed to turn a blind eye. "Let us be off, dear lady," Zhu Zhuqing said as he crouched down and hoisted the peculiar old woman onto his back. Their figures began to flicker through the forest. Under the blazing sun, they sped along the treacherous path towards their destination. "What is this technique you are using?" the old woman unexpectedly queried from behind him. "This technique is called flashing light. It allows me to flicker like a beam of light," Zhu Zhuqing replied without a hint of concern regarding any malevolence from the old woman, thus revealing his ability without reservation. "Ah, flashing light. What a splendid thing," the old woman mused, nodding thoughtfully at Zhu Zhuqing's explanation. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged within Zhu Zhuqing. There was a murderous intent. He carefully discerned the direction of the threat, realizing that it emanated from behind him. Clang! The sword of light clashed with a sharp blade, producing a resounding metallic echo. To his astonishment, it had not been severed. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, for his sword of light was exceptionally sharp. Any weapon forged from ordinary steel should have succumbed to a single strike. At that moment, the old woman in the black robe released her grip on Zhu Zhuqing, yet remained suspended in midair, brandishing a dagger. As Zhu Zhuqing felt the vibrations emanating from his hand, he realized that just moments ago, the dagger had been aimed directly at the back of his head. Had it not been for his instinctive reaction warning him of the imminent danger, he might have met his demise today. "Your reflexes are commendable. You are not as inept as I had anticipated," the figure in the black robe remarked, their form inflating like a balloon before Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, transforming into that of a tall man. "Who are you?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled by this strange individual's words. Did he recognize Zhu Zhuqing? "Your sword is quite sharp. Yet it appears your skill does not measure up to its edge," the enigmatic figure continued, disregarding Zhu Zhuqing's question. "Why do these individuals always speak so self-involvedly? Completely ignoring my will?" Zhu Zhuqing mused, feeling a throbbing headache. Skill with a sword? Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing had been born into the modern world and had grown up as an ordinary child in this village, never having encountered a sword, let alone possessing any swordsmanship. Thus, in his long battles, he had relied solely on the blade of the sword of light, wielding it blindly to sever all that stood in his way. "Where do you come from?" Zhu Qing asked curiously, recalling that he had not provoked anyone to warrant such attention. It was conceivable that this person belonged to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but such characters were meant to appear in the original narrative. I hail from the abyss. The figure in black replied, a strange smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Zhu Qing. Chapter 61. An unforeseen event. Zhu Qing shivered at the eerie smile of the figure before him. From the abyss? He echoed, momentarily stunned. He studied the man, sensing that his claim was not merely a fabrication. However, from the knowledge he had gleaned from the original story, he had never encountered such a term. Where was this abyss? What is the abyss? Zhu Qing hesitated before deciding to voice his inquiry. I am afraid I cannot divulge too much information, the man in black replied, shaking his head in refusal. You seem to know me. What do you intend to do? Zhu Qing pressed on, seeking to gather more intelligence amid this uncertain situation. After learning of your existence, he wished to personally impart some techniques to you. However, due to pressing matters, he instructed me to deliver the techniques on his behalf. The black-robed figure stated, positioning the dagger in front of him as if preparing for an attack. Techniques? What kind of techniques? Zhu Qing asked, intrigued. Suddenly, he recalled the unique tome the black-robed man had earlier presented to him. Could that be authentic? It seemed he would need to study it thoroughly upon his return. Yet, Zhu Qing was deeply curious about the identity of the figure referred to as System. Do you know who this person is? Zhu Qing quietly inquired of the system regarding the man before him. After sifting through its stored knowledge, the system returned no relevant answers. All right. Even the system is at a loss, Zhu Qing sighed, rubbing his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. The emergence of such an entirely unknown entity gave him the unsettling sensation that the entire narrative had deviated from its original path. The techniques are indeed the ones contained in the tome I just handed you. The black-robed figure pointed at Zhu Qing's storage ring. So it is true, Zhu Qing thought, feeling a bit exasperated at the leader's choice of words. To label the tome as an exclusive secret, never meant for dissemination, seemed utterly foolish. Akin to burying silver in plain sight. Suddenly, a flash of darkness streaked past, and a dagger sliced through the air before Zhu Qing's face. His instincts propelled him to fall backward, successfully evading the strike. Wasn't this black-clad figure supposed to be delivering techniques? Zhu Qing was perplexed by the sudden aggression. Although he instructed me to simply deliver the techniques and depart, I wish to witness the extent of your abilities that have drawn his attention. The black-robed figure expressed with an air of excitement. Then let it be so, Zhu Qing conceded, aware that evasion was futile, and accepted the challenge posed by the figure in black. The black-robed man moved with a peculiar grace, akin to an agile serpent, circling around Zhu Qing, who found himself unable to capture his elusive form. The proximity of the figure made it difficult for Zhu Qing to leverage the speed advantage conferred by his own flash, rendering him hesitant and cautious. Zhu Qing was profoundly astonished by the agility of the dark-cloaked figure, as this marked the first occasion where he could not rely on his own speed to gain an advantage in battle. Moreover, it appeared that this remarkable movement was not a sole technique of the dark-cloaked man, but rather a skill he had acquired through personal study. The radiant sword wielded by Zhu Qing danced continuously, yet each strike was deftly countered by the diminutive yet formidable dagger. What material was this dagger fashioned from? Zhu Qing was profoundly perplexed, for he had already engaged in no fewer than 100 clashes between the radiant sword and the dagger. Even the finest tempered iron forged by Tang San would have succumbed by now. Yet, after numerous strikes, the dagger's surface remained as smooth as ever. Zhu Qing's piercingly potent radiant sword could not even leave a trace upon it. Zhu Qing gazed at the man before him, sensing that he was even more enigmatic than Zhu Qing himself. Suddenly, with a swift thrust, a small blade pierced his right shoulder, causing blood to seep uncontrollably from the wound. His attempts at wielding the blade lacked force, his stance was flawed, and he was overly reliant on his spiritual techniques. In essence, every aspect of his being was riddled with vulnerabilities. After injuring Zhu Qing, the cloaked figure finally paused, clearly dissatisfied with Zhu Qing's performance. Zhu Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing the black-robed figure's disparaging remarks about him, as he indeed lacked various combat skills. Very well, based on your foundation, I shall impart to you a technique of mine, the black-robed figure replied, shaking his head, as if to convey a sense of resignation. Thank you. Zhu Qing stammered, taken aback by the swift change in the black-robed figure's demeanor. Just moments ago, they had been locked in a fierce struggle. Yet now he was presenting Zhu Qing with a manual of techniques, leaving Zhu Qing somewhat flustered. This technique is called Serpent's Flow. Here is the manual. Study it diligently upon your return. Your agility is woefully inadequate. Even if I were to match your level of soul energy, I could easily take your life at any moment, the black-robed figure declared, producing a manual similar to the one Zhu Zhuqing held and extending it towards him. Zhu Zhuqing had to concede that the black-robed figure before him spoke the truth. He could sense the palpable disparity between them. Could you enlighten me on who he is? Zhu Zhuqing inquired tentatively, curious about the mysterious figure he encountered. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Your paths shall inevitably cross in the future. The black-robed figure replied, shaking his head, clearly reluctant to divulge any details. Very well, take the secret manual and depart swiftly, the black-robed figure continued, indicating it was time for Zhu Zhuqing to leave. Zhu Zhuqing expressed his gratitude to the elder, but found himself at a loss regarding how to address him. Having received such a significant gift, he wished to inquire about the elder's title, so that he might one day repay the kindness extended to him with the secret teachings. Ah, there is no need for formality. Farewell, the black-robed figure said, and with a casual wave of his hand, the sky appeared to tear open, revealing a vast, dark rift. The figure strode directly into the black chasm, vanishing within, and shortly thereafter, the rift sealed itself shut. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the two secret manuals in his hands. One offered a technique to enhance agility, while the other amplified swordsmanship prowess. Coupled with the elusive brilliance of light and the sword of radiance that could penetrate all, Zhu Zhuqing's combat capabilities would undoubtedly be formidable. However, he had yet to cultivate any of the techniques, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to where to commence his training. Ultimately, he resolved to return and seek assistance from Tang San and the others. After several attempts, he realized he was uncertain of his next steps. Thus he decided to await external aid upon his return. Chapter 62. Test Pass Zhu Zhuqing. Where have you been? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a frown, his expression betraying his irritation. He was profoundly angered by Zhu Zhuqing's neglect of his teammates. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing had been delayed by the cloaked figure, resulting in Tang San and the others having returned to the school quite some time ago. Zhu Zhuqing observed his classmates, who, despite having rested for quite some time, still bore expressions of exhaustion, and he felt a twinge of guilt. During his conversation with the cloaked figure, they had inadvertently brought Zhu Zhuqing's stone back to the academy as well. Teacher, I will explain everything to you privately later, Zhu Zhuqing said with an awkward smile. He genuinely did not wish to abandon his companions, yet the enigmatic figure in black had insisted on challenging him, leaving him no choice. As the team leader, one must adhere to the principle of never forsaking one's teammates. That is an unwavering standard. Yu Xiaojiang expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Zhu Zhuqing's actions, sensing that Zhu Zhuqing was fully aware of his missteps yet continued to seek excuses for his behavior. Teacher, we all know Zhu Zhuqing's character. He must have encountered something of great significance that caused his delay. Ning Rongrong stepped forward to defend Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong extolling his character, Zhu Zhuqing appeared increasingly embarrassed. His primary intention in cultivating relationships with these individuals was to acquire the rewards bestowed by the system. Thus he could hardly be deemed a virtuous person. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing had purchased 2 expensive barrels of water from a dubious merchant while on the road, and his detour to escort the merchant home had delayed his journey. Ma Junhong, witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's relentless inquiries, began to defend Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, how expensive is this water? Upon hearing a mention of money, Flinder's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seems each barrel cost 5 silver soul coins. Oscar recalled the price, relaying the information to Flinder. So much. Zhu Zhuqing, you should sell water there from now on. Flinder proposed an unrealistic idea, prompting Yu Xiaojiang to deliver a swift reprimand. He is my student. Do not meddle. Yu Xiaojiang displayed a look of disdain, believing it unacceptable for mere monetary concerns to jeopardize his student's future. But he is also my student. The academy is nearly out of funds, Flinder retorted indignantly. Do not worry. I shall resolve the financial issue. You just entrust your student to me, Yu Xiaojiang replied firmly. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's serious demeanor, Flinder refrained from further comments. So, Zhu Zhuqing, what transpired regarding the water purchase? With Flinder silent, Yu Xiaojiang turned his serious gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, tinged with reproach. Teacher, you never stated that we were forbidden from eating, right? We were exhausted and thirsty. And when we encountered an old lady selling water, Zhu Zhuqing bought 2 barrels for us and later escorted her home. Daimu Bai unexpectedly stepped forward to defend Zhu Zhuqing. You all seem to have learned to retort against me, Haven Tu. Since you are so willing to believe in Zhu Zhuqing, I shall punish you to traverse the Devil's Road once more tomorrow. How does that sound? Yu Xiaojiang's fury erupted as he threatened them with harsher penalties. The remaining 7 members of the Shrek 7 Devils exchanged fearful glances, each recognizing the trepidation reflected in one another's eyes. If possible, they truly wished to avoid enduring another torturous journey along the Devil's Road. If you fear, I shall only punish Zhu Zhuqing to traverse it for 10 days. There is no need for you all to suffer alongside him. Yu Xiaojiang extended an olive branch, hoping to dissuade them from aiding Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, in each other's eyes, the 7 saw not only fear but also a resolute sense of duty. They understood that Zhu Zhuqing needed their support, and thus they remained undaunted. In unison, they declared, "Teacher, we willingly accept the punishment together." Yu Xiaojiang observed the rebellious spirit of his students, laughing heartily. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden shift in Yu Xiaojiang's attitude, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. "The reason I penalized you with the Devil's Road is to test your teamwork abilities. Your previous combat actions were far too unilateral, lacking any sense of cooperation." Yu Xiaojiang explained his rationale. "However, your willingness to sacrifice for a team member and not abandon him reassures me that, given your bonds, you will soon overcome such challenges." He smiled, greatly pleased with their conduct, for a truly exceptional team must never abandon any member. Their actions had demonstrated to Yu Xiaojiang that they could indeed evolve into an outstanding team, one destined for greatness. "Zhu Zhuqing, please recount what transpired at that moment." Yu Xiaojiang turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, particularly interested in the old lady selling water, as it was highly unusual for anyone to pass through that area, let alone sell water. If someone were to attempt such a venture, they would inevitably starve. "Yes, teacher," the matter unfolded as follows. Zhu Zhuqing recounted his experiences methodically, including the incident involving the mysterious figure in black. "What? She was not an old lady?" Ma Zhuhong exclaimed in shock, his naive nature unprepared for such revelations. "Indeed, I sensed something amiss about her. Now I understand why," Dai Mubai mused thoughtfully. "However, Zhu Zhuqing, given the suspicions surrounding her, why did you still dare to drink her water?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing explained, "Teacher, I possess an innate resistance to toxins. Most poisons have little to no effect on me." Zhu Zhuqing still concealed certain truths, failing to disclose to Yu Xiaojiang that he possessed permanent immunity to poison. "Indeed, it is as you say, teacher," Tang Sen hastily interjected on Zhu Qing's behalf, having fought alongside him and knowing that Zhu Zhuqing was unaffected by his toxins. It is noteworthy that Tang Sen's poison was exponentially more potent than any conventional venom, so Zhu Qing's resilience rendered him impervious to trivial poisoning tactics. "By the way, teacher, look here. These are the 2 martial arts manuals given to me by that cloaked figure," Zhu Zhuqing declared, retrieving the freshly acquired tomes from his storage ring and presenting them to Yu Xiaojiang. "Wait, Zhu Zhuqing, have you made a mistake?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "No, teacher, these are indeed the correct 2 volumes, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed, having just placed them within the ring and distinctly recalling their precise orientation. The covers appeared identical, leaving no room for error. However, Yu Xiaojiang's examination revealed, "Zhu Zhuqing, the pages of these manuscripts are blank." "What? Blank?" Zhu Zhuqing echoed, bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard or if Yu Xiaojiang had made an error. On the journey back, Zhu Zhuqing had already perused the initial pages, which hastily recorded the titles and some fundamental content of the manuals. One was titled Sword Technique of Absolute Clouds, and the other Serpent's Motion, both of which should have been conspicuous. Why then had Yu Xiaojiang failed to notice the text after his inspection? "Teacher, could you check once more to see if there has been some misunderstanding?" Zhu Zhuqing implored, his face etched with confusion, noting the peculiar expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face. Yu Xiaojiang consented. Very well." He resumed flipping through the 2 manuscripts, which, strictly speaking, were more akin to notebooks than books. After a thorough examination, he shook his head and stated, "No, these pages are entirely devoid of writing." "Zhu Zhuqing, could it be that you were deceived by that person?" Ma Zhuhong asked, a note of concern in her voice, considering the stranger's shape-shifting abilities and potential tricks. "That seems unlikely. He had no reason to deceive me," Zhu Zhuqing replied, pondering deeply before rejecting Ma Zhuhong's suggestion. "His strength is likely at least on par with Dragon King, possibly even a title de law." Zhu Zhuqing continued, articulating his suspicions. During their encounter, he had sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the cloaked figure, and the oppressive aura he exuded had caused Zhu Qing's heart to race uncontrollably. He had never felt such fear even in the presence of the Dragon King, indicating the true terror of this individual's capabilities, which could easily extinguish Zhu Qing's life. That old woman could be a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo. Ma Zhuhong's face reflected disbelief as he began to reconsider his previous statements. Tang San and the others were equally astonished, unable to comprehend why such a formidable figure would approach Zhu Zhuqing solely to impart martial arts techniques, suggesting that Zhu Qing's identity was far from ordinary. Yet, how could Zhu Zhuqing explain the empty pages of these manuscripts? Was it possible that someone of such high caliber would traverse here merely to jest with a young disciple? Such a notion seemed inconceivable. Zhu Qing, I recall that there are methods to conceal writing, and that when subjected to high temperatures or moisture, the text may become visible. Perhaps you could test these manuscripts for such properties, Tang San suggested, his lifetime of experience providing him with superior knowledge. You were correct, Tang San. Zhu Qing. Do try that, Zhu Zhuqing sighed, handing the two manuals back to Zhu Qing. Given that the ink used to write the concealed text would leave some uneven impressions on the paper, Zhu Zhuqing expected to find evidence of writing. However, upon a meticulous inspection, he discovered that the pages appeared pristine. Thus, he held little hope for the two manuscripts. While it may seem unjust to Zhu Qing, Zhu Zhuqing had initially intended to utilize these manuals to enhance the student's abilities. The cloaked figure had bested Zhu Qing, who wielded the glimmer and radiant blade, without resorting to soul power, relying solely on agility and technique. Such prowess suggested an exceptionally advanced combat skill set. Zhu Zhuqing believed that if Tang San and Xiao Wu could master this technique, it would significantly bolster their combat capabilities, allowing them to face opponents of higher tiers with ease. Furthermore, if Ning Rongrong and Oscar could adopt this combat technique, it would elevate their auxiliary strength to rival that of combat-type soul masters of the same rank. One could only imagine the remarkable performance of a highly capable support character on the battlefield against average foes. It was likely that two support characters could effortlessly dispatch them with a well-coordinated onslaught. Yes, teacher, Zhu Qing accepted the two manuals, astonished that the cloaked figure had presented him with nothing more than two empty tomes, despite his ostentatious demeanor. Zhu Qing took the secret manual and casually flipped through it, his curiosity piqued by the appearance of the now blank tome. Upon casually turning a page, Zhu Qing discovered that the manuscript before him was not as devoid of content as Zhu Zhuqing had described. Instead, it boldly proclaimed, the absolute cloud sword technique, a culmination of my lifelong mastery of swordsmanship, devised after attaining the title of Douluo. I have eliminated the majority of superfluous elements and retained only the true lethal moves. Huh? Why did it suddenly possess words now that Zhu Qing held it in his hands? For a moment, he found himself perplexed by the unfolding events. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing had deceived him? No. Zhu Qing seemed to grasp something and promptly turned to the first form of the absolute cloud sword technique. Was it truly as he suspected? Swiftly, Zhu Qing flipped through the manuscript, realizing it was not the blank slate Zhu Zhuqing had portrayed. Rather, every page was filled with written descriptions, and numerous hand-drawn illustrations adorned the margins. Teacher, did you just claim that every page of this book was devoid of text? Zhu Qing inquired, albeit somewhat facetiously. Indeed, that is the case. Why? Have you discovered any pages with text that I overlooked? Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Zhu Qing's rapid page-turning, wondered if Zhu Qing had stumbled upon something significant. No, what I saw was also blank. If you do not believe me, take a look, Zhu Qing said, flipping the manuscript to display its contents to Tang San and the others. Indeed, there is nothing here, Ma Zhuhong commented, having only learned from Zhu Zhuqing's earlier account that the book was empty. Now, seeing it for himself, he finally believed that the enigmatic figure in the black robe was truly as dull as he had been led to believe. Zhu Qing was specifically tasked with presenting the contents of the page to Tang San and the others. He sought to ascertain whether he was indeed the sole individual capable of perceiving the text within the book. As it turned out, the outcome aligned perfectly with Zhu Qing's expectations. The contents of this tome were visible only to him, the enigmatic stranger, along with his superior who was acquainted with Zhu Qing, and the words that only he could discern stirred a sense of intrigue within him. Amused, Zhu Qing chuckled softly, contemplating the unfolding mysteries. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the events of the day upon his return. Chapter 64. The Desire to Master the Divine Art. Zhu Qing. I shall accompany Xiao Wu for a stroll. I may return a bit later tonight. After dinner, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand and approached Zhu Qing. Ah, are you two off on a date? Ma Zhuhong sauntered out from behind Tang San and Xiao Wu, his face adorned with an expression of envy. Humph. I too shall seek out lovely maidens tonight. Are you not merely off to scrounge for free food and drink again? Oscar chimed in, his face reflecting utter exasperation. Indeed, Oscar's words rang true. Ever since Ma Zhuhong had gained the ability to enhance his appearance, he had taken to the streets of Soto City to charm beautiful maidens, leaving behind a mysterious legend of the one-minute boyfriend. However, Ma Juanheng's pursuits were not driven by the desire to engage in anything untoward, as was the case with Dai Mubai. Rather, he sought to glean complimentary delicacies from these young women. Very well, off you go. I shall keep the door open for you, Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile. Bidding farewell to Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing had just prepared to return to his dormitory to study the techniques in his book when he found himself troubled by how to conceal his actions from Tang San. At that moment, Tang San's words were undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai emerged from the cafeteria. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were a vivid red, her face etched with anxiety and concern. The knowledge that Zhu Zhuqing had encountered such a peculiar and dangerous individual weighed heavily on her heart. Although Zhu Zhuqing had returned safely, a strange flutter lingered within her. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. How did these two end up together? He pondered, rubbing his temples in frustration. It was perplexing. Zhu Zhuqing should have harbored disdain for Dai Mubai, yet here they were, side by side. Despite Dai Mubai's apparent attempts at reform, Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of entrusting Zhu Zhuqing to him. To Zhu Zhuqing, after all they had endured together, Zhu Zhuqing had become his own. Ha ha, I'm perfectly fine. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, pulling Zhu Zhuqing closer and gently ruffling her hair. To his surprise, she did not resist his affectionate gesture. I'm relieved to hear you're okay. Dai Mubai seemed oblivious to the intimacy shared between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, focusing solely on expressing his concern for Zhu Zhuqing. At Dai Mubai's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a shiver run down his spine, reflecting on how increasingly irritating he found Dai Mubai. Yet, his disdain now felt somewhat different from before. Is this the effect of growing fondness? Zhu Zhuqing marveled, astonished by the unexpected transformation of his feelings. Zhu Zhuqing is currently enveloped in the warm sensations transmitted through his hands, the gentle strands of hair brushing against him, coupled with the delightful fragrance wafting from her, bring a refreshing exhilaration to his heart. The once aloof and resilient goddess, as depicted in the original narrative, now appears beside him as a fragile and delicate girl, igniting an innate desire to protect her. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing, the feelings between him and the character, aside from the rewards bestowed by the system based on their affinity, yield no tangible benefits. The present moment is a genuine expression of Zhu Zhuqing's emotions towards Zhu Zhuqing. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to escort the tearful Zhu Zhuqing back to her dormitory, allowing him to return to his long-absent sanctuary. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly removed his shoes and leapt onto the soft bed, clearing his mind to relish this hard-won moment of tranquility, a practice he had always cherished in his previous world. Zhu Zhuqing lay quietly on the bed for a while, gradually recalling the events of the day, the mysterious man disguised as an elderly woman in the two peculiar manuals. Each of these elements hinted at a revelation. There exists an unknown entity within this world, alongside a character encountered today that was not present in the original narrative. These occurrences are the result of the world's autonomous evolution, manifestations of its enigmatic variables. System, do you have any insights regarding these two books? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, grappling with the enigma of the magic that rendered them visible only to him. Ding. After a thorough search, the system reported it could not find a corresponding answer. Once again, Zhu Zhuqing felt a headache creeping in, rubbing his temples. Earlier, when he had inquired about the identity of the figure in the black cloak, the system had responded in a similar manner. Now, when he sought information about the manuals, the system offered precisely the same reply. Do you know who authored this book? Zhu Zhuqing posed the question symbolically, this time harboring no expectations of a response. Upon examination, the system revealed that the Absolute Cloud Sword technique originated from the hands of the titled Douluo, Absolute Cloud, from tens of thousands of years ago. Oh, titled Douluo Absolute Cloud? Zhu Zhuqing expressed mild surprise, not anticipating that the system would actually answer his query. Yet, who was this titled Douluo Absolute Cloud? Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered this name before. Could it be yet another character birthed from the world's own evolution? However, this was a titled Douluo from millennia past, and Zhu Zhuqing was uncertain whether this individual still existed in the present world. System, please tell me more about Absolute Cloud, Zhu Zhuqing implored, his curiosity piqued by the newfound knowledge of the technique's origin. Ding. Upon further inquiry, the system fell silent, failing to provide any additional information. Strange, Zhu Zhuqing mused. Why had the system suddenly ceased its responses? Could this entity malfunction like a computer system? After a brief pause, the system reiterated that it could not furnish an answer. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat speechless. He had distinctly sensed that the system was poised to reveal information regarding the mysterious cloud, yet it abruptly fell silent, shrouded in enigma. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing inquired about several matters concerning the peculiar individual and the secret tome, but the system remained utterly unresponsive. Never mind. It seems prudent to let the system's affairs rest for now. Zhu Zhuqing picked up the book on the absolute cloud sword technique, preparing to delve into its teachings. Previously, he had only glanced at the contents, leaving him uncertain about the full extent of its effects. Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned to the first page, and what greeted his eyes were several large characters steeped in tradition. To master the divine skill, one must first undergo castration. Chapter 65, Absolute Cloud. Upon encountering the words inscribed by Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks began to twitch uncontrollably, overwhelmed by disbelief at what lay before him. The first page of Zhu boldly proclaimed, "To cultivate divine skills, one must first undergo castration." Zhu Zhuqing rubbed his temples and turned his gaze towards the serpentine text beside him. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly opened the first page of the serpentine manuscript. As Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated, much like the Jueyan, the opening lines of both texts were adorned with the absurd phrase, "To cultivate divine skills, one must first undergo castration." Zhu Zhuqing pressed his forehead, feeling as though his mind was weighed down by molten lead, while the absurdity before him mercilessly trampled upon his worldview, shattering it into fragments. Zhu Zhuqing never anticipated that such a mysterious organization, shrouded in secrecy even from his own system, was comprised entirely of eunuchs. He resolved that practicing martial arts was not worth sacrificing his manhood for an uncertain technique. With this thought in mind, Zhu Zhuqing picked up 2 tomes, intending to reduce their peculiar methods to ashes in the flames. However, just as he was about to cast the books away, a flicker of hesitation washed over him. His approach to combat was rather straightforward. He wielded his sword of light with reckless abandon. When facing adversaries of lesser strength, he relied solely on the sword's formidable penetrating power to gain the upper hand, much like his previous encounter with Tang San, where his sheer offensive capability forced Tang San into a defensive position. It was a testament to the adage that brute force can overcome myriad techniques. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing gradually realized that when confronted with foes of comparable strength or those superior to him, these adversaries possessed unique methods or tools to counter his sword of light. Although his brilliance allowed him to discern their weaknesses, it was effective only against opponents who did not vastly exceed his own prowess. Against titans like the Titan Great Ape, Zhao Wujie, or Long Gong, despite recognizing their vulnerabilities, he found it exceedingly difficult to inflict any damage upon them. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing was in urgent need of a more effective close-range technique that would enable him to maneuver and engage in combat with such formidable foes. "Oh, what does it matter? I won't actually go through with it," Zhu Zhuqing mused, summoning his courage to turn to the second page of the absolute cloud sword technique. Haha, just a jest. It's a joke from my homeland. Certainly not an invitation for self-castration. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the absurd content of the book before him, rendered momentarily speechless by its nonsensical words. What a ridiculous jest. In a fit of exasperation, he let out a furious roar directed at the book. Although he was aware that such an outburst was futile, it nonetheless served to deflate the courage he had painstakingly mustered. He wished to express his indignation to the author of this book. To his astonishment, he discovered that the esteemed Douluo V possessed such a penchant for humor. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhu Zhuqing continued to scrutinize Zhu work. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. A phrase caught his eye. To cultivate extraordinary skills, one must first undergo self-castration. This was not a saying from the Douluo Continent, nor had he ever encountered it during his years there. It originated from his own world. At this realization, tears welled in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. It was the first time in over a decade that he had heard the words of a fellow countryman. Albeit merely inscribed on a page, yet it brought him immense solace. Since this was a fellow inhabitant of the same earth, he reasoned that they would likely not wish him harm. With this thought in mind, Zhu Zhuqing diligently examined the 2 manuals. After a night of meticulous study, he grasped the essentials of both techniques. Zhu had devised an exceptionally powerful swordsmanship manual, divided into 9 tiers, corresponding to the 9 ranks of soul masters. Mastery of the 9th tier would even grant one the striking prowess akin to that of a titled Douluo. Conversely, the snake movement technique was a manual on body agility, comprising 5 tiers, without strict delineation of power levels between them. Each tier offered Zhu Zhuqing a different manifestation of movement. If he were to master all 5 forms and wield them with dexterity, he could confound his adversaries with an unpredictable array of actions in battle. After a brief period of cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing successfully completed the first level of the Jueyin technique, achieving the proficiency of a 10th-level soul master solely through his swordsmanship. Of course, Zhu Qing's rapid progress can be attributed to the fact that the initial stages of Jueyin cultivation are relatively simple, mirroring the ascension of soul masters. It is only in the later stages that the challenges intensify, demanding significantly more time and effort. Thus, even someone like Zhu Qing, lacking any foundational sword skills, could attain the basics of Jueyin and complete the first level in such a short span. He mused that if a genius like Tang San were to undertake this, he would likely master it in less than 15 minutes. However, Zhu Qing harbored his own selfish motives. Given that he was the sole possessor of these secret manuals, he would not readily share them with others, preferring to test the waters himself for the time being. Yet, the writings of this titled Douluo seemed to hint at a connection to Earth. Could he be the owner of the diary spoken of by Yu Xiaojing? Nonetheless, considering he lived tens of thousands of years ago, Zhu Qing pondered whether he still existed in this world after such an extensive passage of time. He was aware that there were certain unique methods in Douluo Continent that could extend one's lifespan, yet he remained uncertain about the fortune of this titled Douluo. Zhu Qing earnestly hoped to someday reunite with this fellow villager, yearning to share the myriad grievances and unfulfilled desires he had encountered in this world. Alas, suddenly, the door was rudely flung open, interrupting Zhu Qing's reverie. In stumbled Tang San, thrown in by Xiao Wu, his face a portrait of disarray. Humph! Xiao Wu huffed disdainfully before slamming the door behind her. It was evident that Tang San's oblivious demeanor had once again incited Xiao Wu's ire. Ah, Zhu Qing, I apologize for the spectacle. Tang San awkwardly scratched his head, for ever since he accepted the emblem from Ning Rongrong, a token representing the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Xiao Wu had remained in a sulky mood. Zhu Qing observed Tang San's rather disheveled demeanor, realizing that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, Zhu Qing temporarily relinquished the idea of teaching him the absolute cloud technique. It was already quite late into the night. It was time to rest. All right. After watching Tang San return to his bed, Zhu Qing lay down as well. The fatigue of the day swiftly enveloped him, and he soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 66. The Soul Fighting Competition. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. Zhu Qing languidly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the bookshelf before the window. After a moment of bewilderment, he gradually regained his senses, realizing that the sound he had heard was likely the bell signaling the start of class. Recognizing this, Zhu Qing hastily roused Tang San, who was deep in slumber beside him, and together they sprinted, arriving at the classroom nestled within the forest in less than a minute. To Zhu Qing's surprise, the classroom was devoid of any students. He turned to Tang San, puzzled, as he surveyed the empty room, overgrown with weeds and adorned with stout trees. Oh, you rushed me too quickly. I completely forgot that today we were to gather at Suwa City, Tang San admitted sheepishly, scratching his cheek, his face a mask of apology. The two had been preoccupied with their respective affairs the previous night, not resting until the early hours, which naturally led to their oversleeping that morning. Oh no! Zhu Qing exclaimed, covering his face in dismay, unable to fathom how the typically reliable Zhu Qing could falter. They were indeed late now, and he couldn't help but wonder what sort of punishment Yu Xiaojing would impose upon them, as it was customary that they would likely have to run laps around the campus once again. Zhu Qing said nothing further, swiftly pulling Tang San towards the gates of Soto City. You two have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Yu Xiaojing greeted them with a broad smile at the entrance of Soto City, standing with the team. Haha, teacher, we were just engaging in our morning exercises. Zhu Qing quipped, hoping to brush off their tardiness. Well, since you are here, let us return to the group. We shall commence today's agenda. Yu Xiaojing maintained his cheerful demeanor, completely unfazed by Zhu Qing's anticipated expression of horror. What on earth is happening? Ma Junhong exclaimed in disbelief, having anticipated an entertaining spectacle upon realizing the delay of the two. However, Yu Xiaojing's amiable demeanor was entirely beyond Ma Junhong's expectations. I have no idea. Oscar beside him replied, equally astonished. Zhu Qing was somewhat taken aback. However, since Yu Xiaojing had spoken, he hurriedly pulled Tang San back into the ranks. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Yu Xiaojing clapped his hands and continued with a smile. Excellent. Now that we are all present, let us commence. First and foremost, I wish to extend my congratulations to you all. Through your relentless efforts and collaborative spirit, you have successfully completed my training regimen. The group, upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, displayed expressions of joy, relieved to finally escape the daily torment of grueling training. Next, following discussions with Principal Flinder, we have determined the focus of your next phase of training. Flinder, standing beside Yu Xiaojiang, coughed discreetly and nodded in agreement. So, what is the new training content? Ma Zhuhong asked, his impatience evident in his tone as he observed Yu Xiaojiang's drawn-out manner. Well then, I shall announce the next stage of your training. Participation in the underground soul fighting competition at the Great Soul Arena. Huh, teacher, you clearly intend to profit from us. Ma Zhuhong scoffed, recalling how Flinder had previously wagered a significant sum during their last competition, reaping substantial rewards from their team's victory. Ahem, what a thing to say. I am merely striving to balance the Academy's finances, Flinder replied, feigning righteousness as he gazed earnestly at Ma Zhuhong. Recognizing that a further glance might provoke an outburst, Ma Zhuhong wisely kept silent and paid attention to Yu Xiaojiang's address. The reason for your participation in the soul fighting competition is twofold. Firstly, the Academy is currently facing financial constraints and requires your assistance in generating some income, Yu Xiaojiang candidly revealed. The students of Shrek were not particularly surprised, as ever since Yu Xiaojiang's arrival, aside from instances of severe injuries requiring medicine purchased by Su Qing, they had all relied on the Academy's funds to alleviate their physical exhaustion. The Academy had expended considerable amounts on precious herbs such as iron gold ginseng, red sand leaves, and jade skin flowers, undoubtedly a financial strain for the already impoverished Shrek Academy. The second reason is that all of you must advance to the Silver Soul Fighter level through the competition. Didn't Teacher Flinder mention that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge signifies our graduation? Ma Zhuhong questioned hesitantly. Indeed, for us, there is little left to teach you. Yu Xiaojiang admitted, lowering his head in a moment of despondency, acknowledging the limitations of their resources in providing substantial educational means. Then, lifting his head and placing his fist over his heart, Yu Xiaojiang passionately declared, combat is the finest means of progress. You all lack practical experience. And through the forthcoming battles, I believe you will transform into true powerhouses in the near future. Yes, the Shrek 8 were inspired by Yu Xiaojiang's fervor and became animated. To expedite your attainment of the badges, you will participate in a group battle and a 2-on-2 battle each day, Yu Xiaojiang announced, observing their enthusiasm before outlining the subsequent arrangements. Teacher, how should we form our teams for the 2-on-2 battles? Can I partner with Sangu? Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Tang San. Su Qing observed the affectionate interaction between Xiaowu and Tang San, and he couldn't help but recall the scene from last night when he had tossed Tang San into the dormitory. It truly made him ponder the complexities of a woman's heart, as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Well, you may form your own teams, he mused. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. He had previously contemplated the notion of team formation. However, after careful consideration, he resolved to allow them to choose their partners independently, believing that it was essential for them to forge their own bonds for effective collaboration. Heh, which of you lovely ladies wishes to team up with me? After Yu Xiaojiang's announcement, Ma Zhuhong was the first to inquire. You repulsive glutton, who would ever want to team up with you? Oscar retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Zhuhong before turning to Ning Rongrong. Miss Ning Rongrong, would you be interested in joining me in battle? Haha, what are you thinking? Aren't you and Ning Rongrong both support-type soul masters? Ma Zhuhong, stung by the mockery, was not one to back down easily. He burst into laughter at Oscar's comical expression. Sangu, let us form a team, Xiaowu said, playfully linking her arm with Tang San's. Xiaowu. I actually prefer to team up with Su Qing, Tang San replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. After experiencing so much alongside Su Qing, he had developed a strong fondness for the feeling of fighting together with him. Su Qing gazed at Xiaowu's fierce eyes, feeling a twinge of fear as he turned his head away. Zhu Zhuqing, let us be in the same group, he suggested. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush at Su Qing's request. However, she glanced at Dai Mubai, who stood silently with his head bowed, seemingly unwilling to speak. I refuse to be in the same team as you two lecherous wolves, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her expression one of disdain as she noted the remaining options were the vain Prince Ma Zhuhong and the flirtatious Dai Mubai. Hey, who are you calling a lecher? Dai Mubai finally reacted to Ning Rongrong's words, indignantly shouting back. Enough from all of you. Yu Xiaojiang bellowed in frustration, covering his face in exasperation. He had not anticipated that allowing the children to choose their own teammates would lead to such chaos. Upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's furious demeanor, everyone ceased their activities. Since you insist on causing such a ruckus, I shall assign you all the groups myself. Chapter 67, The Shrek 8 Monsters. Why am I paired with you? Su Qing looked at Dai Mubai beside him, feeling somewhat speechless. He had envisioned teaming up with many others, such as Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, or Oscar. But he never expected Yu Xiaojiang would assign him to the same group as Daimo Bai. Did Yu Xiaojiang not sense the rift between Su Qing and Daimo Bai? Su Qing felt a headache coming on. The teacher said it's best to team up with those of similar strength, Daimo Bai remarked helplessly. If it were up to him, he too would prefer not to battle alongside this rival. Su Qing, upon hearing Daimo Bai's words, expressed her confusion, saying, Isn't Tang San the one whose strength is most comparable to mine? Why? Su Qing gazed at the scene before him, finally comprehending the reason behind Yu Xiaojiang's arrangement. Third brother, there's no escaping this, hee. At that moment, Xiaowu joyfully clung to Tang San's arm, playfully indulging in her charms. Tang San appeared resigned, yet his eyes were filled with affection for Xiaowu. Su Qing turned his head away, observing the affectionate demeanor of the couple before him. He decided it was best not to intrude upon their tender moment. Hello, we would like to register an 8-member team. Yu Xiaojiang and Flanders stood at the service desk of the Great Soul Arena, engaging in conversation with the attendant. Oh, the name, you say? Upon hearing the attendant's request, Yu Xiaojiang stroked his beard thoughtfully. How about we call ourselves the 8 Great Vadras? Ma Junhong chimed in with enthusiasm, suggesting a rather peculiar name. What a bizarre name. Absolutely not. Ning Rongrong expressed her disbelief at Ma Junhong's choice, struggling to comprehend what manner of person could conceive such an odd moniker. Let us be known as the 8 oddities of Shrek, Su Qing proposed, recalling that in the original tale, they were referred to as the 7 oddities of Shrek. Thus, it seemed fitting to simply extend that title to accommodate their current number. Indeed, you all are quite the peculiar little beings. Thus, the name 8 oddities of Shrek shall suffice. Yu Xiaojiang agreed, clearly pleased with Su Qing's suggestion. Very well, I must remind you that the competitions within the arena are fraught with peril, involving life and death struggles and fierce conflicts over wealth. Always remain vigilant regarding your safety. After successfully registering, Yu Xiaojiang led the group into the hall to deliver his final admonition. Rest assured, teacher, I would never allow anyone to mar my handsome visage, Ma Junhong proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. Yu Xiaojiang, observing Ma Junhong's boastful stance, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, he straightened his attire and continued, I have one more stipulation. You must compete anonymously, wearing these masks throughout the contests. As he spoke, he produced 8 masks from behind him, those commonly seen at masquerade balls, which covered only the upper half of the face. Why must we wear those? Are we to engage in role-playing? Oscar inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice upon seeing the masks. Due to the existence of monetary transactions in the arena, it is possible that some may attempt to eliminate their opponents before the matches commence, ensuring victory through absence. For your safety, this precaution is imperative. Yu Xiaojiang explained with earnest conviction. Su Qing understood that what Yu Xiaojiang said was indeed true. Although their teacher was among the most formidable combatants in Soto City, there was no guarantee that someone would not take advantage of their solitary outings. Now, we invite the Phoenix and Flight Duo to take the stage. Contestants God of Food and Evil Fire Phoenix, please proceed to Arena 16 for the competition. A broadcast resonated above the group. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled and remarked, Ma Junhong, Oscar, it's your turn to perform. What? Ma Junhong and Oscar replied in unison, clearly baffled by the unfolding situation. I am God of Food? I am Evil Fire Phoenix? They simultaneously pointed at themselves, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Indeed, off you go. Do your best, Yu Xiaojiang said with a sincere smile. Observing their shocked faces. Oh no, I do not want such an unappealing name. The two lamented, crying out in distress as they hurried toward the arena. Ha. Yu Xiaojiang laughed heartily at their reluctant yet inevitable march to the stage. The remaining onlookers, witnessing the mischievous grin on Yu Xiaojiang's face, couldn't help but shudder. Teacher, what is my nickname? Su Qing interjected, breaking into Yu Xiaojiang's laughter. Su Qing had long been aware of the nicknames of the others, and he had prepared a resounding name for the forthcoming naming segment. However, to his surprise, Yu Xiaojiang had already assigned them all nicknames during the registration process. Oh. Su Qing, you'll soon find out. I assure you it will not disappoint, Yu Xiaojiang said, pausing momentarily before revealing a mischievous grin. Su Qing was filled with trepidation, merely hoping that Yu Xiaojiang's chosen name would not be excessively unappealing. On the 16th of the month, at the Seoul Arena, Ma Junhong and Oscar stood nervously on the stage. Although they had previously visited the arena, this time they were competing alone without the support of their teammates, leading to an overall heightened sense of anxiety. I never imagined I would be teamed up with you, you fatso, Oscar lamented. The two were known for their playful antics as part of Oscar's eccentric group, and now they were to fight side by side for an extended period. No more chatter. Hand over your sausages and mushrooms, you big beard. Ma Zhuhong impatiently seized Oscar's sausage and began devouring it. The arena had no rules prohibiting eating before a fight, making this a perfect opportunity to accumulate energy for their ultimate moves. Now, please welcome the absolute offense and defense duo. The announcement echoed as a stout and slender pair emerged from the waiting room, clearly the formidable opponents they were to face. They are both soul masters of the soul sovereign level. Indeed, they've achieved 10 consecutive victories. Hey, these newcomers are destined to lose. If I'm wrong. I'll kneel on a washboard tonight. Ma Zhuhong and Oscar exchanged glances, their expressions defying the audience's skepticism. Let us see what they are made of. In agreement. They shared a knowing smile and stuffed mushrooms into their mouths. As the match commenced, the absolute offense and defense duo launched their attack. One enveloped in the blue-red frog spirit, transforming its tongue into a lethal sword aimed at Ma Zhuhong, while the other, imbued with the armored snail spirit, revealed the gleaming hardness of its shell. The reputation of the absolute offense and defense duo was well-deserved. One focused on defense while the other launched attacks from behind the protective barrier. It was no wonder they had achieved 10 straight victories. And Oscar could not help but admire their synergy. With a soul power level of 34 and 36, they overwhelmingly outclassed Ma Zhuhong and Oscar, who were at levels 29 and 30, respectively, placing them at a considerable disadvantage. However, they were determined to impress their adversaries. As the opponents advanced, Ma Zhuhong and Oscar leaped into the air, evading the blue-red frog's tongue. Phoenix Flames. Phoenix Beam. A scorching torrent of flames erupted from Ma Zhuhong's mouth, threatening to incinerate the two before him. It burns. The blue-red frog's tongue, in pursuit, was seared by the unexpected inferno. It is well known that all living beings harbor a fear of flames. If one does not, then simply increase the temperature. Ma Zhuhong's Phoenix Flames, having been enhanced, reached temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. While not yet capable of melting steel, they were more than sufficient to deal with carbon-based life forms. Look, that person is slimmed down. Gasps arose from the audience as they noticed Ma Zhuhong's transformation from a hefty figure to a perfectly proportioned physique. Fortunately, teacher Yu Xiaojiang was thoughtful. Ma Zhuhong silently rejoiced, relieved that Yu Xiaojiang had prepared masks for them in advance. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences post-battle. He was aware that his handsome persona had deceived countless naive young ladies into providing him with endless delicacies. Naturally, he had relied on Oscar's mushrooms to escape detection whenever his transformation neared its conclusion. Ma Zhuhong's antics had already woven a mysterious legend of the one-minute boyfriend within Soto City. Now, if he were to reveal his true identity in the arena, he would likely incur the wrath of thousands of young women once the battle concluded. At that point, even Zhao Wudre and Flinder would be unable to protect him. Wuqing, think of a way to deal with that guy. Snail, the owner of the armored snail spirit, cried out in agony. Although he could use his snail shell and soul power to shield against the fire's scorching heat, he could not withstand the searing intensity for long. The temperature of his snail shell had risen above 100 degrees after enduring the flames for some time. Despite his title of having absolute defense, he was nearing his breaking point. I'm thinking, but I'm a beast spirit. I can't get close to him. Wait, he's only at level 29. His soul power must be limited. Just hold on a little longer. Just a little longer, and I will finish him. Wuqing, wounded on the tongue, resembled a wolf poised to pounce, glaring fiercely at the two in the sky. As Wuqing anticipated, after a few more seconds of unleashing flames, Ma Zhuhong ceased his assault. Now, attack. Eliminate them. Snail bellowed in fury. They could no longer contain their pent-up anger after being suppressed by these seemingly weak foes for so long. They were determined to eliminate the two brats to relieve their frustration. Second soul skill, blue-red leap. Wuqing crouched low, then sprang into the air like a coiled spring, charging towards Ma Zhuhong. First soul skill, blue tongue snatch. Wuqing launched his tongue like an arrow aimed straight at Ma Zhuhong's forehead, the consequences of a successful hit unthinkable. Who told you I have no strength left? Ma Zhuhong erupted once again with blazing flames, shattering Wuqing's hopes. He had paused his attack only to chew on Oscar's sausage. The flames had indeed grown stronger after training, but such long-range attacks came at a steep price. Soul power consumption was threefold the norm. Typically, Ma Zhuhong could only sustain his enhanced flames for about a minute. However, he was not alone in battle. They were a team, with Oscar providing continual support. Thanks to the restorative properties of the sausage, Ma Zhuhong could sustain his energy for several minutes. Oscar's mushrooms could be used 10 times a day, each lasting a minute. granting them a total of 5 uninterrupted minutes of aerial dominance. Zhu Zhuqing assessed their combination as akin to a modern armed bomber. Terrifying and nearly insurmountable for anyone to endure during those fateful 5 minutes. Damn it! Wu Qing's overzealous leap, coupled with the absence of stable footing in midair, resulted in him being engulfed by flames. Thud! The scorched Wu Qing crashed heavily to the ground, resembling a burnt bullfrog, and fell into unconsciousness. Did we go a bit too far? Ma Junhong asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Why should you care? He just wanted your life a moment ago. Oscar shot him a disdainful glance, baffled by Ma Junhong's sudden timidity. Guess you're right. Ma Junhong scratched his head and redirected his flames towards the remaining opponent. I surrender. Snail, witnessing his comrade's unconscious state and the two adversaries hovering above, had lost all means to retaliate and could only passively endure. If he continued to be scorched, he would soon be reduced to a charred snail. Congratulations to the Phoenix Rising duo for their triumphant debut. The audience erupted in applause, with many hurling fruits, eggs, and various objects onto the arena. Without a doubt, these individuals have staked their entire fortunes on the absolute offense and defense combination. As for the rest, they are set to make a significant profit this time. Flander raised his hands above his head, rejoicing with a smile that stretched from ear to ear. Let the Glazed Spirit Cat duo take the stage. Contestant 7 Treasure, Glazed and Ghostly Spirit Cat, please proceed to Arena 7 for competition. It is now your turn. Flander clapped Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong on the shoulders. The upcoming battle belonged to the two girls, both at the modest level of 27 among the Shrek 8 monsters. 7 Treasure, Glazed and Ghostly Spirit Cat? That is somewhat acceptable. Ning Rongrong had previously worried that Yu Xiaojiang would assign them some dreadful nicknames. But it seemed he possessed a modicum of aesthetic sense after all. Do your best. Zhu Qing encouraged as both of them turned their gazes toward her. Just wait for our victory. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Noticing that Ning Rongrong was also looking at Zhu Qing, Zhu Zhuqing found it somewhat strange. Rongrong, you. Let's hurry. Ning Rongrong interrupted, pulling her arm as they dashed outside. The two entered the arena, where their adversaries had long been waiting. One was tall, the other short. This contrasting combination was reminiscent of the previous absolute offense and defense duo, one stout and the other slender. I do not appreciate tardy little kittens. Today, you shall be my appetizers, declared the burly man. It's not too late to beg for mercy, sweetheart, chimed in the shorter soul master. Is the trend among soul masters now to embrace contrast? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by the confidence and vanity of the duo, yet in her heart, she felt they paled in comparison to Ma Junhong. Achoo! Ma Junhong, just stepping down from the arena, suddenly sneezed loudly, startling Oscar. Enough of the chatter, let us fight, Zhu Zhuqing said, somewhat impatiently. Upon Zhu Zhuqing's words, the duo felt insulted and assumed a combat stance, ready for battle. Chapter 69. Black Lightning. The duo facing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing was a contrasting pair claiming to be a dragon and a phoenix, in reality. They were merely a serpent and a turkey, the latter resembling a relative of Ma Junhong. Both members of the Dragon Phoenix duo possessed a soul power level of only 29, having yet to reach the 30 level of soul respect. Thus, the disparity in soul power between them and Zhu Zhuqing was not significant, allowing the talented Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to hold their own in earnest. However, Ning Rongrong seemed to have been infected by Ma Junhong's penchant for sarcasm, as she felt an overwhelming urge to voice her thoughts upon hearing the duo's name. To her, the duo merely manifested the essence of calamity, lacking the grace befitting a dragon and phoenix. As the battle commenced, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative, leveraging her speed and Ning Rongrong's support to suppress the duo's offensive intentions, forcing the Dragon Phoenix duo into a defensive position. Zhu Zhuqing managed to hold her ground against both adversaries, engaging them in back-and-forth combat while protecting Ning Rongrong behind her. The turkey unleashed flames from its beak, yet Zhu Zhuqing had previously experienced Ma Junhong's authentic phoenix beam, rendering this fiery display a mere jest in comparison. The turkey's flames were insufficient to heat the surrounding air, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to dodge the lethal strike with a mere sidestep. Nonetheless, Zhu Zhuqing's attack power still fell short, unable to breach the duo's defenses and incapacitate them. After a prolonged stalemate, Ning Rongrong finally unleashed her ultimate move, channeling the full power of the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, augmenting Zhu Zhuqing's strength and speed by a remarkable 30%, granting her the prowess of a 34-level soul respect for a brief period. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's offensive momentum intensified. She became akin to an assassin in the night, darting before her opponents with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of black lightning. The serpent, overwhelmed, opted to abandon defense and launched an attack against Ningrongrong, yet he vastly overestimated his own speed. Before he had covered half the distance, a claw radiating black light pierced his right shoulder, the excruciating pain nearly robbing him of consciousness. Despite his strong will, he turned to retaliate, only to find no one before him. In an instant, a torrent of blood erupted from his left shoulder as Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind, delivering a fatal blow. With both shoulders severely injured, the serpent lost the will to fight, collapsing into unconsciousness. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing could have easily pierced through his chest, rendering him incapacitated without the need for a second strike. However, such an act would be excessively cruel and pose a threat to his life, thus she refrained. For reasons unknown, it seemed that Shrek students had a peculiar affinity for targeting shoulders. The turkey, displaying some bravery, did not retreat upon witnessing its companion's defeat. Instead, it embraced the spirit of vengeance, determined to at least take one down with it. While courageous, its reckless bravery was merely a path to demise. As Zhu Zhuqing swiftly rendered the turkey unconscious as well. Congratulations to the glazed spirit cat duo on their victory. Today's arena has seen quite a few surprises. Time is of the essence, and everyone should seize the opportunity to place bets. The announcer, witnessing yet another upset, diligently promoted the gambling activities at the arena. Haha. You must win all your matches today. The glory of Shrek Academy rests upon you. Flander produced 2 gold soul coins, wagering on the victory of his 2 student pairs, having already earned 20 gold soul coins. Of course, he was not destitute, but his frugal nature led him to avoid risking all his capital in one go. Fearing a complete loss that would spell disaster for Shrek Academy. She has become this formidable already? Daimubai expressed profound astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing's prowess had far surpassed her initial capabilities. He noticed that during this time, among the Shrek 8 monsters, everyone except himself had made significant progress. Though Daimubai held the highest soul power level at 37, he had been stagnant recently. He realized that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed by these more talented juniors. With this thought, Daimubai's eyes glimmered with determination. He too must grow stronger and could no longer remain in a state of despondency. He was resolved to possess strength commensurate with his seniority. Su Qing gazed at Daimubai's vacant expression, which suddenly transformed into one of resolute determination. He jested, "Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. No matter how firmly you resolve, I shall never yield Zhu Zhuqing to you." Although there seemed to be a hint of remorse in his demeanor, Su Qing found it difficult to reconcile with this wealthy heir, who, despite being betrothed, continued to frolic with others. However, as they had now become teammates, they could only collaborate for the time being. Who would be next? Tang San, too, was eager to showcase his prowess. The announcement resonated above them, now welcoming the charming Rabbit Azura duo. Thousand Hand Azura and Gentlebone Charming Rabbit are requested to prepare at Arena 4. Su Qing found himself somewhat speechless upon hearing the name of this duo. Initially, after learning that Oscar's group was named Phoenix in Flight, he harbored a flicker of anticipation for Yu Xiaojiang's aesthetic. However, the subsequent names he devised for these 2 groups were entirely derived from their nicknames, lacking any semblance of originality. Ha ha ha, Tang San, it's your turn for a sweet duo with Xiao Wu. Following the battle, Ma Junhong, as usual, stirred up animosity. Sweetness. You big-headed fool. Xiao Wu retorted, her face flushed as she delivered a powerful punch to Ma Junhong. He fell in response, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ma Junhong would never have imagined that he would emerge unscathed from the Soul Arena, only to be injured by a teammate afterward. That punch was likely the most significant harm he would endure today. Humph, third brother, let us go. Xiao Wu cheerfully linked her arm with Tang San's, as if nothing had transpired, and together they strolled toward the arena. Su Qing was amused by the scene before him. Ma Junhong continued to evoke disdain as always, while Tang San exhibited signs of being somewhat henpecked. However, with Tang San having departed, the spotlight now fell upon Su Qing and Daimubai. Indeed, he was the true protagonist, and Su Qing felt a surge of private delight. Now, let us welcome the White Tiger Shining duo to the stage. Please welcome the competitors White Lightning and Evil Eye White Tiger to the number 9 Soul Arena for the competition. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback by the voice that echoed through the broadcast once more. What on earth? Chapter 70. 3 rounds. Su Qing was evidently still in a state of disbelief, as the recent announcement revealed that the White Flash and the Evil Eye White Tiger would be competing. Su Qing recognized the Evil Eye White Tiger, a nickname belonging to Daimubai in the original narrative. Yet, with this development, Did it not imply that Zhu Zhuqing was another incarnation of the White Flash? Zhu Zhuqing turned to Yu Xiaojiang beside him, perplexedly inquiring. Is this the name you have given me? What do you think? I specially devised it for you. Quite splendid, isn't it? Yu Xiaojiang responded with a mischievous grin. Or rather, a joyful smile. Clearly, you've mixed up the hues. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in exasperation, regretting his decision to allow Yu Xiaojiang to name him, finding it utterly unreliable. But didn't Tang San just head up? Zhu Zhuqing expressed his confusion. Nevertheless, since Tang San and his companions were on the 4th soul fighting platform while Zhu Zhuqing occupied the 9th, he was not particularly concerned about the likelihood of their paths crossing. Zhu Zhuqing harbored a peculiar desire for victory in certain situations. He initially believed himself to be the main character, but this perception placed him on equal footing with Tang San. Upon further reflection, it became apparent that the Grand Soul Arena featured more than a dozen soul platforms, capable of hosting multiple matches simultaneously, thus rendering his thoughts less peculiar. With a glance at Dai Mubai, who was poised and ready, Zhu Zhuqing decided to cast aside his musings and approach the 9th soul platform directly. Yet another group of newcomers. What are your thoughts? Today has been rife with upsets, and with such high odds for this match, I am going all in. Are you out of your mind? With such a disparity in strength, how can you risk it all? While they may appear formidable, their opponents are overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed. Among the adversaries stands a soul zone. I truly question the organizer's judgment in arranging such a predictable match. Precisely. Setting aside the Soul Sage boasting a formidable 39 levels of power, it seems that the Soul Zone alone could easily dispatch these two fledgling fighters. The duo of the level 41 Giant Elephant and the 39 level White Wolf complement each other perfectly, demonstrating both offensive and defensive capabilities, with an impressive 30-2 record in duo battles. Their strength is undoubtedly formidable. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to the skeptical voices from the audience behind him, he could not help but chuckle. They hadn't even begun the competition. Yet this group of gamblers was already proclaiming their defeat. However, from the spectators' remarks, it was evident that their opponents possessed a formidable assault-type Spirit Beast soul. Akin to Dai Mubai's, in addition to a defensive Spirit Beast soul, the opponents indeed had a significantly higher rank, which left them at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was no ordinary individual. With his ability to unleash swift actions in an instant, he was absolutely capable of clinching victory in this match. It seems we have been underestimated, Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a smile, turning to Dai Mubai beside him. He found himself curious about the kind of adversaries Tang San and Xiao Wu would encounter. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that the students of Shrek Academy were not particularly fortunate today, facing opponents whose spirit power levels surpassed their own. Their assertions held some truth. The presence of a 39th level Soul Sage among them was already enough to give them a headache, not to mention the existence of an even stronger Soul Zone. Dai Mubai calmly analyzed the situation, acknowledging the stark disparity in levels, and he too felt that their chances of victory were slim. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Mubai's unusual demeanor and shook his head. He was aware that Dai Mubai had been preoccupied lately, no longer displaying his usual flamboyance. Yet this very change elicited a sense of disappointment within Zhu Zhuqing. Admittedly, his remarks contained a hint of praise for Dai Mubai, but in all fairness, the original narrative depicted Dai Mubai facing adversaries of this caliber without a trace of fear, boldly engaging in combat with them. From Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, the axiom that pride precedes a fall held true. However, as a genius, one ought to possess the innate arrogance that accompanies such talent, embodying the courage to confront challenges head-on and displaying unwavering resolve in the face of adversity. A genius devoid of this pride, reluctant to confront formidable foes, would ultimately miss the opportunity to experience the life-and-death struggles that define true combat, falling short compared to other equally gifted individuals, and may even regress to the status of an ordinary person. It was evident that Dai Mubai had, at present, been stripped of his pride by the talents of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, although Zhu Zhuqing harbored disdain for Dai Mubai. And this outcome aligned with his desires, he could not fathom why he felt such profound disappointment towards him. Zhu Zhuqing paid no further attention to Dai Mubai. Instead, he turned away, gesticulating enthusiastically as he addressed the spectators in the stands. Hey, you gentlemen up there. The enemy is far too formidable. We are surely destined for defeat. You ought to place all your bets on our rivals. Hey, what do you mean by that, you brat? Are you saying you believe we cannot win? Let's settle this with a fight. White Tiger, Giant Elephant, go and vanquish them. The audience, who had previously believed in Zhu Zhuqing's inevitable defeat, began to seethe with indignation upon sensing the underlying mockery in his words. Are you not concerned about their potential retaliation for such taunts? Daimubai inquired, puzzled. From behind Zhu Zhuqing. What is there to fear? They have no idea who I am, Zhu Zhuqing replied dismissively, brushing aside the concern with a wave of his hand and stretching languidly. After all, Yu Shaojiang had already provided them with aliases and masks. And should his identity ever be revealed, he had both Flander and Zhao Wujin to shield him. With the protection of these two esteemed mentors, Zhu Zhuqing confidently displayed the power of Haotian's hammer before the crowd. Who would dare to challenge him after that? Kid, you seem rather arrogant. And I find that quite appealing. How about this? If you can withstand 5 of my strikes, I will concede you the victory. What do you say? The White Wolf remarked, visibly exhilarated as he licked his lips. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at his standard villainous demeanor, unable to suppress a sigh as he pressed his forehead. What on earth was happening at Shrek Academy today? Encountering nothing but the most cliché of evildoers. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment and decided that, since he was dealing with such nefarious individuals, he need not fear Bai Mubai's reluctance to show true strength when the time came to engage in combat. Very well, although 5 moves may be a tad excessive, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile, recognizing the value of courtesy before battle. Indeed. As a 31st level sweet treat, it is conceivable that you cannot withstand my 5 moves. Pray tell, how many can you endure? I shall assess your capabilities. Bai Lang mused, stroking his chin, seemingly intrigued by Zhu Zhuqing's words. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of satisfaction, as his secret of being a 35th level warrior remained undisclosed to all. Excuse me, I believe you have misunderstood something, Zhu Zhuqing declared, as a white lightsaber materialized in his right hand, exuding an aura of danger. What I mean to convey is that if you can last 3 rounds against me, consider it a victory. Chapter 71. Bai Lang and the Giant Elephant. What? Bai Mubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing in disbelief. He was aware of Zhu Qing's formidable prowess. Yet in the face of such high-level adversaries, he questioned whether Zhu Qing's strength would suffice. Do not provoke them further, Bai Mubai urged, anxious for Zhu Qing's safety. Though he yearned to defeat Zhu Qing and reclaim Zhu Zhuqing through his own might, he could not bear the thought of witnessing Zhu Qing perish before his eyes due to his own provocations. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Bai Lang erupted into boisterous laughter at Zhu Qing's audacious claims. The sound of his mirth echoed through the arena, causing even the spectators in the stands to cover their ears in distress. Should we eliminate him? Inquired the giant elephant, standing beside Bai Lang. Despite his seemingly simple-minded demeanor, the giant elephant sensed the turbulent emotions within Bai Lang, whose murderous intent was palpable. Young man, it has been ages since I encountered someone so brazenly reckless. You bring me much amusement. I hope your antics can entertain me for a while longer, Bai Lang retorted, his grin unwavering. Let us proceed. We shall dispatch both of them. Bai Lang's gaze hardened, determined to make this audacious youth pay for his insolence. Let them meet an accidental demise. Though the giant elephant appeared foolish, his words were laced with a sinister undertone. Positions, battle commence. As the announcement echoed, Bai Lang charged forward, intent on attacking Zhu Zhuqing. The audacity of this young man incensed him, and he was eager to discern the source of such bravado. White Tiger transformation. Bai Mubai, recognizing the lethal intent radiating from Bai Lang, noticed the openings in his opponent's approach and sought to exploit them for a decisive blow. Get away from me, Bai Lang bellowed, his voice reverberating as it struck Bai Mubai, leaving him momentarily disoriented. An auditory assault. White Tiger barrier. Stacking. White Tiger transformation. Bai Mubai persevered, fighting through the pain in his ears, and pressed his attack on Bai Lang. Die. Bai Lang swung his fist viciously, colliding with Bai Mubai's claws. The impact sent a tingling sensation through Bai Mubai's right hand, revealing the formidable strength of Bai Lang, who was evidently no ordinary foe. Suddenly, Bai Mubai felt the atmosphere darken. He swiftly dodged, just as the colossal giant elephant crashed down where he had just stood, its massive form towering 7 to 8 meters high, resembling a giant. This was the ability to grow in size. Typically, such a transformation was reserved for those of Soul Sage level, yet this giant elephant exhibited this power even as a soul ancestor, complicating matters significantly. Your opponent is me. The giant elephant stood imposingly before Bai Mubai, obstructing his path to Bai Lang. Bai Mubai, confronted by this immense figure, could only manage a wry smile, realizing he could no longer assist Zhu Zhuqing. He could only hope that when next they met, Zhu Zhuqing would not be a lifeless corpse. Upon witnessing Bai Mubai's successful interception, Bai Lang turned his gaze back towards Zhu Zhuqing, his expression cold and menacing. Now, no one can save you. Yet, all Bai Lang saw was an empty arena and the audience beyond. Where had that young man vanished? Who are you speaking of saving? A deep male voice resonated in Bai Lang's ear, prompting him to instinctively evade. However, Zhu Qing's speed was blinding, and despite Bai Lang's quick reflexes, he could not evade the impending attack. A white lightsaber pierced through his body, protruding from his shoulder. Not bad. I intended to aim for your heart, Zhu Qing remarked coldly, viewing those around him merely as NPCs, allowing him to wield lethal force without hesitation. However, he was surprised to find that he had, as always, upheld the esteemed tradition of Shrek Academy, becoming one of the destroyers of shoulders. Haha, you indeed possess some skill. Bai Lang grimaced, clutching his shoulder, though his expression revealed a hint of distress. Yet, you cannot defeat me. With a manic grin, Bai Lang invoked his third soul skill. Life and death together. A brilliant white light enveloped his wound, and when it dissipated, his injury had completely healed. Ugh! A heavy groan emanated from behind Zhu Qing, who turned to see the giant elephant sporting a similar wound in the same location. Unfortunately, for the giant elephant's massive frame, that grievous injury was merely a trivial scratch. Is this not cheating? Zhu Qing thought. Realizing that his earlier boast of resolving the battle within 3 moves had become exceedingly challenging, he regretted his pre-fight bravado. What are you looking at, sweetheart? Zhu Qing heard a voice, trembling with excitement, whisper in his ear. With a sudden glimmer, Zhu Qing evaded the full force of the white wolf's strike, causing the latter to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. Oh, quite agile, indeed. The white wolf, surprised by the failure of his ambush, felt a sense of astonishment. Zhu Qing refrained from responding to him, instead pondering strategies. It was not that Zhu Qing feared his opponent. Rather, he had boasted at the outset that he would defeat the white wolf within 3 moves. However, the current combination of damage transfer and colossal techniques posed a significant challenge for Zhu Qing. Both adversaries before him employed martial arts, and although Zhu Qing possessed the advantage of brilliance in hand, even a 2-on-1 scenario would eventually lead to victory, albeit not within the promised 3 moves. Having made such a bold declaration, Zhu Qing felt compelled to see it through to the end. He had already warned against careless glances. Why was the white wolf not heeding his advice? The disdainful expression on Zhu Qing's face infuriated the white wolf, who charged at him once more. Yet, as he felt the sensations in his hands, he found himself striking at empty air. Frustrated, the white wolf exclaimed, "What kind of sorcery is this, you rascal?" Zhu Qing chuckled mischievously and remarked, "Who is it that just claimed they would defeat me within 5 rounds? Yet, it seems they can't even touch me." The audacious young man provoked Bai Lang, who could not endure such humiliation, and charged at Zhu Qing once more. Chapter 72. The Cheating Soul Skill. Zhu Qing gazed intently at the figure of the white wolf before him, resolutely choosing not to evade with a flash of light this time. Instead, he stood his ground, fixated on the white wolf charging towards him. Upon witnessing Zhu Qing's unwavering stance against his assault, the white wolf erupted into a raucous laughter. For the wolf, the distance between them could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Although he recognized that this insufferable brat possessed remarkable speed, he also had his own hidden trump card. With a flourish, he unleashed his first soul skill, White-Scaled Claw. The wolf's claws were enveloped in shimmering white scales, illuminated by the ethereal glow of his martial spirit, resembling a naturally formed crystalline claw. It was evident that the first soul skills of beast-type martial spirits varied greatly, primarily enhancing claw strikes. However, the white wolf was acutely aware that such an attack would hardly harm Zhu Qing. It wouldn't even be swift enough to catch him. Licking his parched lips, the white wolf regarded Zhu Qing with the gaze of a dying creature. Now, it was time to employ his concealed lethal move. Third soul skill, Life and Death Bond. This ability not only allowed the white wolf to transfer the damage he sustained, but also enabled the sharing of any buffs between bonded individuals. Suddenly, his claws grew disproportionately large, engulfing the space where Zhu Qing had just stood. The wolf utilized his soul skill to augment his own hands with the giant's massive fists, inadvertently discovering that the giant's expansion counted as a buff, which could be transferred to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the giant's hand shrank to a normal size, creating the illusion of a fearsome tyrannosaurus from a distance. Haha. Judge, this little brat isn't dodging. If he dies, it's not my fault. The white wolf cackled, turning to address the referee stationed at the edge of the arena. This was a special killing move he had preserved for dispatching enemies he deemed unworthy. Although the grand arena forbade murder, the nature of soul master battles was fierce, with each participant wielding considerable strength. Additionally, the monetary stakes involved often pushed soul masters to fight with utmost ferocity, leading to potential casualties. It was not uncommon for soul masters to exploit unexpected circumstances to eliminate their opponents, a reality the grand arena had long since grown accustomed to. typically met with mere deductions of points as punishment. Thus, the White Wolf had already claimed many lives through this tactic. However, the White Wolf noted with confusion that the referee remained unresponsive. Strange. Normally, the referee would intervene immediately in the event of a fatal mishap. Yet, the official stood still, seemingly ignoring the wolf, which puzzled him greatly. The wolf's maneuver had been executed in an instant, covering several meters of ground before him. He believed that even with Zhu Zhuqing's incredible speed, it should be impossible to evade such a nearly instantaneous strike. Suddenly, the White Wolf felt his body uncontrollably lurch forward. What was happening? A sharp pain shot through his leg, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Looking up, he saw Zhu Zhuqing, unscathed and grinning as he stood behind him, wielding a luminous sword. Zhu Zhuqing bore a spatter of blood across his form, with a pool of crimson pooling beneath him. Had he been injured? The White Wolf was astonished by Zhu Qing's survival. Yet, if he had indeed been wounded, that would be a fortunate turn of events. The wolf scanned for the source of the blood, discovering it pooled beneath Zhu Zhuqing. But what was that? In the wolf's sight, he saw the severed lower halves of two calves carelessly strewn on the ground, the origin of the blood surrounding Zhu Zhuqing. But he turned to look at his own legs. Zhu Zhuqing smiled as she looked towards the referee, who intentionally turned his head, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding before him. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled knowingly, realizing that the referee disapproved of their habitual acts of violence. Thus turning a blind eye to Zhu Qing's actions, it appeared that 2 moves were sufficient. Zhu Zhuqing laughed heartily at the White Wolf, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Truly, those who commit unjust acts shall meet their own demise, Zhu Zhuqing mused in his heart. You, wait for me. I will kill you soon. The White Wolf roared, his eyes bloodshot and his expression frenzied. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing observed the White Wolf ahead with keen interest, eager to see what kind of retaliation he would attempt. I will undoubtedly kill you. Life and death together. Life and death together. Life and death together. The boastfulness on the White Wolf's face vanished entirely as he stared blankly towards the direction of the gigantic elephant, which lay prostrate on the ground, utterly unconscious. Just moments ago, Dai Mubai had begun to feel anxious upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing being engulfed by the White Wolf's massive claws. His concern was not for Zhu Zhuqing himself, but rather the knowledge that if Zhu Zhuqing were to perish, he would be next. Dai Mubai gazed at the giant elephant before him, its limbs now withered and devoid of offensive capability, leaving it little more than a target for punishment. Meanwhile, the White Wolf stood before the referee, boasting shamelessly. Dai Mubai, seizing the opportunity, launched an attack against the elephant. However, his efforts were in vain. Despite the razor-sharpness of his claws, the elephant's colossal size rendered his strikes ineffective, only leaving superficial scratches akin to those of a podiatrist's work. How could it be that Dai Mubai, the highest ranking among them, was being surpassed one after another by these younger individuals? Tang San was one thing, but Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing had all left him trailing behind. A surge of indignation enveloped Dai Mubai's heart. He refused to accept this. He was the leader of Shrek and would not meet his end here. As he felt the strange sensation of anger coursing through him, he sensed a force swirling around him, which he directed towards his right hand. A sphere of yellow lightning began to manifest on Dai Mubai's hand, the result of his soul power condensing to a high degree. The giant elephant, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Dai Mubai, raised its foot to stomp down. Yet, how could Dai Mubai be harmed by such a sluggish attack? With a nimble leap, he evaded the blow, continuing to harness the power of his soul. The yellow light gradually solidified in his right hand, ultimately condensing into a formidable blade of yellow radiance. Wuxiang Tiangang Force, condensed form, Tiangang Giant Slash. Dai Mubai wielded the yellow blade and leaped into the air. In an instant, the blade expanded to an enormous length of over 4 meters. However, being composed of soul power, it bore no actual weight, allowing Dai Mubai to wield it effortlessly. He soared into the air and struck down upon the shoulder of the elephant in a familiar location. The cost of the elephant's massive form was that the pain it endured multiplied manifold. The earlier pain inflicted by the White Wolf's injury transfer had already left the elephant drenched in sweat. Now, as Dai Mubai cleaved deeply into the elephant's shoulder, the intense agony rendered it unconscious. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Conflict. What is happening? Fear now filled the White Wolf's eyes. He had intended to transfer the damage from his broken leg to the elephant, fully shifting his own massive form onto it, and then crush Zhu Zhuqing with his newfound power. In the White Wolf's perspective, losing the elephant was inconsequential, with his perverse skill of life and death together. Finding a new ally would merely take a moment. However, at this moment, the elephant had completely lost consciousness, rendering it unable to bind the two of them together, and thus incapable of transferring damage or enhancing effects. Zhu Zhuqing was aware that Dai Mubai, having undergone prior training, would successfully create his own soul skill, acquiring an ability akin to Zhu Zhuqing's soul power sword. However, it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing's presence had caused a slight deviation in Dai Mubai's training direction, leading to a transformation of the intended soul power sword into a formidable soul power blade. A smirk graced Zhu Zhuqing's face as he approached the fallen white wolf, wielding his luminous sword with deliberate steps. Did I not mention that you would receive 3 strikes from me? You have endured 2 already, and there remains 1 more. As Zhu Zhuqing stood beside the prostrate white wolf, he gazed down at him, who lay amidst a pool of blood. What do you intend to do? You cannot. You mustn't. The Great Soul Arena forbids killing. Referee. Referee. The white wolf looked up at Zhu Zhuqing with an expression of sheer terror. At that moment, an aura of murderous intent emanated from Zhu Zhuqing, and the white wolf realized that if this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. In a panic, he cried out for assistance, fully aware that he possessed no combat capability left. He understood the implication behind Zhu Zhuqing's words. To receive another strike meant his demise. To his despair, the referee did not intervene to halt Zhu Zhuqing's actions, but instead continued to observe the unfolding events in silence. The atmosphere abruptly descended into a stillness so profound it mirrored the midnight tranquility of a night market, enveloped in an eerie darkness. Suddenly, a shout pierced the silence, shattering the tension. Kill him! The excitement in the voice was palpable, and many spectators in the stands were swept up in this fervor, soon joining in the chaotic chorus. Kill him! In the Great Soul Arena, nearly every spectator raised their voice in unison, exhilarated, screaming, and reveling in the frenzy. Their collective shouts formed a chilling requiem for the white wolf. The audience in the arena was not merely there for gambling. If that were the case, they could have awaited the outcome outside. Those seated within the Great Soul Arena yearned for a visceral and thrilling duel. Their desire transcended mere victory or defeat. They craved the intoxicating madness steeped in blood. Zhu Zhuqing stood still, absorbing the waves of sound that enveloped him. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the referee, only to find that the referee was gazing back at him with equal intensity. Zhu Zhuqing and the referee locked eyes, the referee glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before shifting his gaze to the white wolf, who lay in a pool of blood. It was evident that the referee harbored considerable discontent regarding the white wolf's earlier indiscriminate slaughter of innocent individuals. At that moment, the circumstances were fortuitous. The sentiment of the crowd in the grand arena was aligned, providing the referee a perfect opportunity to rid himself of this troublesome menace through Zhu Zhuqing's intervention. Why not seize such an advantageous occasion? Zhu Zhuqing, perceiving the referee's intent, crouched down and leaned in to whisper into the white wolf's ear, "You see it too, don't you? Everyone desires your demise. You have no one to blame but yourself." At that moment, the white wolf's face turned ashen, fully aware of the inevitability of his fate. After all, one who frequents the riverbank cannot escape getting their shoes wet. He had come to terms with the reality that awaited him. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing rose to his feet, grasping the hilt of his lightsaber with both hands. He aimed directly at the heart of the white wolf and thrust downward with all his might. However, instead of the expected sensation of piercing flesh, he encountered a solid object. Clang! The lightsaber was once again thwarted. Glancing at the yellow-glowing soul energy blade beneath his lightsaber, Zhu Zhuqing could only sigh in exasperation, rubbing his forehead in frustration. What is this? It was promised to be extraordinarily sharp and capable of penetrating anything. Why does it get obstructed by such peculiar objects day after day? After a moment of bewilderment, Dai Mubai shouted, "Zhu Zhuqing, stop." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Mubai's earnest expression, momentarily at a loss for words. "Stop it, you fool. Haven't you already intervened? What more is there to stop?" Zhu Zhuqing silently fumed. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, bewildered. "You cannot kill him," Dai Mubai asserted with unwavering conviction. "Why not?" Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of impatience at Dai Mubai's seemingly futile response. To Zhu Zhuqing, the white wolf before him was a villain of the highest order, deserving of death. Moreover, in Zhu Qing's eyes, the white wolf was merely an NPC. Thus, slaying him would evoke no remorse within him. "I have a feeling that if you kill him, you will no longer be yourself," Dai Mubai expressed his sentiments. He believed that should Zhu Zhuqing take the life of this man, he would no longer be worthy of being with Ning Rongrong. Such drivel is tiresome. Zhu Zhuqing dismissed Dai Mubai's concerns, gripping the hilt of his sword once more. With a forceful thrust, he pierced the white wolf's skull. "Oh, The arena erupted in a thunderous cheer, the spectators exhilarated by Zhu Qing's actions. Well done, lad. Their cheers were not born out of a sense of justice, but rather a primal desire for the bloodshed they craved to witness in the arena, a reflection of their deepest instincts. Zhu Qing basked in the cheers from the stands, exuberantly joining in the spirited shouts. Mubai gazed at Zhu Qing's silhouette, rendered speechless as he absorbed the sight of her current exuberance. Let us depart, Zhu Qing suggested after engaging with the audience, returning to Mubai's side and gesturing for him to hurry back to their classmates. Mubai remained fixated on Zhu Qing, and suddenly he let out a sigh before rallying himself and inquiring, "What about the giant elephant?" Zhu Qing halted his departure, standing still in place. "What about the giant elephant?" Mubai reiterated once more. "What do you mean?" Zhu Qing turned his head, squinting at Mubai. "I said, what about the giant elephant? Are you prepared to slay him?" Mubai shouted in anger. At that moment, the giant elephant lay unconscious in a pool of blood. And he was indeed a nefarious villain. Mubai believed that the giant elephant was akin to the white wolf, and thus, according to Zhu Qing's principles, he should be slain as well. "Do you wish to fight?" Zhu Qing sensed Mubai's provocation, adopting a stance with his sword in hand, and in an instant, a luminous sword materialized in his grasp. "Then let us engage in battle." Mubai brandished his large blade, positioning it defensively before him. Chapter 74. The dispute of philosophies before them. One wielded a radiant sword while the other brandished a great blade, both assuming offensive stances. "Let the battle commence. Let the battle commence. Let the battle commence." The audience below, witnessing the spectacle of these former allies now turned adversaries, erupted in excited cheers. After all, having paid for a single ticket, they were treated to 2 grand duels, a delightful turn of events. Moreover, both combatants were formidable warriors, and their sudden enmity promised an exhilarating display. The Ninth Soul Arena seemed to encounter unexpected circumstances, yet this did not detract from the spectators' enjoyment. This duel was merely a gift from the Grand Soul Arena to the audience. However, the organizers encouraged continued wagering, inviting spectators to place their bets on whether the White Flash would triumph or if the evil-eyed White Tiger would prevail. The head of the Grand Soul Arena adeptly transformed the conflict between the two into an enticing spectacle for the audience, simultaneously establishing a new betting opportunity. Zhu Qing glanced around, only to find the air thick with a cacophony of noise. "Why did you kill him?" Mubai asked, a hint of anger evident in his gaze as he regarded Zhu Qing's nonchalant demeanor. "What has led you to adopt such a disposition?" Zhu Qing inquired, a touch of helplessness lacing his words. Zhu Qing was acutely aware that Mubai, in the original narrative, was an exceptionally resolute individual. When confronted by such thugs, it was likely that even if Zhu Qing chose not to take his life, Mubai would not hesitate to seek his own vengeance. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the current Mubai had seemingly transformed into a figure of indecision. What could have led to this change? I am uncertain, but within my heart, a voice urged me to intervene. Mubai was the first to raise his massive sword high, aiming a strike towards Zhu Qing. What is this absurdity? Zhu Qing stood bewildered by his explanation. When had Mubai acquired the script of a youthful, passionate tale? Clang! Zhu Qing firmly grasped his lightsaber, successfully parrying Mubai's attack. Zhu Qing felt the numbing sensation transmitted through his hand, indicating that Mubai was indeed serious. His strike was devoid of any restraint. A full-force attack from the very beginning. I had anticipated you would engage me in a more substantial dialogue. Yet this is all you offer? Zhu Qing found himself perplexed as to why Mubai would exert himself so fiercely over such a ludicrous reason. Then why do you seek to kill him? Upon realizing that his attack had been thwarted, Mubai swiftly retreated. He swung his large blade behind him, dragging it along the ground, and with remarkable speed, charged towards Zhu Qing. As he neared Zhu Qing, he swung the blade overhead, the yellow glimmering weapon carving a brilliant circle in the air. Zhu Qing gazed at the imposing blade before him, acutely aware that he could not withstand this strike. In a flash, Zhu Qing materialized at Mubai's flank, thrusting his sword toward Mubai's shoulder. He reasoned to himself, he has committed numerous atrocities, and his demise is a collective desire. Am I not merely enacting justice? What fault lies within me? Zhu Qing spoke the truth. Such malevolence ought to be met with sanctions. However, as this individual has consistently engineered fatal incidents within the Grand Soul Arena, those present find themselves powerless to voice any objections. If everyone were permitted to take lives in the name of justice, would not the entire Soul Society descend into utter chaos? Mubai, having long been vigilant, deftly evaded Zhu Qing's strike with composure. Zhu Zhuqing gazed upon Dai Mubai's hypocritical countenance, revealing a look of disdain. Zhu Zhuqing sheathed the sword of light, and another flash appeared directly in front of Dai Mubai. Clenching his right fist, he delivered a forceful blow to the side of Dai Mubai's face. If I do not uphold justice, then who shall avenge those who perished at the hands of the White Wolf? Dai Mubai's left cheek suffered the full impact of Zhu Qing's punch, contorting his features in agony. Yet, refusing to back down, Dai Mubai discarded his soul power blade and retaliated with a punch of his own, striking Zhu Qing's right cheek. Their grievances will naturally be upheld by the laws of the Douluo Continent. Zhu Qing did not evade. Instead, he absorbed Dai Mubai's punch with his face, causing his right cheek to instantly transform into a shade of dark blue. Zhu Qing's anger flared within her, prompting her to remain silent as she engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Dai Mubai ahead. The two were now locked in a brutal close-quarters combat, trading punches with relentless intensity, neither attempting to evade the other's strikes, merely repeating the monotonous rhythm of striking and being struck. Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai's faces were flushed and swollen, marked with bruises that rendered them a ghastly sight. The audience on stage stared in stunned silence at the two, having never witnessed such a scene in the grand arena of soul battles. Typically, battles between soul masters are contests of soul skills, or at the very least, a clash of soul power. Yet, what unfolded before them resembled the most primal form of human combat, a shocking departure from the expected. However, as the onlookers witnessed the blood splattering from the two combatants, they inadvertently became swept up in the fervor of their emotions, feeling their own blood stir with excitement. Cheers erupted from the audience, their shouts of encouragement echoing, though it remained unclear to whom their fervent support was directed. Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai were entangled in a fierce struggle. After a few minutes, Dai Mubai, panting heavily, unleashed a powerful punch that struck Zhu Qing's face, causing blood to flow from both of their foreheads. Should we rely on the law for protection? Zhu Qing questioned. Tell me, will those sold Douluo and titled Douluo, who commit murder, ever face legal repercussions? With the last remnants of his strength, Zhu Qing struck out at Dai Mubai, finally toppling him to the ground. Lying there in silence, Dai Mubai understood the harsh reality. Each of those at the level of Soul Douluo and titled Douluo possessed immense power. And even if they broke the law, there was insufficient strength to bring them to justice. Zhu Qing understood that the most significant distinction between the Douluo Continent and his original world lay in the fact that the inhabitants of Douluo Continent communicated through their fists. Might was synonymous with justice. I ask you again, can the law absolve the grievances of those souls wronged under the command of the White Wolf? Zhu Qing delivered a blow to the fallen Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai remained silent, aware that the White Wolf had lawfully slain those individuals on the Grand Soul Arena. Thus, as long as the White Wolf refrained from committing murder outside the Grand Soul Arena, the law would perpetually remain powerless against him. Zhu Qing gazed at the silent Dai Mubai and delivered another punch, causing Dai Mubai to fall into complete unconsciousness. Oh, the audience erupted into fervent cheers. Zhu Qing rose to his feet, exuberantly waving his arms at the audience on stage. Suddenly, he felt a heavy sensation in his head and lost consciousness. Chapter 75, The Scene Outside How Painful. Zhu Qing's awareness gradually emerged from a shroud of darkness. He felt himself lying flat on a soft bed, the warmth of the covers contrasting sharply with the persistent ache in his face. Are you awake? A deep male voice resonated in Zhu Qing's ear. Zhu Qing endeavored to mobilize his body, straining to rise, yet he was besieged by a throbbing ache in his eyes and a heavy sensation enveloping his head. Merely opening his eyes consumed nearly all of his strength. What greeted him was golden wallpaper and a glass chandelier shrouded in a layer of dust, exuding a hint of opulence amidst the squalor. The air was permeated with the scent of herbs. This was the office of Flandra. Zhu Qing. What transpired between you and Dai Mubai? Zhu Qing turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, finding Yu Xiaojiang staring intently at him, his expression grave. Yu Xiaojiang had been taken aback upon hearing the announcement of their impending battle the previous day. Although he had sensed some discord between the two, he had presumed it to be merely trivial squabbles. The current situation, however, far exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that the conflict between Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai would escalate to a confrontation in the Grand Soul Arena. Competing in such an arena signified a genuine desire to engage in combat. Did he not inform you? Zhu Qing forced his mouth open, the upper and lower lips colliding mechanically, producing a hoarse sound from his parched throat. Regrettably, Dai Mubai has yet to awaken. Zhu Qing slowly turned his head, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. Upon turning, he saw Dai Mubai quietly lying beside him. Observing Dai Mubai's battered face, Zhu Qing realized that he too was not in a much better state. Rewinding to the previous day, Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing news of their duel, was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. He immediately rushed towards the Grand Soul Arena, determined to stop the combat between the two. Flinder and Zhao Wujie briefly settled the other Shrek students before hastily following suit, deeply concerned that something unfortunate might occur and feeling compelled to intervene. What transpired? Tang San and Xiao had just finished their match when they emerged to see Flinder and the others departing, alongside the anxious expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, which made them sense that something was amiss. Tang San, Su Qing and Dai Mubai are fighting in the Grand Soul Arena. Ma Juanhong's expression was equally alarmed upon hearing the news. What? Tang San was visibly taken aback, knowing well that accidents resulting in death within the arena would not be subject to legal repercussions in the Douluo Continent. The fact that they chose to settle their differences publicly in the arena suggested malevolent intentions. We must hasten to discover the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San led the remaining companions to pursue the unfolding chaos. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained behind, her face contorted in a pained expression, as she guessed that a significant part of the conflict stemmed from her. Hey, referee, halt their battle. Yu Xiaojiang entered the Grand Soul Arena, shouting towards the referee ahead. Yet, all he could do was request the referee to terminate the match. He could not rush onto the arena to stop them. This was due to the presence of several soul masters of varying strengths guarding the arena, with the weakest being at the Soul Zone level and the strongest at the Soul Emperor level. Their roles were to ensure the fairness of the duels and to safeguard the audience's safety. Of course, given the prevalence of underhanded dealings in the arena, violence was not uncommon, making their primary duty to prevent disturbances. I'm afraid you cannot intervene. This is the will of both combatants and the spectators. The referee coldly replied to Yu Xiaojiang, who, at only the 29th level, posed no threat to the Grand Soul Arena. What do their actions have to do with the audience? Anger flared within Yu Xiaojiang, feeling the referee was merely making excuses. Look, that person wielding the white sword. What is that beside him? The referee pointed towards Su Qing. Yu Xiaojiang followed the direction of the referee's finger and was taken aback by the sight before him. The body of the white wolf lay starkly in front of him, leaving him in disbelief that this was the doing of his student. Who did this? Yu Xiaojiang asked hesitantly. Oh, that was the work of that flashily moving boy. The referee pointed at Su Qing. Yu Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes, contemplating Su Qing's motives, wondering if his origins from another world rendered him indifferent to the lives of those in this realm. Were you able to stop them? Flinder and Zhao Wujie arrived late, anxiously inquiring of Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. No. What happened? Was the referee uncooperative? It's all right. We came here for this very purpose. Today, we shall challenge the Grand Soul Arena, Flinder remarked, noting Yu Xiaojiang's grave expression. I'm sorry, but there are those who insist the match continue. Thus we cannot allow you to interfere. Several figures clad in black appeared before them, removing their hoods to reveal themselves as soul saints. Flinder and Zhao Wujie's expressions changed dramatically. They had initially believed the guardians of the arena to be of levels 40 to 60, assuming their own levels in the 70s could allow for a forceful intervention. However, the presence of these soul saints shattered that notion. Teacher, what is the situation? Tang San led the Shrek students and arrived, only to find Yu Xiaojiang and others confronting the black-clad figures. What is happening? Ma Junhong gasped as she noticed the white wolf lying motionless on the ground, devoid of color. This must be the reason for their conflict, Tang San deduced. Though he was unsure who was responsible, they were left helpless, forced to witness the clash from the stands outside the Grand Soul Arena. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing arrived. Witnessing the brutal confrontation between Su Qing and Dai Mubai and unable to hold back her tears, she loathed herself for not making a choice sooner, believing that had she done so, perhaps Su Qing and Dai Mubai would not have fought under such circumstances. At last, after both Su Qing and Dai Mubai lost consciousness, the entrance to the Grand Soul Arena finally opened, granting Yu Xiaojiang and the others the opportunity to rush in and bring the two back to campus. Chapter 76, A Heart in Turmoil. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaojiang asked, Can I trust you? What do you mean by that? Su Qing, taken aback, inquired with his weary body. You are not from our world, are you? I wish to understand, what do we signify to you? Following the events, Yu Xiaojiang had noticed the peculiarities surrounding Su Qing. Well, perhaps you could say we are akin to NPCs in your world. NPC? Yu Xiaojiang felt puzzled, having never encountered this term before. You could interpret it as characters within a story who are not the protagonists, those who play no crucial role in the unfolding narrative. Su Qing patiently explained the concept of NPCs, uncertain if Yu Xiaojiang could grasp such an abstract notion. What you imply is that our lives are inconsequential to you. Is that correct? Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned grave as he regarded Su Qing. Close enough, but you've misunderstood one point. You all are indeed important to me. However, the lives of others outside your circle matter little to me. Su Qing responded calmly. Su Qing did not lie for him. The members of the protagonist group are of great significance as he seeks to garner their favor to enhance his own strength. Yet, all others hold no importance to him. So, did you kill the white wolf? Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Is there anything wrong with what I did? Su Qing questioned, perplexed. In the original narrative, Yu Xiaojiang had also encouraged the protagonist group to take a life in the soul-fighting arena to temper their resolve. So why, when it came to Su Qing, did Yu Xiaojiang become so overly cautious? Yes, there is a mistake, and a grave one at that, Yu Xiaojiang replied. As far as I know, he has also taken numerous lives in the soul-fighting arena, yet did he face any repercussions? No, he continues his nefarious deeds. If not for my own strength, I might have been his victim as well. Am I truly in the wrong? Su Qing vented his frustrations, struggling to comprehend why these individuals showed such concern for that villain. If Su Qing had not possessed a glimmer of brilliance, he would have likely succumbed to the surprise attack of the White Wolf long ago. Moreover, the White Wolf displayed a blatant disregard for the lives of his own teammates, leaving Su Qing perplexed as to where he had gone awry. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Yu Xiaojiang fell into silence. Su Qing's observations were undeniably accurate. The White Wolf, notorious for his malevolence, engaged in senseless slaughter within the Grand Soul Arena, shattering numerous families in the process, and he had long been deserving of retribution. Yet, the lamentable reality remains that the laws of Douluo Continent have always been dictated by brute strength, coupled with the fact that the matches in the Grand Soul Arena operate beyond the reach of legal jurisdiction, allowing the White Wolf to evade justice without consequence. However, I do not intend to suggest that your actions were incorrect. I wholeheartedly support the eradication of evil and the promotion of virtue. Alas, follow me, Yu Xiaojiang sighed, shaking his head. In my current state, I may be unable to move. Su Qing refrained from inquiring about Yu Xiaojiang's intentions, but realized that his battered visage might frighten others, rendering him unsuitable for public appearance. Yu Xiaojiang then handed Su Qing a mask that could conceal his entire face, alleviating his concerns. Su Qing limped along behind Yu Xiaojiang, who took great care of the injured Su Qing, maintaining a leisurely pace as they traversed the streets of Situa City. Where are we headed? Su Qing inquired with a hint of confusion, having followed Yu Xiaojiang for over half an hour without arriving at their destination. Throughout this time, Su Qing observed the surroundings transform from densely clustered skyscrapers to scattered, dilapidated brick houses. We are almost there. Soon you will know, Yu Xiaojiang replied enigmatically, withholding any revelation about what lay ahead. Su Qing gazed at the silhouette of Yu Xiaojiang, lost in contemplation. Could it be that this individual, in a bid to restore the world to its rightful path, intended to eliminate him in some desolate wilderness? Su Qing's imagination ran wild, and a sense of unease regarding his own safety began to take root. However, despite his current grievous injuries, Yu Xiaojiang was merely a level 29 soul master. The prospect of him being able to kill Su Qing was utterly implausible. System, do you have any treasures for me? Su Qing pondered, eager to ascertain whether anyone's favor towards him had increased during this time, seizing the opportunity to obtain some rewards for self-defense later on. Ding. The host has regained consciousness. Initiating the assessment. Ding. Tang San's favorability has decreased by 2%. The host's soul power level has diminished by 5 levels. What in the world? Su Qing felt a diminishing strength coursing through his body, and the sensation of weakness and fatigue intensified. Has Tang San's fondness for him diminished? Su Qing was taken aback. He had never realized that the system's affinity could indeed diminish, and astonishingly, it could even reduce the bonus levels previously granted. How absurd. Please, system, do not deceive me. Su Qing lamented, tears welling in his eyes. If he were still at the 35th level of soul power, he would not fear Yu Xiaojiang, even in a severely injured state. However, after losing 5 levels of soul power, he found himself on par with Yu Xiaojiang's abilities. Although Su Qing's strength was formidable, he had yet to recover from his injuries and feared he might not withstand Yu Xiaojiang's prowess. Ding. The affinity towards the host from Dai Mubai increased by 20%, and the host's soul power level rose by 6. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Qing's emotions became exceedingly complex. He was astonished to discover that, after engaging in a skirmish with Dai Mubai, The latter's affinity for him had actually grown. Was this the bond shared among men? Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing realized that he could also reap affinity rewards from Daimyo Bai, thus increasing the benefits he could extract from the system. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's stamina had notably replenished due to the fluctuations in his soul power level. Should Yu Xiaojing attempt to strike at him now, he would no longer be apprehensive. The two continued their journey along the secluded path in the outskirts, with Yu Xiaojing guiding Zhu Zhuqing to the very edge of the area, beyond lay of forest. At last, Yu Xiaojing came to a halt, turned to face Zhu Zhuqing, and raised his hand, declaring, "We have arrived." Zhu Zhuqing surveyed his surroundings. Yu Xiaojing had deliberately brought him to this desolate wilderness, raising concerns that he might indeed be contemplating an act of aggression against him. Zhu Zhuqing subtly positioned his right hand as if gripping a knife, preparing to strike first. Should Yu Xiaojing launch an attack, Zhu Zhuqing would swiftly appear beside him to conclude the conflict. "What are we doing here?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a hint of hesitation. "Sure, do not rush. Come here and listen carefully," Yu Xiaojing responded, placing his index finger before his lips in a gesture of silence. Before retreating to hide beside a partially collapsed brick house, Zhu Zhuqing encountered Yu Xiaojing without any hostility, which alleviated her concerns. She then proceeded to the vicinity of the brick and tile house. Wah. Daddy. Why? Chapter 77, Sin and Virtue. Zhu Zhuqing stood transfixed, listening to the sounds emanating from the dilapidated brick house. How could there be the cries of a child in such a place? What had transpired? Furthermore, why had Yu Xiaojing brought him to hear the child's lamentations? "Daddy, please don't sleep. Wake up." The child's sobs pierced the air, filled with despair. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being too weak to save your father. I take full responsibility." A deep, resonant voice reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears, unmistakably belonging to an adult. "Uncle, it's not your fault. Daddy told me, if he fell asleep, I should just obediently listen to what you say." The child wept as these words escaped his lips, evoking a deep sense of compassion within Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of recognition. This voice, he seemed to know it. It belonged to the formidable opponent he faced yesterday, the giant elephant. If this voice belonged to the giant elephant, then the child's voice must belong to. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Yu Xiaojing, his face a mask of disbelief. Upon meeting Zhu Zhuqing's penetrating gaze, Yu Xiaojing silently nodded. As he spoke, "As you can see, this is the outcome." His voice was calm. "This is the result of Zhu Zhuqing's impulsiveness." Zhu Zhuqing's heart suddenly quivered, as if he began to feel a twinge of regret for having slain the white wolf. Zhu Zhuqing found himself perplexed, questioning the nature of it all. He had merely eliminated a nefarious individual, one whose existence ought to be inconsequential to the world, and yet this person was merely an NPC within a narrative. Zhu Zhuqing could not comprehend why his heart was engulfed in such torment and regret, an inexplicable emotion that seemed to defy reason. "Uncle, do you think? Will Dad wake up?" This was a question posed by an innocent child, oblivious to the concept of death. The child's Na'vi words pierced Zhu Zhuqing's heart like a sharp blade. "He will return, you know. When you grow up, he will come back to see you." The giant, filled with guilt and helplessness, gently comforted the child before him. This child had been discovered by the white wolf during one of his travels. At that time, the white wolf had merely passed through the village, which appeared to be in shambles. Many structures lay collapsed in the snow, blanketed by the relentless snowfall, suggesting a prior incident involving a soul beast attack. The desolation of the village indicated that no one had escaped unscathed. Witnessing the tragedy before him, the white wolf began to scour the ruins, hoping to find something of value to salvage. Suddenly, the wail of an infant shattered the stillness, breaking the silence of the desolate landscape. The white wolf, taken aback, turned towards the sound, astonished that life could persist in such a frigid and bleak environment. It was the first time he laid eyes on the child, swaddled in a tattered cloth, lying amidst the snow, breathing rapidly, with a flushed complexion, and softly crying. Upon noticing the white wolf's arrival, the child ceased crying and broke into a smile. In a state of panic, the white wolf began to search for the child's parents, wishing to avoid such a troublesome situation. However, after a thorough search, he found no survivors in the area. Glancing at the obedient child lying in the snow, he muttered a curse and turned to leave. Yet, after walking a considerable distance, he glanced back toward the ruins. To his surprise, the infant's joyful laughter echoed in the air. The white wolf, unable to ignore the child's plight, took him in and raised him. From that moment on, the white wolf became the child's guardian. Although he repeatedly insisted that the child call him uncle, the child playfully insisted on calling him dad. "What do you feel in your heart now?" asked Yu Xiaojing calmly, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. Is this merely to condemn me? After discovering the truth, Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound discomfort within. Yet, he did not regret killing the white wolf, for the latter had also shattered many families. It could be said that every pitiful soul carries within them a trace of contempt. I did not show you this to scorn you. I support your decision to eliminate the white wolf. You indeed upheld justice, Yu Xiaojiang said, shaking his head, clearly indicating that Zhu Zhuqing had yet to grasp his meaning. Then why did you make me witness this? Zhu Zhuqing asked, his anger rising, feeling that Yu Xiaojiang was deliberately trying to upset him. Because I sense that you seem indifferent to the lives of everyone in our world, as if you do not regard us as true beings. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. For Yu Xiaojiang's words bore a ring of truth. What I wish to convey is that we, too, are human. Each individual in our world is a vibrant life. Perhaps you view us as mere NPCs, but I want to remind you that each of us is the master of our own world, in ways you may not comprehend. We all lead our own lives, Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed passionately. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Zhu Zhuqing bowed his head, engulfed in contemplation. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing stepped away from the wall and strode directly towards the vicinity of the elephant and the child. Who goes there? The elephant, sensing the disturbance nearby, became alert. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Zhu Zhuqing, the elephant anxiously shielded the child behind itself, glaring menacingly at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing disregarded the inquiries of the giant elephant and approached its side, gazing at the child behind it with a warm smile. Dear little one, would you like some candied hawthorn? She inquired. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a string of plump, crimson candied hawthorns from her storage ring, each glistening with a sugary coating. Undeniably tempting. This was a prop she had prepared to enhance her rapport, and she was pleasantly surprised to find it useful in such a setting. Well, thank you, uncle, exclaimed the child, whose eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the candied hawthorns in Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Without hesitation, the child dashed out from behind the giant elephant and began to gently suck on one of the hawthorns. Why don't you just take a big bite? Zhu Zhuqing observed the child cautiously savoring the sugary coating, seemingly reluctant to take a bite, and felt a sense of bewilderment. I'm saving these for Daddy. The child replied with innocent exuberance. Zhu Zhuqing understood that his father would never return because of them. What do you intend to do? Inquired the giant elephant cautiously, fearing that Zhu Zhuqing might be a ruthless killer, one who would not spare even them. Me? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the child, whose happiness stemmed from a mere candied hawthorn skewer, and felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Perhaps this was an act of atonement. Zhu Zhuqing retrieved another cloth bag from his spatial ring, tossed it to the giant elephant, and turned to leave. The giant elephant cautiously approached to pick up the bag, discovering it contained over 1,000 golden soul coins, enough to sustain them for a lifetime. The giant elephant watched Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure and murmured, Thank you. Chapter 78. The Bonds of Shrek. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing parted ways with Yu Xiaojiang, who did not offer any further remarks. Zhu Zhuqing returned to his dormitory alone, with Tang, since still absent. He decided to shut the door and lock himself in. The notion that all the inhabitants of this world were merely NPCs had long taken root in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, which is why he adopted such a cynical attitude. He felt utterly unmoored in this realm. Not even his parents, who resided in this world, evoked any longing within him. Yet, just moments ago, the scene before Zhu Zhuqing had profoundly shaken his worldview and stirred his innermost feelings. He had simply eliminated a villain, a nefarious individual who had committed numerous wrongdoings. His actions were intended to rid the world of harm, and he ought to be regarded as a hero among these NPCs. However, why did someone weep for a wicked person? Why did Zhu Zhuqing feel his heart convulsing uncontrollably upon witnessing the cries of that child? Zhu Zhuqing then realized that each individual in this world possesses their own distinct life, unique emotions, and personal ties. Even a villain may evoke tears from someone upon their demise. In that case, what truly distinguishes the people in this world from real individuals? Zhu Zhuqing found himself enveloped in profound confusion. He had long adopted the demeanor of a solitary protagonist in a single-player game, which allowed him to endure the solitude of his existence until now. However, the harsh reality confronted him, revealing that the beliefs he had held for so long were fundamentally flawed. An overwhelming sense of loneliness surged within Zhu Zhuqing, an isolation that stemmed from being an outsider in this world, a loneliness unparalleled and unique in all existence. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to find a sense of belonging in this world. Upon realizing the authenticity of the people around him, he discovered that he bore no personal ties. How lonely. Being alone truly feels desolate. Why has he come to this world? What is the purpose? The weight of solitude enveloped him. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door disrupted Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. He regained his composure and wiped away the tears from his eyes. How ridiculous it is, at this age, to still be crying, he mused with self-deprecating humor as he approached the door. Who is it? He inquired as he opened the bedroom door. Zhu Zhuqing, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing stood at the threshold, her face etched with concern for his injuries. Upon seeing her worry, a warm current flowed through Zhu Zhuqing. It turned out that someone was indeed thinking of him. Of course, I'm fine. My constitution is excellent. Such minor injuries are nothing, he quickly replied, attempting to shield the scars on his face with his hand and masking his anxiety with a smile. It must hurt terribly. Zhu Zhuqing noticed the severity of Zhu Qing's wounds and gently caressed his cheek. She then expressed her guilt. I'm so sorry. If I had made a decision sooner, perhaps neither of you would be in this situation. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Qing was taken aback by her deep concern, feeling a surge of emotion. Zhu Qing, I heard you're recovering. How does your body feel? Ma Zhuhong abruptly burst through the door, only to find Zhu Zhuqing tenderly stroking Zhu Qing's cheek. Hey, you fatso, why are you just standing there? Come on in. Oscar followed closely behind Ma Zhuhong and also noticed the intimate scene between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Qing. A moment of silence enveloped the four, each unsure of what to say. Ma Zhuhong, observing their closeness, remarked, Sorry, I didn't see anything. I'll just be on my way. Oh, I just remembered I haven't eaten any sausages today. I'll head back to eat. Oscar quickly fabricated an excuse to escape. With that, the two hastily made their exit, eager to leave the tangled situation behind. The affectionate actions between Zhu Qing and Zhu Zhuqing were inadvertently observed by others, casting an awkward atmosphere between the two. Stop right there. Zhu Qing bellowed. Ma Zhuhong and Oscar instantly froze in place, fully aware that they could not outrun Zhu Qing, fearing he might deliver a sound thrashing to them. He, Su Go. Is there something you need? Ma Zhuhong said with a beaming smile. Zhu Qing gradually approached the two individuals and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Zhu Qing was taken aback by the profound concern exhibited by these companions, with whom he had only recently shared a few experiences. This realization filled him with joy. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's expressions of gratitude, Ma Zhuhong and Oscar found themselves momentarily perplexed, uncertain as to why Zhu Qing felt compelled to thank them. Zhu Qing, I believe we can be calm. At that moment, Dai Mubai entered the room, and upon seeing the four individuals before him, he too was momentarily stunned. Swallowing the words my friends that had been poised on his lips, Zhu Qing observed Dai Mubai's frail demeanor, realizing that he must have sought him out immediately upon awakening. Noticing the presence of several individuals around him, Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Swallowing his thoughts and standing there in silence, Zhu Qing, after careful consideration, remained. Tang San soon followed, accompanied by Xiao Wu, returning to the dormitory. However, the lively atmosphere before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The 8 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, and the scene fell into a profound silence, with the sound of their rapid heartbeats echoing painfully in the stillness. Haha. Zhu Qing suddenly burst into laughter, shattering the excessively tranquil atmosphere. Haha. Zhu Qing continued to smile, yet unbeknownst to him, 2 glimmering tears had formed at the corners of his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Qing burst into hearty laughter, filled with joy as he realized that everyone at Shrek Academy had already formed a bond with him. Thank you. Truly, thank you all. A wave of emotion washed over Zhu Qing's heart. Well then, since everyone is here, let us head to the tavern, proposed Dai Mubai, who thought it would be a good opportunity to share some heartfelt words with Zhu Qing and discern his true feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. Absolutely, absolutely. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Ma Zhuhong readily agreed, eagerly anticipating a grand feast. Tang Sen hesitated, casting a contemplative glance at Zhu Qing, as if he had something to say. With a resigned shake of his head, he finally relented, saying, Very well, let us go together. Zhu Qing felt the warmth of his Shrek classmates' enthusiasm, a surge of emotion coursing through his heart, and his eyes momentarily blurred as he exclaimed, All right, let us venture to the tavern tonight. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Chapter 79. Moments of leisure cheers. The 8 members of Shrek chorused, their goblets clinking merrily on the dining table. Hey, you should eat less, fatty, Oscar remarked, observing Ma Zhuhong devouring his food with an insatiable appetite. Feeling a pang of distress at the thought of the expense. What are you so anxious about? It's not like you're footing the bill. Ma Zhuhong retorted, fiercely battling a large meat steak, which was larger than his own face, leaving Oscar utterly astonished. Since you enjoy eating so much, would you care for some of my delicious sausages? Oscar asked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing the mention of sausages, Ma Junhong shivered with fear and quickly distanced himself from Oscar, pleading, "Let us keep this civil. No need to bring out the sausages." Although he had temporarily subdued his gluttonous urges, his voracious appetite remained unchanged, and the ability to enhance his appearance with soul skills only exacerbated his indulgence. When Oscar once teased Ma Junhong about his greed, Ma Junhong cheekily replied, "Well, I can become more handsome, so what's the harm in eating a bit more? This is all for my charm. You can't compete with my looks, can you?" Of course, Oscar retaliated with his fists, stuffing Ma Junhong's mouth full of sausages, exclaiming, "Eat up, eat up." In the time that followed, every time Ma Junhong encountered Oscar's sausages, he would involuntarily retch. "No worries, let him eat his fill. It's on me." Everyone should enjoy themselves, Zhu Zhuqing generously declared, his purse still containing over 10,000 gold soul coins, unaffected by the cost of a single meal. Indeed, one's confidence and composure stem from the wealth in one's pockets, Zhu Zhuqing mused. "How can I let you bear the expense alone? Let us split the bill," Xiao Wu said, sheepishly gnawing on a piece of meat, though it was not as outrageous as Ma Junhong's portion. "Yes, sharing the cost seems more appropriate," Zhu Zhuqing concurred, feeling inexplicably pained at the thought of Zhu Zhuqing spending a significant amount. "That wouldn't be fair." "Considering it was I who invited you all," Zhu Zhuqing insisted, not wishing for anyone to think he was forced to spend extravagantly. He had detested such impositions in his past life. "How about we make it a competition? The loser pays the bill," Ma Junhong proposed, having finished his steak and now gnawing on a chicken leg nearly as tall as he was. This chicken leg belonged to the soul beast known as the kinky chicken, which matures far quicker than other soul beasts, reaching sizes comparable to a 100-year-old soul beast in just 2.5 years, making it an excellent culinary choice due to its easy upkeep. "All right, let us see who succumbs to intoxication first," Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, downing her beer in one gulp. It was her first experience with alcohol, and she had already been swept up by the festive atmosphere around her. "Rongrong, since it's your first time drinking, take it easy," Oscar cautioned, placing his cup down with concern. Ignoring Oscar's advice, Ning Rongrong took a substantial swig, only to be disappointed as she gazed into her nearly empty cup, remarking, "Ugh, why does it taste so weak? It's not even as good as juice." "What?" Oscar exclaimed in disbelief, seeing Ning Rongrong handle her drink so well. Unwilling to concede, he mimicked her and took a large gulp. The fiery sensation ignited his taste buds, sending a wave of dizziness to his head. He braced himself against the table, struggling to withstand the spinning sensation. "Ha ha ha, you can't handle it. Watch me," Ma Junhong taunted, seeing Oscar's predicament, before also imitating their actions and gulping down a hefty amount. Thud. A heavy object crashing onto the table marked Ma Junhong's last sound. Surprising everyone as the boisterous individual turned out to have the weakest tolerance for alcohol among them. "Ha ha, someone has to pay the bill." Xiao Wu chuckled at Ma Junhong's predicament. "Zhu Zhuqing, I sense that we might just become friends," Dai Mubai said, taking a seat beside Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes filled with a mix of apprehension and hope. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Mubai, whose face bore the marks of a recent altercation yet wore an earnest expression. The stark contrast elicited an uncontrollable laugh from him. "Ha ha ha. Splendid. Ha ha ha." Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's laughter, Dai Mubai's expression darkened, a flicker of regret crossing his mind for the words he had just uttered. He fixed Zhu Zhuqing with an annoyed glare, muttering, "Cheers. Ha ha ha, cheers." Zhu Zhuqing ceased his laughter, clinking his glass against Dai Mubai's. Cough, cough. Tang San approached Zhu Zhuqing, awkwardly clearing his throat. "Ah, Tang San, my apologies," Zhu Zhuqing said with a look of sincere regret. The system had informed him of Tang San's decreasing fondness for him, which he attributed to his recent actions. Tang San had intended to lecture Zhu Zhuqing, fully aware that Zhu Zhuqing's temperament would prompt a retort, and he had prepared numerous points to discuss. Yet, before he could utter a word, Zhu Zhuqing began to apologize, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What are you standing there for? Come drink," Dai Mubai interjected, seizing their hands and clinking their glasses together. "Yes, drink up. We shan't return until we are intoxicated." Zhu Zhuqing, sensing Tang San's discomfort, sought to alleviate the situation. "Agreed." Tang San, feeling Zhu Zhuqing's contrition, chose not to prolong the conversation and joined the two in their revelry. Thus, the trio continued to drink heartily, soon surrounded by 4 large barrels. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's innate resistance to toxins, the relentless toasts from Dai Mubai and Tang San overwhelmed him. and he succumbed to slumber at the table. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Tang Sen also found themselves dizzy from the alcohol. Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai called out her name before finally losing consciousness. Burp. Tang Sen also collapsed. Ha ha ha. Brother San is surprisingly weak. Xiao Wu chuckled, astonished by Tang San's poor tolerance. Surveying the surroundings, Xiao Wu noticed that everyone else had succumbed to inebriation. Only she and Ning Rongrong remained conscious. The two girls exchanged glances and seated themselves at the table. Xiao Wu, her legs swinging playfully, declared, "These boys are nothing remarkable. Indeed, they are all out cold. Utterly pathetic, ha ha ha." Ning Rongrong chimed in joyfully. "Hey, little lady, you seem quite adept at drinking. Care to join me for a few rounds?" Chapter 80. A deliberate provocation. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu turned toward the source of the voice, where a robust middle-aged man with striking red hair and pronounced features had appeared, attempting to engage them in conversation. His physique was impressively robust, and his sun-kissed skin hinted at his vigor. "Who are you?" Xiao Wu asked, her demeanor alert, instinctively sensing that this man was not to be trifled with. "Heh. Beauties, don't be so distant. My identity matters little. What truly counts is that I wish for both of you to accompany me for a drink," the red-haired man replied. "Just you?" Ning Rongrong shot him a disdainful glance, repulsed by the peculiar aura that surrounded him. "Girls ought not to speak so boldly, otherwise I might resort to unsavory actions," the man retorted, pulling out a comb to groom his short hair, exuding an air of vanity. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged incredulous looks, nearly fainting at his pretentiousness. How is this fellow any different from Ma Zhuhong? Ning Rongrong thought, her gaze filled with a mix of disdain and disbelief. Ultimately, all her unspoken words condensed into a singular command: leave. Simultaneously, in a state of half-drunkenness, Oscar seemed to sense the tension and abruptly opened his eyes, catching sight of the unfolding scene. Quickly, he activated his second soul skill, stuffing his mouth with cloves of garlic, which swiftly countered the effects of the alcohol. Oscar then stealthily approached Zhu Zhuqing and the others, whispering urgently, "Wake up. Hey, wake up." Dai Mubai, bleary-eyed, managed to open his eyes but, under the influence of alcohol, began to babble incoherently. Oscar. Ugh. Good morning. Burp. What is that awful smell?" Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing was assaulted by a pungent odor, the overwhelming stench jolting him awake. Seeing the two regain consciousness, Oscar wasted no time, forcefully shoving garlic into their mouths. Ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai found their mouths filled with the pungent substance, writhing in discomfort. After a brief struggle, the effects of the alcohol were swiftly dispelled by the garlic. Ugh. Zhu Zhuqing grimaced as he expelled the garlic he had just consumed. "Oscar, what are you doing?" Dai Mubai shouted in anger, though he was now fully awake, still bewildered by Oscar's actions. "Shoo." Oscar silenced them with a finger to his lips, gesturing for them to remain quiet and observe. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai followed Oscar's, and before them stood a rugged and towering man. Was it the Mad Bull? Zhu Zhuqing gazed ahead in astonishment. This was the fierce team that the Shrek 7 would encounter in the original story. His presence here likely indicated a reconnaissance mission to assess the strength of the Shrek 8, suggesting that the opposing team for tomorrow's multi-person battle would indeed be the Mad Bull. Due to the duel between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai today, the Shrek 8 had forfeited their match, being compelled to participate in the next round's random confrontations. Under normal circumstances, they would have encountered the Mad Bull later on. However, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly recalled that they were no longer the Shrek 7 but the Shrek 8 now, which could explain their premature encounter with the Mad Bull. With Zhu Qing's inclusion in Shrek Academy, their strength had indeed ascended, making it less surprising that they faced such formidable opponents right from the outset. Nevertheless, Zhu Qing was somewhat taken aback by Oscar's garlic, which could counteract the effects of alcohol. It seemed prudent to stock up on garlic for future social gatherings. "Do you know the Mad Bull, Zhu Qing?" Dai Mubai inquired, puzzled, as he was unfamiliar with the name. "Well, I suppose he is an acquaintance. His soul power hovers around levels 38 to 39, comparable to your own," Zhu Qing replied, exchanging glances with Dai Mubai, signaling him to step forward and resolve the impending conflict. Zhu Qing's offensive technique is, at best, limited to the Radiant Sword, while its sharpness enables it to sever all. This very advantage also constitutes its flaw. Such an excessively keen blade is destined to draw blood upon its unsheathing, rendering it ill-suited for typical duels. Although the present frenzied rhinoceros likely possesses a strength around level 38 to 39, Zhu Qing senses that he cannot withstand its blade. Should blood be spilled outside the Grand Soul Arena, it would indeed pose a significant predicament, especially in the heart of the city. Of course, apart from the radiant sword, his flash also harbors some offensive attributes, yet it is, at best, effective only against lower-ranked soul masters. Its meager power fails to penetrate the soul power of higher-ranked adversaries. Thus, it is a wiser choice to allow Dai Mubai, who possesses formidable physical abilities, to confront this foe. Beautiful one, if you speak thus. I may be compelled to take offense, frenzied rhinoceros chuckled, cracking his knuckles as though preparing to engage in a brawl with the two young ladies. Scoundrel! What sort of skill is it to bully girls? Dai Mubai bellowed in indignation. In an instant, Dai Mubai charged at frenzied rhinoceros, his fists closing in on his adversary's cheek. Frenzied rhinoceros met him with a grin, ready to counter the strike. Boom! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves that roused the slumbering Ma Junhong nearby. Kid, not bad with the punches, but what happened to your face? Frenzied rhinoceros questioned, perplexed by Dai Mubai's bruised visage. Talkative fool! Dai Mubai retorted angrily, launching another punch imbued with his soul power, exuding a perilous aura. After a recent spar with Zhu Zhuqing, his technique had advanced significantly, and he intended to test it on this rogue. However, Frenzied Rhinoceros deftly evaded the blow and immediately unleashed his soul skill, Savage Charge. What? The members of Shrek were taken aback by Frenzied Rhinoceros's shameless behavior. It was merely a skirmish, yet he resorted to using a soul skill in desperation. 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, Strength. Teleport. Softbone Rabbit Manifestation. With the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, Xiao intercepted Frenzied Rhinoceros's attack. Such unscrupulous actions had clearly stirred the ire of Shrek's elite, and Xiao was eager to deliver a thorough thrashing. Wow, so formidable. Time to retreat, Frenzied Rhinoceros exclaimed, turning to flee upon witnessing his attack thwarted. Hee, what a windfall, he thought gleefully. His mission was to gather intelligence on the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters for their upcoming battle. With this encounter, he had successfully gauged the strength of 2 individuals, along with the presence of a supportive 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. Such intelligence would prove invaluable for the battle ahead. Chapter 81. Pre-match instructions. Zhu Zhuqing smiled as he watched Quan Xi's departing figure, fully aware of the joy that enveloped him. Yet, he understood that this entire scenario was a cunning scheme of his own design, as the strengths of the 3 of them were deliberately exposed by Zhu Zhuqing. Sharing the same sentiment as Yu Xiaojing, he believed that if the opponents sought to probe their capabilities, it would be far more effective to release a few smokescreens to mislead them, making them believe that this was indeed the mightiest force among the Shrek 8 monsters. After Quan Xi's departure, Zhu Zhuqing, accompanied by Oscar, alleviated the drunkenness of the remaining companions, and together they made their way back to the school. How could you dispel the effects of the alcohol? We were supposed to return only when inebriated, Ma Junhong complained, lamenting that he had just been indulging in a feast in his dreams, leaving him wide awake and unable to seek another banquet. And I was still hoping to drink more. Do you even realize what just transpired? Oscar, exasperated, delivered a hefty punch to Ma Junhong. This guy perpetually thought about either food or mischief, proving to be quite a handful. Enough, enough. We're nearly back at the school. Let's first report to teacher Yu Xiaojing. Tang San interjected, halting the bickering between the two. After listening to Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing recount the events, Tang San realized he had missed something significant. With his keen instincts for battle, he quickly identified the irregularities. He had long heard of Quan Xi, and their encounter was undoubtedly more than mere coincidence. Where are you headed? A voice resonated from behind the Shrek 8 monsters. Turning around, they found the source of the voice was none other than Yu Xiaojing. Teacher, we went out for drinks. And then, Zhu Zhuqing began narrating the entire sequence of events to Yu Xiaojing. Oh, Quan Xi, is that so? Yu Xiaojing stroked his beard thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. Teacher, you know him too? Ma Junhong inquired, somewhat surprised. No, not really. I've only just made his acquaintance, Yu Xiaojing clarified with a shake of his head. What? That rogue sought you out too. Teacher, he didn't lay a hand on you, did he? Oscar's concern for Yu Xiaojing's integrity was palpable upon hearing that Quan Xi had approached him. Yu Xiaojing, with a deadpan expression, replied, I meant that I was gathering some data at the Great Soul Arena. Based on my calculations, you will encounter the Quang team in your group battle tomorrow, with Quan Xi as one of its members. Forget it, Oscar, you go hang on the wall, Yu Xiaojing pondered aloud. Huh? Hang on the wall? What does that mean? Oscar was utterly perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing, lend a hand, Yu Xiaojing requested. Certainly. With that, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly moved beside Oscar, hoisting him up and leaning him against the wall at the school entrance. Suspended in midair, Oscar screamed, This is murder. The remaining members of Shrek exchanged glances. speechless at the severity of the retaliation, and decided it prudent not to speak out of turn before Yu Xiaojing. The Qing team? Does that mean he is here to gauge our strength? Dai Mubai looked at Yu Xiaojing, astonished. Yu Xiaojing, observing Dai Mubai's expression, simply nodded in silence. Indeed. The sole purpose of his visit likely aligns with this. Otherwise, why would a rogue seek out Xiao Wu? Yu Xiaojing continued to elucidate the rationale behind this occurrence. What do we do now that three of us have revealed our strengths? Dai Mubai asked anxiously, concerned that the adversaries might seize this opportunity to triumph over the Shrek 8 monsters. Fear not. The exposure of your strengths was anticipated on our part, was it not, Captain? Yu Xiaojing turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, addressing him as captain in front of everyone, indicating that he intended to place the responsibility on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders. After hearing their account, Yu Xiaojing discerned that Zhu Zhuqing had intentionally orchestrated the revealing of their strengths. Otherwise, given his character, he would have intervened directly by now. The gazes of the Shrek members shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, filled with suspicion, astonishment, and curiosity. Naturally, as your captain, I had already sensed the underlying nuances. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the intensity of their stares, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Very well, I entrust this matter entirely to your discretion, Yu Xiaojing, aware of Zhu Zhuqing's unique background. Believed it would be best handled by him. Then I shall graciously accept. Zhu Zhuqing feigned enthusiasm. Though he recognized that Yu Xiaojing simply sought to shirk his responsibilities. What a character. Captain, please issue your first command. Yu Xiaojing suddenly took on a theatrical persona, eagerly engaging Zhu Zhuqing in a role-playing game. All right, everyone, take your positions. On my command. Our first task is... Zhu Zhuqing joined in the playful banter, deliberately elongating his words for dramatic effect. What is it? What is it? The first task is for everyone to return and rest early. As captain, I must ensure the well-being of our team. Zhu Zhuqing declared his inaugural command. The remaining Shrek students, witnessing the two engrossed in their theatrics, found the situation increasingly absurd. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's command, they nearly swooned in disbelief. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in their minds. How reliable could these two possibly be? They certainly did not appear dependable in the slightest. Hooray! Time to head back to sleep. Ma Junhong, oblivious to the atmosphere, joyfully leaped at the prospect of returning to rest. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of secret delight within himself. After finishing drinks with a few members of Shrek, it was now deep into the night. Who would want to discuss problems at this hour? Zhu Zhuqing certainly had no intention of working overtime. Yu Xiaojing glanced at Zhu Zhuqing with a complex expression, but considering this was a person he had just appointed, he refrained from further comments to avoid losing face. The next day, at the Grand Seoul Arena, Zhu Zhuqing led the Shrek team as they made their way inside. Tang San, in your upcoming duo battle with Xiao Wu, try to minimize the use of techniques to conceal your true strength. If possible, rely solely on your first soul skill to conclude the fight. Xiao Wu, you should utilize your self-created soul skill to distract the opponent entirely. Understood. Tang San and Xiao Wu responded in unison to Zhu Zhuqing's directives. Now, it was time to witness their performance. Now, please welcome the charming Rabbit Azure duo to the stage. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. Zhu Zhuqing, we're off. Tang San and Xiao Wu glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing before promptly launching into battle. At this moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had reached the 32nd level of soul power, having only recently surpassed the 30th level. Such remarkable talent left Zhu Zhuqing feeling envious. Zhu Zhuqing had also attempted to elevate his martial soul level through self-training, but soon realized that his talent was ill-suited for such endeavors, preferring instead to delve into historical texts. Thus, he continued to rely on the system for his advancements. Chapter 82. Self-created martial soul. As Tang San and Xiao Wu ascended the stage, they were met by a tall, slender feline woman and a short, plump mouse man. These two were both 37th level beast martial soul masters, a combination that matched Zhu Zhuqing's recollections of past competitions. Prior to the match, Zhu Zhuqing had specifically warned Tang San to be cautious of a speedster in the opposing team. The sight of this duo was indeed amusing. One couldn't help but wonder how a rotund mouse and an elegant cat could be allies. Shouldn't T-cats and mice be arch-nemeses? Could it be that this was a case of Tom and Jerry? Hey, kid, I've heard you're quite formidable, capable of battling above your level. We're eager to test your skills. The plump mouse's eyes narrowed into slits. If you don't need your eyes, why not donate them to someone in need? No need to always look so lecherous, Xiao Wu replied with a cheerful smile, intending to provoke her opponents into losing their composure during the fight. What? Even at death's door? You dare to be cheeky? Just wait until I deal with you. The plump mouse, infuriated by Xiao Wu's taunt, charged towards her. Eager to teach her a lesson, contestant plump mouse, return to your position and await the start of the match. This serves as a warning. Further misconduct will result in disqualification. The announcement reprimanded the plump mouse, who, begrudgingly, returned to his spot. Haha. This time, Xiao Wu was thoroughly amused, but the plump mouse interpreted her laughter as mockery. Skinny cat, take her down. The plump mouse exclaimed in a fit of rage, and the slender cat silently nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, all the judges finally assembled, and the match was set to commence. The match begins. With the call, the four competitors unleashed their soul rings and summoned their martial souls. The plump mouse and slender cat bore one white, one yellow, and one purple soul ring, while Tang San and Xiao Wu displayed two yellow and one purple, an optimal configuration. Haha, that kid wields the blue-silver grass martial soul? Isn't that akin to being a weakling? I've never seen such a high-level weakling before. Many spectators, unfamiliar with Tang San, looked down on his blue-silver grass martial soul. Yet that kid is quite impressive. He nearly eliminated an opponent of the same level yesterday, and, together with his partner, even defeated a soul master of higher rank. Those who had witnessed Tang San's previous match held him in high regard, believing he was capable of miracles. Meanwhile, the spectators observed the soul rings of Tang San and Xiao Wu, pondering their impeccable ring configuration. Two yellow and one purple were at the threshold of what was possible, indicating extraordinary strength. However, it soon became apparent that Tang San had yet to manifest his martial soul, an act deemed excessively arrogant. Although the manifestation of a martial soul is typically instantaneous, if the opponent possesses great speed, most individuals would be unable to activate their martial souls in time. Do you look down on us as well? Watch me take you down. The plump mouse, still seething from Xiao Wu's taunt and the judge's rebuke, was infuriated by Tang San's audacity. With surprising speed, the plump mouse charged towards Tang San, leaving the audience astounded. They had expected the speedster title to belong to the slender cat, but it was this unassuming plump mouse that was fast. As the plump mouse barreled towards Tang San, the latter exhibited no fear, instead standing his ground, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. For although the plump mouse's speed surpassed that of an average person, it paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing's blue-silver bind. Tang San seized the opportunity as the plump mouse drew near, weaving the prepared blue-silver grass into a net before him. The plump mouse, taken aback by his own velocity, found himself unable to retract his charge in time upon spotting the blue-silver net. He collided directly with Tang San's barrier, which then sprang to life, ensnaring him tightly. Self-created soul skill? The spectator known as Guangxi was astonished, noting that Tang San had concealed his soul ring during the creation of the blue-silver net, clearly the result of a self-developed technique. Poison spike. Tang San activated the spines of the blue-silver grass, injecting toxins into the plump mouse's body. With a pain scream, the plump mouse succumbed to unconsciousness. This potent toxin was a concoction of various venomous substances, including those from the faceless poison spider, rendering it insurmountable for someone of the plump mouse's caliber. That toxin is fierce. We should prepare antidotes before the next match, Guangxi remarked quietly to his teammate. Upon witnessing the plump mouse incapacitated, the slender cat became frantic. With a leap, she aimed to attack Tang San from the air. Yet, Xiao Wu would not permit such recklessness. Gathering energy at her waist, she formed a pose reminiscent of the Kamehameha wave. Rabbit shockwave. A pink sphere of soul power coalesced into the shape of a rabbit, hurtling directly towards the slender cat. Seeing this, the slender cat had no choice but to evade, readying herself for another assault, but the situation was not as favorable as she had anticipated. The rabbit shockwave, having narrowly passed her, veered back and struck her from behind, rendering her unconscious as well. Another self-created soul skill, and one with tracking capabilities. Guangxi was taken aback by the scene before him. He had not anticipated that the girl from the previous night possessed such formidable abilities beyond mere teleportation. It was truly astonishing. However, upon reflection, Guangxi realized that these individuals were likely among the most elite in the Shrek Academy's 8 monsters. Now that their trump cards had been revealed, they would pose little threat in the afternoon's competition, provided he remained vigilant. This trip had indeed been worthwhile. Such is the significance of intelligence. It allows one to make informed decisions, to set the stage, and to triumph against the strong at critical moments. Guangxi felt a surge of secret delight. Zhu Zhuqing wore a mischievous smile as he observed the uncontrollable laughter of the fervent rhino across the audience. Indeed, he was too naive and had fallen into the trap. Consequently, the forthcoming soul fighting tournament would be entirely dominated by the Shrek 8 monsters. Chapter 83. The 8-person team battle? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the departing fierce rhinoceros and only then noticed a towering man accompanying him. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the unfamiliar man in astonishment, as if he had suddenly become aware of something amiss. The man beside Quan Shi was a stranger to Zhu Zhuqing, yet he was certain that he did not belong to the crazy battle team. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhu Zhuqing. The primary reason the Shrek 7 monsters engaged in battle with the crazy battle team in the original narrative was due to both parties being comprised of 7 members. However, at present, the Shrek 8 monsters numbered 8, which logically should preclude an encounter with the crazy battle team. What could be the explanation for this? Was it necessary for Shrek to abandon one member during the fight to create a 7 versus 7 scenario? Or perhaps Quan Shi was simply in the mood to assess the capabilities of the Shrek 8 monsters? No, none of these possibilities seemed correct. Based on Quan Shi's prior surveillance of Zhu Zhuqing and his companions, it was evident that the afternoon's match was indeed a contest against the crazy battle team. Thus, only one hypothesis remained. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks twitched slightly, as he found it hard to believe his deductions. However, upon piecing together all the clues, he could only arrive at the conclusion that the Berserker team had gained an additional participant in the competition. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the man beside Quan Shi, and he had already surmised that the additional member of the crazy battle team was likely that very individual. Zhu Zhuqing, what troubles you? You appear quite distressed. Zhu Zhuqing inquired with genuine concern. It's nothing. I merely felt a bit peckish this morning and find myself somewhat hungry now, Zhu Zhuqing casually offered as an excuse. That's easily remedied. Zhu Zhuqing, allow me to share my sausages with you. Upon hearing that Zhu Zhuqing was hungry, Oscar promptly conjured dozens of sausages and presented them before Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the sausage, which resembled a small mountain, with a beaming smile directed at Oscar. Thank you, Oscar. However, I have grown somewhat tired of sausages lately. I would prefer to venture outside in search of something different to eat. Zhu Zhuqing felt a slight headache. It seemed that he could no longer use hunger as a convenient excuse. Otherwise, Oscar would interrupt his incantations. Well, very well. Zhu Zhuqing, do take care on your journey, Oscar said, waving goodbye with a hint of trepidation. For some reason, he always felt as if Zhu Zhuqing harbored a murderous intent towards him. Higi, then these sausages shall be mine, Ma Zhuhong exclaimed upon spotting a cluster of unclaimed sausages. As a true gourmand, he could not resist the temptation, and even Oscar's large sausages brought him joy as he began to indulge. After Zhu Zhuqing ensured that everything was in order, he made his way outside the Great Soul Arena. Due to his reluctance to part with the entrance fee, Flanders permitted only the Shrek 8 monsters to enter and witness Tang San and his companions' competition, while he and Yu Xiaojiang remained outside, patiently awaiting their return. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat speechless at Flanders' behavior. It was evident that Flanders had previously profited handsomely by delivering parcels using Zhu Zhuqing's brilliance. Yet, despite his substantial wealth, Flanders was reluctant to spend on himself. What a miserly fellow he was. Zhu Zhuqing, how did you come out? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, as he was supposed to stay and watch the subsequent matches according to their plan. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing, I must tell you, if you wish to re-enter, you will have to pay for it yourself. Flanders lamented, his heart aching at Zhu Zhuqing's decision to leave without watching the entire match. Teacher, is our team facing the Berserk squad this afternoon? Zhu Zhuqing chose to disregard Flanders' frantic outburst and calmly directed his question to Yu Xiaojiang. After listening to your discussions last night, I too harbored some doubts. However, upon reviewing the data, I discovered that they had only 7 participants in their match the day before, while your team comprises 8 members. The team battles at the Great Soul Arena are traditionally based on numbers, Yu Xiaojiang replied, shaking his head to dismiss Zhu Zhuqing's conjecture, believing it to be unfounded worry. My prediction suggests that you are more likely to encounter the Eagle Squad today, unless... Yu Xiaojiang hesitated. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of the contingency that the frenzied battle team might unexpectedly gain an additional member within a single day, which was precisely the reason he sought out Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, I just spotted a peculiar man accompanying Quan Shi, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. He had not anticipated such a twist in events. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing, you must promptly throw Oscar against the wall for a while longer, Yu Xiaojiang responded, his anxiety palpable. He had placed all his bets on Shrek's victory, and any misstep would surely incur Fran's wrath. Initially, Yu Xiaojiang had expected to face the Eagle team today, hence he had neglected Oscar after their training session yesterday. In terms of soul power levels, the Eagle team was on par with Shrek's 8 members, yet in terms of innate talent and combat prowess, Shrek's ability to engage in battles beyond their rank placed them in a superior position. Conversely, the frenzied battle team was an entirely different entity, boasting an average soul power level that significantly exceeded that of Shrek, with each member battle-hardened and formidable. Complemented by a frenzied finishing move, a team of such caliber was not to be underestimated. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing accepted Yu Xiaojiang's directive and hastily made his way back into the Great Soul Arena. Upon his arrival, the guard stationed at the entrance blocked his path, saying, "Sir, you." Before he could finish, Zhu Zhuqing tossed a gold soul coin towards him and breezed past. The guard, now holding the glimmering coin, cheerfully called out, "Have a good day, sir." "Ah, Zhu Zhuqing is back." Ma Junhong paused from her meal, glancing towards Oscar's rear. "So soon. What are you?" Oscar's sentence was cut short as an overwhelming force lifted him. Turning around, he discovered that it was Zhu Zhuqing who had hoisted him up. Hey, Zhu Zhuqing, let's talk this over calmly, please." "I didn't mean it," Oscar exclaimed, his face a mask of fright, realizing only after Zhu Zhuqing left that he had been undermining him. "All is well. We can discuss matters later." Zhu Zhuqing chuckled mischievously as he effortlessly lifted Oscar and began to whisk him away, soon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy. "What are you going to do to me?" Oscar shouted in terror, recalling how he had spent the entire night suspended against the wall. A so-called exercise to enhance his sense of flight is proclaimed by Yu Xiaojiang. "Fear not. The teacher mentioned you haven't yet had your fill of flying. I am here to assist you in experiencing that sensation once more," Zhu Zhuqing declared, and with a swift motion, he transported himself to the wall at the entrance. Hanging Oscar there, Zhu Zhuqing once again shimmered back to the center of the arena, gazing at his recent masterpiece with satisfaction as he applauded, "Good, Oscar. We shall meet again this afternoon." "Oh, Zhu Zhuqing, I loathe you," Oscar cried out in despair, yet fear of plummeting restrained him from making any sudden movements. Chapter 84. The battle commences. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Soto Great Soul Arena. We are about to present to you the most exhilarating competition among all soul battles. The 8-man team battle is about to commence. Have you all selected your favorite teams? This opportunity is singular. Today will determine victory or defeat. At this moment, the host was delivering an impassioned commentary while subtly promoting their bidding business. Now, let us welcome the rising stars, the Shrek 8 monsters. They dazzled us with 4 spectacular matches yesterday, each one a top-tier powerhouse. Now they unite to compete in the 8-man team battle. Let us look forward to their performance. Oh, go Shrek, White Flash, Evil Eye White Tiger. I have faith in you. After the fierce battle yesterday, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu captivated many spectators with the fervent atmosphere they created, thereby garnering a multitude of ardent fans. "Come on, little ones. I have wagered my entire fortune on your victory," Flander exclaimed, his expression fraught with anxiety as he fixed his gaze upon the Grand Soul Arena. As Shrek was a newly formed team, the odds were considerably high, prompting him to stake all his capital on them. With the prospect of doubling his money should they triumph, Flander longed to descend into the arena himself to vanquish the adversaries that Shrek would soon confront. Next, let us welcome our formidable team, the Frenzied Warriors, to the stage. They have already achieved an impressive 7 consecutive victories in the 7-man competition. And with the addition of another powerful member, let us eagerly anticipate their performance. Zhu Zhuqing narrowed his eyes, fixating on the fierce team that had just taken the stage. As expected, the enigmatic figure he had encountered yesterday was also among them. Who could this individual possibly be? Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat intrigued. He vividly recalled the enigmatic figure in black robes he had encountered last time. Their leader seemed to place considerable importance on him, and he wondered whether this mysterious individual was similarly orchestrated by them. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing was resolute in his commitment to lead their team to victory, for it was his duty and obligation as the captain of Shrek. "Hey there, beautiful. Did you think of me during our time apart?" Quan Chi boisterously proclaimed. "It was that same fellow from yesterday. Third brother, go teach him a lesson." Upon seeing Quan Chi's face, Xiaowu was instantly reminded of the events from the previous night. Having allowed him to escape then, she was determined to give this scoundrel a thorough thrashing today. "Now, I will outline the rules governing this team battle. Surrendering counts as a defeat. The side that loses all combat capabilities is deemed defeated. If all team members exit the arena, it is considered a failure. Any party that engages in deliberate acts of murder during the battle will incur significant point deductions. All right, let us welcome this grand celebration. Oh, let us go." Listening to the rules read by the host, Zhu Zhuqing was not subjected to any penalties from the Grand Soul Arena. This indicated that the higher-ups of the arena had tacitly approved of Zhu Zhuqing's actions. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Let us go. With Zhu Qing's thunderous shout, both teams sprang into action. White Tiger Shield. White Tiger Transformation. Dai Mubai led the charge, transforming into a ferocious white tiger, intent on breaking through the opponent's formation. Savage Charge. The rampaging rhino was undeterred. Its martial soul activated, resembling a one-horned rhinoceros that halted Dai Mubai's advance. Boom. The two collided with sheer force, producing a tremendous sound. Ha ha. Kid, you escaped yesterday. But today, let's see how I capture you. The rampaging rhino laughed menacingly. It was you who fled. Dai Mubai had never encountered such brazen audacity last night. It was the rhino who provoked him and then fled in disgrace. Yet now it claimed that Dai Mubai was the one to run away. Humph. Feeling the power behind the punch, Dai Mubai realized their strengths were nearly equal. Thus, the contest would hinge upon the support from their respective auxiliary soul masters. 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. First, Strength. A golden glow enveloped Dai Mubai, courtesy of Ning Rongrong, enhancing his strength by 30% and rendering him more formidable. Rui Plate. Light of offense and defense, unfold. The opponent's auxiliary soul master was equally unwilling to concede, providing a power boost to the rampaging rhino. After all, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower was renowned as the world's preeminent auxiliary martial soul. While the Rui Plate could only offer a mere 10% increase in strength and a 5% boost in defense, falling significantly short compared to Ning Rongrong's tower. Dai Mubai reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. Ha ha, foul rogue, witness my prowess. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing and several others had found their respective adversaries. Given that the opposing team's overall soul power was 6 levels higher than Shrek's, even with Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, they could merely manage a stalemate. At this moment, 6 individuals from each side were engaged in midfield combat, with the 3 auxiliary soul masters naturally stationed at the rear. What concerned Zhu Qing most was the mysterious newcomer who had recently joined the opposing team, positioned alongside their auxiliary soul master. This unknown factor particularly troubled Zhu Qing, who detested the unpredictability of such situations. Well, since they have yet to act, let's proceed cautiously, Zhu Qing thought, suddenly evading the attack from the right goat with a swift flicker. Ma Junhong. In a flash, Zhu Qing appeared beside Ma Junhong, using the Sword of Light to force back the left goat before him. Upon seeing Zhu Qing's support, Ma Junhong understood immediately, slipping away from the left goat and darting over to Oscar to feast on some sausages. Zhu Qing adeptly incited the animosity between the twin rams, pitting himself against both. Each of the rams possessed a soul power level of 38, with their martial spirits being the formidable celestial stone rams, rivaling even the strength of the rampaging rhinoceros. Moreover, their twin nature allowed for an impeccable synergy in their movements. Whenever Zhu Qing attempted to strike one of them with his radiant sword, the other would promptly intervene, using its formidable horns to deflect the blow. Despite Zhu Qing's possession of the elusive soul skill, Flash, he found himself momentarily ensnared in a stalemate with the twin rams. Zhu Qing gazed thoughtfully at the horns atop the heads of the 2 individuals, which could not be severed by the Sword of Light. Such a rigid texture, he mused, must surely be the soul bones from their heads. Zhu Qing was taken aback to discover that merely the members of the Mad Warriors could possess such exquisite artifacts as soul bones, and astonishingly, 2 of them at once. He was left pondering what peculiar fortuity they must have encountered. The adversary's combat prowess exceeded Zhu Qing's expectations, rendering the battle increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, Zhu Qing had long been prepared for such an eventuality. Ma Junhong. As Zhu Qing's voice faded, Ma Junhong instantly transformed. The Phoenix reborn from the flames. Fire of the Phoenix, unleashed. In Chapter 85, Capturing the Rampaging Rhino, a torrent of fierce flames erupted from Ma Junhong's mouth, enveloping the central area of the Soul Duel Arena in a deep crimson blaze. The members of the rampaging team, seasoned warriors, swiftly retreated upon sensing the intense heat. Such scorching flames would surely leave anyone caught within them severely scorched. The flames, once expelled from Ma Junhong's lips, clung to the arena's center, creating an impenetrable wall of fire that bisected the battlefield. However, due to the rampaging rhino's reckless charge, he found himself too deep in enemy territory to retreat in time. At that moment, the Shrek side was left with only the rampaging rhino, but surprisingly, Zhu Qing also remained trapped within the rampaging team's ranks. Hey, you lecherous old man, still in one piece, I see. Xiaowu laughed as she dashed toward the rampaging rhino, eager to deliver a sound thrashing. Don't celebrate too soon. Humph. Your captain is also stranded in our territory. The sight of Zhu Zhuqing being besieged brought the rampaging rhino some relief. An exchange of captains was not without its benefits. The rampaging rhino felt an inexplicable sense of depth whenever he encountered Zhu Zhuqing, a feeling he did not experience with the rest of Shrek's team. Thus, he believed that trading blows with Zhu Zhuqing was a risk worth taking. Besides, the overall strength of Shrek's 8 monsters was inferior to that of the rampaging team. Without their captains to command them, the rampaging team held a distinct advantage in individual prowess. Let us fight. The rampaging rhino bellowed with a maniacal laugh as he faced the oncoming Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. His expression was one of reckless abandon. He was determined to take at least one enemy down, thereby securing a greater chance of victory for his team. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the rampaging rhino's face, freezing his arrogant grin in place. He touched his cheek, feeling the sting of a sudden blow. Having interrupted his spellcasting, the rampaging rhino gazed at the members of Shrek before him, their faces contorted with barely contained laughter. Confusion washed over him. What had just transpired? "Ah, you scoundrel, do you think you're worthy of an exchange?" Zhu Zhuqing had merely feigned being overwhelmed to bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a resounding blow to this ruffian. It dawned on the rampaging rhino that he was unaware of the method Zhu Zhuqing had employed to bypass the wall of fire and return to his own camp. As the frozen smile on his face transformed into a mask of rage, he vowed to tear apart the insolent boy who had humiliated him. "I will make you pay for this." Yet Zhu Zhuqing was no fool. He swiftly rejoined Tang San and the others, with teammates by his side and the enemy isolated. It would be foolish to engage in a life-or-death struggle. The members of Shrek encircled the rampaging rhino, launching a righteous assault. Once they had thoroughly incapacitated him, Tang San bound the rampaging rhino with a web of silk, while Xiao Wu, witnessing his immobility, couldn't resist delivering a couple of kicks for good measure. Seeing their leader captured, the remaining members of the rampaging team fell into disarray. "Silence!" commanded a strikingly beautiful girl from the rampaging team, instantly restoring order. Calmly, she assessed the situation, noting that Zhu Zhuqing's sole skill appeared to be teleportation. It was imperative to be cautious of him targeting their support soul master. "From now on, follow my lead." "Yes." Zhu Zhuqing perked up, attuned to the sounds emanating from beyond the firewall. It seemed that the next phase of their strategy was about to commence. The twin rams rend this inferno asunder. Affirmative. The auspicious abacus. The supportive spirit masters bolstered the defensive attributes of the twin rams, mitigating the damage they would incur while tearing through the flames. The twin rams promptly positioned themselves at the center of the fiery barrier, utilizing their dual-horned soul bones to cleave a substantial opening. "It's here." Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly concealed himself in the far right blind spot of the firewall, poised to await the adversary's subsequent maneuver. "Twin rams, guard my flanks. Twin monkeys, protect the auspicious disc." Affirmative. The enchanting maiden cast a glance towards the impassive man beside the auspicious disc, feeling a twinge of exasperation. The sudden appearance of this man compelled their frenzied team, who had enjoyed 7 consecutive victories, to confront this emerging star team. One could only hope he would play his due role in this confrontation. The third soul skill of the abyssal demon pearl, Heavenly Net. The mesmerizing maiden's flowing white hair transformed into an intricately woven spider's web, cascading towards Zhu Zhuqing and his companions like an overwhelming tide. Zhu Zhuqing stared in astonishment at the breathtaking scene before him. A colossal white spider web was permeating through the heart of the firewall. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would have been nearly impossible for him to fathom the vastness of this overwhelming white network. Nevertheless, it was time to proceed with the next phase of the plan. Zhu Zhuqing raised his right hand to signal Xiao Wu, then began to blink. The enchanting young woman meticulously surveyed the battlefield, peering through the gaping hole in the firewall to ascertain the number of adversaries, yet she found no trace of Zhu Zhuqing. She was aware that Zhu Zhuqing possessed a skill allowing him to instantaneously traverse the firewall, which is precisely why she had positioned the agile duo, the twin monkeys, at midfield to await his arrival. The moment he appeared, they would engage him, leaving the remainder to her, as she intended to ensnare this troublesome foe with her intricate net. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light flickered from the left corner of the firewall, which the alluring girl promptly noted. The twin monkeys. They had arrived, true to their reputation as 2 formidable agile attackers at level 39. The moment Zhu Zhuqing blinked into the arena, they were already poised before him, ready to strike. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the 2 individuals attempting to impede his progress, scoffing at their audacity to think they could capture the elusive flicker of light. With a derisive chuckle, he vanished in another flash. deftly leaping over them and charging straight towards the Rui Pan. The Rui Pan, a radiant shield of defense, enveloped the twin monkeys in a swift embrace of gray luminescence, significantly enhancing their protective capabilities for a brief period. Subsequently, the Rui Pan settled into a meditative stance, confident that the twin monkeys would procure ample time for him. With fervent incantations escaping his lips, it became evident that he was preparing for a formidable attack. Zhu Zhuqing understood that what lay before him was the ultimate move of the Frenzy Squad, frenzy itself. He must prevent the Rui plate from entering this state. Otherwise, even with his presence, Shrek would find itself in perilous circumstances. Clang! Zhu Zhuqing's light sword was once again deflected, this time by the twin monkeys, who had just moments ago been left behind. Humph, kid, though our speed may not match yours, as long as we know your objective, you shall not breach our defenses. One of the twin monkeys taunted. Zhu Zhuqing surveyed the duo before him, feeling a sense of difficulty. He could not surmount their line of defense in such a short span. If the twin goats were forged from strength and defense, the twin monkeys were entirely comprised of speed, their synergy capable of ensnaring Zhu Zhuqing in a challenging predicament. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed because soft-boned rabbit possession, the third soul skill, teleportation. With a graceful leap, Xiaowu appeared on the other side of the firewall. The Frenzy Squad would never anticipate that two individuals within Shrek Academy possess such a rare and invaluable ability of instantaneous movement. It is worth noting that those endowed with spatial mobility, regardless of their skill level, are invariably formidable figures in the Douluo Continent. The enchanting girl stationed at the center was taken aback upon seeing Xiaowu, her pupils constricted in shock at Shrek's hidden strength. As Xiaowu crossed the firewall, she swiftly approached the enchanting girl, inching closer to her rendezvous with Zhu Zhuqing. The enchanting girl realized that having the twin monkeys contend with one Zhu Zhuqing, who could teleport, was already a stretch. Two such combatants attacking simultaneously would surely overwhelm the twin monkeys in mere seconds. There was no time to hesitate. The enchanting girl resolved to forsake her own safety to protect the Rui plate. Twin goats. Block her. Yes. The twin goats responded to her command, positioning themselves before Xiaowu. Go away. I have important matters to attend to. Xiaowu disdainfully dodged past the twin goats, making her way towards Zhu Zhuqing. The enchanting girl quickly discerned that Xiaowu could not teleport as freely as Zhu Zhuqing. Her teleportation had a cooldown period. This realization filled her with elation. The breach in the firewall was now occupied by her hair, and as long as she remained standing, her web could continuously seal that gap, preventing reinforcements from arriving. Thus, defeating Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing would be as effortless as capturing a turtle in a jar. Two fists could hardly contend with four hands, and if this continued, both would inevitably meet their end here. The enchanting girl crafted a massive net from her hair to obstruct Xiaowu's advance, just as Xiaowu attempted to circumvent it. The incoming twin goats blocked her path, forcing her to retreat. The twin goats prepared to charge at Xiaowu using their head soul bones, the azure light shimmering on their horns. Xiaowu! Zhu Zhuqing roared, immediately breaking free from the twin monkeys' onslaught upon witnessing Xiaowu under siege, rushing to her aid. The twin monkeys, seeing their quarry escape, pursued him relentlessly. Clang! Zhu Zhuqing's light sword clashed again with the soul bones of the twin goats, saving Xiaowu in a critical moment. Where do you think you're going? The enchanting girl jeered. Suddenly, her pupils constricted once more. For Xiaowu had appeared outside the encirclement. She radiated a golden glow, the result of Ning Rongrong's distant support. With the attention of the twin monkeys and twin goats diverted towards Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu seized the opportunity, raising her hands in a posture of gathering power. Damn it! I cannot allow her to unleash that move. The enchanting girl, aware of the devastating power Xiaowu wielded in that technique, shouted, Quick! Stop her! The twin monkeys hastily returned near the Rui plate, determined to shield it from this lethal strike with their bodies. Me too, shockwave. Xiaowu teleported before the enchanting girl, launching her self-created soul skill. The enchanting girl had not anticipated that Xiaowu's action was merely a feint, drawing the Frenzy Squad's defenses toward the Rui plate while preparing to launch a concentrated assault on the isolated enchanting girl. However, the enchanting girl merely chuckled. They had miscalculated. In an instant, the left monkey seized the right monkey's arm and hurled him forward to shield the enchanting girl. The right monkey, now bolstered by the defensive light of the Rui plate, managed to withstand Xiaowu's self-created soul skill. Ha ha ha, what other tricks do you have? The enchanting girl taunted, convinced that Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing were merely flailing in a last, desperate struggle. The coordination of the twin goats and twin monkeys was flawless. A perfect blend of rapid assault and defense, and under her command, they could unleash tremendous power. This was the source of the enchanting girl's confidence. Your words are tiresome. Xiao Wu glared at the enchanting girl with disdain. She had long noticed how this individual had been leering at Tang San since the onset, a behavior Xiao Wu found utterly distasteful. Yet, it appeared the enchanting girl and her companions had overlooked a crucial detail. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was simply too extraordinary. Only the combined efforts of the twin monkeys could withstand his assaults. At that moment, the right monkey had been cast aside, leaving only the left monkey to defend near the Rui plate. The left monkey, struck by Zhu Zhuqing's light sword, had succumbed to battle, collapsing in a pool of blood. Zhu Zhuqing brandished the lightsaber, and in a flash, he arrived beside the Rui plate. He raised the lightsaber high above his head, determined to render the Rui plate, which was in the midst of chanting, completely unconscious. Clang! Zhu Zhuqing gazed incredulously at the lightsaber that had been thwarted before him. This was disastrous. They had forgotten about the additional enigmatic figure on the opposing side. Suddenly, the mysterious man's physique swelled dramatically, his muscles nearly doubling in size, while dark hair sprouted all over his body. Witnessing this individual withstand Zhu Zhuqing's radiant sword solely with his physical form left Zhu Zhuqing feeling somewhat helpless. The number of entities capable of blocking his radiant sword was increasing, and now there stood one who could do so merely with his body. What a predicament. Resigned. Zhu Zhuqing flickered and repositioned himself directly behind the Rui disc. He could no longer afford to delay. If this continued, the Rui disc might truly enter a berserk state, reducing Shrek's chances of victory. He summoned his first soul skill, Explosive Might. The mysterious man surged forward, charging directly at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing flickered once more to evade his onslaught. Yet he was still unable to dodge in time and was struck by the mysterious man's powerful charge. Zhu Zhuqing felt a tingling sensation in his hand, which had swollen considerably. The strength of this person was truly remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim that he would need to recuperate thoroughly after the match. However, what was the name of the technique he had just employed? For some reason, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt that the opponent's move sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before, yet he had no recollection of the person's face, which puzzled him greatly. Logically, if he had encountered someone before, he would surely remember their visage. Wait a moment. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized. Was it the technique of Explosive Might? Then the move that had just deflected Zhu Zhuqing's attack must have been the Guardian of the Rock. This revelation clarified why he recognized the skill, but not the face, as Zhu Zhuqing had yet to meet him in this world. Zhu Zhuqing gazed incredulously at the enigmatic figure before him. Talon. Chapter 87. The Shift of the Battle. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, his voice betraying disbelief as he stared at the man before him. He recognized him. But how could he possibly be here? You know me? Talon, taken aback by the utterance of his name, also found himself at a loss. In the recesses of his memory, he could not recall having met the man standing in front of him. Talon was a member of the Blue Ba Academy of Advanced Soul Masters, and his family were subordinates of Tang San's father, Hao Yan. Furthermore, he had joined the protagonist group in the subsequent Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, assisting Tang San in his endeavors. This constituted the entirety of Zhu Zhuqing's acquaintance with Talon. However, Talon should have appeared later in the narrative. Why was he present in a novice village like Shrek Academy? Moreover, he had joined the Berserker team to participate in the soul fighting competition. Was he here for training? No. Even if the Blue Ba Academy was struggling with their resources, they would hardly condescend to regard a remote place like Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing understood that all of this was undoubtedly far more than mere coincidence. The third soul skill of the Rui Abacus, the mysterious light, blossomed. Several beams of cold white light surged forth from the array before the Rui Abacus, soaring directly towards the members of the Berserker squad. Oh no. It was only then that Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality from his daze. Zhu Zhuqing was utterly bewildered by Talon, and naturally, Rui Pan would not let such an opportunity slip by. He swiftly chanted an incantation, ultimately unleashing the forbidden, enigmatic light that elevated all attributes of his allies by 15%, while simultaneously erasing their sensations of pain and rationality. Although the disappearance of pain and rationality would result in the members of the Berserk squad losing a portion of their combat awareness, forcing them to rely solely on instinct during battle, the overwhelming superiority of their soul power meant that the members of Shrek would have to confront a horde of monstrous beings unafraid of death, who would pursue victory by any means necessary. As the luminous white orbs merged with the Berserk squad members, a deep crimson malevolence began to emanate from their bodies, staining the entire battle arena blood red, a testament to their complete loss of reason. God of food. Zhu Zhuqing bellowed. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's call, Oscar promptly conjured a multitude of sausages, distributing them among the members of Shrek to replenish their soul power. Zhu Zhuqing had originally concealed this tactic with the intention of breaking through the opponent's formation. However, due to the reckless charge of the frenzied rhino, they managed to capture it without even employing this strategy. Now, the members of Shrek faced a horde of fearless monsters, and replenishing their strength was of utmost importance. If they continued to withhold this tactic, they would miss their opportunity to utilize it. Furthermore, as Zhu Zhuqing had studied the original work, he was aware of the enemy's martial souls and abilities. Thus, he had anticipated their movements from the outset of the battle and had prepared certain countermeasures. Unfortunately, his confidence was his downfall. He never doubted that his strategy could fail, and he had not considered that the frenzied team might trigger their berserk state. Nor had he devised a contingency plan for such a scenario. Having already made a misstep, there was no time for him to reconsider. He could only proceed step by step, relying on his improvisational skills. Since the situation had escalated with the emergence of the berserk effect, further attempts to manage it would be futile, as he could not provide any additional support. Xiaowu, move. Zhu Zhuqing called out to her. The members of the frenzied team were currently undergoing the berserk ritual, frozen in place. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing would not let such a moment of vulnerability pass. He would have felled these enemies within moments. However, having just struck Zhuo beside him with a sword, which failed to penetrate the protective barrier of the white light, Zhu Zhuqing promptly abandoned his offensive intentions. In this situation, prioritizing unified command was of the essence. Zhu Zhuqing chose to abandon the offensive on the Rui plate, swiftly returning to the side of his companions from Shrek with a few flickers alongside Xiaowu. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the individuals from Shrek before him, racking his brain for a strategy. They were voraciously devouring Oscar's sausages, while Ma Junhong was alone beside a mound of sausages, devouring them with great fervor. An idea struck him. Given that Ma Junhong had consumed such a copious amount of sausages, he must have regained a considerable amount of soul power. Ma Junhong, continue the firewall. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's command, Ma Junhong swiftly stuffed another handful of sausages into his mouth and leaped to the center of the battle arena. Humph. In critical moments, you still have to rely on me. With a fiery declaration, he unleashed the Phoenix of Flames, layering it with Phoenix Fire Line. A searing blaze erupted from Ma Junhong's mouth, simultaneously sealing the gap that had just been torn open and forming a firewall in the center of the arena. The two walls of fire merged into one, creating a formidable barrier of 2 to 3 meters in width that divided the fighting platform. Roar! The previously dazed mad rhinoceros suddenly reacted, beginning to thrash wildly. Zhu Zhuqing observed the frenzied mad rhinoceros and realized that the frenzy ritual had been successfully completed. Zhu Zhuqing observed the rampaging beast, on the verge of breaking free from Tang San's grasp. With a decisive kick, he sent the creature tumbling off the soul duel platform. He had no desire to expend further energy attempting to subdue the frenzied beast. Allowing the creature to fall from the platform and lose its qualification for the match was a far more efficient choice. After a desperate struggle, the beast finally freed itself from Tang San's web, succumbing to madness as it charged towards the audience. A dull thud echoed as the arena's security swiftly knocked the creature unconscious before it could inflict harm. Meanwhile, Talon, having been cast aside by Zhu Zhuqing, stood bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend the current situation. Having never visited Soto City and being an ordinary student, he was perplexed as to why Zhu Zhuqing seemed to know him. The members of the Frenzy Squad had all successfully undergone the transformation ritual, their crimson eyes devoid of humanity and reason, exuding an aura of danger. In this chaotic scene, only 2 figures appeared out of place among the 5 transformed warriors, the artifact that had induced their frenzy and the still confused Talon. As Talon had recently joined the Frenzy Squad, he had yet to bind with the artifact, rendering him immune to the transformation. Suddenly, a chill crept up Talon's spine as he turned to find the 5 transformed warriors fixated on him. Why is everyone staring at me? Talon sensed an ominous energy emanating from them. With a collective roar, the Frenzy Squad lunged towards Talon, the unfamiliar outsider. Chapter 88. Internal Strife? This is dire. Talon felt an overwhelming surge of panic as he faced the advancing members of the Frenzy Squad, who had succumbed to the frenzy and lost their consciousness. For them, the only mark of kinship lay in their shared state of madness. The frenzied beings would tear apart anything deemed different, and Talon, not having succumbed to the transformation, was precisely that anomaly. Rui Pan, help me. Talon sprinted towards the artifact, reasoning that since he had provided the means for their frenzy, It should possess the ability to halt their aggression. However, the transformed warriors, now enhanced by a 15% boost in all attributes, were not likely to let him escape easily. Talon felt several heavy blows to his back but brushed off the pain, continuing his desperate dash towards Rui Pan. For he believed it was the only way to stop the chaos. The match had taken an unexpected turn. We witnessed the members of the Frenzy Squad, having lost their senses, attacking their new ally. What could possibly be happening? Let us observe further. For those yet to place their bets, now is the time to choose your teams. The commentator, without urgency, narrated Talon's plight as he endured attacks from his teammates. A rare spectacle of public assault on one's own allies. After enduring several strikes from the transformed warriors, Talon finally reached Rui Pan, his expression filled with hope. But fate had other plans. "I'm sorry, I cannot assist you," Rui Pan said, gazing at the frantic Talon with regret. While Rui Pan could induce frenzy in those bound to him, he lacked control over their actions. The transformed would attack all but the caster. What? Talon, upon realizing the truth, turned in despair to see the 5 frenzied warriors hot on his heels, ready to engulf him. Was this truly the end? A look of resignation washed over Talon's face. He doubted he could survive their onslaught. Though a student of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, his power merely surpassed that of an ordinary individual. With a soul power of merely 36, he found himself outmatched by the Frenzy Squad, each member boasting a soul power of 38 or higher. Suddenly, Talon recalled Zhu Zhuqing, who had called his name earlier. Though he did not know the man, the fact that Zhu Zhuqing recognized him suggested he might offer assistance. Fixing his gaze on the wall of flames in the center of the arena, Talon steeled himself and charged forward. "Rock's embrace," he exclaimed as he bolstered his defenses and plunged into the searing flames. The heat was unbearable, each step through the fire inflicting excruciating pain. With a fierce shout, Talon finally broke through the wall of fire, emerging into the territory of Shrek. The newcomer, pursued by his own team, had risked everything to cross the flames and meet with the members of Shrek. Let us see what sparks may fly from this encounter. For those who have yet to place their bets, this is your final opportunity to choose your favorite team. Wait, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly shouted. Zhu Zhuqing intervened to halt the assault from Dai Mu Bai and Tang San, only to discover that it was Talon emerging from the flames. Talon's fur was singed to a deep, charred black, yet he bore no trace of a frenzied aura. Ignoring his own burns, Talon sprinted towards Zhu Zhuqing, exclaiming for help. The members of Shrek were taken aback by Talon's appearance, puzzled by the situation. What could have transpired? Had the frenzy team turned upon itself? Zhu Zhuqing narrowed his eyes, feeling a tinge of surprise at this unforeseen circumstance. It was evident that Talon had not willingly joined the Berserk Squad. Thus, he must harbor some secrets that led him to appear before Zhu Zhuqing prematurely. Nevertheless, the immediate battle must take precedence. All other matters could be addressed later. Oscar. Sausage. With a swift flicker, Zhu Zhuqing appeared beside Oscar, seizing the sausage and forcefully thrusting it into Talon's mouth. Ugh. 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 Talon choked on the mound of sausage that Zhu Zhuqing had unceremoniously stuffed into his mouth. However, upon sensing the soul energy emanating from the sausage, he began to devour it ravenously. Delicious. After annihilating a substantial handful of sausages, Talon felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. What are you planning to do? Zhu Zhuqing, observing Talon's revival of vigor, resumed his guard. The variables now seemed alarmingly numerous. Zhu Zhuqing had never anticipated Talon's early arrival, nor his enlistment in the Berserk Squad. Why had he appeared in Soto City? What were his intentions in joining the squad? What was he planning next? Zhu Zhuqing remained entirely in the dark regarding these inquiries. From the enigmatic figure in the black robe he had previously encountered to Talon's sudden presence, all these unknown elements instilled in Zhu Zhuqing a peculiar sensation, an impression that a mysterious organization had set its sights upon him, leaving him uncertain of their intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent. Thus, even though Talon currently exhibited no hostile intentions, and they would eventually become allies in the unfolding narrative, Zhu Zhuqing could not fully trust the man before him. I'm not quite sure what I should do either. But since they intend to kill me and you saved me, I suppose I'll stick with you. Although Talon was not particularly astute, he displayed a commendable sense of timing. Very well. This is a flight mushroom. Consuming it will grant you the ability to fly for 1 minute. Seize the opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing distributed a flight mushroom to Talon, having already given one to each member of Shrek before Talon's arrival. Roar. A wild howl suddenly erupted from beyond the firewall, and Zhu Zhuqing realized that the monsters were approaching. The new recruits of the Berserk squad seemed to have been successfully swayed by Shrek's members. The competition was on the verge of reaching its climactic phase. Let us revel together. Oh! The audience buzzed with excitement as the match neared its conclusion. Before the host's words had fully settled, several black and red figures surged forth from the firewall, their bodies still enveloped in Ma Juanhong's flames. Yet, they paid no heed to their scorched forms, continuing their frenzied charge toward Shrek's members. Zhu Zhuqing observed the frenzied expressions of those around him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Regardless of the reasons behind Talon's unexpected appearance, he would confront whatever challenges arose with unwavering resolve. Ultimately, he was destined to triumph in this match. Chapter 89, Dividing the Battlefield. Zhu Zhuqing did not believe that the Shrek 8 would lose this match. Moreover, with the addition of Talon and the appearance of the opposing team's wild boar, the current situation had transformed into Shrek's 9 members besieging the 6 of their adversaries. Thus, even though the wild boar team had been enhanced by the effects of frenzy and possessed higher soul power levels, Zhu Zhuqing felt no apprehension. He intended to demonstrate the righteous might of Shrek through a collective onslaught. However, Zhu Zhuqing was also aware that having a larger number of participants did not necessarily equate to an advantage. In the original story, several members of Shrek had relied on Oscar's flying mushrooms to endure the frenzied effects of the wild boar team until they ultimately succumbed to backlash, leading to their victory. Oscar could provide a maximum of 10 mushrooms in a single day, but as their numbers increased, the available mushrooms for use diminished. After distributing 1 flying mushroom to each person, Oscar was left with only 1 additional mushroom to utilize. Following his experience of flying while suspended against the wall, Oscar successfully developed his own soul skill, the Gentle Wave, allowing him to extend his airborne time to 10 minutes by controlling the fluctuations of his internal soul power. Yet, this would not significantly alter the battle's outcome, for Zhu Zhuqing understood that although Oscar could remain airborne for an hour with the mushroom, he could not sustain himself in the air for long without support. The enchanting girl from the wild boar team could easily bring Oscar down with her hair. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of employing a delaying strategy. Instead, he planned to capitalize on the advantage of a minute of flight time to swiftly conclude the battle against the wild boar team. Roar. The twin monkeys unleashed a beastly roar and charged towards Shrek's team. As distinguished agile attack-type soul masters, their speed was astonishing, and together they could hinder Zhu Zhuqing's brilliance. Now, bolstered by their frenzied state, they had become even more ferocious. Everyone, let us give it our all. We will surely emerge victorious. Zhu Zhuqing rallied his comrades before leaping forward to confront the oncoming twin monkeys. Clang, clang, clang. Zhu Zhuqing's strikes were continually intercepted by the twin monkeys' fists. Due to their enhanced attributes, the roles of attack and defense had now shifted. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing alone could force the twin monkeys into a defensive stance. But now their assault rendered him overwhelmed, forcing him into a position of passive defense. Zhu Zhuqing felt a slight numbness in his hand. And it was then that he realized the 2 monkeys each bore an extraordinarily hard external soul bone. What a remarkable display! Zhu Zhuqing was astounded by the financial power of the enemy. He had not anticipated that the mysterious organization behind the Berserk team would possess such immense wealth. Although the soul bones of the 2 monkeys and the 2 goats appeared to be merely the most basic century-old soul bones, the external soul bones, which are valuable yet rare, could fetch hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins for just 1 century-old part. Moreover, the 4 soul bones in the hands of the Berserk team were pairs, with a total value exceeding 2 million gold soul coins. Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed as to which organization could possibly be so affluent as to produce such precious items in such a small locale. A sudden blow to his abdomen jolted him back to reality. Zhu Zhuqing felt his body ensnared by his adversary. In a swift motion, he plunged the sword of light into the shoulder of the left monkey, rendering its left arm utterly powerless, thus enabling his escape. However, the left monkey disregarded its now limp right arm and continued to coordinate with the right monkey to launch an assault against Zhu Zhuqing. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, indicating that the left monkey had inflicted significant injury with that single strike, truly a testament to the formidable power of the external spirit bone. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing stirred once more. Such minor pain was but a trifling obstacle he could endure in pursuit of victory. Be cautious, Zhu Zhuqing. The late-arriving Dai Mubai, also a sensitive attacker, intervened just in time to deflect the right monkey's strike, joining the fray alongside Zhu Zhuqing against the duo of monkeys. The renowned 7 treasures, particularly the second, Speed. Ning Rongrong activated the 7 treasures glazed tower, bestowing a boost of swiftness upon Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. Thank you. Su Qing expressed profound gratitude for Dai Mubai's timely assistance. He had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of the two monkeys post-madness. In mere moments, they had severely wounded him. "You handle the left monkey, and I shall take on the right," Su Qing commanded as he directed his assault toward the right monkey. Although he found himself outmatched in a 2-on-1 engagement, in a 1-on-1 duel, he was confident of his prowess. Suddenly, Su Qing halted mid-air, feeling an unseen force pulling him back. Confounded, he glanced over his shoulder, discovering that it was Dai Mubai who had restrained him. With palpable fury, Dai Mubai bellowed, "I concede that I may indeed fall short of your capabilities, but there ought to be a limit to underestimating others." Su Qing was taken aback. Aside from his flirtatious nature, Dai Mubai was indeed a man of substance. Nevertheless, the two engaged in fierce combat with their respective adversaries. Wuxiang Tiangang Force, condensed form, Tiangang Giant Saber. A large yellow blade materialized in Dai Mubai's hands, resembling the white light sword wielded by Su Qing. Regrettably, all four were agility-type soul masters, and without a significant disparity in strength, they were unable to inflict harm upon one another. Suddenly, the right monkey seized the opportunity when Dai Mubai lowered his weapon, launching a punch imbued with the power of his soul bone. Dai Mubai could sense the formidable force behind that fist. It could likely shatter solid stone. However, he countered with White Tiger Shield, and then White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai activated his defensive soul skill, bracing himself against the right monkey's heavy blow with his physical strength. Subsequently, Dai Mubai swung the yellow blade towards the right monkey, exploiting the opening he had deliberately created to inflict severe injury. Yet, at the cost of sustaining a wound to his abdomen from Su Qing's strike. The left monkey retaliated with a punch, preventing Dai Mubai from delivering his attack on the right monkey. Dai Mubai, too, coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering considerable damage in the process. Su Qing squinted, recognizing that although the individual strength of the monkeys was not formidable, they exhibited a profound willingness to exchange injuries to protect one another in critical moments. It is worth noting that once they succumbed to their frenzied state, they became impervious to pain. Thus, if this cycle of injury exchange persisted, both Su Qing and Dai Mubai would be unable to withstand such a trade-off. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Junhong swooped in from the side, employing searing flames to separate the four combatants into pairs, thereby disrupting the stalemate. "Well done," Su Qing praised Ma Junhong, relieved that they could finally engage in a fair one-on-one confrontation. "Hey, if you wish to commend me, treat me to some delicacies after the match." Ma Junhong chuckled, before swiftly darting away. Once again, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Junhong soared through the air, unleashing successive waves of flames, thoroughly fracturing the battlefield into isolated segments. "Haha, I truly am a hero of Shrek," Ma Junhong boasted as he surveyed his impressive handiwork. Chapter 90, the final showdown. At this moment, Ma Junhong's flames had effectively divided the battlefield, allowing for equitable one-on-one or multi-against-one confrontations. Due to the flames, the twin goats and monkeys could no longer coordinate their efforts, significantly alleviating the pressure on Shrek Academy. Phew. I am utterly exhausted," Ma Junhong gasped as he collapsed to the ground, having exhausted his spiritual energy after saturating the arena with flames. Ning Rongrong, though equally breathless, continued to provide unwavering support to her comrades from Shrek. It could be said that the members of the frenzied combat team, under the influence of their frenzied state and the enhancement of spirit bones, possessed strength comparable to that of spirit masters above level 40. Without Ning Rongrong's enhancement, the Shrek members would likely have suffered significant losses in mere moments. As a food-type soul master, Oscar could do little more than continuously feed Ning Rongrong sausages to replenish her spiritual energy. Among them, Tang San and the alluring girl were most adversely affected by the flames, as both were control-type soul masters now engaged in a one-on-one contest. One wielded blue-silver grass, while the other manipulated her hair. Both were deeply fearful of fire, rendering their combat efforts constrained. Frenzied soul skill, Whirlwind Skynet. The enchanting girl spun a web crafted from her hair, launching it towards Tang San. However, her hair had been singed by the surrounding flames, and had she been in her right mind, she would have likely abandoned the duel with Tang San to pursue Ma Junhong instead. Tang San, utilizing his blue-silver grass, constructed a web to counter the overwhelming cascade of the girl's hair, even as Ma Junhong's flames continued to consume both webs. Meanwhile, Xiao engaged in a one-on-one struggle against the right goat. Although she possessed only a 32-level spirit power, her ability to teleport allowed her to contend with the 38-level right goat, who bore a head spirit bone. Recognizing that she could not defeat the right goat, Xiao Wu relied on her agility to evade amidst Ma Juanhong's flames, biding time as she awaited the backlash effect of the frenzied combat team's frenzy. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing fought alongside the newly acquainted Talon against the left goat. With only a 28-level spirit power, Zhu Zhuqing, despite her talent, was merely at a standard level and incapable of inflicting harm on the left goat, who exhibited strength comparable to that of a spirit master. Her only recourse was to delay the left goat's movements, creating an opportunity for Talon to launch an offensive. Talon, thrilled to fight alongside such a beautiful partner, eagerly advanced to confront the left goat, wishing to impress Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, his eagerness led to him being injured in the right leg by the left goat's spirit bone, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Thus, the members of Shrek continued to methodically stall for time. Su Qing gazed at the severely battered form of the left monkey, lost in contemplation. If the battle were to continue, it was likely that the left monkey would be in grave danger. From the onset of the one-on-one confrontation, the left monkey had already sustained 2 critical injuries, rendering it incapable of exerting its full potential in the subsequent skirmishes. After encountering that child yesterday, Su Qing could no longer perceive the individuals in this world as mere NPCs. Moreover, Zhuo was not a malevolent character. Taking his life in such a manner would weigh heavily on Su Qing's conscience. With a deep sigh, Su Qing called out, "Ning Rongrong. Strength. 7 treasures. Bestow upon me your might." Before long, Ning Rongrong granted Su Qing the enhancement of strength. Although Zhuo would not experience pain, injuries that strained his muscles and bones would inevitably impede his movements, and his current body was already riddled with wounds, rendering him unable to move as nimbly as before. Su Qing would not let such an opportunity slip away. With the enhancement of the 7-treasure glazed tower, he gradually forced the left monkey down from the soul-fighting platform. Su Qing immediately turned to face Dai Mubai. Although the right monkey appeared somewhat fatigued, it bore no fatal wounds. Su Qing swiftly moved to join Dai Mubai in confronting the right monkey. Meanwhile, Tang San continued to engage in a fierce battle with the enchanting young girl, who unleashed a toxic substance from her hair, spreading it around Tang San. The strands of her white hair, scorched by Ma Juanhong's searing flames, released a potent poison into the air. Fortunately, Tang San, being a spirit master adept in toxic arts, possessed a certain resistance to it. Otherwise, an ordinary person would succumb to death in mere moments upon exposure to such a deadly toxin. As Tang San faced off against the enchanting girl, he suddenly unleashed a web of binding strands from his hands. The girl, aware that Tang San's vulnerability lay atop his head, relentlessly attacked him with her heavenly net. However, in that moment, she neglected her immediate front and found herself ensnared by Tang San's web. He seized the incapacitated girl and hurled her from the battle stage. After casting the girl off the platform, Tang San intended to rush to Xiao Wu's aid, but he felt an unsteady force from behind as the enchanting girl, in a final desperate effort, pulled Tang San down with her hair. After enduring such a prolonged battle, Shrek had successfully delayed the fight for 5 minutes. The remaining members of the frenzied battle team writhed in agony from the backlash effect, collapsing one after another onto the ground. Su Qing, panting heavily, finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the right monkey succumb to the backlash. Oh! The Shrek team erupted into triumphant cheers that resonated like thunder. Indeed, they had achieved victory. They had triumphed over an opponent whose average strength ranged from levels 38 to 39, while their own levels varied between 26 and 37. Moreover, the opponents possessed 4 soul bones. Splendid. Flinder and Zhao Wujie cheered for Shrek's students upon witnessing their victory, reveling in the bountiful rewards. However, Yu Xiaojiang, unlike Flinder, remained silent, lost in thought as he observed Su Qing. But why was the referee delaying the announcement of the battle's outcome? The Shrek members in the audience on the platform gazed in confusion at the referee, who remained silent, withholding the results. Noticing this, Tai Long pondered for a moment before voluntarily stepping down from the battle stage. As soon as Tai Long leaped down, the referee's voice rang out. The Shrek 8 monsters win. Let us express our gratitude to the Shrek 8 monsters for this spectacular team battle. The numerous twists and turns of this fight have truly stirred my blood. Let us once again cheer fervently for this group of rising stars, celebrating their victory. Oh! The audience erupted into thunderous applause for Shrek. Chapter 91. The origin of Tai Long. Su Qing led several members of Shrek back triumphantly, while the members of the Mad Team were taken off the arena by the medical staff of the Soto City Great Soul Arena due to their severe injuries. Given their conditions, it seems unlikely they would recover in less than 10 to 15 days. Not too shabby, right? Zhu Zhuqing returned to the side of Yu Xiaojing and the others, proudly reporting his accomplishments to the teachers. Well done, Yu Xiaojing remarked, quite pleased with Zhu Qing's tactical skills and on-the-spot performance. However, your shortcomings are also quite significant. You displayed excessive hesitation during the battle and tended to overthink, which ultimately led the team into a tough predicament. Yu Xiaojing candidly pointed out the issues Zhu Qing faced in the recent battle. Zhu Qing lowered his head, acutely aware that what Yu Xiaojing had said was indeed accurate. This battle should have been a foregone conclusion for Shrek. As long as Zhu Qing could disrupt the casting of the opponent's Rui plate, it would backfire upon them, leaving the members of the Frenzy Squad powerless to enter their frenzied state. Without that state, Zhu Qing only needed to hold off the opponent's dual monkeys, and the remaining members would inevitably be consumed by Shrek, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. However, upon witnessing the addition of the eighth member, Talon, to the Frenzy Squad, Zhu Qing's momentary confusion allowed the Rui plate to complete its chant, resulting in the Frenzy Squad's counterattack. The root cause of this predicament lay in Zhu Qing's hesitation during the battle. Xiaogang, you are being overly critical. Did Zhu Qing not lead them to victory? Flander interjected, believing that a child of merely a dozen years had already achieved something remarkable. Indeed. Teacher, you have lived for decades. One cannot expect everyone to maintain your level of calm, Ma Zhuhong chimed in to defend Zhu Qing. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojing chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to look behind Zhu Qing, asking, "So, who are you?" The members of Shrek followed Yu Xiaojing's gaze, noticing the eighth member of the Frenzy Squad, Talon, standing closely behind Zhu Qing. "Oh, have you noticed me?" Talon said, feeling a bit bashful under their intense scrutiny. "I am Talon, a student of the Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy." Talon puffed out his chest proudly to introduce his background. The Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy? Yu Xiaojing stroked his beard, pondering the significance of the name. After a moment, he concluded, "I'm sorry, but I have not heard of it." Talon, who had approached Yu Xiaojing with pride, was momentarily taken aback and appeared somewhat at a loss upon hearing this response. The Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy. It is a prestigious institution in the Heaven-Do Imperial City. Talon exclaimed incredulously, as his alma mater held a prominent place in the city. How could these teachers be unaware of it? "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it either." "Hee, neither have I." Flander and Zhao Wujie chuckled awkwardly. Having visited the Heaven-Do Imperial City but only recalling the Royal Academy, lacking any impression of the Blue Ba Academy. Seeing these provincial teachers oblivious to the name of his esteemed school nearly made Talon faint. Sensing the atmosphere growing too awkward, Yu Xiaojing intervened, stating, "In any case, it's an Advanced Soul Master Academy in Heaven-Do City, correct?" Yes. Talon nearly felt moved to tears at last, having someone understand his intention. "But as a student of an Advanced Soul Master Academy, what brings you here?" Yu Xiaojing pointedly addressed the issue at hand. It was crucial to note that there were not many Advanced Soul Master Academies throughout the entire Heaven-Do country, let alone within the Imperial City itself. Although Yu Xiaojing and his companions were unfamiliar with the name, they assumed the Academy's resources could not be lacking. Thus, a pressing question arose. Why was Talon here when it was not yet the time for vacation? He surely would not find the resources of Soto City appealing. Moreover, the fact that Talon had joined the Frenzy Squad to participate in the battle arena competition only added to the peculiarity of the situation. To be honest, I am not entirely sure why I am here," Talon confessed, wearing a puzzled expression as he explained. "I was originally studying at the Blue Ba Royal Academy, but one day, I saw a man in a black robe speaking with my father, and the next day, I found myself in Soto City." Upon hearing Talon's words, Zhu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure clad in black robes, could it possibly be him again? Talon continued to recount his experiences. Upon awakening, I found myself utterly alone on the outskirts of Soto City, and it was then that the black-robed figure appeared before me, leading me to the Berserker clan. He claimed that I would participate in tomorrow's competition alongside them, and should I emerge victorious, I would be returned home. A shadow of pain flickered across Talon's face. Now, having lost the match, I am left with nothing, uncertain of where to go. Yet, since you are familiar with me, I shall accompany you. Zhu Qing finally realized that Talon had been abducted by the enigmatic figure in the black cloak. No wonder certain characters from the unfolding narrative had appeared before them prematurely. However, this revelation might mean that the members of the Berserk Brigade could possess some knowledge regarding the mysterious cloaked individual. Zhu Qing resolved to seek an opportunity to meet with the Berserk Brigade once more. Yu Xiaojing, seemingly lost in thought, nodded thoughtfully, and then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring. Zhu Zhuqing, do you know him? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation and then discreetly signaled to Yu Xiaojiang before fabricating a story. Yes, I do know Talon. My father is acquainted with his father, and I met him when I was young. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's fabrication, Talon beamed with joy. Really? You know my father? I distinctly recall visiting Soto City with him during my childhood. Yu Xiaojiang, understanding Zhu Qing's gesture, refrained from further inquiry and resolved to discuss the matter privately later. Since you cannot return, why not stay at our Shrek Academy for now? We will find a way to send you back in the future, Zhu Qing suggested. Is that all right? Thank you, my brother. Talon responded, feeling increasingly assured of Zhu Qing's camaraderie, especially since he was currently destitute and had no means to even secure dinner for himself. All right, let us return swiftly, Flanders exclaimed, contentedly clutching a substantial bag of gold soul coins, a reward he had earned that day. Principal, with such a bounty, won't you treat us to a meal? Ma Junhong teased, grinning mischievously at Flanders. Indeed, Principal Flanders, won't you properly reward us? Oscar chimed in, echoing Ma Junhong's sentiment. Upon hearing their words, the 8 prodigies of Shrek Academy lit up with anticipation, eagerly gazing at Flanders. Feeling somewhat flustered under their fervent stares, Flanders begrudgingly conceded, all right, tonight, I shall host. Hooray. Chapter 92, A Joyful Flanders after confirming Flanders' treat. The students of Shrek Academy exuberantly led him and the other teachers to the most luxurious restaurant in Soto City. Flanders trailed at the back, surveying the opulent decor of the establishment, feeling a pang of regret. He knew that the dishes served in such a lavish venue would be anything but cheap. Meanwhile, Ma Junhong, eyeing the bag of gold soul coins in Flanders' grasp, chuckled gleefully, hee hee. Today, I shall indulge. No worries, this money belongs to all of us. Order whatever you desire, Flanders replied, recognizing the hardships the students had endured in recent days. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a warmth at the corners of his eyes. It was not because he feared being drained financially by his students. No, certainly not. Nonetheless, Flanders realized that he could offer little more to the students of Shrek Academy. So he wished to reward these little ones who had worked hard to earn for the academy. Principal Flanders, why are you crying? Oscar inquired, noticing the tears streaming down Flanders' face, oblivious to the situation. Huh? Oh, it's the onions. There are onions in this dish. Flanders hastily wiped away his tears, laughing awkwardly. Teacher, we haven't even ordered yet, Zhu Qing said with a playful grin. For some reason, he found great amusement in Flanders' flustered demeanor. It's from the table next door? The onions are from the table next door, Flanders explained, glancing at the extravagant restaurant, realizing he could not escape the fate of being financially burdened. Tears continued to flow unrestrained. Upon hearing Flanders' feeble excuse, Ma Junhong looked towards the adjacent table, observing that while the diners were indulging in lavish fare, there was no beef to be found, and consequently, no onions either. Teacher, there are none on the opposite table. Ha ha ha, everyone has been working hard lately. Let's order. Flanders finally snapped, unable to endure the teasing any longer, and firmly clasped Ma Junhong's mouth shut. MMM? 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 Ma Junhong cried in distress. But no one dared to intervene. The others, seeing Flanders' almost sinister demeanor, ceased their jests. Xiaowu, contemplating the menu in her hands, asked the waiter, which dishes contain carrots? Flanders was moved by Xiaowu's consideration. She was trying to save him money, carrots being a vegetable. He surmised that her selections would not be exorbitant. He had just perused the menu, realizing that a simple plate of stir-fried beef cost a staggering gold soul coin, an unfathomable price, enough to sustain a common person for an entire month. Fortunately, pure vegetable dishes like carrots were merely a few silver soul coins, still expensive but far more reasonable compared to meat. After the waiter briefly pointed out the items on the menu, Xiaowu finally made her decision. All right, I would like one of each of these dishes. Upon hearing her request, Flanders felt as though he had heard the sound of his heart shattering. He could no longer process the implications of their dinner. Xiaowu beamed with delight, seizing the opportunity to sample every carrot-inclusive dish, ensuring that her future meals with Tang San would be devoid of uncertainty regarding their flavors. Xiaowu, let me see that, Damubai said, taking the menu from her hands to scrutinize it. Zhu Qing gazed at the exquisite array of dishes listed on the menu, each appearing more delectable than the last, which left him in a quandary. Ultimately, Damubai ceased his deliberation, gently closing the menu and stating, Waiter, please bring us one of each dish on the menu. Teacher? Teacher, what is wrong? Wake up. Ma Junhong suddenly felt his mouth loosen, and upon turning, he discovered that Flinder had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Without hesitation, Ma Junhong crouched down, cradling Flinder in his arms while vigorously slapping his cheeks in an attempt to rouse him, but his efforts proved futile. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Flinder's fainting spell induced by the students, could not contain his laughter. It was indeed a rare occasion for a soul master to be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by mere students. Such an incident would undoubtedly serve as a point of pride for him among his peers in the future. Yu Xiaojiang, observing the jovial antics of the group, could not suppress a gentle smile. They truly were just a bunch of children after witnessing their combat prowess over the past few days. One might have mistaken them for seasoned warriors. Rising from his seat, he cast a knowing glance at Zhu Zhuqing and then said, "You all may order first. I shall fetch some drinks." Teacher, I want yellow fruit juice." Little Wu exclaimed, her delight evident upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's intention to procure beverages. Although the Douluo Continent possesses many distinctions from the real world, numerous fruits and animals share striking similarities. The yellow fruit mentioned by Little Wu resembles oranges from the original world. "Teacher, I want honey wine," Ning Rongrong chimed in. Having developed a taste for various alcoholic beverages since her last experience with the members of Shrek. "Very well, I shall bring you all some," Yu Xiaojiang replied. His student's enthusiasm infectious, especially since it would cost him nothing. Teacher, take me with you." With the dishes yet to be served, Ma Junhong felt a wave of boredom wash over him. As he was not particularly picky, he figured it would be better to accompany Yu Xiaojiang on his errand. "I shall go instead. It will be more convenient for me to carry the items," Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile as he grasped Ma Junhong, who was eager to join. Turning back, Ma Junhong noticed the radiant smile on Zhu Zhuqing's face, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a chill creep into his heart. Very well. Ma Junhong obediently returned to his seat, feeling somewhat helpless regarding the peculiar emotions exhibited by those around him, which seemed to shift daily. Zhu Zhuqing did not pursue him with haste. Instead, he began to jog lightly, quickly catching up to Yu Xiaojiang's pace. The two walked side by side along the grand streets of Soto City. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Xiaojiang displayed no signs of surprise. Yet he chose to disregard Zhu Zhuqing, silently continuing his forward journey. Zhu Zhuqing observed the silent demeanor of Yu Xiaojiang and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just yesterday, they had strolled together along the bustling streets of Soto City, during which Yu Xiaojiang had imparted some lessons to Zhu Zhuqing. "You seem to be burdened with thoughts. Why not share them with me?" At last, Yu Xiaojiang broke the silence between them and inquired. Chapter 93, The Loophole in the Rules. Zhu Zhuqing let out a gentle sigh, realizing that his every action had indeed been observed by Yu Xiaojiang. The reason Yu Xiaojiang had refrained from inquiring immediately was likely due to the sensitivity of the matters at hand, which were not meant for the ears of the Shrek family. Zhu Zhuqing did not attempt to conceal his feelings, as he sensed that the events unfolding around him were gradually slipping beyond his control, leaving him quite troubled. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang was the only one privy to the fact that Zhu Zhuqing hailed from Earth. The peculiar circumstances Zhu Zhuqing encountered were likely comprehensible only to Yu Xiaojiang. Once Yu Xiaojiang recognized Zhu Zhuqing's consent, he began to interrogate him. "Why did you allow the Rui plate to unleash its mysterious light? From your demeanor, it appears you are aware of its capabilities. You do not strike me as someone who falters at crucial moments." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. "I realized that the member of the frenzied battle team was Tyran, correct?" However, Yu Xiaojiang did not grant Zhu Zhuqing the opportunity to elaborate, as the specific details of that matter were of little consequence to him. "But why did you fail to recognize him initially, only to identify him during the battle?" Yu Xiaojiang pressed closer to Zhu Zhuqing, emanating an aura of seriousness. Recognizing an opponent during combat implies that one identified them through their soul skills. Yet how could you know his abilities but remain oblivious to his appearance? If you truly had known him since childhood and had not seen him since, there would generally be two scenarios. Either you would neither know what he looked like nor what his soul skills entailed, or you would perceive a resemblance to his childhood visage without knowledge of his abilities. Regardless of the situation, it is implausible that you would solely be aware of his soul skills, is it not? In truth, I had long been covertly investigating your background. Your parents are merely ordinary farmers, having resided in your village since your birth without ever venturing beyond. Hence, your claim of your father being acquainted with his father is, in fact, a fabrication. Consequently, you would not have encountered him during your childhood. Yu Xiaojiang stood before Zhu Zhuqing, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his being. Then, turning his back, he continued, "Now, if we synthesize this gathered intelligence, we arrive at an intriguing conclusion. Though it may seem implausible, the conclusion is that you have, in fact, acquired knowledge of Tyran from the outside world, coupled with your profound understanding of each one of us. I have ample reason to believe that you are familiar with each of us from your original world. Am I correct? After articulating his thoughts with deliberate precision, Yu Xiaojing lightly tapped Su Qing's forehead with his index finger. Ouch! Su Qing jolted back to reality, unable to suppress his admiration for Yu Xiaojing's astute reasoning. Truly, Yu Xiaojing was deserving of his reputation as the foremost authority in soul master theory. He had deduced so much from mere minutiae. But how did you come to know all this? Is there not a rule in this world that obstructs us? Su Qing queried hesitantly, for he had never disclosed such matters to Yu Xiaojing. The mere act of deduction to such an extent seemed almost unbelievable to him. In their initial encounter, Su Qing had contemplated revealing certain information to Yu Xiaojing, but the world's rules had rendered him unconscious. Thus, Su Qing had assumed Yu Xiaojing would remain unaware of his knowledge. Yet now, it appeared he had surmised it solely through deduction. Truly astonishing. I discovered your existence earlier and began to reflect upon the events chronicled in that ancient tome. I realized that as long as I derive conclusions independently, this rule does not constrain me. Yu Xiaojing excitedly explained his findings. Oh, Su Qing responded with surprise upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words. To be honest, he had initially believed Yu Xiaojing had merely fortuitously read that ancient text, leading to his awareness of Su Qing's origin from Earth. However, it now seemed that Yu Xiaojing was more astute than Su Qing had anticipated. He felt that merely staying in Yu Xiaojing's presence would inevitably lead to the revelation of his true identity. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojing's identity differed fundamentally from Su Qing's. Yu Xiaojing was a native of this world, while Su Qing was an outsider. Su Qing was uncertain about Yu Xiaojing's true feelings toward him, whether they were friendly or hostile. After all, Su Qing's existence remained an unknown variable in this world, and because of him, the future trajectory of this realm had become increasingly murky. Thus, it would not seem peculiar if Yu Xiaojing sought to discreetly eliminate Su Qing in order to preserve the stability of their world. After engaging in a profound internal struggle, Su Qing ultimately resolved, what does it matter to confide in Yu Xiaojing? For the time being, he poses no threat to me. After all, Su Qing possesses the soul skill Flash, which allows for cheating, unless Yu Xiaojing has the backing of a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo level soul master. Su Qing can easily evade capture if he so desires. Indeed, your suspicions are correct. I am well aware of each of your circumstances. Strangely enough, upon revealing this long-hidden secret, Su Qing felt an unexpected sense of relief. The world you inhabit is, in fact, merely a narrative. Su Qing paused for effect, eager to observe how the world's rules would react. Yet, no unusual sensations emanated from him. It appeared that disclosing this information would not invoke any punitive measures from the rules, which was a relief. A story? Yu Xiaojing was taken aback by Su Qing's words. For the notion that the world he lived in was simply a tale seemed absurd to anyone. Indeed, in my realm, your existence and everything about you is but a contrived narrative. Su Qing continued, growing increasingly curious about Yu Xiaojing's reaction upon learning the truth of their existence. So, our existence is merely a story? No wonder you are privy to so many details about us. Yu Xiaojing pondered this revelation, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Su Qing was quite taken aback by Yu Xiaojing's swift acceptance of her. Aren't you afraid I might be a fraud? Yu Xiaojing shook his head and replied with a gentle smile. You have no reason to deceive me. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are grappling with a troubling matter that requires my assistance. Am I not correct? Su Qing let out a sigh. It seemed he had been seen through long ago. Very well, I shall share with you the events I have encountered. As far as I know, Talon should. Before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected wave of dizziness and suffocation invaded Su Qing's mind. Chapter 94. The test, are you all right? Yu Xiaojing asked, noticing Su Qing's precarious stance, and quickly rushed to support him. At that moment, they were walking in the heart of Soto City, and the passers-by, upon witnessing the intimate scene between the two, cast astonished glances in their direction. Gasping for breath, Su Qing's forehead was beaded with sweat as he desperately inhaled the air around him. Yu Xiaojing, disregarding the onlookers, wore a grave expression. It appeared that the rules of this world were once again intervening, obstructing Su Qing from disclosing certain matters to him. When Su Qing and Yu Xiaojing first conversed, it was precisely due to this matter that the rules caused Su Qing to faint. Reflecting on this, Yu Xiaojing casually sought out a secluded corner and pulled Su Qing into it. Although Su Qing appeared to be in considerable distress, he did not succumb to unconsciousness this time. Judging solely by the outcome, it seemed that the punishment Su Qing faced was not as severe as before. But why was that? Why did Su Qing not faint outright? Could it be that the rules were in a more favorable mood today? That seemed highly improbable. So, Could it be that the matter Zhu Zhuqing was to discuss was of little consequence? Or perhaps, revealing only a fragment of information at a time would prevent him from losing consciousness? Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang experienced a moment of clarity. He felt compelled to experiment. If Zhu Zhuqing could articulate only a few words at a time to evade fainting, then with the passage of time, he could amass a wealth of invaluable information. Zhu Zhuqing, let us see how many words you can utter at most, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Should his hypothesis prove correct, he could extract boundless precious intel from Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Zhu Zhuqing immediately grasped his intention. Tai Long stated that he. Zhu Zhuqing spoke only a few words before suddenly stopping, collapsing directly into Yu Xiaojiang's embrace, his face contorted with profound agony. Zhu Zhuqing felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart the moment he uttered the information. Zhu Zhuqing's intuition warned him that if he dared to utter another word, his heart would be crushed by an invisible hand. How does it feel? Yu Xiaojiang also sensed that Zhu Zhuqing was in a very precarious state. No, I feel, huff. I cannot speak any further. Huff. Zhu Zhuqing weakly articulated. Zhu Zhi felt the pain coursing through his body and inwardly scolded himself. TSK, am I not the protagonist? How can the protagonist be constrained by such inexplicable forces? In his heart, Zhu Zhuqing posed a question to the system. Do you know what is happening? Ding. The system detected that the host has entered a near-death state and is now commencing the provision of vitality to the host. Zhu Zhuqing was suddenly taken aback. What did this mean? Could it be that the rules were not merely issuing a warning, but genuinely seeking to take his life? Yu Xiaojiang observed Zhu Zhuqing's anguished expression, which indeed appeared authentic, suggesting that the rules were indeed at play. Yu Xiaojiang began to ponder deeply. Continuing in this manner was certainly not a viable solution. Matters pertaining to crucial information could only be revealed in fragments, implying that acquiring a significant piece of information would require an eternity. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. Since these matters could not be divulged through Zhu Zhuqing's words, it would suffice for Yu Xiaojiang to deduce the answers himself, with Zhu Zhuqing merely nodding or shaking his head in response. Furthermore, should there be any repercussions, it would be Yu Xiaojiang who bore the burden of revealing such matters, sparing Zhu Zhuqing from any consequences. With this realization, Yu Xiaojiang resolutely made his decision. Zhu Zhuqing, I have a plan. From now on, you need not speak. All you must do is nod or shake your head, Yu Xiaojiang stated with gravity. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, and in a moment of dazed contemplation, he felt that there might indeed be a chance, thus he nodded in agreement. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's acquiescence to his request, Yu Xiaojiang then articulated his earlier hypothesis. Tyrone was not meant to be here, correct? Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded, and Yu Xiaojiang, seeing this, felt immense satisfaction, as it confirmed his hypothesis. Since Tyrone ought not to be present here, and recalling the earlier encounter with the mysterious figure in the black cloak, I have ample reason to suspect that all of this was orchestrated by him. Am I correct? After Yu Xiaojiang posed the question, Zhu Zhuqing continued to nod in agreement. Previously, I had also contemplated the possibility of your confrontation, which is why I had conducted an investigation into the frenzied battle team. However, the data indicates that they do not possess such a vast number of soul bones. It is likely that these 4 soul bones originated from that enigmatic figure in the black cloak, for the frenzied battle team could hardly afford them. Yu Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes, sensing that the identity of this cloaked figure was becoming increasingly intriguing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded vigorously, as this was precisely what he wished to convey to Yu Xiaojiang. So that was it. Yu Xiaojiang stroked his beard and turned to ponder, when suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him, and he exclaimed with great excitement, I understand now. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was likewise captivated by the expression of sudden realization on Yu Xiaojiang's face. Did you not assert that our world is merely a narrative? If we are indeed but a tale, then aside from you, its course must be predetermined. Zhu Zhuqing silently continued to nod. To be honest, he was astonished by Yu Xiaojiang's meticulous thinking. Zhu Zhuqing had not anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang could perceive the entirety from just a single facet, deducing so much merely through conjecture. The fact that all he had accomplished could evoke such astonishment in you signifies that he too is a variable within this world. This may seem utterly incredible to you, yet I harbor a hypothesis. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang's words came to an abrupt halt as he fixed his gaze intently upon Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into the serious eyes of Yu Xiaojiang, fully aware that you had undoubtedly deduced something significant. What could it be? After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhuqing finally found his voice. That figure in the black robe may very well originate from your original world. Yu Xiaojiang articulated each word carefully. After much contemplation, he realized the possibilities were dwindling. What? Zhu Zhuqing's expression transformed into one of incredulity after a lengthy pause. However, Yu Xiaojiang abruptly shook his head and declared, "No, that's incorrect. He is not from your world. Rather, it is the person behind him who hails from your original realm. Nevertheless, all alterations in this world have arisen because of you, and we remain oblivious to their true intentions." Yu Xiaojiang sighed, lamenting the scant information at hand, which rendered even his insights insufficient to fathom the adversary's motives. Zhu Zhuqing silently regarded Yu Xiaojiang, his emotions swirling in a complex tapestry. Zhu Zhuqing understood that his very existence constituted a variable within this world. Now that Yu Xiaojiang was aware of everything, Zhu Zhuqing pondered whether Yu Xiaojiang would perceive him as a threat, potentially seeking to eliminate him to restore the world to its original state. Despite Yu Xiaojiang possessing only a level 30 strength, Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that he could summon numerous formidable allies. Suddenly, in an ill-timed manner, Yu Xiaojiang erupted into laughter. Chapter 95, The Future? What does it matter? Zhu Zhuqing gazed in bewilderment at the boisterously laughing Yu Xiaojiang before him, uncertain of his intentions. To you, the future of our world may appear to be a predetermined affair, yet for us, it is a realm in which we have matured, a world we inhabit. Yu Xiaojiang's resonant voice abruptly pierced through Zhu Zhuqing's reverie. The future is inherently inscrutable. I cannot discern whether it is benevolent or malevolent, but to me, it is simply the future. And what of you as a variable? That too is merely a potential future of our world. Rest assured, since you are now my student, I bear the responsibility to safeguard you. Should they wish to harm you, they must first contend with me. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the slender yet resilient figure of Yu Xiaojiang, never having anticipated that he would be moved by a character from a tale. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a similar call of connection emanating from Yu Xiaojiang. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing sensed a warmth welling in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing had merely followed in the footsteps of the protagonist to arrive at Shrek Academy. He never anticipated that he would encounter such an intriguing and warm-hearted group of companions, along with a dependable mentor. When was the last time he experienced such a feeling? As Zhu Zhuqing savored this long-lost sense of familiarity, memories began to flood back. Since arriving in this world, he had never truly revealed his heart to anyone. Thus, he had not felt any bonds for many years. The last time he felt such a connection was with her. At the thought of this, a sharp pang of pain surged within him, that her being his childhood sweetheart who had accompanied him throughout his formative years. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang stood silently, observing Zhu Zhuqing without uttering another word, understanding that Zhu Zhuqing required a moment of solitude to reflect. Zhu Zhuqing, teacher Yu Xiaojiang, what are you two doing here? A youthful voice suddenly pierced the air from behind them, interrupting their reverie. Zhu Zhuqing then turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Ah, it was Tang San. Little San, what brings you here? Yu Xiaojiang, eager to mask the current awkwardness, was the first to inquire. Teacher, weren't you supposed to go buy drinks with Zhu Zhuqing? We waited for quite a while, fearing you might have encountered some danger. So we came to look for you. Tang San said, his face reflecting confusion. Was Yu Xiaojiang truly unaware of how much time had elapsed since their departure? Yu Xiaojiang finally lifted his gaze to the sky. When they had left, it was still twilight. Now, however, the sky had completely darkened. Clearly, at least half an hour had passed. Oh, this. Zhu Zhuqing was feeling unwell, so I brought him to the roadside for a look, Yu Xiaojiang chuckled, scratching his head. Tang San, having lived alongside Yu Xiaojiang for quite some time, recognized that such gestures indicated deception. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing did indeed appear quite unwell. Let us just head back for now, Tang San suggested. If we delay any longer, the dishes will get cold. All right, Yu Xiaojiang replied, and together with Tang San, they helped the prostrate Zhu Zhuqing to his feet and began to carry him toward the tavern. The three of them gradually made their way back to the private room within the tavern, where they were immediately met with the furious roar of Flander. Where on earth have you been? Do you realize that running around like this will make the food cold? Flander bellowed, seething with rage. Teacher, what is the big deal if the food is cold? Ma Zhuhong felt that Flander's reasoning was somewhat flimsy. It was they who had been kept waiting. What do you know? If the food gets cold, it loses a portion of its delectable flavor. That's tantamount to devaluing the meal. Do you have any idea how much money is lost when the food depreciates? When we return to school, you will run 20 laps for me. If you don't finish, you won't be allowed to sleep. Flander's wrath seemed as if it would consume Ma Zhuhong entirely. Why should I? Running right after eating will cause my stomach to drop. Ma Zhuhong protested defiantly, but upon seeing Flander's ferocious countenance, he understood that further resistance would be futile. He lowered his head and resumed his meal in silence. It's all because he's worried about the money. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled heartily at Flander's display. Upon closer inspection, he found that the group of teachers around him was quite innocent and amusing. What are you laughing at? Zhu Zhuqing. You two will run 20 laps with Ma Zhuhong. Flander, perceiving Zhu Zhuqing's laughter as a challenge to his authority, redirected his ire toward him. Principal Flander. Zhu Zhuqing isn't feeling well. Perhaps you should spare him from running, Tang San interjected on Zhu Zhuqing's behalf. Is that so? Flander then turned his attention to Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt unwell, so we returned without even buying drinks, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed Tang San's words. Oh. Is that so? Zhu Zhuqing, come sit down. If you're not feeling well, you must rest more. Flander's demeanor shifted dramatically after hearing Yu Xiaojiang's explanation. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Flander with a hint of exasperation, realizing that the latter's apparent concern was far from genuine. It was likely that Flander's jovial demeanor stemmed from the fact that Zhu Zhuqing and his companions had abstained from purchasing beverages, thereby saving him some money. Zhu Zhuqing, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing quickly rose and approached Zhu Zhuqing, assisting him back to his seat. I'm perfectly fine, really. Zhu Zhuqing, you needn't worry. Zhu Zhuqing reassured her, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him from her concern. However, his gaze shifted towards Douluo V, only to find him deliberately turning his head away, feigning indifference upon catching Zhu Zhuqing's eye. All right, everyone, let us begin. Zhao Wujie, growing impatient, could hardly contain his eagerness to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. Thus, the group commenced their delightful repast, savoring the lavish meal procured from Flander. After thoroughly enjoying the exquisite banquet, they returned to Shrek Academy, their hearts filled with contentment. In the gaze of all, Zhu Zhuqing escorted Zhu Zhuqing back to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, inciting envy in Ma Zhuhong. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai maintained an air of indifference, as if he were not Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. With a muffled sound of the door closing, Zhu Zhuqing finally returned to his dormitory. Ah! As Zhu Zhuqing lay on his bed, he could not help but let out a sigh. The multitude of events that transpired today, from fierce battles to the weight of rules, left him feeling as though he might fall apart. Only now, lying on the bed, did he truly sense the essence of his existence. Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San suddenly rose from his bed and sat beside Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 96. The Protagonist? Tang San walked directly towards Zhu Zhuqing and casually chose a spot at the head of his bed to sit. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing straightened his back and sat up, feeling a sense of disorientation as he gazed at Tang San before him. It struck him as strange. He had engaged in no unusual activities that day. So what might Tang San desire in this moment? Although the events that transpired in the Seoul Arena 2 days prior had diminished Tang San's goodwill towards Zhu Zhuqing, they had since gathered for a meal, during which Tang San had forgiven Zhu Zhuqing. So what was the intent behind this visit now? Ding. Congratulations, host. Tang San's affinity for you has increased by 2%, and your soul power level has risen by 2 tiers. Suddenly, the system's voice intruded inappropriately in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, evoking an uncanny sensation within him. It appeared that the affinity and soul power levels previously deducted from Tang San had been restored. Yet the last deduction had been 5 levels. Why was it only 1 now? Upon further reflection, this did not seem entirely unreasonable, as ascending in soul power levels becomes increasingly challenging. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that the system was deliberately managing Zhu Zhuqing's strength. Tang San, is something the matter? Zhu Zhuqing sensed an unsettling distortion in his expression, feeling that something was decidedly amiss with Tang San's demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Tang San gazing intently into his eyes, revealing a complex blend of turmoil and yearning. Tang San then licked his dry lips, slightly parting his mouth before gently closing it, appearing somewhat anxious in his moment of distraction. Alarm bells rang in Zhu Zhuqing's mind as he realized that Tang San's demeanor seemed to confirm his suspicions. Had Tang San, through the natural evolution within this world, developed an affection for men? No wonder Tang San had returned to the dormitory early today, instead of opting to stroll with Xiao Wu. This meant that Zhu Zhuqing might be the very first target of Tang San's changed orientation. Ding. Congratulations, host. Tang San's affection for the host has increased by 2%, and the soul power level has risen by 1 rank. System, are you certain you are not repeating announcements? Zhu Zhuqing shouted inwardly. How could Tang San's gaze linger on him for merely a few seconds and result in an increase in affection? This is utterly absurd. Affirmative and assured. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Zhu Zhuqing nearly lost his composure. However, being a person from the modern world, his capacity to endure far surpassed that of the average individual. After a brief moment of abstraction, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly composed himself and addressed Tang San, saying, Tang San, I can empathize with your feelings, yet your actions are misguided. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Tang San appeared to realize his mistake, obediently lowering his head. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Tang San, a wave of unease washing over him. What on earth? Has Tang San truly developed feelings for him? Such actions would shatter the boundaries of their relationship. It was simply impossible. Zhu Zhuqing proclaimed with righteous indignation. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing, what are you saying? Tang San's expression transformed into one of bewilderment upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words. This cannot be right. Zhu Zhuqing's mind was also filled with questions. What was happening here? I noticed that Zhu Zhuqing always seems quite happy when she is with you. So I wanted to seek your advice on how to bring joy to a girl. Ever since returning from the Stardow Forest, Xiaowu appears to be troubled. And I wish to uplift her spirits, Tang San confessed, somewhat bashfully. It turned out there had been a misunderstanding. Zhu Zhuqing, in evident distress, rubbed his temples, clearly shaken by the recent scare. Heaven knows, the sight of Tang San, resembling a love-struck young girl, had inflicted considerable turmoil upon Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, you're right. It was indeed inappropriate for me to seek your assistance regarding the emotional matters between myself and Xiaowu. Suddenly, Tang San shook his head vigorously, his expression shifting to one of unwavering resolve. However, for reasons unknown, upon realizing that this was merely a misunderstanding, Zhu Zhuqing felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. What on earth? What is happening? I'm a straight man. How could such thoughts even cross my mind? Realizing something was amiss, Zhu Zhuqing vigorously slapped his cheeks, internally shouting in frustration. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing. I understand now. As Xiaowu's elder brother, I must confront her issues alone. With that, Tang San bowed respectfully to Zhu Zhuqing before retreating back to his bed. Zhu Zhuqing observed as Tang San gradually made his way back to the bed he occupied, finally allowing the tension that had been coiled within him to dissipate. He sighed inwardly, realizing that at this age, Tang San was indeed still quite naive when it came to matters of the heart. However, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback to discover that merely due to this incident, his favorability rating had increased by an astonishing 4%. Such a leap seemed rather exaggerated. Nevertheless, on the whole, Zhu Zhuqing felt quite pleased. After all, this advancement meant he had reached the level of a 39th rank soul master, bringing him closer to the standards of a soul sect. And he now stood as the student with the highest soul power among the current members of Shrek Academy. System, can I now take on the role of the protagonist? Tang San suddenly inquired within his mind. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has successfully surpassed Tang San's, establishing you as the protagonist of this narrative, the system responded, living up to Zhu Zhuqing's expectations. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing had been 5 levels above Tang San in soul power, yet due to Tang San's unique blue-silver emperor spirit, Zhu Zhuqing had been unable to eclipse him in terms of soul energy. Now, although Tang San had rapidly ascended to the 32nd level in just a few days, thanks to the external soul bone's nurturing, Zhu Zhuqing now boasted a soul power level of 39, a full 7 levels above Tang San. Thus, there was no reason for the system to deny Zhu Zhuqing the title of protagonist. Haha, I have finally become the protagonist. Zhu Zhuqing reveled in his triumph with unabashed laughter echoing in his mind. Yet, he was abruptly struck by an unsettling realization, and the smile on his face faltered. System. Now that I am the protagonist, do you not have any gifts to bestow upon me? Apologies, host, but this system does not have such provisions. Zhu Zhuqing's smile abruptly faded as he sensed the malice of the system, which seemed intent on deceiving him. Now that I have become the protagonist, what privileges can I expect? Zhu Zhuqing pondered in his heart. The system replied, I regret to inform you, host, that such provisions have not been established. Damn, what kind of protagonist am I? Zhu Zhuqing could not help but curse aloud. It is worth noting that when Zhu Zhuqing was still a mere supporting character, the system had informed him that his mission was to shield Tang San from harm. However, after much effort, Zhu Zhuqing had finally ascended to the role of the protagonist in the narrative, yet he found himself devoid of the treatment typically afforded to one in his position. What, then, was the fundamental difference between this and continuing to protect Tang San? There is a distinction. Host, you are now indeed the protagonist of this tale. Is that all? That is all. Chapter 97, The Days That Followed. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, feeling as though the system was deliberately toying with him. Who becomes the protagonist without even a single additional privilege? Is there? He asked the system, his expression filled with confusion. You. Damn. Are you mocking me? Zhu Zhuqing finally erupted in anger. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain himself. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the bed. In his heart, he felt a sensation that if the system were a human, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly cunning young girl. Zhu Zhuqing, what has happened? Tang San, having heard the commotion, awakened and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was contorted with rage, and asked with a hint of confusion. Oh no. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of helplessness. He had just been rendered speechless by the system to the point where he inadvertently shouted, disturbing Tang San. Hee. I just had a sudden nightmare. My apologies. Did I interrupt you? Zhu Zhuqing replied with a forced smile. It's fine. I wasn't asleep yet. Tang San responded. Then please continue to rest. I shall not disturb you any further, Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of regret. Oh, good night. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Tang San obediently lay back down. Phew. Seeing that Tang San did not press further, Zhu Zhuqing finally felt a sense of relief. He then inwardly called out, System, come forth. System? However, after repeated calls and waiting, the system offered no response. He could only feel his pent-up fury dissipate as if it had struck a sponge, losing all its force. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was suddenly struck by an unusual sensation. Could it be that this system was, in fact, a sentient being? How exceedingly cunning. After toying with Zhu Zhuqing, it had simply vanished. Regardless, Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. The system was an intangible entity, and he had no way of knowing whether it still lingered nearby. It would be rather foolish to vent his frustration at mere air. Zhu Zhuqing chose to disregard the cunning system and instead continued to recline on the bed. Relishing the hard-won tranquility, time flowed gently by as Zhu Zhuqing lay contorted on the bed, feeling an overwhelming heat enveloping him. As if countless ants were scuttling across his skin, Zhu Zhuqing found himself utterly awake after the recent comedic interlude between Tang San and the system. Though his birthday signaled a profound weariness, demanding slumber to alleviate the mounting stress, his mind insisted otherwise. The tug-of-war between his body and intellect pushed Zhu Zhuqing to the brink of mental collapse. At last, Zhu Zhuqing could endure no more. He sat up in bed, emitting a pained groan from his lips. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang San's bed behind him. Tang San, undisturbed by Zhu Zhuqing's call, continued to slumber peacefully, emitting faint sounds of breath. Listening to the rhythmic snores that filled the air, Zhu Zhuqing finally felt a sense of relief, realizing that he had not awakened Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing then extracted the 2 ancient texts from his storage ring and began his diligent study. Over the course of the following month, through countless nights of rigorous training, he finally succeeded in mastering the 3rd tier of the absolute cloud sword technique, as well as the first 2 tiers of the serpent style. With these 2 formidable skills at his disposal, Zhu Zhuqing was able to engage in spirited combat with Dai Mubai and the others without relying on his flashy abilities. However, perhaps due to Tang San's mastery of the complete Tang sect techniques from a previous life, there remained a notable disparity in physical prowess between Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. In the days that followed, the Shrek team encountered little in the way of significant challenges. They participated in individual and pair battles daily, and every other day. They engaged in 8-person team battles. Since Talon was a student from the Royal Blue Tyrant Academy, he opted not to pay tuition and instead enrolled as a guest student at Shrek Academy. This infuriated Flinder, who did not regard him as a member of Shrek, and he instructed Yu Xiaojiang to allow Talon only to participate in solo battles without assigning him any teammates for collaboration. Perhaps due to the fact that the Soul Master competitions predominantly featured 7-person teams, after their victory over the Frenzied team, very few 8-person teams remained in the Soto City Soul arena. Consequently, the Shrek teams swiftly overwhelmed each of them. As a result, upon learning they would face Shrek again, these teams promptly surrendered, unwilling to face certain defeat and subsequent hospitalization. With no other choice, Yu Xiaojiang permitted the Shrek 8 to randomly combine with Talon to form 7-person teams for the competitions. However, the students of Shrek remained fiercely competitive. They had never lost a single 8-person team battle. In the subsequent 7-person battles, they achieved a remarkable record of 11 wins to 1 loss. The sole defeat stemming from the excessive number of consecutive victories that led the official arena to match them against a team of Soul Masters all at level 40 or above. Moreover, due to the unfortunate circumstance of the Shrek Academy students suffering from food poisoning the day before the grand competition, they were forced to compete while unwell, resulting in their loss. Throughout this period, the strength of the Shrek Academy students significantly increased. Ma Zhuhong successfully advanced to level 31 and, after another hunting expedition in the Stardow Forest with Zhu Zhuqing and the others, he acquired his 3rd soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong reached level 29. Nearing level 30, Dai Mubai was also close to catching up to Zhu Zhuqing, reaching 38.5, nearing 39. Oscar advanced to level 31. While Ma Zhuhong unexpectedly achieved level 33, becoming a crucial force within the Shrek team, Tang San and Xiao did not lag behind, jointly reaching a soul power level of 34. As for Zhu Zhuqing, during this month, he had several outings with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, and on one occasion, He discreetly escaped with 3 girls from his class to enjoy a day at the amusement park in Soto City. However, Zhu Zhuqing was troubled, as despite his efforts leading to a significant increase in their fondness for him, the system had not bestowed any further rewards. Mysteriously, the system had vanished after teasing Zhu Zhuqing one night a month ago, leaving him both anxious and frustrated, yet he remained unaware of its origins, rendering him powerless to act. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from revealing his true strength of level 39 in front of others. He merely displayed around level 37 during the last team battle, which left those around him astounded. Flinder, both amused and exasperated, contemplated selling Zhu Zhuqing to a royal research institute to uncover the secrets behind his abilities. Meanwhile, Talon remained at level 36. Despite being an exceptional student from the Blue Tyrant Royal Academy, he paled in comparison to the formidable talents of Shrek. Chapter 98, The Hunt. Zhu Zhuqing, be careful. Zhu Zhuqing delivered a powerful kick to the nearby tree, leaping into the air. In an instant, he appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. Harnessing the momentum from his jump and the speed of his flash, he plunged the sword of light deeply into the ebony body of the tiger-like soul beast before him. The creature, struck squarely by the blade, emitted a sorrowful howl of pain before retreating into the depths of the forest. However, it did not choose to flee. Instead, after a few meters, it steadied itself and began to watch the 2 individuals with heightened vigilance. Its eyes still gleamed with ferocity, betraying not a hint of fear. After successfully repelling the colossal tiger-like soul beast, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly drew Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace, and in the next moment, he flickered back to the treetop behind him. Zhu Zhuqing held on to Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze fixed upon the formidable tiger-shaped spirit beast before him. Its fur stood erect, a deep ebony hue, reminiscent of dark flames fiercely ablaze, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhu Qing's own dark martial spirit. A mere glance at its exterior revealed that this was a spirit beast of approximately 800 or 900 years of age. Specifically the most suitable species for Zhu Zhuqing's 3rd spirit ring, the nether tiger. Indeed, during this period, under Zhu Qing's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing had successfully ascended to the 30th level, stepping into the ranks of the spirit masters. The current scene unfolded as Zhu Qing, entrusted by Yu Xiaojiang, led the accomplished members of Shrek Academy back into the Star Doe Forest to select a spirit ring for Zhu Zhuqing, to hone Zhu Qing's abilities. Yu Xiaojiang had ordered Zhao Wujie stand by within the academy, allowing Zhu Qing to lead a team comprised solely of 5 others from Shrek Academy into the forest. Tang San and Xiao Wu, due to the afternoon timing of the day's competition, were unable to join Zhu Qing and the others in this hunting expedition. Furthermore, even if they wished to partake, Flinder would not permit it, as earning money through the soul-fighting competitions took precedence for him. As for Tai Long, he was declined participation under the absurd pretext that he would not be allowed to join group activities without paying tuition fees. Suddenly, the nether tiger emitted a ferocious roar, its sound reverberating through the heavens, stirring the hearts of Zhu Qing and his companions. Zhu Qing understood that this creature was seeking the assistance of its companions. Although the soul beasts of the tiger family rarely exhibit gregarious behavior, the renowned speed of the nether tiger often allows them to survive in small groups. However, upon receiving the nether tiger's call for help, Zhu Qing remained entirely unperturbed, for this was precisely what he desired. The level of this particular nether tiger was insufficient. Zhu Qing intended to use it as bait to lure forth other, more formidable nether tigers to hunt. Howl, howl. Mere moments later, a series of echoes reached Zhu Qing and his companions' ears. Zhu Qing understood that the ominous cries heralded their arrival. Suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged from the thicket, positioning themselves protectively in front of the injured specter tiger. This cadre of specter tigers refrained from launching an immediate assault. Instead, they vigilantly observed Zhu Qing and his companions, baring their fangs and claws, as if attempting to intimidate them into retreat. Leading the charge was an even larger specter tiger, whose length surpassed 10 meters. Its fur an even deeper shade of ebony. Zhu Qing understood that their target for this hunt was a 1,500-year-old spectral tiger. Although this level exceeded the typical threshold for a 3rd spirit ring, Zhu Qing held unwavering confidence in Zhu Zhuqing's innate talents, as she hailed from Shrek Academy. Ma Zhuhong. Zhu Qing suddenly bellowed in the face of more than a dozen spectral tigers. I'm here. Ma Zhuhong soared above the heads of the crowd, ascending directly above the spectral tigers. This was not the effect of Oscar's mushroom, but rather the manifestation of his 3rd spirit ability, Phoenix Wing Ascension. Phoenix Beam. Overlaying Phoenix Flames. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Ma Zhuhong's mouth, igniting the underbrush of the forest. A towering wall of fire sprang forth, encircling the 1,000-year-old spectral tiger and its kin. The encircled spectral tigers roared in frustration, attempting to breach this fiery barrier. However, having undergone an upgrade, Ma Juanhong's wall of flames now measured an impressive 4 to 5 meters in thickness, coupled with the inherent fear that living beings possess towards fire. None of the spectral tigers succeeded in their desperate attempts to escape after several tries. The 1,000-year-old spectral tiger glanced back at its companions, then let out a low growl, its fierce gaze fixating on Zhu Zhuqing. Naturally astute, it had already discerned that Zhu Zhuqing was the leader among this group. Zhu Zhuqing gazed unperturbed at the furious countenance of the spectral tiger before him, with a display of dark luminescence emanating from her claws. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed the spectral 100 claws, launching her attack from the side of the spectral tiger. This soul ring had been prepared specifically for her, and Zhu Zhuqing was resolute in not accepting it as a mere gift. Thus, she determined to exert herself in this endeavor. However, the spectral tiger showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it roared in anger. Upon hearing the tiger's fierce roar, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively halted her assault, pressing her hands to her ears in distress. This was a skill learned by the tiger as the leader of its clan, known as the Spectral King's Howl. Naturally, the spectral tiger would not squander this opportunity and charged directly at the dazed Zhu Zhuqing. White Tiger's 1,000 transformations. Wuxiang Tiangang Power, Tiangang Giant Slash. A massive yellow blade intercepted the spectral tiger's advance. Demingbai, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's peril, felt an uncontrollable urge to unleash his full might against the foe. "Your opponent is me, beast," he shouted, fiercely brandishing the blade in his grasp, vowing to rend the spectral tiger before him to shreds. The familiar sound of clashing metal resounded as the white light of the sword met the yellow blade once more. Hey, don't steal my Zhu Qing's prey," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself before Demingbai to deflect his strike. He understood that if Demingbai's blow landed squarely on the spectral tiger, it would likely cleave the creature in two, thereby preventing Zhu Zhuqing from absorbing the soul ring. "Then you take it," Demingbai replied with a nonchalant expression, relinquishing the opportunity to hunt. "Humph, watch me," Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a smile. As the captain of Shrek and the highest-ranked soul master among them, he was determined to showcase his prowess. With a sudden burst of speed, Zhu Zhuqing propelled himself forward, darting between the trees, skillfully utilizing the terrain to enhance the attack power of his light sword. The faster he moved, the greater his penetrating ability became. With remarkable speed, Zhu Zhuqing once again flashed towards the Phantom Tiger King. In a swift motion, blood spurted forth as Zhu Zhuqing, illuminated by a brilliant radiance, successfully pierced through the defenses of the Phantom Tiger King. Chapter 99, A Familiar Encounter. Zhu Zhuqing's sword, radiating with a fierce brilliance, was perilously close to striking the heart of its target. The Yomi Tiger King lay on the ground, wailing in agony, yet it did not surrender. With great determination, it rose again, for behind it stood its kin. "You are not so formidable," Daimubai remarked with a smile at Zhu Zhuqing's display. "Then step forward," Zhu Zhuqing retorted, provoked, engaging in playful banter with Daimubai. Over the past month, they had fought side by side countless times, fostering a mutual understanding between them. Daimubai's lively spirit had returned, shedding the brooding demeanor he once possessed. "Watch closely," Daimubai declared, brandishing his great sword as he charged forth. White Tiger's 1,000 transformations. Wuxiang Tiangong's might, Tiangong's supreme destruction sword. Fully armed, he delivered a powerful blow to the Yomi Tiger King. The great sword, more suited for cleaving than Zhu Zhuqing's blade, severed the tiger's forelimb, causing it to lose its balance and collapse completely. "How about that?" Daimubai proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest in a display of strength. "Impressive," Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged. He then contemplated the Yomi Tiger King's precarious state. His radiant sword possessed admirable penetrating power, and now, bolstered by the absolute cloud sword technique, he could strike at an opponent's weaknesses with blinding brilliance. However, Zhu Zhuqing's sword, while adept at slicing and piercing, lacked the necessary force to inflict substantial damage on a creature of such immense size. After observing for over a month, Zhu Zhuqing realized that his radiant sword could not expand into a colossal form like Daimubai's great sword, nor could it cleave with the same devastating impact. Hence, a twinge of envy crept into Zhu Zhuqing's heart for Daimubai's resplendent blade. "Daimubai, I propose you lend me your Tiangang Supreme Destruction Sword," Zhu Zhuqing suddenly declared, uttering a rather absurd request. "What?" Daimubai appeared bewildered, taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected covetousness for his great sword despite already possessing a radiant blade. "My sword lacks your penetrating ability, and you wouldn't be able to wield it anyway," he replied, shaking his head and offering an excuse to decline Zhu Qing's outrageous plea. Can't you let me borrow it for just a moment? Such stinginess. Zhu Qing feigned indifference, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Fine, fine. But I cannot guarantee you will manage to lift it, Dai Mubai conceded, somewhat helplessly. The yellow greatsword and Zhu Qing's radiant blade bore similarities, both being composed of soul power. Yet, the fundamental distinction lay in the essence of their respective powers, enabling them to wield their weapons freely. However, this also meant they could not control another's soul power with the same ease, rendering Zhu Qing's desire to wield Dai Mubai's sword a mere fantasy. As expected, upon receiving the yellow greatsword from Dai Mubai, it lost its luster and dimmed immediately. It seems rather uncooperative, Zhu Qing remarked, attempting to channel his soul power into the blade. Despite infusing it with considerable energy, the sword remained dull, showing no sign of responding to his will. I told you so, Dai Mubai chuckled, relishing the small victory in their playful exchanges, despite often being bested by Zhu Qing. Still, my radiant sword is far superior. Zhu Qing retorted, adopting an expression akin to sour grapes. You too. Cease your banter and come here. Ning Rongrong called, exasperated, for as the team leader, Zhu Qing's decisions were pivotal, and their playful squabbling was hindering their efficiency. Coming, Zhu Qing replied promptly, rushing back to their side. What shall we do with these Yomi beasts? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Before them lay over a dozen Yomi beasts of varying ages, encircled by fierce flames. The youngest among them being several decades old, while the oldest barely reached a few centuries. Release them, Zhu Qing decided resolutely. Really? Ma Junong hesitated, considering the experience they would forfeit. This mission was solely to assist Zhu Zhuqing in acquiring a soul ring. If we eradicate all the Yomi beasts, we would irreparably damage the ecological balance of the Douluo forest, Zhu Qing articulated his reasoning. Very well, Ma Junong acquiesced, retracting the wall of flames and liberating the Yomi beasts. Upon witnessing their leader on the brink of death, the beasts approached the Shrek group with palpable fury. Hey, Zhu Qing, what if they refuse to leave? Oscar asked nervously as the Yomi beasts drew nearer. Fear not, they will depart, Zhu Qing replied calmly, standing firm as he fixed a steely gaze upon the ailing Yomi Tiger King. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the Yomi Tiger King possessed considerable intelligence. After a brief exchange of glances with Zhu Qing, it comprehended its fate. Roar! The approaching Yomi tiger horde halted at their king's furious roar, retracting their fangs and obediently retreating back into the depths of the Douluo forest. With a final, soft growl, the Yomi Tiger King exhibited a resolute expression, ready to face its destiny. Zhu Qing understood that it was demanding the sacrifice of its own life for the sake of its kin. Zhu Zhuqing, go. Oh, it was only then that Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure. Slowly, she approached the Phantom Tiger King, transforming her right hand into a claw, and said, I apologize for the offense. Following that, she pierced through its heart, guided by the traces of Zhu Qing's attack. Zhu Zhuqing then settled cross-legged on the ground, commencing the absorption of the Phantom Tiger King's soul ring. Being one of the prodigies, and having benefited from Zhu Qing's guidance, she effortlessly absorbed the 1,500-year-old Phantom Tiger soul ring. After Zhu Zhuqing successfully acquired her third soul ring, the group from Shrek Academy departed the Douluo forest and began their journey back to the academy. Thanks to Zhu Qing's ability to facilitate swift travel, they returned to the gates of Shrek Academy just as dusk fell. I'm so hungry, Ma Junong exclaimed. You glutton, you're the best at eating, Oscar remarked with a hint of disdain. Well, I am the plumpest, so naturally, I can eat the most, Ma Junong retorted dismissively. Stop. Enough of your banter. Look over there. Zhu Zhuqing pointed ahead. They beheld a dark figure cautiously traversing along the academy's wall, its furtive demeanor unmistakably signaling ill intent. Zhu Qing gazed intently at the figure before him, his pupils widening in shock. It was none other than the enigmatic man in the black robe. Chapter 100, The Anomaly. Zhu Qing gazed towards the direction of the academy, where a shadowy figure stealthily traversed the seemingly inconsequential crumbling wall. Zhu Qing scrutinized the figure's appearance, noting a resemblance to the dark-robed specter he had encountered previously. Observing this, Zhu Qing narrowed his eyes, fixating on the cloaked individual, who tread cautiously along the wall, exuding an air of trepidation as if in fear of being discovered by others. Zhu Qing was momentarily engulfed in confusion, pondering the intentions of the cloaked figure before him. During their previous encounter, the mysterious individual had sought a private moment with Zhu Qing, engaging him in a contest before inexplicably presenting him with 2 ancient tomes. Subsequently, he had brought Talon from the Blue Tyrant Royal Academy to Zhu Qing, leaving him uncertain whether this enigmatic figure was a foe or an ally. Zhu Zhuqing, is he the person you mentioned before? Zhu Zhuqing, perceptive as ever, quickly connected the dots upon observing Zhu Zhuqing's tense demeanor and the peculiar appearance of the cloaked man, recalling the encounter with the shadowy figure. What? That guy? Could it be that he has had a change of heart, realizing he had overcharged us for water last time and now wishes to treat us to a meal? Ma Junhong exclaimed, unable to suppress his salivation. You glutton, is eating all you ever think about? Oscar retorted, somewhat exasperated. Zhu Zhuqing, do you need me to help you confront him? Dai Bai, aware of the previous events between Zhu Zhuqing and the cloaked stranger, sensed that the newcomer bore ill intent. There's no need. I am curious to see what he intends, Zhu Zhuqing mused, absent-mindedly stroking his chin, an unconscious gesture influenced by Yu Xiaojiang. Very well. Let us follow him discreetly and uncover his motives, Dai Bai agreed. No, you should all return for now. A larger group might draw attention. And I prefer to meet him alone, Zhu Zhuqing gently shook his head, dismissing Dai Bai's suggestion. He had resolved to inquire about the organization behind the cloaked man and their reckless manipulation of history. What? Zhu Zhuqing, you don't mean to keep this to yourself, do you? I knew he wanted to treat us to a meal. Oscar, why didn't you believe me? Ma Junhong proudly glanced at Oscar. His nose almost lifted skyward in triumph. I've told you not to think about eating all the time, Dai Bai exclaimed, delivering a light smack to Ma Junhong's head, finally bringing him to silence. Are you really all right? Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred by the commotion, expressed her genuine concern for Zhu Zhuqing. Rest assured, I will not be discovered. Moreover, your pretense of normalcy as you return to the academy will serve as my cover, Zhu Zhuqing assured them, his countenance betraying no fear. Even knowing he faced a formidable opponent like the Soul Douluo. Take care, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Bai said as he led the other four back toward the academy. Recognizing Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering determination, upon witnessing the departure of the five individuals, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to pursue the enigmatic figure clad in black. Instead, he utilized a flash of light to ascend to a nearby treetop, just a short distance behind. Zhu Zhuqing understood that when facing an opponent of such caliber, getting too close would lead to immediate detection. Thus, observing from a considerable distance was the wisest choice. Zhu Zhuqing fixated intently on the actions of the figure clad in black. Indeed, upon noticing the return of the Shrek students, he became exceedingly vigilant, promptly pressing himself against the wall to minimize the chances of being detected. Zhu Zhuqing found his own awkward appearance somewhat peculiar. Was this cloaked figure truly a fool? Despite being a high-ranking soul master, he should not resort to such rudimentary infiltration tactics, even without the ability to conceal his presence. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He decided to observe the man's movements for a while longer. After successfully evading Dai Bai and his companions, the cloaked figure continued to traverse along the courtyard wall. Eventually, after some time had passed, the figure finally spotted his target and stealthily approached the window of Flender's office. Peering in with his head cautiously extended, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that he was entangled with Flander? Did Tyrone's arrival at Shrek Academy also stem from Flander's machinations? The mere thought sent a shiver down Zhu Zhuqing's spine. Previously, he had placed unwavering trust in Flander. For in the original narrative, Flander would never harm his students. The cloaked figure surveyed the surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was in sight, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief and cautiously climbed through Flander's window. Zhu Zhuqing found himself in a position where he could no longer observe the actions of the man in the black robe. Ultimately, he resolved to uncover the truth behind the black-robed figure's intentions, even though he could not be certain of any illicit connection with Flandre. Meanwhile, the black-robed man had stealthily entered Flandre's office through the window and began to rummage through the space, as if in search of something specific. However, after a thorough yet fruitless search, he let out a deep sigh and relinquished his quest. Subsequently, the black-robed man pulled an envelope from his pocket and placed it upon Flandre's desk. Do not move, a chilling, deep voice emanated from behind the black-robed man, as he felt something sharp pressed against his throat. After Zhu Zhuqing mastered two secret techniques, he no longer relied solely on the blinding light to perceive the flaws in others. When the figure in the black robe released a signal, Zhu Zhuqing seized the moment of vulnerability, teleporting behind him and pressing the sword of light against the black-robed man's throat. While there were numerous objects capable of obstructing his sword of light, it remained an exceptionally sharp entity, impervious to mere soul power. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing believed that as long as he held the sword of light to the black-robed man's throat, even one of formidable strength would succumb to his control. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing held the sword in his right hand while his left arm encircled the neck of the black-robed man. Suddenly, he sensed a tremendous force emanating from his arm. I said, "Don't move." Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed angrily, pressing the sword of light closer to the black-robed man's throat, causing a considerable amount of blood to spill forth. Strangely, Zhu Zhuqing felt perplexed, while mere soul power could not obstruct his sword of light. Penetrating the soul power that enveloped the black-robed man should not have been an effortless task. Yet, the sensation in Zhu Zhuqing's hand indicated that the soul power surrounding the black-robed man offered no resistance, easily cleaved apart by the sword of light. "Spare." At last, the black-robed man broke his silence. "Spare what?" Zhu Zhuqing responded, taken aback by the man's words. What was he trying to imply? Could it be young master? Spare me, noble hero. Chapter 101, a letter Zhu Zhuqing, with a head full of dark thoughts. Observe the peculiar demeanor of the figure clad in black robes. He sensed something was amiss. Indeed, far too amiss. It was well known that although Zhu Zhuqing held the life of this black-robed man in his grasp, how could a dignified soul Douluo plead for mercy from Zhu Zhuqing? A mere soul master of barely over 30 levels? Moreover, according to the various conventions found within novels, one would expect such a moment to be filled with menacing threats aimed at Zhu Zhuqing, warning him of dire consequences should he dare to act against the black-robed figure. "What did you say?" Zhu Zhuqing asked incredulously, leaning closer to the man before him. "Please spare me, young hero. I did not mean to offend. I merely came to deliver a message." "Yes, a message." The black-robed man trembled violently, his legs giving way as he collapsed from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp, falling to the ground in a pitiful heap. Zhu Zhuqing then realized that the immense force emanating from his left arm was not the black-robed figure resisting, but rather his own weight. After the black-robed man fell to the ground, the dark hood atop his head slipped away, revealing the visage beneath. It was the countenance of a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, yet his face was replete with a cunning expression. Zhu Zhuqing recognized him. This man was merely an ne'er-do-well from Soto City, possessing a mere level of soul power in the teens, and thus could not possibly be the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. Previously, during Zhu Zhuqing's rendezvous with Zhu Zhuqing, this ruffian had dared to provoke her, audaciously labeling Zhu Zhuqing as a pretty boy. Naturally, he had received a severe beating from Zhu Zhuqing for his insolence. Yet what surprised Zhu Zhuqing was encountering this scoundrel here. "What brings you here?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a hint of exasperation. The scoundrel trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with anxiety as he replied, I'm merely delivering a message, I swear." "And what were you rummaging through earlier?" Zhu Zhuqing remained skeptical of his feeble excuse, pressing him further. Well, I've recently lost a bet again. So I thought I might as well deliver the message while hoping to find something of value," the scoundrel confessed, somewhat sheepishly revealing the motive behind his actions. Zhu Zhuqing found himself at a loss for words, yet upon reflection, it seemed undeniably true. Aside from the peculiar organizations that don black robes, it was also customary for thieves to wear such garb while committing their nefarious acts. In light of this, Zhu Zhuqing realized he had been overly apprehensive. However, the audacity of this thief to seek valuable items at Flanders' office prompted an involuntary chuckle from him. The thief was indeed indulging in fanciful daydreams. It is worth noting that although Flanders' office exuded opulence, he was notoriously miserly and would never store precious belongings in such a place. "Whose letter is this?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired with exasperation. "Oh, this is a letter entrusted to me by the Soto Great Soul Arena." The mention of the Soto Great Soul Arena revealed Zhu Zhuqing's understanding of the thief's intent. It appeared that the Royal Combat Team had finally graced the Soto Great Soul Arena with their presence. However, it seemed rather implausible for such a prestigious arena to send a rogue like him to deliver a message. Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed as to why his system had not reappeared over the past month, yet he harbored a persistent belief that if he could advance the plot further, the system might return. Additionally, there was another matter that troubled him greatly. "Please, go ahead," the sly figure responded eagerly. Zhu Zhuqing posed the question that had been gnawing at him. Where did your black robe come from? He recalled that during his last encounter with the figure in the black robe, although he had not inflicted any harm, he had managed to sever a corner of the robe. The black robe worn by the sly figure bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous adversary, even showcasing the identical tear, leading Zhu Zhuqing to distrust the notion that this was merely a coincidence. "Oh, that?" the sly figure replied. "I found it while delivering a letter, and I was tempted to take something for myself." "Found it? Are you certain you are not jesting?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted, his anger simmering as he unconsciously emanated his formidable aura. He felt deceived. Such coincidences were improbable. "Indeed, I assure you," the sly figure, with a mere soul power level of a little over 10, could hardly withstand Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming pressure of 39 levels and was soon reduced to a quivering mess. Zhu Zhuqing also sensed that he was not merely acting. This implies that the figure in the black robe had indeed recently appeared near the Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing observed the frightened expression of the culprit, realizing that he would not divulge any further information. He shook his head and, with a sense of resignation, said, "You may leave now. Thank you. Thank you, young hero." The culprit, upon hearing this, finally regained his composure and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Suddenly, the office door was thrust open, and a voice followed closely behind. "Wait a moment." Zhu Zhuqing and the rogue simultaneously cast their gazes towards the entrance. The Soto Great Spirit Arena? What business could they have with me? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. It was none other than Flander. This meant that Flander had undoubtedly witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's recent actions. However, Flander paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing and instead strode directly towards the scoundrel, emanating an astonishing aura of soul power. With a fierce expression, he enunciated each word with clarity. "You dare to attempt to steal from me? I wouldn't dare. Please. Your Honor, show mercy." The scoundrel lay on the ground, his face betraying sheer terror. "Humph, I might spare you, but you must pay me 100 gold soul coins as a hush fee," Flanders silently declared. 100 gold soul coins? That is a death sentence. The scoundrel exclaimed incredulously upon hearing Flanders' demand. "Oh, what did you say?" Flanders shot a glare at him. Yes, I understand. I shall fetch it for you right away." The scoundrel, terrified by Flanders' formidable presence, scrambled away through the window. Flander made no attempt to stop him. He then turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, offering praise. "You are indeed quite astute." "Thank you, Principal. You flatter me," Zhu Zhuqing replied, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. This was the first time he had spoken privately with Flander since arriving at Shrek Academy. "But you can be quite ruthless." Flander abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, casting an air of awkwardness over the moment. "I have heard from you, Xiaojiang, that you might influence our world. I do not ask for much. I simply hope that you do not become a calamity for us," Flander stated. Zhu Zhuqing fixed his gaze upon Flander, uncertain of the latter's intentions. The two remained in a tense standoff for quite some time, the atmosphere around them thickening with an unspoken tension. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing broke the silence, shattering the awkwardness of the moment. "Teacher, I wish to accompany you to meet with the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena." Chapter 102. The Great Soul Arena. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Flander did not display any surprise. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Oh? So it seems you are already aware of the purpose of their correspondence?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. He had always been cautious and meticulous. Yet he never anticipated that he would inadvertently expose himself in this very place. Zhu Zhuqing had long surmised that the head of the Great Fighting Arena sought the assistance of the Shrek team. Yet neither he nor Flander had perused the letter as of yet. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing's assertion at this moment revealed his awareness of the letter's intent. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Flander continued, "I had sensed your uniqueness earlier. It is now evident that you harbor many secrets within you." Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, not responding, but instead, he fell into contemplation after listening to Flander's words. Perhaps it was best not to pry into the secrets that each member of Shrek harbored. It sufficed to remember that he was a student. After a brief pause, Flander continued, "By the way, if they truly invite me, you are welcome to accompany me." "Thank you, Principal." Zhu Zhuqing expressed his gratitude, surprised by Flander's willingness to let him off so easily. "However, I have one request." Flander suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. "Please, go on." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated at the sight of him. "The request is quite simple. You shall take full responsibility for the discussions with them," Flander stated. "Ah, well. All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied, somewhat perplexed, as he was unaware of the implications of Flander's request. The two then proceeded to open the envelope, which indeed contained the information Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated. In the letter, the head of the Great Soul Arena invited Flander and Yu Xiaojiang to discuss certain matters. Though it did not explicitly state the topics of discussion, Zhu Zhuqing understood that the Great Soul Arena's actions were primarily influenced by the Tiando team. "Do you intend to go? If you are reluctant, I can accompany teacher Yu Xiaojiang instead," Zhu Zhuqing inquired, aware of Flander's character. He typically avoided murky waters unless there was profit to be gained. "Of course I will go. It would be foolish to turn down an opportunity for profit," Flander replied. Shaking his head, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat taken aback. It was only then that he focused his gaze, noticing a line of small print on the letter that read, "We have prepared a welcoming gift of 50 golden soul coins for you, and we sincerely hope you will attend." Zhu Zhuqing found himself momentarily speechless. Goodness, just a moment ago, He had considered that Flander's character would steer clear of murky waters, but it now appeared that the person in charge had expertly grasped Flander's temperament. Suddenly, Flander cast his gaze towards the firmly shut door behind him and whispered to Zhu Zhuqing, "Wait a moment." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Flander with a hint of astonishment. Pondering his intentions, Flander quietly approached the office door and suddenly flung it open with great force. To Zhu Zhuqing's surprise, a slender figure stumbled through the doorway. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the figure that had suddenly appeared, realizing it was Yu Xiaojing, who had surprisingly detected the intrusion. "Hey, I was merely passing by, just passing by." "Please, continue," Yu Xiaojing said with an awkward smile, scratching his head. He then promptly stood up and turned to exit the room. "Stop. We've been looking for you." Flander called out sternly, halting Yu Xiaojing in his tracks. Immediately, Yu Xiaojing turned back and replied, "Let us not delay. We should leave at once." Under the cover of night, the three of them made their way to the reception room of the Grand Seoul Arena in Soto City, where the manager, Supervisor AO, had long been awaiting their arrival. Previously, when the Shrek 8 monsters achieved 10 consecutive victories, Supervisor AO had been dispatched to present them with an award. So Zhu Zhuqing and the others were already acquainted with him. Upon seeing the three enter, Supervisor AO rose and bowed, inquiring, "Might you three be the leaders of the Shrek 8 monsters?" He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who stood behind the two, and added with a smile, "You must be the captain of the Shrek 8 monsters. I have witnessed your valor in the Grand Seoul Arena." Zhu Zhuqing merely waved his hand and said, "Let us dispense with pleasantries, Supervisor AO. Please, state your purpose directly." "Very well. Since you have requested clarity, I shall not keep you in suspense. I have summoned you to request your assistance," Supervisor AO replied respectfully. "Assistance? First, let us discuss the promised 50 gold soul coins," Flander interjected, eager to address his primary concern. "Ah, here you are. Please accept this," Supervisor AO said, retrieving a small cloth pouch from beneath the table, revealing it to be filled with heavy, golden soul coins. Flander's face lit up with delight as he immediately seized the pouch. "What sort of assistance do you require?" Yu Xiaojing queried. His curiosity piqued about the nature of the task that warranted such generosity from the Grand Seoul Arena. It is worth noting that when the Shrek team achieved their 10 consecutive victories, the prize was merely 100 gold soul coins. Recently, the nobles in the city have engaged a soul master level team to compete, and they have been winning substantial bets. Regrettably, we have been unable to find a team capable of challenging them, Supervisor AO admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "May I inquire what team has compelled you to take such significant measures?" Yu Xiaojing asked, puzzled. "The team is known as the Imperial Battle Team, comprised entirely of Soul Master level fighters. They are virtually invincible against any team below the Soul Master rank. No equivalent team can withstand their onslaught. Nonetheless, the Shrek team has also demonstrated remarkable prowess during these days, and I believe you possess the potential to confront them," Supervisor AO passionately articulated, hoping to ignite their fighting spirit. "But they are a silver-level team, are they not?" Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a smile, contemplating the challenge before them. "Indeed. Although you are merely iron-level soul masters, we genuinely cannot find any other team capable of competing with them," Supervisor AO lamented. Upon hearing this, Flander, uncharacteristically, hurled the pouch of gold soul coins onto Supervisor AO's desk, exclaiming furiously, "Do you intend to use us as mere pawns?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Flander with a hint of surprise, feeling a warm current flow through his heart. Although he was aware of Flander's deep concern for his students, he did not anticipate such a vehement reaction. Zhu Zhuqing restrained Flander, who was about to engage in a dispute, saying, "Did we not agree that I would take full responsibility? Please, remain calm." With a composed demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Supervisor AO and stated, "We have accepted the competitions, but I also have certain requirements." Supervisor AO, pleased by the other's magnanimity, replied, "Please, feel free to express your requests. We shall do our utmost to accommodate them." "In essence, we are to participate in the 7-man soul duel competition, correct?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, albeit symbolically, for in the Douluo Continent, the 7-man soul duel competition is indeed the mainstream. He would need to select who would take the field. "No, the Emperor Battle Team is not a 7-member squad. Like you, they are an 8-member team." Chapter 103, A Reunion with Old Friends. Upon hearing the words of Supervisor AO, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel a tumultuous surge within his heart. After the sudden emergence of an additional member in the crazy battle team, the Royal Combat Team inexplicably boasted a new addition as well. Zhu Zhuqing surmised that this was likely the work of that enigmatic figure in the black cloak. However, he concealed his astonishment, maintaining an air of composure as he inquired, you mentioned that the Royal Combat Team consists of 8 members. Might I request that you provide us with information regarding the opposing team? In response to Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Supervisor Ao promptly acquiesced, saying, "Of course. Here are their details for your review." Zhu Zhuqing took the documents from Supervisor Ao's hands and began to peruse them. Soon, his gaze fixated upon an unfamiliar woman, Feng Yi, female, a 37th level soul master, with her martial soul unspecified. Unlike the previously encountered Talon, Zhu Zhuqing had never come across the name Feng Yi in the original narrative. Who is she? Why has she chosen to join the Imperial battle team? What purpose does she serve here? Zhu Zhuqing felt that her origins were undoubtedly intertwined with that figure in the black cloak, and the situation began to grow increasingly enigmatic. Zhu Zhuqing pointed at the name of Feng Yi and inquired of Supervisor Ao, "Do you know what her martial spirit is?" Supervisor Ao, with a hint of regret, shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid not. I have watched several of their matches, yet I have yet to see her employ her martial spirit." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She had not utilized her martial spirit? How had she managed to infiltrate the Imperial battle team? It is well known that the Imperial battle team, as a representative of the Tiando Royal Academy, places tremendous emphasis on the strength of its members. Without sufficient prowess, even the most formidable connections would prove inadequate for entry. Nevertheless, let us first discuss the rewards, Zhu Zhuqing said, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. "Very well. Feel free to state your conditions," Supervisor Ao replied respectfully. "My request is quite straightforward. If we emerge victorious, half of your earnings will be allocated to us," Zhu Zhuqing stated with composure. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that the nobles within the city had staked their entire fortunes on the success of the Royal Combat Team at the Spirit Battle Arena, with their wagers amounting to approximately 300 million gold soul coins. Should Zhu Zhuqing and his companions falter, the arena would likely incur losses totaling 500 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao found himself in a state of hesitation. The Spirit Battle Arena had already suffered considerable financial losses over the past few days. If they were to distribute half of their earnings to Zhu Zhuqing and his team, it might jeopardize their financial stability. "Perhaps you could revise your request. We will endeavor to accommodate you," Supervisor Ao suggested, his countenance reflecting unease. Yet he maintained a semblance of a smile. How can the Great Spirit Battle Arena be so miserly?